hall of Martyr Marie was quiet, with the exception of the evening wind whipping around the cold stone walls. The silence was eerie. For most cathedrals, it is expected that there is some sort of silence or somberness around the building, but for the past 13 years, that had not been the case for this particular sanctuary. Much to the dismay of the many priests and altar attendants, the most unsettled by the silence were the bishop's faithful attendants who were not serving this evening. They stood outside the large doors, waiting for their role tonight, dreading their role tonight. Ages ago, stones that hold great power were discovered. With them, monolithic constructions of incredible abilities were built. To control a monolith is to hold unparalleled power, or so it is said. The Church of Deepstone and the Mages Consortium have shared a treaty for the past 50 years, but have shared in their use of the stones for centuries. I could not tell you the whole of the history that has unfolded. The stories we do know are contained in what is called the Stonesinger Chronicles. Book 1, Prologue, Stones Within Stones. Bishop Granite's latest party was more subdued than usual. The guests consisted of a normal smattering of holy men, soldiers, mages, merchants, highly regarded criminals, even a baker was present. The table represented Granite's highest connections. "Quiet tonight," Granite said, taking a sip of his wine. The only sounds to be heard were those of forks and knives against plates, the scurrying of servants bringing drinks and taking dishes, and an occasional glass being poured. "Is simply enjoying your hospitality, Bishop," a guest said, smiling weakly. "Ah, of course. Well, if the amount of silence is an indicator of the amount of enjoyment, then I have done my job well." There were half-hearted murmurs of agreement. Bishop Granite frowned. The quiet resumed. Its cause seemed to be that everyone was sitting. It was unsettling that everyone was sitting. No tales of Granite's raucous functions ever involved anything even close to a seated dinner. The lack of constant noise and movement made attendees skittish, likely because the absence of the normal distractions left room for them to consider the man they were associating with. His normal parties were such an affront to every sense that there was no ability for such reflections. Bishop Granite was best known for two things: his lavish parties and his names. To understand this, you must first understand the role of bishop. It's useless. On paper, you rule multiple kingdoms, but in reality, you're a figurehead. The Church of Deepstone only ever has 3 active bishops. Each rules over one of the Great Walls: Lake Wall, Mountain Wall, or Ocean Wall. Granite is the Bishop of Lake Wall. Back in Odros, the church referred to the walls as their precious treasures in a far land, the fruits of years of conquest. The Great Walls were completely unlike the villages, towns, and cities that the church controlled outside of Odros. They were expansive. A baffling size. Each wall contained multiple kingdoms inside, called the duchies. The Church of Deepstone installed the position of bishop as a way to maintain some semblance of control over these great walls, but they had quickly learned that maintaining entire kingdoms so far away from Odros proved difficult. So instead, they let the duchies govern themselves, write their own laws, form their own armies, and fight amongst themselves. It was the fighting that made it so hands-off. If the duchies had ever united, they probably would have taken control before Odros could react, but so far, there had been no attempts at unity. Because the role of bishop was a vestigial part of the church, nigh useless, the higher-ups filled it by choosing which member they wanted to send as far away as possible, most likely never to return. It is unclear if Granite understood this when he was offered the position. Rumors say that he walked around the holy halls with the air of someone who thought they'd been given a kingdom. Although the bishops have no power, they are still seen as an official and can become adored by the public nonetheless. For Granite, however, within months of taking over, the Walled War broke out, a bloody affair between two of the duchies lasting 3 years. Bishop Granite became mysteriously ill as war began and made no public appearances for the duration of the carnage. At the war's end, he miraculously recovered. In the following years, it became apparent that during his illness, he had actually been hard at work. Crime lord wasn't the right word, though he had the ruthlessness, he lacked patience and tenacity. Mastermind also didn't fit. The most basic plotting seemed to confuse him. He was best described by one of his famous monikers, one he was often called behind his back. 500 fingers. Someone unaware of the man may assume that the name was to do with his stealing and thieving. This was not the case. He got it because he has so many of his fat fingers and so many pies. He lives in Hamlet Corpica, a small tract of land that sits outside the jurisdiction of the duchies, leaving him to his own devices. Hamlet Corpica consists of a collection of stone buildings nestled into a steep, spiraling hill. Atop the hill sits the crown jewel, the Hall of Martyr Marie, a cathedral devoted to the first bishop of Lakewall and house of the altar. Bishop Granite uses it as his personal party hall and house of debauchery. Early during his seizure of power, laziness took hold and he abandoned any notion of meeting one-on-one with his many cohorts. He instead favored bringing as many people together at once for large parties. During the party, he could cajole about the room, taking care of his discussions, plotting, and villainy in between merrymaking. He would walk about the room, trying to look regal and nodding to the various guests. "Greetings, Bishop Granite. May the Lord of Deepstone bless you," says a king. "Bishop Granite, at your service," says a general. Bishop Granite, good to see you," says the spy. As soon as he is passed, they all have different things to say amongst themselves. The parties were wild and contained such a strange array of people that they became infamous even among the common folk. More business was done at these parties than any council chambers in Lakewall. They were lavish, gaudy, drunken, and ridiculous. And Bishop Granite loved them. His names are often discussed in whispers, though never join the parties. Fingers is one. The other is his proper name. Proper is not even the right word for it. There's only one known practice in the church where someone's name is changed, and it's reserved for the highest office, the say done. No other person in the history of the church had ever changed their name upon taking office. The slates even checked. So why was it that when priest Keller Kun was given the position of bishop, he changed his name? There was a small rumor that it was because he was making a point, saying that he was himself like a say done, that he was the head of whatever it was he was the head of. This rumor let him have a sort of legend about him, perhaps. This potentially aided his ascent to power, helping mask his obvious cowardice. But there was an even bigger rumor. He was too stupid to understand. The truth is probably something in between, but it didn't matter because it worked to the bishop's advantage either way. During his 13 years in the position, people have tried to disassemble his little empire of stupidity. Out of disdain for the terrible man and fear that if he should ever have even an ounce of clear thought, he could do real harm. If any had succeeded, he would have never discovered the church archives in Lakewall, archives he had access to, and he never would have learned why the church keeps their altar high on a hill and their books deep underground.
Since the treaties between the Mages Consortium and the Church of Deepstone,
Granite said,
a great many things have changed. Food has never been so abundant, lives never been so happy, and innovation never been so, well, innovative.
That got him a small chuckle. He smirked.
Let us toast the newfound peace between the Church and the Consortium, the holy men and the wise men.
He stood up from his seat at the end of the table and raised his glass. The table raised their glasses with him, and they drank. He had pulled out all the stops for this party, going into the deepest cellars and finding the best wines. Wines so incredibly expensive that Father Parista, a priest who had traveled between multiple missions in the wild, could not even bring himself to drink it.
And of course, let us not forget the greatest abundance of all afforded by this peace.
Granite paused and licked his lips.
Power. But what brings about this power? Is it the stones? We call them by different names, us in the Consortium. We call them by different names, but it's all the same thing. We have our altars, the Consortium your configurations, but they both bring us power.
Elsis, an elderly mage, scoffed. An altar and a configuration are about the same as an ocean and a painting of an ocean, she mumbled. Elsis was a common topic of discussion amongst partygoers, namely, how does someone who seems to loathe such a creature as the bishop end up being one of his accomplices? Granite shrugged.
Perhaps my wise report, to you or I, but to the common people, appearances are everything, and they do appear oh so similar.
Granite gestured to the back of the room, and the doors to the kitchen opened. 2 large cakes were wheeled out. The cakes were half as tall as a person and lavishly decorated. Fruits and nuts coated the frosting on the outside in small clusters that after even a brief glance could be seen as a simulacrum of either a configuration or an altar. Stones within stones. Power incarnate. The configurations or altars were simple enough for Bishop to understand. They both had the same basic concept. The finer points eluded him, but he didn't need the finer points. That's what engineers, attendants, and weavers were for. Both configurations and altars were large stone monoliths with smaller, semi-colorful stones embedded in them in tight clusters. Stones were connected with fine lines of color, and clusters connected by larger lines. Different stones allowed different effects on the world. Different clusters allowed different combinations. That was the limit of Granite's understanding.
But of course,
the bishop continued, circling the table towards the cake.
The configurations grant a certain amount of power, but that is only the beginning. Why, I myself was only ever able to bond to a single altar in my youth, but now I find myself the most powerful man in Lakewall. No, there is another piece to this power.
A third cake was rolled out. The third cake was dangerously high. The attendant wheeling it went slowly. Unlike the first 2, it was plain, having only red frosting. If you speak of political power, Elsis said, swirling the liquids of her untouched wine around in its glass, I think you will find that even the most powerful king, prince, or even bishop will sign away a vast amount of land when faced with the realization that even a mage of the third bond could make the blood boil in his veins.
This is true, Elsis, old friend, but which mage would do this? Which mage would have the audacity? Which mage would have the sheer balls?
Elsa sat her glass down and said nothing. Granite laughed, continuing to stroll towards the 3 gaudy desserts.
Which mage would be willing to put their precious treaties at risk? There is seemingly a drought of kings having their blood boiled of late, no?
Elsa said nothing. Granite smiled. He gestured and the servants sliced into the first 2 cakes. The cake inside appeared plain but rich. Plates were piled with the sweet dessert, and placed on carts to be served.
Like this cake, the configurations and altars, they are impressive, true.
Granite reached underneath the cart supporting the colossal cake. The room recoiled as he withdrew a great sword. It was obviously ornamental, but something about seeing the old man, his eyes wild and his jowls wagging as he waved a sword, made everyone cower slightly.
But what are they when compared to this?
The bishop swung the blade high above his head and caught the top of the cake, slicing through the upper half. The sword struck something and there was a tinny clang. Granite lifted the sword again and hacked down. After a few chops, he swung his arm, slicing away the front section of the cake and revealing why he was struggling to cut through such a soft substance. The inside was filled with precious metals and jewels. The table gasped. There were murmurs and whispers. A majority of the table got up from their seats and moved closer for a better look.
Is this not better?
He asked, picking up a large ruby and licking the cake off of it.
My friends, you may choose which cake you eat, but know this. Whatever you find in a cake, you may keep.
Members of the table were already moving towards the cake. Others hesitantly hung back. Merchants and nobles, people of power and renown, dug their bare hands into the mound, pulling out jewelry and gems, licking the rich, fluffy cake and thick, creamy frosting off. The cake fell over and there was a scramble on the floor. Garments that would cost the average person years of wages became sticky and stained. The room filled with sounds of excited laughter, heated arguments, and a strange sloshing sound as the flesh of the cake was smeared across the stone floor in multiple fevered attempts to collect the treasure. Those that did not join looked on with bafflement, choosing to stay seated and simply watch. Most noticed the bishop eyeing them as he returned to his seat. He made eye contact with Elsis. He grinned and raised his eyebrows.
Can your configuration do that?
He asked. Elsis said nothing. A fistfight broke out. Arguments reached a crescendo. Granite chortled and clapped his hands as he watched from his seat. When the whole of the cake had been searched, the pastry-covered guests returned to their spots at the table.
A great use of the money of your people, Elsis said. All these are my own riches. Well, were my own riches, Bishop retorted. He stood again. People, good people, I call you here for a purpose. I bring you these lessons for a purpose. There are people who would have us believe that the whole of the power in the world is contained by stones within stones that are bound by rules made by cowards. I am here to tell you that is not so. I have found something new. I will not be greedy. I wish to share as I have here today.
You cannot overtake the duchies. You cannot overtake the wall, Elsa said. You have tried before and you have failed.
Ah, and I do believe you once thought I could not get control over you, Master Mage, but yet here you sit.
Bishop paused. His face became serious.
This is not an attempt to convince. It is an attempt to inform. I regret to say, you have all already made your decisions.
He sat back down and sipped his wine. The guests looked at one another. A priest stood up with a gasp. His eyes were wide and his mouth trembled. He clutched his chest. He took one step and he collapsed. People began to slump over in their chairs. Neighbors checked on their crumpling cohorts, but as more fell, more ran, attempting to get out of the room any way possible. A merchant slipped and fell on the remains of the cake, which were still slick across the floor. There was a wet crack and a howl that filled the already chaotic room. Bishop Granite stayed seated, grinning and drinking. His gaze turned to Elsis, who was still seated. She seemed calm and was still swirling her drink in its glass. Elsa's quiet voice was somehow able to cut across the chaos.
Well, I may not have the balls, but I do have the audacity.
She stood up and raised her hand. Elsis felt the echo of the third configuration, so far away at Eero. At this distance, she would have to exert a lot of energy for a good exchange, but she had to. She found the spell she was looking for in her mind and focused on Bishop Granite. Bishop Granite rose suddenly. Nothing happened. Granite walked towards Elsis, who began to back away. She was scared. She touched a different spell, something more malicious. Still nothing.
It would seem that your powers are of no effect here.
What is this? What have you done? Elsis collapsed. Bishop Granite surveyed the few remaining guests. The chaos had subsided, but it seemed only due to exhaustion. The guests, confused and scared, seemed to try and keep the maximum amount of distance between themselves and Granite.
Please, you seek answers. Sit, and they shall be given. Fear not, the worst is done. You have been tried and found worthy.
The partygoers, seeing no other options, returned to their seats, stepping over the bodies.
In my quest, I require those who know themselves, who enjoy pleasure and know what must be done to obtain it. Forgive me, my friends, but I have poisoned you all. Do not fear, do not fear. If you were to die, you would have died. The antidote, dear friends, was in portions. A portion in my most expensive wines. A portion in my cake filled with gemstones. A portion in my richest meats. Those who found themselves too pious, too proper, too godly to indulge in my generosity, they are of no use to me. Those of you left alive are my confidants in the new world.
This is insane! A young priest got up from his seat. Do you think yourself the Lord of Deepstone? To choose who dies and who does not?
But I didn't choose. You did, don't you see? You are your own gods.
Sacrilege, the priest said, his teeth gritted. Granite nodded. Two of his attendants appeared behind the priest. It was quick. Another body fell to the floor. Granite gestured and another piece of cake was brought over. He sat and ate as his guest watched on in stunned silence. Finally, a man who worked as a spy master stood up.
I, for one, am thankful for your generosity, Bishop Granite,
he said, bowing.
Thank you.
The room broke into a weak applause as Granite stood, smiling and seeming to relish it. He knew that even now these people plotted against him. People were already dreaming of his demise. But just like he had gotten to this station, he would continue to rise. He rose and commanded they follow him to the lower floor. Here, he would lay out his plan, and as such, the future of Lakewall and all surrounding lands. The survivors stepped around the fallen partygoers, people they had drunk and laughed with here many times. The double doors at the back of the room opened, and the attendants who had not been lucky enough to serve scuttled in. They began their role for the night and started to clean cake off the floor, clean overturned drinks from the chaos, and clean up the bodies of the people Granite had chosen as unworthy. Chapter 1. The Mage, Eyfre. The Caravan. 3 days before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The mage Eyfre stepped out of her cart and breathed in. A mixed aroma of street food, sweaty bodies, and stained wood filled her nose. The smell of a caravan. She hopped down from her raised carriage and onto the thick green grass. It was strange having to hop down from a carriage. It was strange having a carriage. For all the trips she had made across the continent via the caravans, she had never once paid for private accommodations. But now she could afford it. How could she refuse? Although the caravan was not a favorite of most, and more so a necessity, Eyfre secretly enjoyed it. What could she say? She loved traveling. The caravans are a way of life for most people on the continent. The Church of Deepstone considered the safety of its empire's trade routes critical to its survival, so it instituted the caravans. Large groups of people moving under extreme church protection between designated points. While traveling with a caravan, you are unequivocally under church protection. It's close quarters and long journeys, but it is safe. Even the mages use them. It's dangerous for a consortium mage to travel in the wilds. The exchanges are too high to use their configurations for extended periods of time. Even a run-in with a group of bandits, or something stranger, could take a turn for the worse. Any of the more well-off travelers in the caravans have access to all sorts of lavish and oddly engineered carriages and carts, some spanning as high as 2 stories, that trundle away in the long procession. From a distance, the caravan is a colorful, bloated snake weaving through the jagged woods, chasms, and tundras of the wilds. There is a direct correlation between the church's caravans and the rise to power of their longest-running nemesis. Under the treaty, mages are guaranteed safe travel to the many cities and towns of the continent, for the standard fee, of course. More access means more students. More students means more power. And that's why Eyfre was out doing something she loved, travel, and something she hated, recruiting. She walked through the caravan, searching for the 2 students she needed to talk to before departure today. Eyfre sat in her carriage, her blinds closed, a cup of tea in hand. Despite the many books she had managed to procure during this trip, she ignored their calls and enjoyed something very rare in the caravan. Silence. The books could wait. She'd already waited long enough for them. What was another afternoon? Besides, she dared not open them while the wardens were still roaming the caravan in such high numbers. A better task for the evening, when the guard was lighter. The caravans are split into sections. Telling which section you're in is as simple as examining the dress of the people, the complexity of their carriages, and how many wardens are present. Each section is well protected, but the head might as well be a small battalion. The church stated it was for the protection of the wealthier patrons, and they charged as such. But Eyfre knew better than that. She knew that the slate used the caravans to ferry documents, books, and artifacts between their archive vaults. The slates were ever so particular about their books. This was Eyfre's first time ever riding in the head. From this vantage point, Eyfre could see the carriage of the slate, a rolling vault, truly a fitting name. The entire carriage was constructed from a thick, reinforced metal and pulled by a whole team of massive horses. It was rare that the church experimented with new configurations of their stones, but Eyfre imagined there must be something unnatural done to both reinforce the vault as well as to allow that thing to move. The door to the rolling vault opened, and 2 slates stepped out. They wore their distinctive long flowing robes and eye-covering veils. One was dressed in green, the other in red. A large gentleman, not wearing the robes of a slate but the uniform of a caravan warden, also stepped out. Ah yes. Eyfre recognized the man, though she did not know his name. The caravan leader, one of the few people allowed into the rolling vaults beside a slate. There was a reason for this, of course. The church held the only complete and up-to-date set of maps of the wilds, so to safely navigate them, a slate was needed. The slate are very particular about who views their documents. Only the caravan leader, while in the presence of a slate, are allowed to view these maps. As far as the slate are concerned, this is for everyone else's own protection. It's forbidden by the church for common people to wander the wilds. There are settlements and towns that still survive, but they want nothing to do with the church, and the church wants nothing to do with them. Eyfre had to respect the church's method, though. They only had to start the rumors, and every other soul traveling kept them alive around campfires and in taverns. Tales of giant beasts, ancient tombs, eldritch powers. Those were stories that took a life of their own. They were well-crafted stories. Even Eyfre had to wonder which parts were fables and which parts were real. She had seen stranger things than sovereigns. She brought her steaming cup of tea to her lips and blew gently. It was odd drinking the tea in privacy, she had to admit. It was nice. It was also short-lived. There was a knock at the door. She groaned. Who could it possibly be? She sat in quiet contemplation about whether or not to open the door. Why ruin a perfectly good streak? The knocking became more frantic. Well, she was going to have to leave her carriage anyway to go teach the children their midday lesson. Who is it? She asked. Urgent matters, miss, a voice said from the other side. She opened the door to find a short, balding man. He wore a plain black robe, a black wide-brimmed hat, and had a messy gray beard. His only adornment was a wooden pipe that billowed greasy blue smoke and a plain silver chain around his neck. Ah, madame, good day. So lucky you are I caught you. What an opportunity I have today, but time is of the... He pulled the pipe from his mouth and stared. Eyfre? Rikislar? Is that you? The man looked around at the carts, visibly confused, before turning back and squinting at Eyfre. Eyfre of the 7th Bond? What in the apostle? What are you doing riding up here amongst the nobility? You didn't go and become a sitting mage, did you? I'm trying to get some peace and quiet in these damned caravans for once in my life. And what exactly is a professor of Eyfre doing knocking on random carriage doors? Well, I'm no longer a professor. Rikislar reached down and pulled the silver chain from the folds of his robe so Eyfre could see the bauble at the end. 2 dark gray-colored iron cubes covered in dots. Dice. Of course. Rikislar had always been one of the stranger and more opportunistic mages at Eyfre. The House of the Die. You think I'm a sitting mage and you've sold your soul to the most useless house in the consortium. I'd rather work for a noble and have a monolith to call my own than to cater to degenerates. Now, what is it you needed to tell me about? Rikislar's face went a slight shade of red. Eyfre frowned and knew exactly what it was. Some sort of scheme that guaranteed a 3-to-1, even 4-to-1 payout. The House of the Die. Really? It doesn't matter, Eyfre said with a sigh. If you wish to catch up, walk with me, Rikislar. But first, I have to know. Why them? An inevitability. Eyfre nodded. She understood what he meant. Rikislar was good with math. Unlike all the other houses who focused on specific fields of study around magic, the House of the Die had started with an odd niche: gambling. Even before the treaties, the House of the Die had been a flourishing organization. Most mage houses are simply a group of like-minded mages who look out for one another, pool resources, and share a monolith as their third bond. The House of the Die meets these criteria, but each mage shares a common trait: a desire to get filthy rich. These days, most houses were concerned with creating unique, creative, and inventive spells using the configurations, but the House of the Die had taken a different route of study. They strove to understand the laws of the natural world. They didn't waste money trying to make clusters of redstone hold water at an optimal temperature. They studied numbers, patterns, and behaviors. Their houses of chance were abundant and profitable. Their research gave them 2 advantages. First, the configurations they've devised are inscrutable and unique. If you roll a weighted die in one of their establishments, they know. If you have a card up your sleeve, they know. If you walk into one of their buildings and your heart rate slightly increases, they know. And second, if you understand numbers and probability when few others do, well, gambling becomes a cakewalk. So, how long? Eyfre asked. Not long after you left, actually, though I've been involved with them for a while. And it has been profitable? It has. It has given me time to perfect my brewing. Rikislar fished around in his robes and pulled out a bottle of murky green liquid. Eyfre recoiled at the sight of it. Brewing what? Basically anything I can get my hands on. Eyfre raised an eyebrow. And how is it? Exceptional. He pulled the cork and the bottle shattered. He stared at his drenched, shard-covered hand, his expression blank. He wiped it on his robe. Well, mostly exceptional. I'll get you a better bottle later. That won't be necessary. What news have you heard of late, Rikislar? Us mages best stick together, you know? The old mage had a strange way of being able to correctly read complex situations. He usually put this to poor use, but Eyfre figured she'd use it to her advantage while she still could. Rikislar looked around and suddenly seemed uncomfortable.
Strange times about us. Rumors of the Cardinal of War sailing to Ocean Wall. They're enforcing the rules of the Sacrosanct, if you can believe it. Strange times, strange times. Also, there's this whole mess around 500 fingers. I've heard that Odros might be sending an Inquisitor.
Or worse, I've heard.
Indeed. On that note, might I ask, why are you leaving Lake Wall?
Students, Eyfre said.
Students? They don't still have you rounding up new students for the consortium, do they?
Eyfre nodded.
Can't they send anyone to do this? A Mage of the Third could easily handle this trouble.
But these days they don't want a Mage of the Third. This work requires a more subtle touch, deeper knowledge. Things have changed since our days, Rikislar. Classes are larger, more students are sent. Every noble family and small growing township wants a mage.
And what, you are being sent to scare them away?
Some. But we still want as many as possible. As you and I know, and most growing townships and royal families find out, one mage is never enough. Besides, it is in all of our benefits to bolster our numbers. Eyfre lowered her voice. How many more Bishop Granites can we allow before something must be done?
I'm surprised anything needs to be done. I expected the mighty Church of Deepstone to crumble by now. It's grown so large. It's cracking under its own weight.
But is it any less cracked than the consortium? Each mage pledges an allegiance to their houses. We may be more unified in philosophy, yes, but ask about whether redstone should be used with bluestone in a room full of mages, and our cracks show pretty quick. But no, I don't try and keep people out, just filter them. I have a few tests I apply. Those that show true potential, I give the hard test. Everyone else gets the simple one. The hard tells me whether or not they could make it to the third. And the other, well, someone has to replace cracked stones.
Rikislar nodded.
Well, how was the new blood this year?
Exceptional,
Eyfre replied. She scanned the group of students and noticed a familiar absence. A gap at the front where a girl should be sitting. It was the only assigned seat for their evening lessons. She assigned the seating for the same reason she had private lessons with the girl almost every day. Eyfre sighed.
Well, mostly exceptional.
The Green Hill Foundling. 2 weeks and 3 days before the departure of the fateful Lake Wall caravan. The girl cannot read, Father Jurgen repeated, exasperated. He stared down at the orphan's record, waiting for some new piece of information to appear that clarified this strange request. I must admit confusion. He sat back in his expensive throne-like chair and steepled his fingers. The consortium usually has such high standards for the children they want.
And we still do, Eyfre said with a thin smile. The problem is that you think you can discern what those standards are.
Eyfre was no stranger to Jurgen, the administrator of Green Hills Orphanage. She had dealt with him multiple times. It only took one look at his office to see where the money from the Fountains of the Deep were directed in his establishment. This made dealing with him very easy. To be clear, orphans are allowed to travel to become mages under the treaties, if certain requirements are met by both sides. This one, though, she does not meet requirements on either side. Now, I am glad to depart with another mouth to feed, but of course, mage rules are rules. Fortunately, this is not the first request of this nature. There are always options to ink new rules. The ink required for this one is quite expensive, though. Jurgen jumped when the bag hit the table with a dull thunk. He reached forward and snatched it up. His eyes widened as he loosened the string and withdrew a small piece of starred opal. Eyfre knew that this simple form of currency was always good for members of the church. The religious value was almost greater than the monetary value. The father smacked his lips.
I think we have more than a deal here. You are very generous, Master Mage.
Good, Eyfre said, smiling. Well, now that this has been arranged, what other records do you have on her?
I have anticipated your request, Jurgen said, producing several smaller books. I asked one of our slates to retrieve other records regarding the child. This is the extent.
Eyfre's heart beat faster at the mention of the slate. She should have known the slate would control even the innocuous records of an orphanage. She'd never met a slate who was careless about their records. This was going to make her next request harder. To make things nice and tidy, satisfy some requirements from my superiors, I am of course looking to include all records about this girl in my purchase. Rules are rules, I'm sure you'll understand. Jurgen nodded.
We can of course produce copies.
Originals. The man's face went red.
No.
Haven't I already paid you enough for such a small trouble? No one will notice.
The slates always notice. Always. No, not with the extra scrutiny, especially.
I only have a bit more.
I do not care, Mage. If you want to fill your halls with orphans, so be it. I don't care if they turn up dead in a few weeks. But I will not cross the slate.
Jurgen got out of his chair and walked around to Eyfre. He grabbed her by the arm and attempted to pull her out of her seat. Eyfre was known in Eyre for having a rarely seen but powerful temper. Many considered it a weakness. She knew it was a strength. She had worked hard to keep it fully under control. But there are always special occasions. Not all priests use the full power of monoliths, or altars as they would call them, but they all have access. Their exchange was much stronger, but their bond much worse. Eyfre thought about this for a split second and dismissed it. It just didn't matter. The Consortium's innovation in the use of the node stones had long eclipsed that of the church. Whatever Jurgen had at his disposal, it was nothing compared to a mage of the seventh bond. Eyfre felt that familiar call and answered. She looked at the door to the office. It slammed shut. Jurgen jumped back, startled, and then looked at Eyfre, trembling.
You can't! The treaties are clear!
There are always options to ink new rules. Tell me, have you ever used blood for ink? It works surprisingly well. Eyfre called a preferred spell for intimidation. Jurgen let out a cry of confusion, panic, and pain. A normal response to your body suddenly starting to get much hotter.
Stop, Mage, stop! There's nothing I can do!
He said, pulling at his collar. He gritted his teeth.
There are things you do not understand, but as you are not privy to, I am protecting both of us!
She increased the heat. He wailed. Let's get two things straight. One, I don't need protection. And two, I was asking you as a formality. I'm taking the girl and the records.
I can't let you.
He gasped. The priest stumbled to the window and tried to open it to get some cool air. Eyfre focused. The window stayed firmly shut. Jurgen struggled with it for a few moments before realizing his attempts were futile. He reached into his robe and withdrew the distinctive orange beaded necklace. Not surprising that he would try and call on his altar, he turned his eyes up and began his prayer. You cannot cool yourself, Jurgen. Your altar is antiquated. I am in full control. Eyfre increased the heat again, countering whatever prayer he might have uttered.
Please stop! I cannot help you! The slate! Bishop Granite! She will be here, looking. I could not possibly. I will be blamed!
Well, I guess you'd better figure out on how to shift that blame then, Eyfre said. She began to pull illusion into the room, making it look like it was warping and twisting. A technique to make her victims think they were passing out. It was simple, but reliable. Jurgen moaned.
I yield, Mage, please, I yield. Take your records you want. Take them, take the child, and go.
Eyfre ended her influence on the items of the room, and the window slightly opened. Jurgen threw it open the rest of the way and breathed in the air from the outside. Eyfre walked over to the desk, took the books, as well as the piece of starred opal. Jurgen noticed. Wait, what are you doing? What, did you think you were going to get to keep this after that display? Jurgen's face contorted in anger and he clenched his fists, but kept his mouth shut and continued to fan himself. He watched as Eyfre carefully leafed through each book, tearing out the different pages referring to the child. You understand what this means for you, right? You have seen the books. You have read our words. You are sacrosanct, property of the Church. I do not fear your cardinals, Eyfre said calmly. There is one you might fear. Eyfre turned to Jurgen, who put his hand up to his face and pretended to turn a key. Eyfre felt the blood drain from her face. Jurgen was obviously satisfied that his comment seemed to hit the mark. Eyfre regained her composure. That's all right. Shall we ride to old 500 Fingers and tell him together? I'm sure he will have nothing but rewards and kind words for you. Eyfre chuckled to herself as she left. Jurgen had been so close to being right, yet so wrong. He had no idea the extent of books that Eyfre had read. There was a cardinal she feared, and if that cardinal ever caught her, she'd be dead. Rikislar scratched at his beard thoughtfully. So you paid for an orphan out of your own pocket, and the slate were notified and had no problem with that? That's right, Eyfre said with a wry smile. Well, I'll be damned. But why? Eyfre shrugged. I'm a consortium mage. I may not have the backing of an official house, but doing my work I've become something unexpected. Caring? Wealthy. House mages take only a % of contracts they enact. I, on the other hand, get to keep most of mine. So I have money for the first time in my life and I don't know what to do with it. Now, what are the chances that all the most promising students are always born to the wealthy families? I speak not of education, but raw talent. I want to find those out there with that untapped, raw talent. But why the risk? Why a girl who can't read? Talee. Her name is Talee, and she has incredible potential. But still, the time it will take you to arrive, and if she can't read, she will flounder in her studies. You understand that? Maybe, maybe not. Eyfre, you are the youngest mage ever to achieve the 7th bond. I taught you in school. I saw you. That wasn't something you accomplished by being a bleeding heart for every daydreamer that wanted to be a mage. You did it by choosing your battles, knowing how it was that you could win. So what is it? How does this let you win? Eyfre sniffed. Flattery. Such a simple trick. It was true that she was the youngest ever mage of the 7th, but still, well, when all else fails, give a dog a scrap to keep it away from the feast. I've been to that orphanage a few times. It is a good place to find missing potential. The church doesn't mind a few children becoming mages. In fact, they want it, because they see it as, well, potential to plant spies. I always use the easy exam first, and the hard after if they show promise. A girl stops me as I'm leaving the orphanage, demands to be tested. I've never seen her before, and I'm in a sour mood. I am not proud to say it, but out of spite, I give her the difficult exam. Ah, and she got it right? No, her answers were nearly nonsensical. They contained coherent and correct thoughts, but it was apparent she didn't grasp the question, nor her own answers. I left. It was something about her tenacity, or the oddity of her answers. I couldn't stop reflecting on that exam. The more I thought about it, the more I thought about her answers, the more familiar they felt. I was 3 days away when I figured it out. I immediately turned back, paid the proper fees. And that's that.
Rikislar shook his head. You lost me, Eyfre. So gibberish and wrong answers is your secret.
Not gibberish, and also not wrong answers. Just wrong answers for this year's test.
Huh? They were supposed to be the answers to the previous year?
Eyfre shook her head and held up 5 fingers. 5 years. They were answers to the test I had used 5 years ago. She had been 11 at the time. How she heard the answers or remembered them, I cannot comprehend.
Rikislar's mouth gaped, and he shook his head, as if trying to get this new information to settle. He grinned.
Well, Eyfre, you are a clever one. I mourn that we were never able to grab you for the House of the Die. You would have flourished. If you think wealth is something you have found as a consortium mage. No matter though, I am sure you will join the house someday.
Eyfre smiled, careful with her facial expressions.
Maybe I will, she responded.
I can see why you are the youngest mage of the 7th ever, Eyfre. An impressive mind. And it looks like you're going to give us some even greater minds. This is how the consortium grows though. You and I, mages with different interests, talking, sharing ideas, purchasing one another's fermented and brewed goods at steeply discounted rates.
No thank you, Rikislar.
He shrugged in a way that said it was worth a shot. As he turned to walk away, Eyfre stopped him.
But you are right about the first stuff. I will be doing our exchange test with the students in the coming days. Will you help me prepare them? I assume you are continuing to travel?
I'd be delighted,
Rikislar said with a deep bow.
It's been a while since I've taught. There are parts I miss.
Eyfre gave him the details, and he ran off. After the lesson for that day, Eyfre returned to her carriage. She paused in front of the rolling vault. Rikislar had been right, of course. Many knew that the church was too large, too fractured, too frail to continue living. Yet, it lived. She had realized the reason for this long ago. A strong thread kept everything tightly fastened together. That thread was the slate. The slate understood the importance of information, of knowledge, of ancient history. Even a majority of the church didn't think this way. The slate had implemented so many systems that allowed the far rule of Holy Throne. In fact, Eyfre was riding in one via carriage at this very moment. The slate was the thread, but there was more. Oh yes, there was more. Eyfre smiled to herself as she stepped back up into her carriage. As the evening sun sank, the air cooled behind her. Yes, she was confident in her plan. Everything was falling into place. She glanced down at the place where she had hidden her books away for later. She pulled one out. They weren't enough. She would have to get more. Rikislar had been right on many fronts. She truly did want to give her handpicked students a better life. But she also was not one for charity. She sat down and began to read. A part of her mind focused on a kettle nearby and slowly raised its temperature just enough for a good cup of tea. Chapter 2: To Steal a Book. The Caravan, 3 days before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The sun glinted off the small nearby lake as the mage Eyfre gave her daily lecture beneath a small tree. Whisper fiddled with his knife underneath his cloak. He was paying attention, despite the nearby bustling activity of the caravan, but the smooth wooden hilt of the trusted blade felt good, reassuring. It was clear none of the other students had anything close to such a habit. It was the quality of their cloaks that gave it away. When you have a cloak that nice, the comfort of a knife close at hand is usually an unfamiliar feeling. Unlike the rest of the students, though, Whisper hadn't grown up on a nice estate or in a town that afforded some sort of schooling. That doesn't mean that he hadn't been taught lessons. When you're a thief, there are many lessons you must learn, especially if you are one of Marauder Jal's scars. Whisper had joined the scars at a young age. He had no early memory of his family and did not ask Jal about them. He remembered a cold street and warm hands. Those hands had been Jal's, picking him up,
out of the gutter where he was begging. Zhao gave him food, clothing, and shelter, and expected loyalty. That was it. Every Scar was more than happy to deliver. The name Marauder Zhao is misleading. It had been years since Zhao had marauded. He was now settled in Caldale, the largest city in Lakewall. He'd done a fair amount of marauding in his early years throughout the lower wilds and in Lakewall itself. But in the wisdom afforded by advanced years, he had learned that the results of marauding could be achieved in simpler fashions. Caldale was a central point for trade between all of the walls. Why go to the merchants when they could come right to you? You need loyal workers, though, and that's where the Scars came in. Zhao protects those he brings in fiercely, and in return, you follow instructions and help provide for the younger or feeble Scars. He spent most of his days sitting now, so the income to keep his den of thieves fed and clothed came from the thieves themselves. His main contribution was his set of rules and their enforcement. These were rules that Whisper knew well. Whisper realized he was squeezing his dagger as he reflected. He loosed his grip and flexed his hand. His brain was forming a strange abyss. Darkness swirled and seemed to eat up every word. He tried to focus. Eyfre was explaining the finer points of how a configuration worked. Whisper listened for a few more moments, but again found himself distracted. He wasn't unfamiliar with listening to teachers. Zhao made sure every Scar was educated. A smart thief is a good thief, he always said. A local priestess named Neffin, who ran a small chapel, was paid in coin and in protection to educate the Scars. When you're a young Scar, you spend half your time stealing and half your time learning. Most of the Scars suffered through the learning so that they could get to the stealing. Whisper, however, thrived in that chapel. Not that he was bad at stealing. He practiced and became decent at sleight of hands, lockpicking, deception, but he always took any opportunity to get his hands on a few books. And that's where he got his name. The Cathedral of the Rose is a quiet building and something of an oddity for a church colony. A public archive. It houses mostly records to do with businesses, weather patterns, crop yields, and general information that traders and merchants traveling through often want access to. The church found it in their best interest to simply make these records public, though there was still a team of Slate who maintained the collection. This afforded Whisper access to multiple books and the realization of their popularity. The only rules of the building was a need for complete silence in the main viewing chamber, hence Whisper's name, and that no books could leave the property of the building. Whisper actually followed both of these rules. The church and mages squirreled away almost every book they got their hands on, so, of course, the nobles and merchants of the world saw them as prestigious. Whisper figured that it was easier to steal a copy of Bellstrom's Poems and Thoughts on the Natural World than 200 pounds of potatoes, but the margins on the book were much higher. So why steal potatoes? He spent hours in the library, where wealthy patrons often discussed their collections and rare tomes. Outside of the viewing chamber, of course. Whisper asked Zhao's permission to begin stealing books. Zhao reminded Whisper of the rules, but gave him his blessing. They never stole from the Cathedral of the Rose, and they always targeted merchants who seemed to view books as baubles, trinkets to display. These thefts were wildly successful on two fronts. One, it made a lot of money. And two, this exposure fueled his initial desire. How could he get more books? And gave bloom to an idea he'd never entertained before. How could he see the things in these books for real? Now, getting more books was extremely difficult because of Zhao's most important rule and most enforced rule. Never steal from the church. Never steal from the mages. As for seeing these lands and the people he'd read about, Whisper was getting his chance now. Coincidentally, that was because of his initial desire. He'd fanned the flame too much, and without even wanting to, had broken one of Zhao's most important rules. Are you listening? Whisper's head shot up. Deepstone. He'd been daydreaming. He was relieved when he noticed that Eyfre was not looking at him. She was staring at the girl who was sitting directly in front of the group, lounging against a tree and staring directly into the sky. Everyone was staring at her. Most were snickering. She looked like she was also daydreaming, but her eyes, there was something strange to them. They seemed so far off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The one thing that was clear, though, was that those eyes should be looking at Eyfre.
Talee!
She looked.
What?
Whisper had to stop himself from physically recoiling. The other students stopped snickering and seemed stunned by the rude tone. Most were young, and they had been taught to speak in respectful tones to teachers and tutors their whole lives. Eyfre's hands clenched and her eyes twitched. Whisper was no stranger to tense standoffs like this. It often happened with the scars while Niffin was teaching a lesson. Or, in the worst case, Zhao was explaining something important. Luckily, Whisper had a special way of breaking the tension. The other scars always roared at his jokes. This was his chance. "Oh, the lessons that must be written on clouds of pure white," Whisper said with a grin. "I guess whatever lessons they are must be more interesting than your future at Eero." He figured quoting Belstrom would get them. They were rich kids. Surely they'd been forced to read Belstrom. To his horror, all eyes turned blankly to him. Not even a single chuckle. "What do you know? A moron and a poet," yelled a boy by the name of Raywood. Of all the nice cloaks, his was clearly the nicest. "Maybe you two should marry. You both reek to the high heavens, so you'll easily be able to stand one another's smells." The group burst out laughing. Whisper's face got hot. As he lowered his head, he saw Eyfre raise an eyebrow at him. She quieted the students and continued the lesson. She continued to explain the principles of magic. Everything blurred together, though. He understood each individual word: nodestone, exchange, draw, bond. None of the words made a lick of sense combined, though. As he attempted to regain his focus, something stung the side of his face. He stood up. The group around him gasped. He noticed a small pebble fell off his cloak and onto the ground. The weapon. But who was the culprit? He glanced around and noticed the students closest to him were purposefully looking away from him. They seemed scared. That's when he noticed the dagger in his hand. He'd drawn it by reflex. He swore, sheathed it, and sat down. He hadn't sworn out loud, of course. He'd used a working sign, one of the few pieces of education that Zhao provided himself, or got some of the older scars to teach. Working signs are a complex set of hand signals that scars use to communicate with one another. They prove useful during any work that requires silence, or when a conversation needs to be had and you don't want prying ears to listen. An understanding of working signs was needed before any scar could do proper work, and the punishment for revealing anything about them was severe. Whisper had also found that they worked great for being able to express copious amounts of anger without disturbing anyone. It was perfect for situations like this. He flashed a few more signs of frustration before trying to regain focus. He continued to feel distracted. He turned and noticed the girl named Talee was staring right at him. He was half expecting her to stick out her tongue or do something immature. She threw another pebble with perfect aim. He grabbed his eye and swore with a working sign.
All right, that is enough information for now. I have now covered all the basics I wish you to understand. I know you all were not expecting the lessons to begin so soon, but they are important. For this,
Eyfre held up a large object. It was a rock that had multiple other rocks embedded in it, with thin lines of color that trailed between them. No, not rocks. Nodestones. Whisper had never seen one, but he recognized it. Most everyone on the continent would. The only one who didn't seem to know what it was Talee, who appeared visibly confused but intrigued. How could she not know?
This is something I carry with me everywheres. It is a monolith, though in name only.
This drew a few chuckles.
This is called a sacrum. A sacrum is small. Unlike a monolith that could hold a dozen powerful spells, a sacrum holds only 2 to 3 weak ones. This one holds 2 simple ones. And in 2 days' time, each of you will get to try these spells.
Whisper felt his heart rate increase. He tried to hold back a grin. So soon. He thought he'd have to get to Eyfre before finally getting to try any sort of magic. His sentiment seemed to be shared. Excited conversations rippled through the students. Eyfre put the sacrum down and raised her hand. The group quieted. But what of tomorrow? The day in between, the day of anticipation. Well, first I must glean each of your understandings of our craft. My method for this is unorthodox and involves a bit of competition. Tomorrow morning before departure, which will happen later in the day, we will have a quiz of sorts. It will be on some general knowledge that will be important, but also on concepts of magecraft and monoliths. If any of you have materials to study and prepare, I recommend you use them. And with that, Eyfre turned and left. The excitement of the students bubbled over. Everyone except for Talee was excitedly talking to one another. Well, Talee and Whisper. Whisper tried to listen in on the different conversations, hoping to gain some information. All he found was sudden discouragement. My brother, he studied every day and night before he left, but even he didn't make the cut. 4 years he studied at Eyfre only to become an attendant. Can you believe it? He serves a noble named Brilk. All he does is sit in a strong room all day and night and stare at the configuration, waiting for stones to crack or for configurations to be switched out. He spends most of his days down there mastering the arts. Well, I could never do that. I'm going to be a mage. Whisper's scalp tingled. He walked around the group pretending to mind his own business, but still eavesdropping. It was Ray Wood, who was speaking so loudly that no subtlety was needed, who confirmed Whisper's fears. They do this with every batch of students. We can't all be mages, you know? Someone has to replace the node stones. Someone has to come help out with the new spells. Not all of you will get to be like me, a mage roving the lands, going on adventures. Our kitchen doesn't run when everyone's a chef, and you think the consortium wants to wait until you all get to Eyfre to decide which of you's a fit? No, they want to know now. Tomorrow is one of the most important steps to becoming a mage. Thank goodness my father has been preparing me for years. Whisper flashed a multitude of working signs for a multitude of quite colorful language. He apparently had until tomorrow evening to get ready. His stomach began to slowly sink, acid roiling. If he failed, what would he do? He needed to become a mage. He couldn't go back. He had to prepare. He was already the most disadvantaged person in the group, and now he had a new penalty. Whisper noticed that Talee was strolling away whistling. Well, the second most disadvantaged person in the group. A plan. That's what he needed. He'd gotten himself out of worse situations before. He had to simply use his knowledge. The first thing he knew is that the group of students seemed to have already broken off into cliques. These cliques would probably study together. If he could get into a clique, he could access their materials, ask questions, and have allies. Whisper trailed a group that he guessed was merchants' children's. They were well-dressed, but not too well-dressed, and listened in on their conversation. Unfortunately, this only made him feel worse. He understood the very basics of node stones. Different stones had different effects on the world. Multiple stones used in tandem, called configurations, provided a wide array of powers that someone could summon at will. But what those effects were was an absolute mystery to Whisper. He knew stories of summoning fire, conjuring ice, creating illusions, but how? Deepstone. He'd spent so much time reading, but Jal's rules had prevented him from ever learning anything from a mage's book. He knew so much useless knowledge, and on the few topics he needed to understand to become a mage, he was absolutely clueless. He felt a sudden burst of extreme embarrassment. How could he have been so stupid? He thought he was going to be a great mage, but yet he barely even understood what that meant. He stopped walking, letting the carts and people of the caravan slowly filter by him. He took a deep breath. Okay, he wasn't officially a Scar anymore, but that's all he knew. A Scar lived by Jal's rules. They'd always worked for Whisper in Caldale. Why couldn't they work here? Part of Jal's rules were unspoken, passed from Scar to Scar through example. These were more niche rules about rituals, who you were allowed to rob, who you weren't, where you spend your coins, etc. But Jal had specific rules that, along with the working signs, must be memorized. They were simple, but to a Scar, they were law. 1. Protect to be protected. Others will have your back if you have theirs. 2. Survive, not thrive. Steal what you must and be smart about it. Don't steal something you do not need that endangers the Scars. 3. Know your edge. Whether it be a street fight or a robbery, know what your edge is. If you don't have one, get out. 4. Always pet and be kind to a cat. They rule the streets. They know much and they see much. If you see a cat, carefully approach it, befriend it. It may lead you to treasure or to food. How you applied the rules was an individual art, but each Scar used these rules diligently. If you did something that went well, you had damn well better be able to link it back to one of Jal's rules. You did something that went wrong, you'd better be able to explain which rule it was that you didn't follow that messed everything up. When one of the marauders had returned with an incredibly expensive bottle of liquor, when Jal had learned the delivery had been intended for a very powerful local noble, he had it returned with a note of apology and a gift. The thief in question was put on sewer duty for a month, which entailed looking for lost jewelry in the stagnant sewers of Caldale. This was his first and only time ever breaking a rule. Whisper decided to start with his edge. He just had to figure out what that was. He decided on something simple. He was well read and he was smart. This may help him gain a clique's confidence. He tailed behind a few groups and would interject into their conversations with what was hopefully useful information. This was not well received. None of Whisper's knowledge was appreciated. All of the students only had their minds on tomorrow. He gave up, flashing multiple signs of frustration. So no edge. How could he protect? He approached a group of older-looking students who seemed to have paid their own way and tried to bluff that he had information on how Raywood's clique was preparing. After being asked a few questions, his own lack of understanding yet again betrayed him. He quickly ducked away as the group laughed at his expense. Deepstone, this was never going to work. He spied Talee strolling along by herself. A blue butterfly was perched on her finger. She stared at it curiously, and Whisper got the impression that preparing was the furthest thing from her mind. He flashed the sign for idiot. He paused and sighed. It was uncalled for. Though she was being an idiot, it was like she wasn't even trying. He flashed the sign for sorry to no one in particular. He began to reflect on his edge again. What else was he good at? He could simply tail the smartest group and listen? Hope for useful scraps? He attempted, but a lack of page or quill made the information hard to capture or retain. He did the sign for frustration so aggressively, his wrist began to dully ache. Still though, he had no choice. He continued to follow and listen. That's when he noticed one of them had a book they had tucked in a pocket. It looked like a mage book. It probably was one they were using to study. He licked his lips. What would happen if he stole it? Would they notice? Would they care? He realized he had no idea of how wealthy some of these people were. Was stealing this book thriving, or was it surviving? He continued to eye it. He took a deep breath and reflected. He confronted the dull ache and void that he'd been ignoring. He was no longer a Scar. He could do what he wanted. He took a step forward and reached out his hand. What are you doing? Whisper turned to Talee, who was now walking along quietly behind him. Her curious eyes oddly felt like they were burning into him. Surely that was his own agitation manifesting, though. He glanced awkwardly at the student ahead, who simply sneered back at Talee and him and increased their pace. Whisper's chance at surviving bounced away in the cloak pocket. None of your business, he said. Talee fell into step beside him. I don't care about your spying, she said. I just want to know what that is. Talee pointed at his hand. He realized he'd just been doing a working sign in frustration, and his blood went cold. She'd noticed. It's a nervous tick, he said. Interesting, but why the different styles? I've counted 4 distinct. There was a commotion ahead as a cart of some sort had a wheel come loose. There was shouting and noise. Whisper quickly slipped away underneath the wagon and hopped on the other side, effectively disappearing. He heard a confused sound from the other side and Talee's feet scurry off. He was glad to be rid of her. He was annoyed. Annoyed that she'd stopped him and annoyed that she'd noticed the signs. If Zhao found out, the void returned. It didn't matter now, did it? The sun had reached its apex and was now swinging down. He'd wasted so much of the day and accomplished so little. He groaned. All these years studying, learning from books, and he was going to lose his chance to become a mage during the one period he should be excelling. Bitterness made its first appearance. He'd listened to Zhao for all these years. Zhao, the man who sent him away, banished him for one mistake. A mistake made out of kindness. Of all the time Whisper had spent reading, he'd never had the chance to read about configurations, monoliths. Whisper appreciated the tools that Zhao had taught him, the fact he'd be dead if not for the aged thief, but Zhao's rules sure weren't working now. That's when Whisper noticed a brown tabby that sat atop a wagon. It sniffed the air, rolled over on its side, and all in all seemed quite comfortable hitching a ride aboard the caravan. Where had it come from? Possibly it had hopped aboard during their morning loading. It gracefully leapt from the top of the wagon to the steps down below and quickly scurried under the wheels of the wagon before hopping onto the next one in front of it. No, this cat was used to riding in a caravan. The cat lazed over the top of the cart and dangled its paws down. It continued to eye the cart behind it. Whisper noticed that it was some sort of a merchant vessel, and dried fish were hanging off the side. He chuckled. The driver was clearly dozing in the warm sun, so Whisper only had to walk close, quickly grab a piece of fish, and walk away. The cat eyed Whisper, or more so the fish, hungrily as he walked over. He held it out, and the cat hopped down. It took the fish. As Whisper reached out to pet the cat, it was already scampering away. Needing a distraction and having nothing else to do, he followed the animal, curious about where it was retreating with its prize. The answer was surprisingly close at hand. Whisper followed the cat a few cart lengths up before it disappeared into a carriage with a small swinging door installed at the base. He turned to walk away, but stopped. He couldn't help himself. He turned back and listened for movement or voices inside, and then peeked in the window. This was obviously one of the more common transport carriages. The fact it was not in the more well-to-do section of the caravan, like Eyfre, was interesting. The inside was filled with shelves, vials, and books, possibly a mage's cart. Whisper spied the cat, lounging on a counter with a still of some sort and a pile of books. It made eye contact with Whisper and continued to clean itself. As Whisper watched the cat, his eyes fell to the item it was resting on. It was an incredibly worn book. The spine read the basics of configurations and the works of stone on the natural world. Whisper was flabbergasted and couldn't help but grin like a fool. So maybe Zhao's rules did work, but in order for it to pay off, Whisper had to once again break one of the most important rules. The theft was simple enough. The biggest question was where to hide the book. It was big. Whisper was traveling light. He had essentially only his bedroll, so he had no good spot to tuck away his ill-gotten gain. It was risky, but he had to do this. He had to study. The book was an easy mark, judging by its condition. The dust on the side and the cat resting on it gave it a certain air of forgottenish. The owner simply didn't care. It was unlikely that it would ever be missed. He had considered simply waiting and asking the owner to borrow it or even loan it. The problem with that was that if the offer was declined, the advantage of neglect disappeared. And what then? The entire day was wasted. Whisper could already see himself sequestered to a small stone room, watching a monolith dreary-eyed, wishing Zhao would take him back. No, he was going to be a mage. It was while he was staking out the carriage that Talee made yet another appearance. She appeared suddenly and fell into step beside him. He ignored her, despite the fact that she was staring directly at him. Ah, but wait, this could be a benefit. If he engaged, he would look less suspicious. "Hello?" he said, meeting her gaze. "Why do you do that?" she asked. This again. It's nothing, he said. It can't be. There's a pattern. There is this one, and this one, and this one, and this. She went through a series of curse words that Whisper had used over the day. He was shocked. Some of the working signs she showed he didn't even remember using, but she knew them all. How did she remember so many? Whisper tried to keep a straight face as her inquisitive eyes burned into him yet again. At first, he completely discounted telling her anything, but then another thought rolled across his mind. She'd memorized the signs when she seemed incapable of doing anything else. She'd specifically sought him out and asked him about the signs. It was highly likely that she was not going to leave him alone until he gave her something, and he was no longer a scar, so there was no point in lying. He took a deep breath. It's, words, really. What words? Whisper shrugged. Just normal words, like the ones we're using right now. Yes, I understand. What ones? Well, they are... Well, to be honest, I'm not going to tell you those words. Why? She raised an eyebrow. Because... Whisper bit his tongue in frustration. Well, how would you feel if people could read your thoughts? I wouldn't really give a shit. Is that one of the words? Whisper ignored the quip. I doubt you actually would. In fact, tell me what you're thinking right now. I truly wouldn't. In fact, all the priests and slates at Grainhill think I don't even have any. Thoughts, that is. And I think you're odd and very possibly poor. That's my thought. She hadn't even hesitated. Whisper frowned, processing the bundle of information that she had just thrown at him. She didn't seem to realize that what she'd said was insulting. Or she didn't care. She kept pressing. Well, if you can't teach me those words, why not some other words? I would love to learn. Whisper sighed and started the lesson. He went through basic words, showing the different signs and motions and teaching the words related. He was surprised to find that he very quickly ran out of common words. He taught her the signs for a few animals, colors, and finally, the swear words, in which she was the most interested. He avoided any that were distinctly rogue-like. The owner of the carriage, an elderly-looking mage who walked crooked and had a crooked smile, returned. Whisper told Talee the lesson was over. She turned, and without a word, simply walked away. Whisper shook his head, and she thought he was odd. Now, hopefully, he'd be able to enact his plan undisturbed. This sort of stealing had never exactly been Whisper's strength. He was more so the strategy type. He often laid out the plan for the other more nimble or physical scars to pull off, but Jal required that every scar get their hands dirty from time to time, so he did have some experience. Getting another fish was easy. He then strolled behind a cart filled with various vegetables and sacks of grain. He sliced a bag of grain and let its contents spill out. He then put the sack into his cloak. He now returned to the carriage of his mark and held out the small fish. The cat quickly appeared through the small door and trotted to Whisper. It munched on the fish while Whisper scratched it on the head. Finally, he picked the cat up and marched towards its home. He put on his best angry face and knocked on the door in a quick staccato. It opened. The mage glared at the dirty boy, then the cat, then the sack. His lips curled into a strange sneer. If you seek a reward, no, that won't work. He isn't lost. Reward? Whisper shouted. I don't want a reward. I want you to conjure a whole sack of moonwild grain out of the air. Can you do that? Whisper went into a tirade. He rambled about the quality of the grain and the price. During the rant, he let slip that the grain was being sent to Oceanwall to help with a meal for a cardinal. The mage's face paled. Moments later, Whisper was inside the cart as the mage searched for his coin. While the mage was distracted, Whisper glanced at the shelf above the desk, grabbed a similar-sized book to the one he was after, and placed it on the counter. He deftly slid the basics of configurations and the works of stone in the natural world into the grain sack he was holding just as the mage turned around. And that was that. Whisper had retrieved the book and gotten himself a few coins. He felt almost lightheaded with joy. He had to tell. He stopped, and a strange feeling washed over him. He suddenly felt so incredibly alone. He stood as carts rolled by. The feeling ended, but it left a hole, a wound. It no longer hurt, but it did not feel good. Just numb. Numb he could work with. That, at least, should let him study. He found a large carriage with a flat surface he was able to lay on, and a lip that hid him from eyes down below. He lay and read. The power of the configurations is its stones. Although there are many technical names for the stones and the form each stone takes, we will, for simplicity, call them only stones. Okay. The effects of color. Red controls heat, also called energy by some. Purple controls illusions. Brown controls earth and stone. Blue controls water. Pink works near universally but has the weakest exchange of all. Orange is a strange one, for it is the link to the natural world. There was a large bump that caused Whisper to lose his place. He realized that he had retained very little of what he had just read. He tried again, and again, and again. By the time the caravan stopped for the evening, he had learned almost nothing. He ate and resumed his studying beneath a small apple tree. He reviewed what he remembered, which wasn't much. Different colored stones had different effects on the world. You could call on the stones by bonding to a configuration. Calling on the power used up some of your own energy, and that was called exchange. Ah yes, he started reading there. This section actually gave him hope. It had a mathematical formula describing distance from a monolith and the exchange needed to draw on its power. Math he understood, but his heart sank when he noticed a slight error in the math. No, it couldn't be. This book must be out of date. He quickly scratched out the formula in the dirt and confirmed that it could indeed be much more simplified and improved. He sighed, closed the book, and put his head into his hands. He tried not to cry. It didn't work. The morning came far too slowly, and then far too quickly. Whisper got up and made another attempt at studying in the early sun and dew. He decided that even out-of-date information was better than nothing. He continued over a small breakfast in the tavern. Pages and words blurred together, and each new attempt seemed more useless than the last. He set the book on a stump beside where he was sitting and stood to stretch his legs. He noticed Talee examining the small cobwebs that had collected the morning dew, but it wasn't just cobwebs. He jumped when he saw the spider perched atop her hand. Raywood and his gang stood nearby, both delighted and disgusted by the display. Talee, as always, either didn't notice or didn't care. Raywood started towards Talee, but before he could do anything, Whisper stepped beside her. He didn't know why, he just did. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Raywood frown, annoyed his witty jest was being blocked. Talee looked up at Whisper and said nothing, but Whisper noticed her free hand quickly move. The movement was familiar. It took Whisper a moment to think about it, but he realized that it felt like home. It was a working sign for greetings. He instinctively signaled back, and for the first time ever, he saw Talee smile. It was fleeting, only a quick movement of her lips, but it was there. "Good morning," Whisper said. "What do you want?" Talee asked, looking back at the spider crawling up her arm. Whisper shrugged. He saw Raywood inching closer. The boy was not interested in abandoning whatever jest he had in store. "Maybe we could go somewhere and study?" he asked, the first thing he could think of. "I'm not interested in boys." "What? Oh, no, I seriously meant well, if that's what you're worried about, you don't have to be, because I am." "You're worried?" "Oh, no, interested in boys." Whisper nodded. "Okay, good for you," Talee responded, and returned to the creature on her hand. Raywood was quick to swoop in, having now found the perfect quip. "She seems more so interested in spiders." The group burst out laughing. It could have been the dull ache, the fact Talee felt like the closest thing to a friend Whisper had, or that Whisper was just fed up with Raywood, but for some reason, his hand quickly reached for his dagger. Talee's tongue was quicker. "No, more interested in nothing, but spiders are fascinating. Here, take a look." Raywood shrieked and jumped back as Talee flicked her hand and something flew over, striking him in the face. A pebble harmlessly fell to the ground. Whisper burst out laughing as Raywood and his group retreated. "I can't wait to have you change the stones on my configurations," Raywood shouted back. But Talee was no longer paying attention. She was yet again focused on the spider, which was descending back to its web. Are you going to study? Whisper asked. What's the point? The test is going to happen shortly. I'd rather prepare. Right, Whisper said, scratching his head. And the difference? Well, I'm trying to focus on something I like to distract myself from the nerves. That makes sense, actually. Do you mind if I join you? Greatly, but I won't stop you. She paused and seemed to study him. We can't be friends, you know. Whisper wasn't sure how to respond to this. He actually felt a little bit hurt. He simply used the working sign for agree. Talee nodded and returned her gaze to the spider. Whisper joined her and watched the spider spin its web. It was relaxing. The time flew past, and next thing he knew, the group was gathering to prepare for the quiz. The effect quickly wore off. Whisper's anxiety returned in waves. There was no laughter today as the students congregated. Everyone was nervous, on edge. The notion that their future was about to be decided hung over the group like a dark fog. Eyfre arrived and greeted the students. She then began a second, louder greeting. Whisper looked behind him and his heart sank. A sizable crowd had formed around the outskirts. A few dozen travelers mixed with wardens, mages, and even a slate with a red robe stood along the edges. Obviously, this was their only entertainment. Eyfre finished her greetings and began to explain the rules of the competition. I will call 2 of you up at a time. I will ask a question. First to answer correctly receives points. Each of you will be called up multiple times. The most points wins. Do you have any questions? What will my reward be for having the highest points? Talee asked. The students burst out laughing. Well, the main one is this. The one with the highest points will be the first one to try out the sacrum, and the one with the lowest points will be the last. Whisper swallowed, and then there was all that other stuff she neglected to mention. It began. Any ounce of hope that Whisper had was quickly discarded. Every question felt foreign to him. When it was his turn, his legs wobbled, his stomach roiled. A girl named Denna, one of Rayvood's friends, was his opponent. She stood across from him, exuding the smug confidence of someone who had been studying magic since infancy. Eyfre asked their question. When attempting to lower temperature of water with a contact-style device, you should use which stones connected with which conduit? Whisper had no idea. He tried to recall the stones. Blue affected water, right? But what conductor? Orange affected the real world. He looked at Denna and saw a pained expression on her face. She didn't know. He felt a moment of hope, but it was quickly dashed. He didn't know either, so what good was it going to do him? Actually, this was way worse. Now the awkward silence was dragging on as everyone stared at him. Something caught Whisper's eye, movement in his peripheral vision. He looked. It was Talee. Her face was in its normal, calm state, but her hands. She was constantly moving one of her hands, repeating 2 positions over and over. Working signs. She was signaling red, pink, red, pink. Whisper felt a moment of pity. He appreciated her trying to help, but she was obviously wrong. Red was for heat. This had to be something for cooling. Denna interrupted his thought. Blue for stone and white for the conduit? Eyfre shook her head. Does anyone else know? Red and pink. Eyfre smiled. Very good, Talee. And how did you figure that out? All eyes turned to the girl, who was currently swiveled around, watching wardens repair a cart's wheel. She said, turning back to face Eyfre. Lucky guess, Rayvood shouted. She won't even know the difference between a conduit and a sauce. A burst of laughter. And you do know, Rayvood? Eyfre asked. Oh, red makes it so hot it circles around and starts at the bottom again. Very clever. Well, if you are so confident, I guess this will be an easy point for you. Talee? Rayvood? The 2 walked up to the front, Rayvood grinning and Talee seeming absorbed in something far away. As Whisper passed her on the way back to his spot on the grass, he noticed she was mumbling to herself.
Red is for transfer of energy. Applying energy will create heat, but it can also subtract it, like the sun setting in the sky. Rayvud clearly heard her too, because his face went from grinning to confused to worried. The round was quick. Talee seemed to barely even listen to the question, but effortlessly rattled off an answer while Rayvud sputtered. Eyfre confirmed it was correct, and Talee slowly glided back to her seat. The next hour was brutal. When a student got a question right, the onlookers clapped politely. One mage, with a large black hat and a messy beard, would jump up and down and cheer sometimes. Whisper did not have the luxury of ever hearing a single clap for himself. He didn't answer one question right. After each, he would walk back to his seat, put his head in his hands, and try to block out his glowing cheeks and red eyes. It was on the last question that he was called up for that he caught a break. The distance a mage is from their configuration will drastically affect the amount of exchange used. Given this fact, what is the formula for calculating the exchange of a mage in relation to distance? Whisper's heart thumped in his chest. This was the formula, the one thing he'd remembered. He quickly rattled it off. He was watching the mage in the black hat, waiting for a cheer, for a whistle. Instead, he noticed that the mage looked flabbergasted. His face went ashen and he seemed shocked. Whisper looked up at Eyfre. No. What? But that can't be. It's wrong.
Whisper just barely heard the answer from the other student and instantly realized his mistake. He'd said the wrong formula. He'd totally forgotten that he had changed the formula, rewritten it. He'd said his version. Idiot. Who was he to think that he could change a formula that had been used for probably 100 years? That math was obviously correct. It was him who was wrong. He walked back to his seat and sat down. The rest of the competition was swift. It came down to Talee and Rayvud. Rayvud didn't stand a chance. He tried to stammer out an answer quicker than Talee, but his words came out jumbled and wrong. Talee took the win, and the crowd cheered politely. Whisper groaned. He'd been so wrong. Here he'd thought he was at least better than Talee, but she was the best of them all. He truly was the bottom of the barrel. Eyfre, in her usual method, quieted the students in the crowd with a wave of her hand. Talee, as your reward, you will be the first to attempt to bond to my sacrum tomorrow. Rayvud will follow. Fellow caravan travelers, thank you all for watching. You may join us in 2 days' time before the wall departure for another competition. You are all dismissed. Whisper got up and walked over to Talee, who was still seated and trying to weave a few pieces of grass together. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you. And well done. Talee stood and dusted herself off. We have to look out for each other. Right. Wait, what? Whisper cocked his head to the side. I thought you didn't want a friend. I don't. I do want us to start out even, though. Okay. Well, based off of those results, we are far from even. Talee now cocked her head. Well, now that's no fun. I think we're at least a little even. You have those hand signs. Those are useful. Right, Whisper mumbled. I'm so confused. So let's go to the beginning. Why can't we be friends? Talee looked up and gave a mischievous grin. Because we're rivals. Do you think I could be rivals with one of them? They grew up in lavish manners. They had tutors. They are boring. You're not. Your eyes drink color. Your ears swivel. Your brain churns. You're a prime rival. I've never been able to keep a friend, but I figure there's motivation to a rival. I've always wanted a rival. Well, I don't think you're going to get much motivation with me as your rival. Weren't you listening? You have to. If I'm going to be the greatest mage, I need someone to push me. That has to be a rival. Don't worry, that means that you will be a number 2. That's something to be proud of. Whisper was at a loss for words, and then he realized he was smiling. The dull ache receded. The void was not gone, but a distant shore was spotted. Well, if I have to be your rival, then you need to return the favor of me teaching you all those hand signals. How on earth did you do so well just now? Did you read all that? Talee laughed, a strangely flat but sincere laugh. The teachers at Greenhill call it my curse. My head is filled with shelves that reach to the stars, and I can just fill them with images, words, and stories. Accessing them, however, takes motivation. Motivation provided by a rival. Whisper was still confused, but he took it that she just had a good memory. Fascinating. Well, rival, bearing in mind I know you have eyes only for spiders, perhaps we should take our meals together sometime. You know, so you can keep an eye on me, ensure that I don't excel too much. Talee looked at him, obviously deep in thought. Yes, but only some meals. The shore grew nearer. Okay, Whisper responded. He began to say something else, but was swiftly interrupted.
Hello, both. My name is Rikislar of the Third. Talee, do you mind if I steal your newly minted rival for a wee moment?
Whisper turned to see the mage with the black hat and gray beard. The mage smiled weakly. I don't like that you know my name, Talee said. Rikislar raised an eyebrow.
Oh, is that your name? I had just guessed. It would seem I'm just lucky,
he said as he gently pulled Whisper aside. When they were slightly out of earshot, his eyes flicked to Whisper's.
Where did you get that formula?
From the book. From the basics of configurations in the works of stone in the natural world.
No, the one you said out loud. Where did you get that?
Oh, Whisper blushed, realizing that messing up such an important formula probably annoyed some of the higher mages. That was an accident, I swear. I saw the formula in the book while I was reading yesterday and I thought there was an error. I tried to fix it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess it up. Rikislar's hand fell to his side and seemed to almost by its own volition dart into his robe and pull out a pipe. There was a flash of light and the pipe seemed to light itself.
Read yesterday, you say?
He mumbled, his eyes far off and greasy blue smoke tumbling from his mouth.
You're one of the Mage Fair students, no?
Oh, yes.
I see. Very well.
Very well, Rikislar said, suddenly seeming to snap out of his daze with a grin.
A simple error. All is forgiven. Oh, yes. Also, give this.
He retrieved a small pouch from his cloak and tossed it to Whisper.
To your rival. A take of the pot. She will most likely be confused. Tell her it's a gift.
Whisper looked down at the pouch. It was coins. He looked back at Rikislar.
What is this?
He asked.
I already said, I'm lucky. And when you come across a stroke of luck, you have to know how to capitalize.
How had this mage known that Whisper was one of Eyfre's hand-picked students? Whisper and Eyfre had discussed the arrangement that Whisper was not like the other students, and Eyfre was personally paying for his travel and tuition. The only other student who probably had such a condition was Talee. He was clearly a mage of the die. Whisper studied him, and the last piece fell into place. He'd known Talee's name. The part of Whisper's mind that was trained to take advantage of situations took hold. Oh, I'll give it to her. And where's mine? Rikislar pulled the pipe from his mouth and raised an eyebrow. Your what? Payment. The mage's brow furrowed.
For what exactly?
For not telling Eyfre that she was tricked into telling you that Talee has an incredible memory, a useless piece of information. Unless you know that bored travelers might watch our quiz. And as long as you're bored and watching, why not make things interesting? I could be wrong, of course. You are lucky after all. A second bag sailed through the air and Whisper caught it. Rikislar blew out a smoke ring and grinned.
And I hope to keep it that way. Not a word, yes?
Not a word, Whisper responded. The mage turned to leave, but paused.
If you ever feel the need to leave Eyfre's nest and learn to fly on your own, come to the House of the Die. Tell them Rikislar sent you.
And with that, he was gone. The void was closing, the sunny shore coming closer. What a nice thing for the mage to say. The feeling vanished when Whisper saw the look on Eyfre's face as she stormed towards him, pulling Talee closely behind her. The mage's face was a contorted collage of rage and veins. You two, you have some explaining to do. Talee, I told you to get some wrong. Talee looked at Eyfre, tapped her chin as though in thought, and said, I didn't want to. Eyfre let out an exasperated sigh, and Whisper had to hold back a chuckle. Talee also began to chuckle. Eyfre's piercing gaze swept to Whisper, and he felt like every hair on his body froze and snapped off. Don't encourage her. And you. I know, I could have studied harder, but I only had so much time. You think I'm mad about studying? I knew you would struggle. I'm mad about this. Eyfre reached into her cloak and retrieved an item. Whisper now felt like every limb of his body was going to fall off. The book. The book! He'd left it on the stump. Oh, Abyss. How stupid of him. He stammered and attempted to speak. I'm sorry, he said finally. Thank Deepstone you found it. Oh, but I didn't. He did. She pointed. Whisper turned and looked. His chest went tight and his arms felt numb. Eyfre was pointing at a man dressed in a red robe who seemed to be attempting to calm a woman dressed in a green robe. The slate. The void grew and swallowed him and his future. He'd stolen a book from a mage and gotten caught by a slate. Jal had been right. The man was always right. Eyfre paused and took a deep breath and pulled both of them farther away from listening ears. Listen, you are both unique. I have brought both of you here at great risk to myself, but also great risk to each of you, you understand? I think you are able to handle this risk, but we must work together. You must listen to me, and in return, I will listen to you. So listen to me now when I tell you we cannot attract any more attention from the slate. Do you understand? Whisper and Talee both nodded. Eyfre sighed and stepped back, folding her arms. Now, thankfully, the slate in red is interesting. He has agreed to say nothing, though I'm not sure what he expects. But be aware. Avoid them both, but the one in green especially. Her name is Lyrian. Do not talk to Lyrian, either of you. Whisper and Talee nodded again. Eyfre dismissed Talee, but made Whisper stay. She took a moment to collect her thoughts. Whisper, it was not I who found you, but your teacher Jal. He sought me out. I know, Whisper said, dejected. I broke his rules and he kicked me out, and now I've broken yours. I'm sorry I stole a book. I promise it won't happen again. Eyfre smiled, a thin, knowing smile. You are mistaken on many levels. He did not kick you out. In you, he saw an earnestness, a desire that could not be contained. He knew you wouldn't be bound by his rules, Whisper. He didn't send you away because you broke his rules. He sent you away because he knew his rules would hold you back. And if they held you back, you would eventually resent them. And if you resented them, you would resent him. His rules were a fence to contain sheep. You are not a sheep, Whisper. You are a fox. He wanted me to wait to tell you. He wanted to ensure you wouldn't feel the need to return out of loyalty. Whisper, I also see this potential in you, and I hope you will stay. Whisper's eyes welled up for what felt like the 5th time that day, and this time, it wasn't connected to crushing embarrassment. I'll stay, Whisper responded. I'm glad. And as for the book, I'm not upset that you stole a book. I am, however, quite upset that you got caught. Eyfre paused and grinned. Chapter 3: Ice and Stars. somewhere in the lower wilds, 1 year before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. It's never been confirmed exactly what causes the Grey Eyes to literally have their eyes turn gray. They had strange practices, alchemy, potions, rituals, and more, and one or more of these caused the colors of their eyes to slowly turn gray over time. This was rare in the modern days. The Grey Eyes, copying the successful Church of Deepstone and Mages Consortium, began to more so stick to the proven works of the stones and abandon their other more bizarre practices. But not every Grey Eyes in the wilds was satisfied with just stone. Sayut wanted Grey Eyes. He'd been called one for some 30 years. Why not get to actually be one? He wanted to dabble in alchemy. He wanted to make potions. He wanted to experiment. Sayut watched the bristling frost on the pipes that wound around the outside of the circular stone room. They hummed as ice-cold water rushed through. He turned to the monolith and now watched as steam roiled from the inside of the large hunk of stone and floated across the floor. Funny. He'd come up with a new configuration to improve the cooling of the water in the pipes, but yet when he invented his helmet, they'd laughed. Grey Eyes did have a way of fearing the new, unless they could see how it directly benefited them. Sayut sighed and realized he'd been absent-mindedly touching his helmet, which was squeezing his plump cheeks tight. Another Grey Eye sat in the room, cross-legged and using the power of the configuration to cool the pipes. Sayut jumped when the man coughed. Sayut jumped a lot these days. He walked around the circumference of the room and hummed to distract himself. He was on stone duty. It was his task to replace any stones that cracked in the configuration. The mages of the consortium had large walkways that surrounded their hulking monoliths. Sayut was only given a ladder to scale the side of the thing. This wasn't how he wanted to be spending his time, but he preferred it to being out there with the other Grey Eyes, fighting skirmishes with the Hewn or trying to evade consortium mages. He had no stomach for danger or exploration. He wanted to be experimenting, creating, a true Grey Eyes, learning more about alchemy, about plants, about the stones, their nature, about his discovery. His heart beat faster and he took a deep breath to calm himself. That was his secret. For now. He glanced at the pipes again and frowned. The frost that normally covered them was receding above the door. Odd. He'd always said that using the power of the monolith to cool the exchange pipes was inefficient, but Grey Eyes are very fond of traditions, and this was the tradition. At least he'd improved the process. It was no matter. It's not like his town had a god shard anyways. He stepped closer to investigate. The first thing he noticed as he neared the pipe was the heat radiating from the wall. The second was Barlow. Barlow, an old forgotten god, only remembered in the stars by her constellation. Barlow the Builder. His mother had told him stories of Barlow. Funny, after his mother's passing, he was probably one of the few to remember Barlow. The third was the realization that this room had no windows. The constellation blazed in the sky through the enormous hole that had been blown through the wall. Ah, yes. The hole. His shocked brain now began to comprehend the sight of the stars and the sensation of falling. Everything else blurred together. The shouting of voices, the smell of blood and smoke, and the Odrossian priest covered in staystone. The priest stood over him. "Come, Bishop Granite requires your services." Sayut was so afraid. He was never one for prayer, but for some reason, the last thing he remembered before he drifted off was praying to Barlow. The stars of the forgotten god looked down at Sayut's small village as it was destroyed and watched the young Grey Eyes be ferried to Lakewall. Eyfre walked through the evening camp of the caravan as she munched on an apple tart. There were stalls set up at this particular camp with furs, tools, and trinkets. This was common while the caravan was still inside the confines of the wall. Beside her chart, Eyfre was looking for two other things that these stalls could not provide: fish and information. She knew exactly where to get both, and actually, she had no need for a fish. Hodge's wagon was not unusual, at least not for an ice hauler's cart. It was a large wooden box with no windows and only a small door on the back. Atop it was a weather vane, several odd metal instruments, and a cross-legged mage who was deeply focused. Hodge sat stiffly upright in front of the cart. Before him was another seat, a table, and a smattering of produce. The table held an all too familiar board. Hodge was old, had a weathered face and piercing blue eyes. He absent-mindedly picked at his dirty nails as he watched people pass him by. Those piercing blue eyes were always watching. That is why Eyfre was coming to him with her particular request.
I'm looking for some fish, she said.
Oi, sit down and play for a minute and then we'll discuss fish,
Hodge responded. The invite to play meant Hodge understood she was looking for more than fish. She did not enjoy this part, but she indulged the man's traditions. The game was called Allegiance. The game board was covered in precisely gridded lines with holes in each cell. Beside it, 4 containers held small, colored rocks. Each person took turns putting any one of the 4 colored rocks in a cell. A single cell could hold up to 4 rocks of any combination of colors. After a decided period of moves, both parties declared an allegiance to one color. The person with the largest groups won. More complex rules came into play, such as the effects of the 2 non-declared colors and stones canceling each other out. It was simple, yet to master it was complex. Eyfre was very good at allegiance, but so was Hodge. In this instance, skill was not the most important part, but that never stopped Eyfre from trying her hardest. She picked up a small red stone and placed it in the middle of the board.
I hear the crops have fared nicely this year.
Hodge picked up a red stone and placed it in a far corner.
So they say. The wind blows gently across the crops and the smells drift off to the horizon.
Some of us shall soon drift off to the horizon as well. Eyfre and Hodge took turns placing stones and continuing what seemed to be a disjointed conversation. The conversation was actually quite precise. They were now performing a tradition that Hodge's people had carried out for some 70 years. The playing of the game was a guise, but also integral to the process. It was a shield of sorts, to avoid any Odrasian noticing that one of the people playing was actually providing prophecies and visions. Eyfre obviously didn't care about the prophecy. It was simply a way that people like Hodge made their money. But playing along was all part of getting what she wanted: information. Hodge provided both prophecy and information for a fee. The fee for information was much higher. The one condition of getting this information, though, in lines with the strange ritual, was that Eyfre had to win.
Have you heard any news of Vocaster of late?
Vocaster? They continue to believe that they are a paradise, and yet the siege of the Basilica of the Ward continues. Vocaster is a city built on shells and bones. Even now it fades to a shadow of itself.
Allegiance is an interesting game. The colors of the pieces remind me of the colors of the stones.
The church believes the stones fell from the sky, you know? They think they're stars, come to earth, gifts of their Lord.
Hodge started another small red group.
I've heard the Sadon's age has caught up to him. I can only imagine the wonders the church has to do to keep their aged leader alive.
Oi, old and weary. He no longer runs the church nor the country. A new one will be elected. They say their Lord of Deepstone does not choose the Sadon. It could be considered that gods spend more time choosing meek people to serve than cardinals.
I've heard stories of parties in Lakewall of late,
Eyfre said. she carefully placed a small piece of starred opal in the hole instead of a colored rock. The incredibly valuable currency used by Odros was universally accepted. Bodies can be to celebrate life or celebrate death, Hodge said. When he withdrew his hand, the starred opal was gone. The payment was accepted. That meant once they were done, Hodge would offer her a free choice of fish as her prize for winning. He would invite her into the cart, and there she would get answers to her questions. Traditionally, if the client was a friend, they would find the payment in the mouth of their fish when they left. Eyfre had never been given back her payment. With Hodge, few people had.
I wonder if there are any large plans being made for the future. Perhaps plans for the future of the wall?
Plans? Did you know that the stars used to move in the skies? Back when the Church of Deepstone had someone to be the mouth of God, they say the stars would change positions in the night sky. The church read prophecies from those stars. They would record it and hide it away in their vaults. They haven't much cared since the stars stopped moving, though, I'm sure. They stopped mapping during the long silence.
I've heard the archives in Lakewall were opened.
Hodge fumbled a stone and swore. He then hastily said, "Nothing could stay shut forever. Bear this in mind when you lock things up." He continued spewing platitudes, and Eyfre continued carefully phrasing her responses and questions. When it came time to declare allegiances, Eyfre chose red, anticipating Hodge would, of course, choose the weak green groups. The game was won by controlling the largest groups. Connected stones of the same color made a group, but if your opponent had their color on yours, it canceled out. "Blue," Hodge said hurriedly. Eyfre frowned and squinted at the board. An odd choice. Blue was perhaps in a better position, but it seemed hard to say. Maybe he wanted to appear to put up more of a fight? That's when she noticed. A blue stone had moved. But when? Ah, of course. When he'd fumbled. But why would the man be cheating? Ah, the man was trying to win. He was trying to scam her. Well, he'd have to try harder. Eyfre was also an adept cheater.
I heard the Cardinal of War sails to Ocean Wall.
What came first, the wars or the leaders of them? It would be interesting to see how many wars would continue if the Cardinal was lost at sea.
I've heard some mages of the House of the Cat have learned to craft books quicker and sturdier.
An easier way for them to overreach. Learn things they shouldn't. The Black Iron Circle comes for all.
The Black Iron Circle is a bedtime story told to make mages and children behave.
Is there any need to differentiate between the two?
I hear stories of strange contraband being smuggled outside the walls.
Hodge's piercing blue eyes flicked up to Eyfre and he scowled. Eyfre saw her opportunity and took it. She deftly moved one of her red stones into the middle of one of his groups. She knew how to count the end very well. Hodge did too, of course, so this was dependent on him not noticing. Her quip should have helped with that. This move gave her an advantage of 2 points. When the tense game finished, Hodge counted. And he counted again. And again. Eyfre had won by a single point. He scowled, and then realization crept into his eyes. He gritted his teeth. He walked to the door of the cart, opened it, and ushered Eyfre in. Even before she was inside, she could feel the temperature drop drastically. The interior of the cart was covered top to bottom in ice. Despite the balmy weather, the ice did not melt. Ice hauling was an old trade. Hodge had been at it for some time and had made a decent profit. Even before the treaties, the church was fine with a bit of ice hauling. The concept was simple. A mage could control temperatures, but the farther you were from your configuration, the more energy you expended. If a mage were to try to keep even a dozen fish cooled while traveling from Lakewall to Vocaster, they would exhaust themselves. But if instead of cooling many items, you cooled only one, a large contiguous piece of ice, the exchange was far less taxing and it was much easier to do over long periods. Many were doing this, but Hodge had paid a mage from the House of the Die to figure out exactly how much exchange a mage should be using during different parts of the day and during which weather, hence all the equipment on the roof. As they closed the door, Hodge looked at her. His eyes were no longer their piercing blue, but were now the dull gray of Eyfre, his true eye color, which he and other gray eyes used illusion to hide while in public. Although she did not agree with all of their beliefs, Eyfre had always appreciated the gray eyes. She started asking her question. I want to know about... Hodge cut her off. You don't speak. I speak. But I won. I don't rightly care right now. The deal isn't in place for cheaters. Well, you cheated too. I cheated because I didn't know the types of stuff you'd be asking. I'm not even gonna get into it. I paid for information. And I gave you information. That's nonsense. You can fool others with that act, Grey Eyes, but not me. Eyfre, what can I say to you? We Grey Eyes watch many things, observe many omens. I know that you simply indulge me because I'm a good source of information, but listen to me when I tell you that something is happening. The bishop sits in the middle of all this, and what might that be? I don't know. That's the problem. That is why I'm scared. I hear a lot of stuff every day, but these recent events, everything is quiet. That scares me, and it should scare you too. Well, give me the information you do have. Here's some information that might be new to you. You aren't as clever as you think you are. Those two students you're traveling with forged documents? Not as masterful as you think. That is not the information I was looking for. I don't know the information you seek, Eyfre. Tell me what you know of the travelers in the caravan then. A slate who was unshielded was watching my students recently. Why? The slate I know little of. Featherbound. He seems harmless enough. Neither he nor his companion are the normal slate who would help guide the caravans. I'm unsure why he was unshielded. Perhaps his keyholder saw it necessary that he should observe. He seems alright, but her, Larian, she once had the Seidon's ear while in Odros. The things she would have had access to in that mountain. She somehow fell out of his good graces and now I guess she's here. I hear that the Church of Deepstone is enforcing their rules of the sacrosanct. They consider anyone who views their sacred texts and documents as property of the church. Is this true? Hodge went still and his eyes narrowed to slits. Eyfre, listen to me. Whatever it is you're planning, stop. This is the most important piece of advice I can give you. Don't leave Lake Wall. Stay for a few seasons. Era will be there next year. There's safety in the wall. The sincerity in the man's voice made Eyfre's hair stand on end. He truly was a good actor. I have no intention to do anything of the sort. Well, if you do, if you leave, I see nothing good in your future. If you leave, it bodes ill for you, your students, and the caravan. If you do ignore me, though, and if you do what I think you're thinking of doing, wait until the trip is almost over. Do not do it close to the beginning. Eyfre bit her lip and tried to calm her extreme temper. I'll take my fish now, she said firmly. Hodge nodded and held out a large trout and then stormed out of the cart. Who did he take her for? Someone to be taken in by his doom saying like the villagers of the wilds? She wasn't some uneducated peasant. She realized when she got back to her carriage that in her anger, she'd forgotten to dispose of the useless fish. It was when she glanced at it, she noticed that there was something in its mouth. She stepped inside her carriage, understanding that the cart would reek of fish, and removed a small slip of paper from the creature. Her small chunk of starred opal fell out. So Hodge truly did like her. She opened the slip of paper and read. She flipped it over again to see if there was anything on the back. There wasn't. She didn't know what to make of the message. It was short, simple, and confusing. She immediately returned, but found that Hodge had already packed up his cart and left. Other merchants said he was following his own advice, staying in Lakewall for a few seasons. Eyfre was left confused, holding a small piece of paper. She read it again. It simply said, "Beware the stars." Hamlet Corpica, 2 days before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Sayet's face was thin and his eyes were sunken. His spoon shook in front of his open mouth. He looked at the contents, then to the armed guards around the outskirts of the room, and then to the Bishop Granite, who was standing in front of the balcony, watching with a smile as Sayet attempted to eat. The soup smelled incredible, but Sayet knew what would happen the second the broth touched his tongue. He grimaced and put the substance in his mouth. Just like all other food he'd attempted to eat lately, it tasted of ash and sugar. He choked it down, resisting the urge to spit it out. It's delicious, he said with a smile, forcing himself to eat more. "Ah, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I understand the conditions under which I have kept you here in Hamlet Corpica have not been ideal, alchemist. But you cannot say I have not tried to make your stay comfortable." Sayet bowed his head, as though giving thanks. But he was not. He was trying to hide his trembling face. With his head bowed, he could see that face reflected in his soup. His wish had been granted. His eyes were gray now, but they were unlike anything he'd known was possible. He had no distinct pupils, iris, or white, but instead, his entire eye was a total dark gray color. The price of his work. A price he was being forced to pay. Tremors plagued Sayet. They had for months now. Malnutrition, exhaustion, and the simple effects of fear. But none of these were why he was trembling tonight. Tonight, he trembled with anticipation. "The stars are beautiful tonight," he said. Bishop turned to look off the balcony. "You know, I was responsible for those when I was younger. I worked alongside the deacons in charge of mapping the skies. I was in charge of their endeavors." Sayet already knew this information. It was how he had known to mention the stars. As the bishop peered out at the sky, Sayet carefully slid the spoon up his sleeve. A spoon couldn't really do much damage, but Sayet didn't care. Damage was not his primary concern here. He chuckled dryly to himself at the bishop's admission. Poor fool had never even realized. The stars hadn't moved, nor Odros been concerned with mapping them, since the long silence started over 100 years ago. It made sense then that Granite was put in charge of this task. "I see. A lucky man. You must truly love observing them," Sayet said. "I despise them. They give us nothing. No advantage, no gain. I much prefer now overseeing our little project. This will prove itself to be very useful." Even hearing it mentioned, Sayet had to stop himself from grimacing. He felt the cold metal of the spoon in his sleeve. He was ready. Sayet rose. The guard stepped forward, but Granite signaled for them to stand back. "Here's a guest," Granite boomed. Good, that was at least taken care of. Sayet walked over to stand beside the bishop and look at the stars. He forced himself to stop shaking. As a child, Sayet had once found a rushing brook in the woods. He and his friends had built a small dam. As the water built, they'd added more and more to the dam, reinforcing its fight against the dark, swirling water. Eventually, it had burst. For months now, Sayet had felt the dark waters of his work welling up inside him. Solitude and fear filled every inch of him. The dam burst, and the dark waters spilled out. They came as words at first. I see it when I sleep. Every night, I somehow travel there. It was infrequent at first. I was actually elated. I thought it was an improvement, a part of the discovery. But after a while, I couldn't escape it. I dread falling asleep now. I save up my strength over the course of the day, and then when I get into bed at night, I try for as long as possible to fight it off. But it always takes me. And as I dream, I wander those halls. When I'm there, I know I'm being watched. I can feel someone's eyes on me, and I can never find them. I see. I can say that even despite my short time in the place, that sounds most unsettling. So, you do not take this time to simply explore? Sayet's throat went tight. He spoke. Wisps replaced words. Granite leaned in, signaling he did not understand. Sayet spoke as loudly as he could, which still only came out as a squeak. I spent them hiding. Well, the new world will thank you for your service, Granite said, putting his large hand on the frail man's shoulder. Sayet looked into Granite's drooping eyes and saw the stars reflected in those dull brown orbs. It was finally time. The spoon, with enough force, could make it through the socket and kill the man. Sayet had been averse to violence in his youth, but lately, this was the only thought that gave him any joy, thinking about this. He hoped this would kill the bishop, but even if it did not, it at least guaranteed release for himself. He let out a shaky breath and let the spoon slide down into his hand. It was in that reflection in Granite's eyes that he saw it, a reflection that felt familiar shone at Sayet. Barlow the Builder, the forgotten god. Maybe if he'd prayed to another god, his prayers would have been answered. It took a moment of him looking at the reflection in the bishop's eyes for him to notice. He turned and stared out the window in amazement. It was impossible. Barlow was one brighter. A new star shone brightly in the forgotten constellation. The taste of chicken broth suddenly lingered on Sayet's tongue. He smacked his lips and looked from the stars to the bishop, and then back again. Movement in the stars. Movement only for him. The first time since the long silence. He realized he was so incredibly hungry. He returned to his seat, retrieving the spoon from his sleeve and beginning to eat. Granite smiled. Finally, my hospitality is appreciated. Sayet simply smiled and tore hungrily into a piece of bread. He stared at the constellation, wondering where the star had come from. Had he listened closer as a child, learned the stories of the Grey Eyes, learned to read the stars, he would have known it was not a new star, but one that had moved. A star had carefully glided across the sky from the mountain to the builder. Sayet said another prayer of thanks to a god long forgotten, and began coming up with a new plan. Chapter 4, The Shadow of the Wall, Part 1. The North Cathedral Gate, 2 days before the departure of the fateful Lake Wall caravan. The North Cathedral Gate loomed over the glowing carts of the caravan. The glow of 1,000 candles gently cascaded light from the large stained glass windows on either side of the hulking open gate. This light reached far enough to illuminate Eyfre and Talee on the outskirts of the circle of wagons and carriages. Eyfre quietly sipped her tea and glanced from the book she was reading up to the gargantuan, moon-soaked structure. The construction of the cathedral gates was a relatively new addition, considering the age of the walls. It had happened sometime just before the long silence. Although their majestic interiors literally acted as gates for travelers to enter and exit the walls, they were still fully functioning cathedrals, complete with their own altars. Eyfre knew their purpose. They were a reminder to any passing the threshold of a wall, a reminder of the power of Odros. Eyfre shivered and wrapped her shawl a bit tighter around herself. It was an unusually chilly evening for Lakewall, but Talee had insisted on studying outside. Eyfre was willing to do anything to make the girl study. Talee's studies were crucial for what came next, and yet it was so bloody difficult. The frustration of trying to get the girl to sit for even a few moments was wearing on Eyfre's nerves. Eyfre looked up, and those thin nerves snapped. Sitting across from her, dully shining in the light of the lamp, was Talee's open book, itself now an orphan, its reader gone. Eyfre moaned, looked up at the stars, and tried to calm herself. Yes, this was crucial, but she couldn't spook the girl. That could have ill consequences. She needed to find a way to make the girl study without having to force her. Losing her temper would not be the right way to go about it. Eyfre shook her head. That didn't matter right now. First, she had to find the girl. Talee hadn't meant to walk away. She really hadn't. In fact, she never did. She had often been accused of sabotaging her own studies, but she honestly couldn't point to a deliberate decision she'd ever made to do such a thing. She found that these distractions just happened. That's why Talee had one moment found herself staring at a book, lines blurring together on the page, to suddenly walking through the most impressive structure she'd ever seen. She stared around in awe. Never had she dreamed that a place like this could exist, and she dreamed often. The interior of the cathedral gate was lavishly decorated. The floor was glistening marble slabs the light danced across. Through the middle of the room was a large open area with no structures. This was obviously to allow comers and goers to pass through. The size of the opening was substantial enough to let some 20 carts travel side by side. Around the outside of this path were statues of obviously important church figures, none of whom Talee recognized. On the far eastern wall was a large door guarded by some frightening-looking hewn. Talee assumed that was where the altar was hidden away. She wandered around the cavernous room, weaving between the various church members, statues, and travelers. Many of the travelers were lighting candles, placing them at the feet of statues and praying. Any unoccupied statues, Talee would stop and stare in wonder. It was not religious stupor like everyone else, but marvel at the literal statues. How many people had this taken? How many hands working, minds planning? How in Deepstone had they built all these statues? How had they built this cathedral gate? How had they built the wall? These were the things that Talee liked to think about, liked to dream about. And it seemed that no one else had any interest in this at all. Talee! She turned. Eyfre jogged towards her. The mage's red hair was wild from an obvious run. And only now did it occur to Talee that she had wandered away. I thought if we sat outside, you'd be able to focus. So did I, Talee responded. So? What happened? I was wrong, Talee responded. Adults always said things like this to her in an accusatory tone, like she'd attempted to trick them. Why wasn't she just allowed to be wrong sometimes? I know you don't particularly care about how well you do here, Talee, but it is important you focus, Eyfre said. The mage's face was serious, more serious than usual. Is this about the test tomorrow? Talee asked. The exchange test you keep talking about? Eyfre nodded. But not just that. All of this, Talee. You must apply yourself. You're an orphan of the deep, Talee. You were given an opportunity that other children might literally kill to have, and you squandered it. You took a gift and threw it in the mud. Don't make the same mistake twice. The orphans of the deep. Talee hated those words. She hated the name. It branded her a specific type of orphan, one created by the Walled War. Greenhill was filled with orphans of the deep, as were other orphanages around Lake Wall. The title was always said with this strange caveat, like she should be grateful. Her chest went tight. And learning to read by looking through children's books, that's applying myself? Eyfre sighed and shook her head. She was frustrated. Talee could tell. Eyfre was not the first person to go through this routine. So many well-meaning priests at Greenhill had attempted to guide Talee, to encourage her. All had failed. The failure was never kind. It was always taken personal by any teachers. Talee had decided a long time ago that she was hopeless. It was better to temper expectations early so that when the well-intentioned teachers eventually failed, they were let down a little bit easier. Talee was very used to doing this. But this time, she was hopeful. She'd won that quiz after all. But of course, habits die hard. I'll do what I can, Talee said, but I can't make any promises. She looked at the statue in front of her. She had no idea who it was, but it was clearly a slate. The statue depicted a woman standing atop a stone, the distinctive veil covering her eyes and her arms outstretched holding up a large flat sheet of some sort. Talee studied the veil. Why did the slate wear those veils? Is it true they pluck their own eyes out to honor the Lord of Deepstone and disavow earthly temptations? Eyfre almost fell backwards. Talee, you can't say things like that. Talee shrugged. It's an honest question. Eyfre sighed and lowered her head. No, Talee, the slate do not pluck their eyes out. That is a myth. Then why do they wear those veils? Eyfre gestured for Talee to follow her. She did. And as they walked, Eyfre spoke quietly. After this, I insist you focus, please. The veil is a tradition. For most, like the slate you would have had at Greenhill, it is simply part of their garb. The veils are thick, but can be seen through. It's hard, but not impossible. But for the upper ranks of their order, things are different. The revered slate. The infantile rumors that they pluck their own eyes out are actually not too far from the truth. The reason is, of course, vastly misunderstood, though. Underneath their veils is something unusual. They call them their shields. Solid metal masks they wear over their eyes. They cannot see through them. The shields are locked and cannot be removed without explicit permission. They are never removed unless there are more than 2 slate present. Each slate holds the key for another slate. Talee thought quietly on this for a few moments and then blurted out, That's dumb. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Aren't they supposed to read? Aren't you? Eyfre shot back. Talee did not respond. Talee was pensive as they walked back. When they arrived back at their small campfire where they'd been reading, the fire was gone and only embers remained. Oops, I guess we can't continue. Eyfre glanced at the fire and, to Talee's amusement and disappointment, it suddenly roared back to life. Sit. Study, Eyfre said. Talee sat and stared at the book for children. She tried to focus, giving it every ounce of energy she had. All her life she'd been yelled at, told what to do, and she wasn't interested in having that happen here. The pages still blurred together, and the words jumbled into shapes that were no longer words. To Talee, they formed shapes that looked like eyes, veils, walls, and wars. Waking happened all at once for Talee. Falling asleep was a struggle, but the second she opened her eyes, it's like every sight, sound, and smell of the world around her instantly lifted her off her bedroll and told her to start her day. The other children at Greenhill had always complained and been slow to rise, but not Talee. She was expecting a soul thought to draw her out of bed today, the fact she was going to try magic. But instead, she found it hard to get up. Those words kept rolling through her mind. Orphan of the Deep. It was no matter. Soon, she would take a new title, Mage of the First Bond. She'd never been able to get Eyfre to tell her exactly what the test was, but she assumed it was something to do with the Sacrum, the small version of a monolith with 2 configurations inside of it. She and Whisper had tried to decipher exactly what it did, but quickly learned that the complicated sets of stones and connections between them were not as easy to decipher with only basic knowledge. Good morning! Talee turned to see Whisper walking towards her. He held 2 bowls of oats, some already on his face. He held one out and Talee stared at it. For you. You'll need your strength for today, rival, Whisper said. Stop. Don't say it like that, Talee responded as she took the bowl. Whisper looked crestfallen. But yes, the exchange test. Do you know what it is? Whisper shook his head. It sounds like some of the other students may know, but I haven't been able to figure it out yet. The only thing I do know is that it's important and that we have to do well. That much I know, Talee responded. So... She paused. She was never good at keeping conversations going. What did you do last night? Eyfre forced me to study with her. And did you? Not exactly. I may have gotten distracted. Ah, yes, the scolding in the cathedral gate. I saw that. What? How? Whisper shrugged and more oats dribbled down his chin. He didn't seem to notice. I have certain skills, certain abilities. Talee was no longer listening, but now thinking about the day ahead. Trying to, at least. That name fluttered through her brain again, and she tried to push it down. Orphan of the Deep. She sighed. Whisper, what do you know about the Walled War? Oh! His face lit up and he wiped the oats off. Actually, a fair amount. It's a fascinating story. He began rattling off details. The Walled War was the bloodiest event in Lake Wall's history. The interiors of the 3 walls are massive. Some people spend a lifetime inside a wall without ever seeing the rock structures that contain them. The walls have no overarching governance beside the bishops. As such, the duchies contained therein constantly have skirmishes, trading land back and forth. This is just a part of life in the walls. But the Walled War was different. The Lady of the Rose, Duchess of the Southern Duchy of Lakewall, decided that someone should be installed over the entire wall, and that someone should be her. Her army's march was precise, quick, and ruthless. After the assault began, Bishop Granite was declared ill and would not be seen in public for 3 years. Her opponent, the North Duchy, panicked. In their haste to mount a defense, they called upon a house from the Mages Consortium, the House of the Bear. Their principal philosophy is that magic is a thing of violence, a thing of war. They were all but happy to take the contract. The Lady of the Rose was not so easily thwarted and hired some mages of her own. The conflict raged for 2 years. Villages were burned, lands destroyed, alliances formed and torn asunder. Odros grew nervous about the violence of the wall spilling out, and so they did something drastic. They closed the cathedral gates, sealing off the wall. The gates had been closed before, but only to keep armies out, not keep them in. The cardinals responsible for this decision saw it as smoldering a fire. It was actually more akin to caging 2 wild animals together. The conscriptions quickly followed, and the mages continued to honor their contracts. The violence intensified. No village, no farm, no person, no blade of grass was free from the red haze of war. Whisper paused from recounting the story. Talee had heard this before, but had never paid much attention. So is there anything more particular about it you want to learn? What do you know about the stories of the Orphans of the Deep? Talee asked. Oh. Whisper's face went white. It was obvious he had not expected to delve into this topic. Well, I guess let's start at the beginning. I'll make this part quick. It starts with the Fountains of the Deep. The story, as told in the Shale, is this. When the Martyr Marie began her journey through the Deepstone to the Abyss, she took with her only a single water pouch. She generously gave drops of water to poor creatures dying of thirst in the path through the stone. Before reaching the bottom, Marie became sick from lack of water and collapsed. The Lord of Deepstone traveled up to her because of her kindness to the creatures and carried her the rest of the way to the shores of the abyss. The drops of water she had left behind sprung up like seeds, and springs of water now run in the path through the deep stone to the abyss. Any soul can pass through there because of Martyr Marie's selfless actions. The priests teach that the good servants of the Lord of Deepstone should pour out waters here on earth, and they will fill the springs for their travels to the abyss. Nobles do this by giving money, of course. The church holds this money, and allegedly those in need can draw from it. This is called the Fountains of the Deep. And what of farmers that have little to give? Talee asked. She had never heard someone literally describe this to her before. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she wanted to hear him say the words. Farmers have little to give. Nothing of real value, especially if crops are being burnt. When the Walled War was at its height, the common people were scared. Scared of death, scared of everything, scared of what would happen, considering the scale of the conflict, the famine, the fighting, and having nothing else to give, they, mostly out of kindness, gave their children to the church. The orphans of the deep. It was seen as mutually beneficial. They secured themselves a trip to the shores of the abyss in the afterlife, and their children a future and education. Talee stared at the ground and said nothing. She'd thought hearing it, confronting it, would help her. It didn't. She was pleasantly surprised that Whisper actually let her sit in silence for a few moments and just stare into her oats. Hey, you know what you need? A distraction. Whisper turned and beckoned for Talee to follow. Why should I follow you? Well, I may have gotten into some troublemaking of my own last night. Only I didn't get caught. Do you trust me? No, Talee responded. Oh, well, that's okay, because I also know you're curious. He flashed the working sign for follow me, swiftly followed by another ruder one for coward, and then trotted away. Talee realized she now had a taste of what it was like to be annoyed, but he was right. She was curious. She looked down at the bowl of oats he'd brought her, took a bite, and decided to follow. They entered the cathedral gate. Whisper guided them on a winding path through the statues away from the armed hewn. They arrived at a simple wooden door. He quietly opened it, and they slipped inside. They were at the bottom of a staircase. Up they went, winding around and around, passing various closed and reinforced doors until eventually they arrived at the top. A bigger, more ornate door blocked their path. It looked thick, heavy, and was held shut by an intimidating lock. Whisper whistled as he fished a few small tools out of his pockets. He carefully slid a thin piece of metal into the lock. Talee peered over his shoulder. His hands were nimble and his eyes twinkled. Finally, the lock came open with a click. He took it off, glanced over his shoulder, and opened the door. He turned to Talee, bowed, and gestured for her to pass through. Talee stepped through the threshold. It could be said that we are shaped by our memories. Not all of them, but some defining instances, good or bad, become the moments that mold us, a garden of reflections that lives in our head. This could be dominated by good fortune, those times in our life where we sit back, a steaming mug of something warm and delicious in our hand, look at the smiling faces of friends and family, and know that this is what we want from life. This is what it's all for. The good memories. It can also be an archive of survival. Our body taking notes to shelter us, defend us, sustain us. the piece of us that remembers the dark and prepares for the storm. We take those memories like seeds. We plant them and we grow them. Some are flowers, beautiful to see, to touch, to smell, but some are thorns, are thistles, painful to touch, ugly to look at. We all have our garden. And for every plant there, whether you realize it or not, there was a reason that those seeds were planted. When you are tending a garden of thorns, a single flower can be quite distinctive. The wind whipped Talee's hair, and a unique earthy smell filled her nose. She stood atop a tower, and in the streaming beams of sunlight, for the first time in her life, Talee could see beyond the wall. "It sure ain't Lake Wall," Whisper said with a chuckle, and Talee had to grin. She'd heard of the web, but never been able to even come close to imagining it. The land below appeared shattered. Deep ravines stretched out from the base of the wall and disappeared into the horizon. The ravines intertwined, creating the illusions of islands, big and small, floating in the air. The complex landscape was dominated by choking forests and jagged, spiking rocks. Completing the look of a web was the road that left the cathedral gate and branched across the many plateaus via massive bridges of wood and stone. Talee felt Whisper's hand on her shoulder. The only thing that she was able to discern was that he looked worried, and that for some reason, her cheeks were wet. She was about to swat his hand away, but stopped. It felt nice. She looked back out. The world in front, Lake Wall behind. She turned back toward Lake Wall, and the breeze was now somehow warm across her face, and the smell familiar. Nothing actually looked familiar from all the way up here, though. Lakes, farms, and a few villages dotted the horizon, and she could see a small town nestled in the side of the wall some miles away from where the caravan sat below. She was staggered by the scale of the wall. She understood that it was large, but she had never actually dwelt on how large. The hulking reinforcement that served as Lake Wall's protector circled around and disappeared into the horizon, the other side of it nowhere in sight. "It's even more impressive in the sunlight," Whisper said with a grin, leaning on the rampart beside her. "I recognize so little, though. Can I see Crane Hill from up here?" "Oh, no. We'd have to be leagues back inside the wall to see that. That small town over there, that's Shadow of Refuge. A wonderfully descriptive name. Lots of travelers rest there. Lots of thick purses. Most thieves know it well. Do you?" Whisper shrugged. "Not at all. Me and the Scars only ever work inside Caldale." Talee looked down at the sheer size of the cathedral gate and again had to dwell on how it had been built. How had they carried rocks up so far? Talee noticed that her throat was suddenly tight. The size of the wall, the size of the land inside of it. She'd never truly considered it. "Are you scared to leave?" "Maybe. I can't tell. I feel something, and being scared is definitely part of that, but it's also excitement. I actually never thought I'd leave. I never thought I'd make it here, even while we were traveling. I don't know why I thought that, but I did, and yet here I am." "Well, you can't back out now. We have a deal." Talee turned back to him. "If you say the word rival, then we truly won't be friends." "Ah, so we are friends." "I never said that." Talee looked back over the web. Even seeing it now, it was hard to imagine herself being out there. Hard to imagine herself walking through the opening of Cathedral Gates. "We'll make it out there," Whisper said, as though reading her thoughts. She didn't like that. He also seemed to pick up on that and raised his hands defensively. "Sorry, I just know how to read people. Let's head back. It's almost time for the exchange test." Talee nodded, and the two disappeared down the stairs, leaving the view from the wall behind. Whisper led the way back down the stairs. He suddenly stopped, and Talee saw him flash multiple curses and working signs. Ahead of them, the door to a room was opened. It was dark on the stairs, but the room was well lit. Inside were two men. They wore plate mail emblazoned with the emblem of 7 stars above a mountain. Wardens. One was a tall gentleman with a full mustache, and the other was an older man with an eye patch. The old man spoke first.
We have to ensure that everything's loaded on time, like we were told.
The slate doesn't give us orders,
the mustache man replied.
Slate didn't give the orders, it was given from above. The slate passed it down.
Well, I don't like them. We've never had to do anything like this to load their vaults before.
Warden, do I much care about how things were done before? We're entering a new world, so some things are going to change. Go, do as you're commanded now, or there'll be worse than the ring for you to fear.
The mustache man grumbled and turned to leave. As he stepped outside the door, he turned back to his companion.
Stars guide you.
And stars guide you,
the old man responded. The mustached man walked down the stairs. As he disappeared out of sight, Whisper used a working sign to say, "Come," slowly, quietly. Talee took a step forward and slipped. Whisper grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back just as she tumbled into the light.
"Who's there?"
the old man asked, stepping out into the hallway.
"I was going to ask the same thing,"
a woman's voice said from farther down the stairs. 2 more figures emerged into the light. Both wore veils over their eyes. The slate in green led the way, with the slate in red following behind.
"Ah, revered Slate Lyrian, revered Slate Featherbound," the old man said, bowing deeply. I'm so sorry."
The slate in green Lyrian sniffed. "I met one of your wardens on the stairs, on his way to fill the carriage, Good. I am not fond of being kept waiting."
"Of course,"
the man with the eye patch said, and hurried inside the room. The slate in red followed, but the slate in green, Lyrian, stood outside the door for a moment, looking up the stairs into the shadows where Talee and Whisper hid. Talee knew there was a piece of metal covering the slate's eyes, but the way she lingered, Talee could swear the slate saw them. Lyrian sniffed again, walked into the room, and closed the door. Talee realized she'd been holding her breath the entire time. Talee and Whisper moved as quickly and as quietly as they could, descending the stairs, weaving back through the statues, and out into the familiar air of Lakewall. Whisper turned to Talee and raised an eyebrow. He seemed like he was going to say something, and then decided against it. "Well, that was close," Talee said. "Yeah, that was," Whisper said with a grin. "I'm not counting this one as a point for you because you messed up that last part," Talee said. Whisper, yet again, seemed crestfallen, but as soon as Talee was out of earshot, he grinned. "I guess I'll just have to make up for that during the test, rival." The excitement was palpable. A larger crowd had gathered to watch the test this time. Although magic was commonplace in the world, it was rare to actually see someone use it. Until meeting Eyfre, Talee had never actually seen anyone use magic in her life, except for some of the guiding priests at Green Hill who used their altars to heal scrapes and scratches on orphans, though they, of course, never called it magic. Talee had always needed to mend her own scratches. Eyfre appeared at the front of the group, waving for them to be silent. She glared at Rikislar, who was still mumbling with a tight pack of nicely dressed merchants, bags of coins in hand. "Today is the day we test each student's exchange. This is an important test, and crucial in their steps to becoming mages. Thank you all for gathering to watch. None of you may interfere, or you face my wrath."
"Which is substantial,"
Rikislar shouted to some chuckles. Eyfre ignored him. "During the test, be silent. Here are the rules." She flourished her hands. The sacrum appeared in one, and a clear beaker filled with water in the other. This simple monolith holds 2 configurations. One allows a mage to raise the temperature of water. The other allows them to cool it. I have created pairings of students. These pairings will take turns coming up and competing against one another.
One will attempt to freeze the water in this beaker, while the other attempts to boil it. The one to succeed wins. This will happen in rounds. We have until sundown. The caravan will be staying put for the whole day to allow other travelers to join before our departure. The preliminary round will happen this morning, semi-finals during the afternoon, and finals this evening.
Eyfre now turned to Talee and smiled.
Talee, as you were the winner of our original little competition, you may go first. You will not be competing, but only trying the monolith.
Talee stood up. Her heart pumped, and her ears made a deafening whooshing sound that blocked out the polite smattering of applause as she walked up. She looked dumbly at Eyfre, then to the sacrum. "What do I do?" she asked.
Touch your finger to it for just a moment. You will feel something, a tug, a call. Respond to it. There is no other instructions I can give you.
Talee reached out her hand. It shook slightly. She carefully touched it to the stone. The first thought she had was that the stone felt smooth. Then she felt a jolt. Not physical, but like her mind had been hit with a small electric shock. She felt odd. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was like a tingling, but it wasn't. Like a sound that turned into color behind her eyes. There were voices that were silent, and two of them called out to her. She could feel something leaving her, like she was getting tired. Eyfre had warned that this would happen. Talee chose the voice that she thought sounded the most like ice, and she focused. And focused. And focused. And focused. Thin white tendrils sprouted from the bottom of the beaker and slowly worked their way up. They expanded, and finally, Talee stopped calling the far-off icy sound and let her body relax. All the students and onlookers applauded politely, except for Whisper, who jumped up and gave a standing ovation. She'd done it. She'd cast her first spell.
Good, Eyfre said. You don't need to keep your hand touched to the sacrum. Exercise your mind. Be disciplined not to feel like you need to touch the sacrum.
But I like to use my hands.
I'm sure you do, Raywood said. Look at the calluses on those things. I thought they were hooves.
The other kids laughed. One of them had the good instincts to grab and hold Whisper back. Eyfre cleared her throat and regained control. Talee felt another feeling she'd never felt. Exhilaration. Never at any point in her life had she felt like this. Despite all the time spent trying to get her to focus on something at Green Hill, Talee had never felt as drawn to something as this. Eyfre gave a small smile and gestured towards Talee's seat. Talee walked over and sat down. There was a small part of her that wished that Eyfre had said something like, "Well done, Talee." There was a big part of her that wished that Eyfre had hugged her with delight, that Eyfre had admitted how wrong she was. It was now other students' turns to try. Raywood was greeted with weaker applause. And then he was done. That was quick. Different students were called up and each got their turn to use the sacrum. Some boiled the water, others froze it. Talee noticed that every student going up was completing the task particularly quickly, quicker than she felt she had. Her stomach began to roil. Could this be their schooling paying off? No, even Whisper went quickly, and he'd never had such opportunities. What was the deal? She forced these ideas down. It didn't matter. She tried her best, and she'd got to go first. That is what mattered. Then the competition began. Talee was up against Denna first. They sat across from one another and chose their configurations. Talee touched the sacrum and bonded. She felt those calls and answered. She focused with all of her might, all of her energy. She squeezed her eyes shut and willed the water to boil. She knew she'd lost by the excited shriek Denna let out. Talee opened her eyes and looked in dismay at the frozen water. There was polite applause again. Talee got up, looked from the beaker to the crowd. She saw Rikislar, who was frowning deeply, and then to Whisper. Whisper gave a reassuring smile and gave the working sign for good try. It didn't feel like a good try, though. It felt like shit. Can I try again? Talee asked, turning to Eyfre. The crowd chuckled and Eyfre raised an eyebrow, which gave Talee her answer. She returned to her seat beside Whisper. The morning was miserable. Whisper managed to win half of his matches. Raywood won nearly all of his. Talee didn't win any. Her heart sank deeper and deeper. She'd never felt like this before either. She had never felt so hopeless. In between matches, Whisper would sit beside her and try and give her instructions, pointers on how to improve. She eventually had to tell him to shut up. Talee watched Eyfre. Every time the mage looked in her direction, she saw something familiar. Disappointment. Eyfre was clearly upset. But how could she be? How was reading those books going to help with this? How was any of what Eyfre had her doing supposed to help? It's okay, Whisper said with a smile. I'm sure that you'll do fine, even if you do... His smile faded. Come in last. Talee glared at him, waiting for him to mention their rivalry. It seemed to pain him, but he said nothing. As the crowd dispersed for lunch, Talee chased after Eyfre. The mage did not turn around, did not even seem to acknowledge Talee. Talee called out her name and was ignored. She finally caught up and did the only thing she could think of. She tugged at Eyfre's robe. Eyfre glanced coldly at Talee and turned to walk away. Wait, I just need some help, Talee said. I gave you help. Eyfre turned around. Every night I've been giving you help, trying to teach you the importance of hard work, of focus. But you seem intent on having your head in the clouds, ignoring everything and everyone around you. Talee took a step back, shocked by the sudden outburst. She gritted her teeth. It might have helped to tell me what was coming. I could have prepared. And how could you have prepared? How was what I was already doing supposed to help me? How did trying to read basic books help me? Eyfre shook her head. You couldn't understand. Couldn't I? Talee felt something boiling inside of her. This was supposed to be her chance to break away, to do something on her own, lead a new life. But yet she felt like she was still trapped in the exact same prison as Greenhill, just with new bars. Or are you treating me like you think I'm stupid? Well, I guess I failed. That's it. I won't be a mage. I'm out in the first round. Eyfre sighed and shook her head. You didn't fail, Talee. You have a bye because you won the last contest. Talee paused and chewed on that word for a moment. I have no idea what you mean, she said. A bye. It means you didn't even need to participate in the first round. I let you participate as practice, but you proceed to the next round regardless. This was an opportunity, Talee. An opportunity you yet again threw away. You've thrown away every advantage given to you. You were given the advantage to study, Talee, to learn, to read, to learn things that other children in your position could only dream of, and you threw it all away. Talee's fists were in balls now, and she felt like every vein on her face was going to pop. Don't call Greenhill an opportunity. All right, I won't. But it was. It wasn't. Why not? You were given every... Because I remember! I remember, you ignorant ass. Do the math for once in your life. For once in your life, you focus. You pay attention. I'm 16. That means I was 3 when the World War was at its height. I was 3 when my parents, who raised me, sang to me, and fed me, took me to an orphanage and abandoned me there so they could have a better afterlife. That was the weight I wore every day I was in those halls. Does that sound like an opportunity? I wasn't some baby that was spared a terrible life. I was a child that was spent like coins. Eyfre's face went white. She opened her mouth to say something, but Talee continued. And that's how you're treating me now. I don't know if you think I'm truly stupid, or if you thought I'd never meet the one other student you bought. But I do know why you need me to read so badly. I figured it out. Eyfre's face was now truly white, and her mouth gaped. Talee, I didn't know. The wind of Lakewall blew, and a familiar smell filled Talee's nose. She turned and looked in the direction of the small town she'd seen. Shadow of Refuge, a little town, a town in which she knew no one. She started to walk. Eyfre called, but Talee didn't listen. She walked for a while, through the bustling caravan, away from the cathedral gate and toward Shadow of Refuge. She walked until there was a voice she recognized. "Hey, where are you going? We're going to start soon." Talee did not turn to Whisper, who she could hear huffing as he ran up behind her. "It doesn't matter. It never matters. Wherever I'm going, it'll just be a new place for people to be angry at me. Stop!" "I can't stop. I'm walking all the way to that village, and I want to get there by midday. Please, stop! Talee." Talee wasn't sure what it was in the tone of his voice, but she did stop. He stood behind her, panting and saying nothing. She stayed facing away and squeezed her eyes shut. "There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. I'm leaving. I never wanted to be a mage anyway." Talee turned and glared at the boy, but stopped. He looked serious, upset, but serious. "Are you going to tell me you're disappointed in me? Disappointed I'm leaving?" she asked. He seemed shocked. "Abyss, no, how could I? You are by far the most impressive person I've ever met, and I once shared a bunk with a kid who could dislocate every joint in his body. I still have no idea how he did that. So you won't try to stop me?" "I assume you have no money?" "That won't stop me." Whisper sighed and reached into his cloak. He rummaged around and withdrew 3 items. The first 2 were coin purses, and the third was a small, smoothly polished wooden box. He held all 3 out, and his face turned deeply red. "So, one of these is actually yours to begin with. That Mage Rikislar said to give it to you as a gift, and I was going to, I promise." Talee didn't believe the boy, but also didn't blame him. Old habits die hard. She took one of the coin purses. "And the rest," Whisper said, holding the other 2 items farther out. "You'll need all the coins you can get." She took the other. "And what's the box?" "For the box, I need a favor. Don't open it until you get into Shadow of Refuge. Inside the box, you'll find multiple interesting items. Most you'll know what to do with, and one you absolutely will not. Show that one to shopkeepers for a while, and eventually you'll be told what to do with it. When that time comes, tell them you want shelter and a job." "Shelter and a job. I know you don't trust me yet, but you're going to have to trust me on that one, okay?" She pocketed the coins in the box. "Okay, but why do I have to wait until I'm in the town to open the box?" "Oh, because I do not, under any circumstance, want anyone to see the contents of that box." "Well, I will when I'm in town." Whisper paused, and his face broke into a distinctive grin. "I never said I wasn't going to try and stop you. I don't think you're going to make it to Shadow of Refuge. Not for lack of ability, but because you'll get about halfway there, maybe 3/4, and you'll imagine me, a stupid thief with oats on his face, winning that contest, your rival from afar. You'll turn around, storm back, and win the competition from behind. So no, don't open that until you reach the town." He paused, and the smile left his face. "And return or don't return, I have your word. We're still rivals?" "Still rivals. Next time I see you, we'll have to make sure to tally points. I will automatically get 2. 2 points? I never said I didn't have any coins. I just said it wouldn't stop me." And with that, she turned and began to walk towards the Shadow of Refuge. As she walked, those words still echoed in her mind. Orphan of the Deep. She didn't even realize when the words slowly slipped from her mind and lay forgotten for the rest of the day. Instead, all she could think of was the sound of the configuration. It rang in her ears like it had just happened. As she walked, she became totally focused on the sound and the memory of using magic. She smiled. The Chaos Trace. One day before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan.
The orphan is dealt with. We've ensured she will not leave Lakewall.
Very good. And the other preparations?
All in place. Coin has been paid. Promises made. Blood spelt. Everything is exactly as it was written. The other child and the mage, they will be dealt with.
Yes. With the girl gone, they will be handled swiftly. We will not need the sisters, it would seem.
I am glad. I have read through those threads many times. I like nothing I see.
We will be free soon.
You will be free soon.
Stars guide you.
And stars guide.
Chapter 5. In the Shadow of the Wall, Part 2. Greenhill Orphanage, the season of naming, 2 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Talee watched the red-hot metal bend under each hammer strike. Clang, clang, clang. It sparked with each impact. The quick glances guiding priest Trala gave let her know that he was annoyed by her presence. She didn't mind. He wasn't truly looking at her. His eyes, just like so many of the guiding priest's eyes, were simply passing over her. He may see her, but he never looked at her. You know, Trala said, submerging the piece of iron into the water with a hiss of steam. The naming ritual of Callum is important. You could follow the good example of the other children and go complete your assignment. Who says I'm not? Talee asked. Trala sighed and put the iron back into the furnace. Well, I do for one. Do you understand the importance of this assignment, Talee? Talee nodded. She did understand the importance, but everyone else assumed she didn't. One major problem was that Talee's view of the importance didn't line up with the priest's. Hadn't they said that the Lord of Deepstone could work in strange ways? Why was it not feasible that she understood the story better than them? She tried to vocalize what she thought the importance was, but every time she was scolded. You could never peer into the depths of such a monumental tale.
I've studied Callum since becoming a priest. I know the true meanings.
Every priest had a different scolding. Trala's often involved simply recounting the tale. This, Talee actually didn't mind. She enjoyed listening to the story. As if on cue, Trala cleared his throat. Thus it is said in the holy words of the Shell, the Lord of Deepstone, who defends his domain on the shores of the abyss, became saddened by the quality of people who traveled through the Deepstone to join in his fight. They came to him ragged, worn, and nearly dying from thirst. You see, the people had become selfish and did not give to the fountains, and so the paths through the Deepstone were dangerous. A faithful blacksmith named Callum gave all he had to the fountains, and yet drank nothing on his way through the Deepstone. The Lord chose Callum as his emissary. The Lord told Callum he would grant him one favor. Callum asked only for water for the thirsty travelers and to continue his work at the forge. And so it was granted. Callum was sent back through the Deepstone to the lands above. When Callum left, the Lord of Deepstone gifted him with a simple hammer, knowing he would take nothing grander. Callum accepted the gift and returned through the Deepstone to those lands above to do the Lord's work. He went from town to town and would set up his forge. He would make tools, shelters, and weapons. No people joined nor aided him in his work. When any asked something of him, he would give them an offer. I'll give you a gift unlike any other, Callum would say. A gift from the Lord of Deepstone. He would hold forth a glowing chunk of metal from the forge. All would refuse. But one day, a young girl accepted his offer. In good faith, she held out her hands. When Callum dropped the hot metal, the girl cried out, but the metal had already cooled before it touched her hands. What do you see? Callum asked. I see a cloud, she responded.
And so it is, for you are a fierce storm who will roll into the lands of the enemies and raise their fields, bringing victory to your people. You will be called Gale of Fields. Now more came and accepted the gift. Some were burned, but each received a shape. Some would tell Callum the shape they saw, and he would agree and give them a new name. For some, he would disagree. The priest paused and took a drink. He continued, and so every child in the church must go through the naming ritual of Callum. You make something, show it to the priests, and we will tell you what we see.
When's the part where you drop red-hot iron into my hand?
Trala groaned. Talee, most children use this opportunity to play with sticks, stones, and leaves. Why can't you do the same?
I don't know, Talee said with a shrug. She thought for a moment of telling him he was wrong, but she couldn't find the right words to vocalize what she thought the story meant. She just had a feeling, an instinct she could not speak. Trala sighed and returned to his work. If Trala had taken the time to truly watch Talee, if even for a moment, he would have seen the intensity with which she watched his hands, moving and striking, his shoulders as he stoked the forge. And if he had looked for more than a moment, he may have noticed that Talee's own hands looked shockingly different than all the children playing with sticks, stones, and leaves in the fields and forests around Green Hill. Just east of the North Cathedral Gate, one day before the departure of the fateful Lake Wall caravan. The dust from the road caught in Talee's throat and she coughed. She never stopped walking. If anything, the discomfort increased her pace. Carts traveling to join the caravan rolled past her. She continued on, a fish fighting against the current. She realized she was cold. The sun hid behind the wall. Talee had never been this close and now realized that the towering walls could blot out the sun even around midday. She shivered and hugged the bedroll she was carrying tighter. She easily could have put the bedroll on her back with her travel pack, but it felt good to hold it to her chest. For a brief moment, she thought she could smell that fragrant earthy smell from beyond the wall, but then it was gone. The cacophony around her was a dull sound to her ever-turning mind. She still only heard the sound of the configuration. She shook her head as though to dislodge the sound. There was no point in reflecting on it now. She had to plan. What would she do when she got to Shadow of Refuge? She looked down at the sack of coins that Whisper had given her. That strange mage Rikislar had given it to him to give to her. She'd been confused by this at first, but after some reflection, she realized it must be because Rikislar was a mage of the House of the Die. Eyfre had mentioned that they had odd customs. She had also recently spent a portion of the evening lauding what a waste of talent it was for people that understood the natural world so well to use it to earn a quick coin. If there was an orphan dying on the street, a mage of the die would look for how they could earn something from this situation. Eyfre had also said they used their magic to help with their games of chance. Talee had found that curious. She had been excited to maybe learn about that at Eero. Talee's mind wandered again, and the sound of magic returned. She suddenly felt like crying. She'd been forced to walk away from something she'd enjoyed doing many times before. At Green Hill, she'd found all sorts of things that had, for a moment, made her feel some morsel of something. She wouldn't call it happiness, but it was something. Raising a small colony of ants in the storage room, sewing small patterns into her clothes, using pages from books in the classroom to fold interesting shapes. She was scolded for each. Having to abandon these activities had only made her feel numb. But this, using magic, studying with Eyfre, she suddenly realized that losing it hurt. Talee became starkly aware of noise surrounding her. The rumble of the rolling carts, 100 voices near and far, the whistling of the wind and rustling of leaves. But there was something mixed in with it all. Something that, despite the surrounding sounds and echoes of magic in her mind, stood out to her. Something amiss.
Where in the abyss am I?
The voice was quiet, and either no one else heard it, or no one cared. Whoever it was seemed to be babbling. Talee listened, and definition came to the words. It was a distance away and was getting more frantic. Talee scanned the surrounding area. It seemed that all travelers were focused on their destination as Talee and the voice were both ignored. Finally, she spotted the source. The road was beside a large open field, and at the far end of it was a small patch of trees clustered around a pond. A man stood in the trees. From here, he seemed to be simply a red dot moving to and fro. Talee walked in his direction, and as she got closer, she noticed he was becoming agitated. He never raised his voice, but it became more desperate. Oh wow, oh wow. Oh my, Featherbound, you've done it this time, he said, his voice raspy and downtrodden. Talee was now close enough to recognize him. A red veil covered his face. One of the slate from the stairwell. She realized that if he had his guard on, that meant he couldn't see her. She stared for a moment. She sighed. This was her first time she was doing something solely for herself. Should she be selfish? Simply ignore the man? That seemed like the sort of grit you needed to survive in the world. Besides, someone else could help him. She turned to continue on her trek. As she turned, she saw the man trip, fall, and disappear into the pond. She never made the conscious decision to start running across the field. She just found herself doing it. She could hear the man shouting desperately. As she neared, she saw he had simply fallen down a bank into the muddy shallows. He had picked himself up, but was wet and covered in mud. "Hello?" he said, his voice shaky. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Talee was about to respond when she got a chill. She remembered Eyfre's words. Do not talk to the slate. In his fall, the slate's veil had moved, revealing the shiny metal visor that he wore over his eyes, blocking out his vision. He had no idea she was there. She could walk away, leaving him. She sighed. "Are you hurt?" she asked. "Oh, thank the Lord of Deepstone. Oh, blessed child, thank you, the slate in red said, fumbling in her direction. "Hurt? Physically, no. My ego has perhaps taken a beating. I am, however, I must admit, lost. I heard the call of some ducklings, and I came over here to feed them. I'm normally oh so good at navigating the surrounding land, but for some reason I got here and I just cannot for the life of me determine the direction of the caravan. It sounds like it's all around me." Talee looked back at the distant, bustling roadway. To a degree, the man was right. The sound of the constant stream of carts must have confused him. Pity welled in her heart, and she felt ashamed she had almost abandoned him. "My hand is right above your head. Grab it. I'll help you up onto the embankment." He reached up, firmly grasping her hand. His hand was frail, white, and covered in colorful splotches, perhaps a pigmented ink. Despite his frail appearance, his grip was strong. Talee pulled and the slate stumbled up the embankment. He fell to the grass, and Talee fell with him, dropping her travel pack and bedroll. He laughed. "Oh, you've made this slate very glad. There is still good in the hearts of people." He picked himself up, his hand touching her bedroll as he stood. He picked it up. "You seem to have dropped this. It feels like a bedroll. A bit heavy, though." Talee took it back and held it defensively to her chest. She now looked up at the sky. There was not much time to get to Shadow of Refuge, and she didn't want to be out on the road during the dark. "Can you make it back to the caravan?" she asked. "Certain of it," the slate said with a smile. He turned and nearly fell down the same embankment. Talee grabbed the back of his robe and he let out a cry of confusion. "You almost fell again." "Did I?" "I can get you to the road. Will that help?" Featherbound smiled. "Certainly will," he said. They turned and slowly started to walk. They had gone only a few steps when he jolted forward with a cry of agony. "Ah, my foot!" he cried out. "My foot!" Talee stooped down and saw Featherbound's face twisted in pain. "You're hurt." "Oh, nothing I haven't experienced before. Get me to the road and I shall limp my old self to the caravan like a good servant of the Lord of Deepstone." "Do you actually want that?" Talee asked. It was an honest question. Featherbound sighed. I must admit that I fear I will have some difficulties in my journey.
It's all right. I can take you back to the caravan, Talee responded.
She yet again helped the slate to his feet. She suddenly felt anxious, realizing she was scared of bumping into Whisper, Eyfre, or any of the other students. Would they mock her? She pushed those thoughts down. She was her own person, the abyss with what they thought. She was going to help this man. I'm sorry to distract you like this. I'm sure you have something important to do, Featherbound said. Talee reflected on this comment and actually found herself laughing out loud. For the first time in her life, she was not on her way to conduct some arbitrary task, cleaning dishes, attending fields, studying boring books. She had nothing to do at all. It felt strange, almost uncomfortable. As she realized this, that sound of magic filled her mind again. She pushed it down. I have nothing important to do, she said. Oh, but you do, the slate said. I can hear it in your voice. But I must know, what is the name of my savior?
Talee, forgotten orphan of Lakewall.
Ah, you have not been forgotten by me, Talee. You have not been forgotten by me, Featherbound said. So, I must ask, as I am a curious man and view questions as very important things, did you decide you didn't want to put up with the mages after all? I thought you were one of the new students.
Talee said. I wasn't a very good one, though.
There are no bad students, Featherbound said firmly. There are bad teachers. If you are asking questions, then you are a good student. Again, questions are a special thing.
I did ask a lot of questions, Talee said,
somehow feeling almost guilty reflecting on the constant barrage of questions to Eyfre. Then you are doing your part, Featherbound said. He dropped the subject, much to Talee's relief. They now walked in silence. Talee noticed she could see Featherbound's shield under his veil. It was a dull gray and covered in faint inscriptions. She also noticed his red hood had symbols embroidered all over it, though they were in a very similar colored thread and were nearly invisible unless up close. Knowing he couldn't see her, she stared at them in wonder. Pretty, aren't they? Featherbound asked, making Talee jump. So I guess those things don't block out your sight then. Oh, they do. I can, however, hear you breathing incredibly loudly in my ear when you turn towards me. Do not fret, dear. Staring is sometimes a form of a question, and I must say again, questions are a good thing. Featherbound smiled and squeezed her hand reassuringly.
All right, then what are the symbols on your veil? How do you move around with those things over your eyes? Why do you wear that? Do you miss being able to see?
Slow down, Featherbound chuckled. I'll get to each of your questions. I do miss being able to see, yes, but we do get to take these off, you know. They serve both a practical and a religious purpose. As for the symbols, they are quite straightforward, if you know how to read them. They tell others about our area of focus. Each slate's veil contains a unique set of symbols, often embroidered by ourselves. If you read mine, it would speak of governments, organizations, coalitions, currency, people, and so on. But if you were to look at, say, my companion, Lyrian's, it would be quite different. You would see hammers, swords, singing. You would see the mighty smith Callum on his journey through the lands, and all stitched by herself. But all that aside, are you thinking of becoming a slate? Is that why you abandoned your magic? Talee wasn't sure how to feel about this question, but something about the phrase abandoning your magic made her feel angry. I guess I just like questions, she responded. A good trait, Featherbound said with a huge grin. Now, perhaps you could indulge an old man who has some questions about what exactly it is that you mages do. Talee didn't know where to begin, but once she started talking, words seemed to simply roll off her tongue. Featherbound listened intently, nodding along as Talee rattled off the plethora of information she'd learned from Eyfre. Featherbound asked questions that Talee was shocked she knew the answers to. She wasn't simply regurgitating all the lessons. She was applying them. Oh, bless you, child, Featherbound said. Here, I have something that may be of interest to you. An old mage book I have simply no use for. Featherbound retrieved a book from his robes and gently placed it into Talee's hands. The cover of the book was ornate and red. Upon quickly leafing through it, Talee saw it was complex and was not something she was going to be able to understand anytime soon.
especially considering her current level of literacy. She thought about taking it to sell, but with a sigh, she decided against it. She handed it back. "I can't read," she said.
"And yet you know so much,"
Featherbound said with a hint of surprise as he put the book back in his robe.
"You are clearly passionate about this study."
Was she? She just talked about it for so long. She now realized that she'd not managed to ask any of her own questions, but had simply talked about her studies. As she prepared to remedy this, she was cut off by a stern voice.
"Featherbound!"
Talee turned to see a tall woman flanked by two stern-looking wardens looming behind them. The woman wore a robe of dark green, a veil, and a scowl. Featherbound's companion from the stairwell.
"Featherbound, we've been searching for you."
"He's right here," Talee said.
"Child, don't distract him,"
Lyrian shot back. Featherbound corrected her.
Lyrian, she's helping,"
he mumbled, taking a step back, distancing himself from the woman. Talee's sympathies for the man swelled anew.
"He fell into a pond," she said, "and hurt his leg. I'm helping him back to the caravan."
Lyrian scowled.
"You have stuff to do, Featherbound. Why were you in a situation where you could fall into a pond?" "A strange and formless urge," Featherbound responded. "Wardens, escort Featherbound back to the caravan and ensure he has completed his duties. Keep your eyes on him."
The warden stepped forward, roughly grabbed Featherbound, and escorted him away. Talee looked at Lyrian. She seemed unfazed by her brisk treatment of Featherbound.
"Bitch,"
Talee said, just loud enough for the Slate to hear her. Lyrian didn't react. Instead, she simply raised her arm and said,
"I am now without an escort, child. I need you to take me back to the caravan."
Talee wanted nothing less. She had no intention of helping this woman with anything, never mind wasting more of her own precious time leading the Slate back to the caravan. She turned to walk away. A memory of Featherbound describing Lyrian's veil piqued her curiosity, though, and she paused for just a moment to look back and satisfy her own curiosity. She stopped and gasped.
"What is it?"
Lyrian asked.
"Your embroidery. It's beautiful."
The threadwork was complex and meticulous. The threads crisscrossed, a symphony of lines in monochromatic green. They were subtle and yet bold. Featherbound's had appeared simply utilitarian, but these were art. It was unlike anything Talee had seen in her life. Lyrian reached up and touched the veil, like a mother reaching out to caress the cheek of a long-lost daughter.
"It's nothing special. A simple method of letting others know of my studies."
"And you did those yourself?"
Talee asked. Lyrian paused.
Long ago.
The pause spoke more than the words. Talee felt a pang of sympathy for this woman as well. She'd created something so beautiful. Talee took the woman's arm and guided it to her own.
"I'll take you back to the caravan, but that's it."
Lyrian stiffened, and the moment of vulnerability was gone like apple blossoms in a storm.
"Enough delays. Onward," she said.
Talee regretted her decision. As they walked, Talee looked at the veil again. She saw a man working a forge. It was Callum. A question from many years ago now bubbled to the surface of her mind. There was no point in holding back. This was one person whom Talee did not mind pestering with questions.
"What is the purpose of the naming ritual of Callum? We had to do it at Greenhill. It was boring and the priests got it wrong."
Lyrian's lips tightened.
"It's a celebration of transformation," she said.
"Right, but why give the name to the objects?"
"Because those were the things transformed."
Perhaps it was to purposely get on the woman's nerves, but Talee suddenly found herself arguing with a leading expert on stories of Callum.
"You agree that the holy shale is the words of the Lord of Deepstone?" she asked.
"I do."
"And the Lord of the Deepstone can work in unexpected ways?"
"Yes."
"So, it's possible that an orphan from Lakewell might have an interpretation that is better than that of a lifelong scholar of Callum."
Lyrian seemed irritated.
"Speak your mind."
"The transformation is of the person, not the object."
"But the object is quite literally transformed."
"But the person is as well.
The act of transforming something transforms you as well. The courage to accept the hot metal in their hands changed those people in the story. The act of creating the items changed Callum. The items were the representation of change, but the people were the ones truly transformed. Lyrian did not immediately respond, clearly trying to keep calm.
Well, not all are transformed by their work.
Talee noticed that Lyrian's hand again returned to the embroidery on her veil. Then they aren't doing the right work, Talee said. And then she stopped. Lyrian nearly tripped at the sudden halt. Talee thought of the sound of magic. She thought of that pain, the feeling of loss when she realized she wouldn't become a mage. No, not that she wasn't going to become a mage, that she wasn't going to get answers. For once in her life, she felt like instead of asking questions that simply hung in the air, she was on a path to go out and get answers herself. And then there were the friendships. Abyss, did she truly have a friend? Did she want one? She looked back towards the caravan. She thought of Whisper, of Eyfre, of those books. Oh, she hated them. Yet she couldn't get them out of her mind. "I've got to go," she said.
"Stay a moment, child,"
Lyrian replied. Talee corrected.
"I am well aware of your name. I am reminding you of what you are, a child. I know you train as a mage preparing to travel to Eyfre."
A bitter tone crept into her voice.
"Don't. Remain in Lakewall. Stay in the walls. Do not travel out into the foulness of the world around us."
Talee stared at Lyrian. Her disdain for the slate was suddenly overpowered by something subtle. The sun had found its way above the wall and now warmed her skin. She closed her eyes and breathed in, now getting another hint of that earthy smell from beyond the wall, mingled with the sweet flowers of Lakewall.
"I think I don't belong anywhere," she said. "And I think what that means is I get to do what I want."
And she turned and left, leaving Lyrian behind, stunned. Gears turned in Talee's head as she walked away, her bedroll clutched to her chest. She was going to leave the wall. She may not become a mage, she may not amount to much, but by the abyss she was going to leave. She was going to do what she wanted. She was going to get the answers she wanted. She was going to transform herself. And the easiest way to do this was to win that competition. And the easiest way to win was to cheat. She pulled the bag of coins from her pack and smiled to herself. There was one person who would know how to cheat. Rikislar was easy to find. He was guffawing as he talked to a local merchant and subtly lamenting how he wished that someone would have the sense to invest in his brewing business. It was a guaranteed return of at least 15%.
"He's not going to invest,"
Talee said flatly. Rikislar turned, clearly annoyed by the interruption.
"Weren't you running away or something?"
he asked between puffs on his pipe. The merchant took his opportunity to flee the conversation.
"Tell me how to win," Talee said.
Rikislar coughed and smoke billowed from his mouth.
"Can't help you,"
he said. He was adamant there was no secret to winning the competition. Talee tried every technique she could think of. Flattery, trickery, old-fashioned bribery. Nothing worked. Rikislar pointed out that she'd just missed an entire round, which means she'd have to perform flawlessly in this upcoming bout. Even he wouldn't take those odds.
"Eyfre could have done it when she was my age. How would she have done it?"
Rikislar laughed.
"You're right, but that won't help you. Her secret is dedication, hard work, and something you have in short supply: time. She came to Eyfre a child with rags on her back and left one of the greatest mages the Consortium has ever seen, the world has ever seen. And she did it with hard work. Why, that hard work continues to this day. You've sat with her in the evenings. Ever notice her fascination with making tea, Boiling water? How intently she stares at the kettle? Well, that boiling water is practice. She's using the sacrum. Expanding your exchange is a fickle art and not truly understood, but much like building muscles, it's the strain that seems to do it. Eyfre bonds to that sacrum 4 times. You can see it. Look at her hands. 4 fingers pressed firmly on the surface. Clever, clever indeed. 2 and 2. She competes against herself. It's like moving a boulder up a hill. Now, of course, they can't be totally even, or it wouldn't be much of a challenge for her. That would be like rolling a hollow boulder up a hill.
What do you mean that they can't be totally even? Rikislar grinned.
Oh dear. Now, I didn't mean to let that slip. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it.
Thank you for listening. I'm so glad to be back, making new episodes. I know this one's been a while coming. If you've made it this far through the episode, thank you. All right, I wanted to quickly give a plug. The Stonesinger Chronicles has an official Discord channel. And if you want updates on the new episode, like I'm now working on episode 6 right now, and I've been trying to relatively regularly post updates to Discord. As I start working on the new episode, I'm going to be doing it a little bit more than I already have. So I'll be posting kind of status updates on how the episode's going, the date I'm thinking it's going to come out. I will even post little snippets of it, the kind of sneak previews. Like this episode, I posted the first 7 minutes of this episode a few weeks ago on the Discord. So if you want to hear stuff early, get information, and kind of know when the episode's going to come out, Discord is the place for you. The link to that is in the show notes. All right. Thank you for listening. Back to the show. Green Hill Orphanage, the season of naming, 2 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The exercise lasted a season and was usually during harvest. Each student received a random item and it was their responsibility to transform it. After presenting it to the guiding priests, the item was to be named. To Talee, this was incredibly boring. None of the priests even thought Talee would attempt the exercise. She was given a simple metal bookend and abandoned for the most part. They requested she complete the task, but there was no conviction in their voice. Talee had actually been excited when starting, but after seeing the others simply attaching leaves and sticks to the item, she got discouraged and bored. The most frustrating part for her was the possibility. Metal could make so many things. The priests were shocked when Talee arrived on the day of the naming ceremony with a bundle of cloth. Assuming the cloth was her presentation, none bothered to ask the contents. They went child by child, reviewing each individual item. They would make a show of looking over the mess of twigs and rocks and fabrics attached to the random item. Talee laughed out loud at most names. The fox, the great wise tree, subtle feather. She laughed a dry, flat, but sincere laugh, even after the priests hushed her. And then it was her turn. "And what did you bring us, Talee?" Guiding Priest Trella asked. Talee triumphantly folded back the cloth and held out the work of her hands. With a steady hand, she held out her sword. It was misshapen, filled with imperfections, but was distinctly a blade. "I call it Leaf, so don't bother with the naming," she said. Her voice had a strange energy that, had it not been for the fear in the room, the priests might have identified as pride. Trella quickly snatched the sword away from Talee before she could protest. "You have taken a gift and turned it into an instrument of violence. This is named Strife," he snarled. "It's named Leaf," Talee said. Her tone made Trella take a step back. Silence. "This thing is Strife," Trella hissed, "as are you. I'm confiscating this. How you were able to construct such a crude and vile weapon is beyond me." And it was something in the way the priest moved, his weathered hands clenched, warning her not to speak, that Talee kept her mouth shut. Trella took the sword. After this event, all the priests claimed ignorance. Each claimed it was impossible to have known what the girl was up to, but there had been many signs. The first was her walk. Talee, for the whole season, had almost danced around Green Hill. She enthusiastically tackled her chores, made eye contact with those around her. The glow of the forge in the middle of the night was another clue, as was the clang of the hammer. After days of watching Trella, she figured out how to man the forge on her own. But the easiest method of discerning what she'd been up to would have been to simply look at her for once. Truly see her. Scarred, bruised, calloused, and nimble, the priests could have simply looked at her hands. The North Cathedral Gate, one day before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The cold configuration was stronger. Talee was running towards the gathering of students, her bedroll clutched against her chest. Rikislar had suddenly been all too willing to reveal his secrets, for a fee, of course. What had changed? Talee knew the truth of the Sacrum and the edge available if you chose cold. That gave her an advantage in only about half her rounds, but she would still use it to win. Somehow. Whisper saw Talee before she saw him. He snuck up and wrapped an arm around her. It was a subtle embrace, barely draping his arm over her shoulder before pulling it back. Talee stepped back and glowered, but refrained from hitting him. She was glad to see him.
Quicker than I expected, Whisper said. When you were leaving, I thought you were actually going to do it.
Me too, Talee said. She handed Whisper the box. You win this time. We'll tally those points later. And she left him behind. She found Eyfre talking hurriedly with the warden. When Eyfre saw Talee, her demeanor went cold. Not a good sign. Talee hoped perhaps her story from earlier would have softened Eyfre's stance. Eyfre turned to the warden. Tell the others that the girl has been found. They can stop the search. The warden nodded, accepted some coin from Eyfre, and left. You sent the wardens after me? Talee asked. Eyfre turned and Talee could see the mage was more than just worried. That was foolish, Eyfre said, her voice quivering. Talee was taken aback. You could have stopped me, she said. You could have stopped, thought for even a moment, Eyfre retorted. She seemed to instantly regret her outbursts. Her face softened, but the fire behind her eyes persisted. Talee, I know you've had a difficult life, but everyone has. Look around us. I still want to come with you, Talee said. Win or not, I'm coming with you. Eyfre sighed. Well, there will be one problem. The results of this test do have an effect on your education at Eyfre. You may be able to come with me, but once we get to Eyfre, I can't guarantee you'll be able to study under me. The only thing that could save you now would be winning the competition, which means winning every single match going forward. At first, Talee didn't care, but as she digested the information, her stomach nodded. She did want to learn under Eyfre. Eyfre could be gruff, mean, and demanding, but at least she'd seen some potential in Talee. Eyfre was the first person to ever actually look at her. Plus, she was the only teacher Talee had. Well, that's what I planned on doing anyways, Talee responded. Her first opponent was clearly not concerned about the match, and why should he be? Talee lightly touched the Sacrum with a finger. She'd selected cold for her first match, taking advantage of the superior strength of that configuration. That familiar sound rushed back into her mind. It felt like being home. Eyfre gave the signal, and the match began. Talee's opponent was aloof, unfocused, clearly assuming this would be an easy win. He seemed concerned when nothing happened. He squinted, furrowed his brow, and focused. Talee also focused. The whole of her attention was on the water. Every ounce of her being was lost to that sound, to that feeling of power running through her. Small white tendrils spread through the water. They grew and grew. Her opponent let out a strangled shout of defeat. Talee wins, Eyfre said. There was light applause from the crowd, but from her cohorts, there was stunned silence. The exception was Whisper, who was giving a standing ovation. Talee made eye contact with Rikislar and grinned. He winked back. Not only did Talee remain undefeated, she improved. She improved a lot. She realized the extra strength of cold wasn't the key to victory. It was simply the knowledge of the imbalance. When she was trying to boil the water, she could sense her opponent's strength. She used it. She would wait, not exerting herself at the beginning, but simply holding the balance. Once her opponent got sloppy, then she would pounce. It was like pulling a rope and then letting it go slack so the person on the other side would be caught off balance. The sound was no longer what filled her mind. It was the possibilities. She felt like a child making out vowels and mimicking their parent. She wasn't speaking yet, but she was forming her first words. It felt good. It felt great. She pondered the limits of the magic. What would it be like to interact with more than just water? How would it react? How would it absorb the energy she put into it? Did the feeling change? Did the call change? Did the heat and the cold of the configuration work differently than other heats and colds? The cold of shadows, the warmth of the sun, the heat of the forge. She was so lost in thought that when she won the penultimate match, she didn't even notice. She just sat there, staring at the beaker. Eyfre tapped her lightly on the shoulder, and she started. Dinner time arrived, and Talee and Whisper went to find a meal, but Talee found she had no appetite. Whisper had just missed out on the finals after losing his final match, and Talee expected him to be downtrodden, but he still attacked his meal with gusto. Talee ignored the visceral display. Her mind swirled with possibilities. After she'd rattled through all her thoughts and the chaos of excitement seemed to be settling, a single thought crossed her mind. She pushed it down, but it wouldn't go away. It was dumb. But she excused herself after picking at her food for only moments and trotted away, bedroll in hand. Onlookers were confused as they saw her take the bedroll and carefully drop it into a shallow pond nearby. Let them watch. When she returned to the site of the competition, she saw the crowd had doubled in size. Whisper sat down beside her. They've heard of your meteoric rise. I can't say whether they're here to see you succeed or fail. Talee nodded. When Eyfre returned, the finals began. During the finals, Talee easily cleared the field. In her comfort, she decided to take a risk. In multiple matches, she let a piece of her mind reach out and apply the cold to something else. It was a strange feeling, far more difficult than simply affecting the water in front of her. Even a minor touch made her feel exhausted. When the final match arrived, she knew she would have no room for experimentation. Only one person separated her from victory. Of course, it was Rayvud. As he approached the Sekrum, his face displayed confidence, disdain, and superiority all in one. Even after her stellar performance leading into the evening, he was obviously more focused on her poor performance earlier that day. That would be his mistake. Eyfre explained the rules. The final match was a best of 5. Which configuration the two used alternated: hot, cold, hot, cold, hot. The words blurred together as Talee was already focused. She felt like she would burst if she didn't start soon. She was lucky and got the first choice. She chose cold, meaning she would get access once more than Rayvud. She didn't feel she needed the advantage anymore, but she'd take any help she could get. She won the first round easily, much to Rayvud's confusion. He blinked slowly and shook his head. She didn't go easy on him the second round. She allowed the water to near that slushy stage where the white tendril shot out, and then she focused. The water cleared, then steamed, then boiled. Rayvud actually stumbled back a step and pulled his hair, clearly frustrated and stunned. Eyfre also seemed confused, but said nothing. Talee relished Rayvud's confusion, watching as his face went through a loop of emotions: frustration, pensiveness, dismay, defeat. Frustration, pensiveness, dismay, defeat. But then, for a brief moment, he paused in his pensive state. He reached up and scratched his head. Then, he smiled. Talee felt her own insides freeze solid. He'd figured it out. She could tell just by his face. Rayvud turned to Eyfre. I choose cold. What? I thought that it went back and forth, Talee asked, panicked. Eyfre frowned. As I was saying, if one person is on the verge of victory, then the other will have a free choice. Right. Talee realized that she'd missed that crucial information while lost in her thoughts. There was nothing to be done now. Rayvud's smugness had returned as Eyfre signaled for the new round to begin. Talee focused, but something was different. Rayvud now tested the boundaries, using the new information he had somehow gleaned from watching her. Really, it made sense. He'd studied around configurations, and probably even Sekrums, for most of his life. The benefits of growing up rich. He had a strong enough grasp of the basics to see the advantage when directly faced with it. She fought. She fought as hard as she could, but it now felt like competing against a skilled combatant wielding a longsword, while she was armed with only a dagger. There was simply no overcoming his experience. The water froze solid. There was a cheer and a smattering of claps. Talee looked helplessly from Eyfre to Whisper to the crowd. There she saw a white-faced Rikislar. She realized now that he had probably given her the information to again use her as an edge in his betting. Rayvood's choice, Eyfre said. Rayvood again chose cold. This time was quicker. Talee felt her influence on the water, all that intuition she'd slowly been learning over the past few hours coming to naught. Rayvood's influence was strong and wily. His understanding trounced her intuition. She was going to lose. Talee hung her head as the water froze solid again. Final round. Talee, heads or tails? Eyfre asked. Talee's head shot up. Of course, in the last round they were both able to win, so it was back to random chance. Talee called heads. The coin spun and landed with the visage of a noble facing up. Victory was at hand. Talee was about to say cold, but something stopped her. Rayvood was smiling. She stared at him, processing. In just moments, he had surpassed what had taken her all evening. Just like she'd been able to use the advantage to win while playing the weaker side, he would now be able to do the same. She closed her eyes and thought. He had the advantage either way. That earthy smell from beyond the wall seemed to fill her nose, and the sound of magic filled her ears. Her thoughts wandered to that forge late at night. The joy of the hammer in her hands, working on Leaf those late nights, the pain of losing it. She hadn't known what she was doing, but by the Lord of Deepstone, she had enjoyed it, just like she enjoyed this, and she wasn't going to lose this. She smiled, opened her eyes, and looked confidently at Eyfre. Hot, she said. Rikislar audibly groaned. Rayvood seemed surprised, but a grin tugged at his lips. Eyfre didn't react. Talee, however, was not looking at any of them. She was staring at the beaker and the sacrum. She carefully reached out and touched the sacrum. She heard that call, understood it, felt it. Eyfre gave the signal to start. During her attempts this evening, something had changed. The sound was still chaotic, but there was a sort of reason to it, a strange logic that only made sense when you were there in the chaos. At first, it felt like being trapped in the gales of a storm. Now, it felt like wading on the edge of a lake. She could not control the small waves lapping at her, but she understood how to interact with them. She understood how to skip rocks through their crests. She could not understand the depth nor the breadth of the body of water in front of her, but she had the barest understanding of its implications. Her mind settled, and the call felt controlled in its own chaotic way. She focused, then split that focus. One part of her focus on the beaker and another on something else entirely. She focused with all her might, feeling the heat transfer to its target. She quickly tired, her exchange draining, but she never wavered. Icy tendrils spread through the beaker, but Rayvood was not grinning yet. He was also lost in his determination. Talee fought as hard as she could, but her split focus made it difficult. The water was now nearing the point of totally freezing. Rayvood briefly broke his gaze on the beaker to look in Talee's direction. He noticed her exhaustion and allowed himself to grin. But it was brief. His mistake, like so many others, was in simply looking at her, but not seeing her. His years of schooling may have helped him understand what was going to happen next. He just had to look at her hands. Talee held 3 fingers to the sacrum, just like how Rikislar had mentioned Eyfre did it. She'd never truly used multi-bonding before, and heard it could drain you. But what's the worst that could happen? She'd experimented with it over the course of the competition and found herself unable to hold the multiple bonds. It felt like trying to run in a dream. She couldn't get up to speed. There was some sort of bizarre resistance. The water of the lake swirled and pulled her under. She'd broken the bond each time, lest she drowned. But with her current determination, she stayed focused, fought the swirling of the lake. One part of her mind was focused on the water in the beaker, but another 2 parts of her mind were focused on a material she knew, a material she had stared at for endless hours. She knew its pattern. These 2 parts of her mind were not struggling in the lake. They were effortlessly gliding across it in a sailboat. The water in the beaker was just about to freeze. Rayvud let out a joyful squeal. Eyfre seemed disappointed. Rikislar was counting his losses. Whisper simply hung his head. Talee, stop! Talee looked up and saw that Eyfre was staring wide-eyed down, her 3 fingers pressed against the sacrum. Her warning was too late. Talee had switched the 2 bonds and directed them full power into the beaker. There was a sound of breaking glass. There was the color red. There was steam mixed with angry black smoke. There was a shout from Eyfre, a gasp from the crowd, and faces over top of her. She noticed the shield of a slate. Such a beautiful piece of metalwork, intricate and covered in designs. How had making that transformed its maker, she wondered. And then there was darkness and silence. And then darkness, and then light. Talee opened her eyes, but quickly shut them. The light pierced directly into her brain, making the world spin. Wherever she was lying, she was being rocked and jostled. She opened her eyes again, slower. Sunbeams glided gently through the thin layers of dust in the air. She was surrounded by shelves, and yet birdsongs filled her ears, along with the low hum of activity and movement. She pulled herself up, and searing agony shot through each of her limbs. Whoa, 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 slow down, Whisper said, suddenly at her side and easing her back. Talee didn't fight him, though she wanted to. She lay quietly for a moment. She realized she was in Eyfre's carriage, and it was moving. Did I win? She asked hoarsely. Whisper seemed shocked, then amused. Yeah, you won, and you scared the shit out of all of us. What happened? I can answer that. The large silhouette of Eyfre appeared in the now open door of the carriage. Of course I'm gone for only a moment and you wake. Eyfre sat opposite of Talee and placed a kettle, some strange black cloth, and some flowers on the counter. She reached under the counter and retrieved a pestle and mortar. She began grinding the flowers down. Multi-bonding kills mages, Talee. It kills mages who know what it is, understand it, study it. You are lucky to be alive. Talee's chest felt tight. She had never assumed using multi-bonding could kill her or even hurt her. She simply assumed it would make her very tired. Well, at least now she knew what could go wrong. She smiled as she realized she'd answered one of her own questions. Eyfre finished crushing the flowers, put them in the black cloth, and poured boiling water from her kettle over them, letting a strange purple liquid drip into a beaker. She poured the liquid into a mug and handed it to Talee. Talee expected it to smell floral, but it smelled foul. She sipped and choked. It was beyond foul. She took another sip and gagged. What in the abyss am I drinking? Multi-bonding normally lets you cast multiple spells at once, but if you use the same spell multiple times, it grows exponentially in power. As such, the exchange also increases, not exponentially, but a lot. Whatever exchange you had in you has been expended for some time. The drink is an old recipe that is said to help replenish exchange. Talee had simply assumed that running out of exchange was like a fire running out of fuel. Everything would just stop. The taste of the drink was getting to her. She set it down, the cup still nearly full. I find it works best if you do it in one big gulp, Eyfre said. Talee nodded and downed the entire drink. It was not better. She nearly vomited, but by some incredible force of will, kept it down. Eyfre chuckled. Oh, Talee, why can't you do your lessons with such zeal after only a single command? They're boring, Talee responded. Eyfre raised her eyebrows, but still chuckled. I'm surprised you woke so soon. Once a person's exchange is drained, although we only have a vague idea of how it is replenished, the body struggles to regain its rhythms. This is why it's important for a mage to never completely drain it. I didn't know. I should have listened closer, Talee said. Eyfre sighed. Although I would expect someone who flawlessly memorized all basic information about bonding and exchange to figure this out, I never explained the risks of multi-bonding. It's unheard of that a student can manage it. especially with something as mild as a sacrum. I am angry that you did it, Talee. But I'm also curious as to how.
Me too,
Talee replied. Talee turned to look at the window and then sat up. For the first time since waking, she began to parse exactly where she was. Shapes and shadows flashed outside the window of the carriage. She pulled herself up to the window. That distinctive earthy smell filled her nose, and ancient gnarled trees rolled past her. The smell was stronger now, sweeter almost. She breathed deeply and exhaled. She turned to Whisper.
I made it, she said. I'm outside the wall.
Well, I wouldn't let a mage this promising stay behind in Eyfre, Eyfre said. Talee now noticed that her bedroll was sitting beside her, now completely dry. Her heart leapt in her chest. She grabbed it, opened it, and sighed in relief. Nestled inside was her blade, Leaf. It had been quite the chore to steal it before leaving Greenhill. She'd attempted to pick the lock to Father Jurgen's office and quickly found that you needed to actually know what you were doing. On the last day before leaving, she had taken an axe to his door and his cabinet. Praise the Lord of Deepstone, she now had the wall separating her and the orphanage. Where in Deepstone? Eyfre said, shocked by the sudden appearance of the blade.
It's mine. I made it.
At Greenhill, Talee said proudly. Eyfre glared at the girl, seeming to decide if she wanted to push the girl for more information or not. Finally, she shrugged and simply said, Fair enough. The three sat in silence for a while. Talee was surprised to find that this silence was strangely comfortable. Whenever she was in a group of people and no one was talking, it usually meant someone was about to get yelled at. But for some reason, this just felt nice. Eyfre stood up and excused herself. She said she would be back later, and then they could all discuss the journey to come. She stepped outside the cart. Whisper turned to Talee. I think at this point we can stop tallying points, he said.
Well, for one thing, yes.
But when you teach me how to steal, I imagine you are going to be much better at it than me for a while, rival. Eyfre found Rikislar hobbling about in the upper-class cart in the caravan head. She approached him from behind and knocked his hat off. He spun, crouching into a strange, almost feral stance. Just like any mage of the House of the Die, truly not a warrior. Oh, you, he muttered, standing back up. Eyfre noticed that he glanced down at his silver pocket watch, which had appeared in his hand before quickly shoving it back into his robe. Looking to put some odds on something? He said with a grin. Sure. What are the odds on me not strangling you? Eyfre said. Rikislar's face paled, but his mischievous grin remained. Based on your face, I'd say not great. What is it I've done to wrong you? Why don't you tell me? Can't think of anything specific. Think harder, Eyfre said, stepping forward. Or I tell the House of the Die about that little book you wrote while you were still teaching at the Consortium. Rikislar's face paled. Well, now that I think of it, I do recall I did perhaps tell the girl Talee about how one of the configurations was stronger than the other. That's all. That is not all. You told the poor girl about multi-bonding. She triple bonded to the sacrum, Rikislar. Do you have any idea of the exchange that drew? We're lucky she isn't dead in either body or mind. Rikislar fidgeted. Well, that would explain the volatile results. She's all right? Eyfre glared at him. She could have died, Rikislar. Careless, even for you. I hope you enjoyed the coin. She turned to leave. Yes, what a shame. To plot to use children to your own devices, She turned back and glared at Rikislar. We are nothing alike. We are more alike than you may think. I truly did not wish to harm the girl. I expected she would double bond and perhaps have a headache. A headache she wouldn't notice as she was overcome by ecstasy of victory. He paused and licked his lips. Do you remember your first triple bond? The exercise it took to get control, to maintain a clean bond and actually affect the world? It takes a mage years. I stared at water, watched it boil, watched it freeze for dozens of hours before I came even close to feeling like I could understand it well enough to affect it with a triple bond and not pass out. I had told her about it only a few hours before. Eyfre was already gone. She had no reason to discuss this. Not with him. The Secrum had strange characteristics. The bond is much simpler than a full monolith. Perhaps that accounted for the strange display? She would investigate. Whatever ability the girl had, she needed to think about if it could be used for what was to come next for the two children. It was time to finally tell them her ulterior motives for bringing them on the journey. Rikislar continued to reflect. It was illogical. The only explanation would be Talee having studied the characteristics of water for months, watching it shape and flow, heat and cool, drip and drop. Or perhaps another material? Rikislar shook his head and continued on his route to disperse the few payouts from the day's wagers. And Talee now stared at Leaf. Or was it Strife? She smiled. No. Despite the near catastrophe, the blade had treated her well. It was not blackened. She was glad placing it in the bedroll in the water had saved them both from the heat. She'd initially placed it there to experiment, but her ad hoc plan for the last match had been simple. One of her bonds was focused on the water, but two were on the blade. Deep in the water of the pond, it had dispersed the heat. Using the spell on the blade had been so much easier. It felt like she understood the metal, and the metal understood her. Moving those two bonds from being focused on the sword to the water was excruciating, like running full speed into water and trying to keep running as fast as possible. It had been exhausting, but a single moment of connection was all she'd needed. She reflected fondly on the many nights she'd spent at the forge, heating the sword, shaping it, watching it cool. She thought about the way it plunged into the water and the way the water would boil and flame. She reflected on the properties of the steel and the few joys of her youth. She thought of shaping the sword, and the sword shaping her. She held Leaf up to the sunlight. Chapter 6. The Lady of the Rose. Her vision stained red as blood ran into her eyes. She remained calm despite the pain of the thorns. She watched her blood drip, drip, drip. But that would be many years from now. Many years. Rose Garden, 19 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Roshan stood in the gallery at Rose Garden holding little Trian in her arms. She'd hated this room as a child, but her mother had forced her to enter to look at the paintings and at the tapestries. It was ironic that her own love of painting had grown from this, and that her own painting now graced these walls, depicting her mother's coronation. Roshan looked at the painting. Her mother's face twisted in agony, the diadem of thorns on her head. Images depicting identical scenes filled the gallery. So many faces, all twisted in agony, blood flowing from their forehead. As a requirement to create such a monumental depiction, the painter is required to study with the historians at Rose Garden, study the history and subtext of the traditional depictions of the coronation. During Roshan's studies, all the historians had been men. Another irony. Which of them could truly understand the paintings of the matriarchy of the Lady of the Rose? Trian had insisted on visiting the gallery despite her mother's warnings. When told it would be scary, Trian requested to bring Yunmub. Yunmub was currently nothing more than a friend to Trian, but when she was of age, she would become Trian's official handmaiden. But that wouldn't be for some time, and for now, Roshan was simply thankful her daughter had a friend. Yunmub had been asked to wait in the doorway. This moment felt like one that should be shared between a mother and a daughter. Trian cowered and hid her head in the nape of her mother's neck. She peeked, holding her mother's red hair up like a veil to protect her from the grotesque images. "They don't look happy," Trian said quietly. Roshan chuckled. "No, they don't, Trian." Trian peeked again. "Will you have to do that?" she asked, speaking of the coronation. Roshan smiled. When she was younger, she'd asked herself the same question. She had 3 older sisters, and between all of them, they had 12 daughters, Trian being the youngest. Roshan was 10th in line to the throne. I don't think so, Trian. Trian wiggled, signaling to her mother she wanted to be set down. She held onto her mother's leg and now stared at the painting of her grandmother. Sirla, the reigning Lady of the Rose, stared at the cavernous ceiling of the gallery, blood pouring down her face, her eyes narrowed and her mouth frozen in a cry of pain. Would you be scared? Trian asked, looking up at her mother. Roshan looked at the painting. The symbolism would be lost on young Trian. The coronation surely hurt, but not in the way depicted. The painting spoke of the pain and pleasure of ruling, the agony of childbearing, the joys of child-rearing, the role of the Lady of the Rose. Perhaps, Roshan said, kneeling down. I was a little scared before I had you or any of your brothers or sisters, but somehow courage always finds me. Roshan gave a smile, and Trian smiled back. Roshan now signaled for Unmub to come in, and the 2 girls hugged after only their short time apart, before beginning to chase after each other and stare at the many works in the gallery. Trian had apparently brought in one of her many wooden swords and was playing her favorite game of knights and monsters. Roshan's smile was cut short by the commanding voice of her mother, Sirla, Lady of the Rose. Roshan, come, the war council prepares. Roshan patted Trian on the head as she passed, and followed her mother out of the gallery and towards the sprawling war room, which was now filled with stuffy people, stuffy books, and plans for war. The next time Roshan would enter the gallery, Trian's youth would be far behind her, and the walled war would be at its height. Rose Garden, 11 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The cathedral gates were closed. The escalation in the walled war had prompted Odros to make this desperate move. When Roshan got word, she'd ridden back from the western channels to Rose Garden. There in the gallery stood all the grandchildren of the Lady of the Rose, dressed in travel garb and each assigned an ally to the Lady of the Rose. They stood with caregivers who would lead them away to safe harbor with these allies. The gates may be closed, but long had the Ladies of the Rose prepared secret routes outside the walls. These would be used to send the children away from the violence. The Lady of the Rose ruled the south, and the Harvels ruled the north. For as long as anyone can remember, the two have been in conflict, but the disputes rarely escalate beyond skirmishes on borders. But this was different. When the Lady of the Rose had invaded North Lakewall, the Harvels did not simply defend, but retaliated. They called in an ally, the House of the Bear. Sirla had expected the war to be swift, but it was not so. All the children were to be sent to safety, even the boys. The Lady of the Rose commanded no two go to the same location, despite Roshan's protests. Sirla insisted it was for the protection of the bloodline. Roshan had eventually relented. During her goodbyes, Roshan eventually reached young Trian, who was now 11. She kissed her and ruffled Unmub's hair. She was glad her daughter would at least have a friend with her. Also, Unmub's love of books seemed to be wearing off onto Trian. She was also glad to see that they were to be sent with Yelm, ruler of Dumova Ironroot. Trian looked up and her lip quivered. Roshan expected her to ask not to be sent away, but instead, she looked up and said, "The courage will find you." Tears poured down Roshan's face, and she hugged her daughter. "You'll like Dumova Ironroot," Roshan said. "Yelm is one of the finest swordsmen in the realm. He will teach you everything he knows, I'm sure." "She's already been asking me to," Yelm said. And so the children were flung to every corner of the continent. Their lives continued. They studied, they loved, they lost. Over 2 years, Lakewall became a memory, and all the while, the Walled War raged on. After seeing the tragedy of the Orphans of the Deep, Roshan was glad her children were sent away. She watched her mother, the resilient and cunning Lady of the Rose, slowly change from fighting to liberate Lakewall to fighting to end its absolute destruction. By the end, the Lady of the Rose was attempting only to come to a truce with the bloodthirsty Harvels, who now felt justified in their brutality. It was only the Night of Three Storms that finally dampened the Harvels' appetite for violence. And so treaties were signed, and the children returned. It was here Roshan found her own agony. Her paintings never found her again. When she sat in front of the easel, she thought of nothing kind, nothing beautiful, and could not bear to look at the things that poured from her brush. More importantly, though, she realized her children were now flowers transplanted to a new garden. They lived, but they did not thrive. Roshan felt like she finally understood the painting she had made so many years ago. She asked her children to stay for 1 year, a time for them all to be together, and then they may return to their new lives. They stayed, and then they were gone. Even young Trian had taken a shining to the written word and had departed for Odros to become a slate. She took with her her faithful handmaiden, Yunmub. It was 3 years before the bloodshed. Sirla's fatal mistake had been assuming that the Harvels' lust for violence could ever be sated, that their appetite for violence could ever be dampened. For 4 years, the Harvels had plotted. When the sun dawned over Rose Garden, there were 15 heirs to the Diadem of Thorns, and when it set, there was only blood. The assassinations had been meticulous, professional, all flawlessly executed in a single day. They even got young Trian, tucked away safely in the halls of Holy Throne. She was found wearing her robes and veil, her throat slit and her blood on the stone. The Harvels denied all involvement, but were quick to breach the South's borders with their troops. This massacre had been years of planning, what must have been a small fortune and countless prayers to their ancient and secret gods. But they made an error, and this would be their undoing. The agony of all the visages that hung in the gallery would never rival the pain of the last heir, the sole remaining member of the bloodline of the Lady of the Rose. Lakewall, 2 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. A welcoming party stood outside of Hamlet Corpica. They all smiled, though none were as wide as Bishop Granite's. These smiles are facades, masks. They do not all hide the same deficiencies, secrets, or shame, but each of these smiles belongs to broken things. And Bishop Granite collects broken things. Every resident of Hamlet Corpica is bound to Granite by an invisible chain, a debt owed, a secret known, a choice made. With these chains, Granite manipulates and controls each one. As a man who has no shame of his own, he is not bound by any such chain, and this is his leverage. He hoards these broken things. Every smiling face in the cozy Hamlet Corpica is a monument to some extreme failing in their own life, and so they are here. Granite and his inner circle stand in the front. Directly beside Granite were 2 people. The first was Marinay. He had thin black hair and steely eyes. Once a slate who had served the Cardinal of War in the lower wilds, he now served as Granite's right hand and adjutant. The other is the ever-anxious Sayut, the newest addition to Granite's inner circle. His gray eyes darted about and his pale hands twitched and fidgeted. It was clear that the other members of the inner circle did not like the presence of the gray-eyed man. Bishop turned as Guln Harvel, ruler of North Lakewall, joined the group. "The stars guide you," Bishop Granite said, grinning and fidgeting, though it seemed to be due to excitement rather than anxiety. Guln simply grunted in response. Guln wore leather armor which bore the Harvel crest, a golden apple over a bundle of wheat. He glowered at the roadway, which would soon bring more guests, clearly unhappy he was in the welcoming party. Farther back stood 2 of his children, Okov and Vanola, and his nephew, Dexton. Okov and Vanola also wore the family crest, but Dexton wore a suit of plate armor which bore an insignia of a silver skull over a bundle of wheat. the insignia of the Reapers. Dexton had recently taken the command of the Reapers, the military force of Northern Lake Wall. He was the youngest ever to do so, being only 25, and was clearly not yet comfortable in the position. The appointment had been political, Goln attempting to appease his power-hungry brother. The Reapers were both enforcers and protectors of the people, and were feared throughout all of Lake Wall. Marinay leaned in and whispered to Granite,
"The lady approaches."
Granite clapped his hands together, seeing the plume of dust for himself.
"And which carriage is it, Marinay?"
he asked eagerly. Granite had spent no small sum getting spies into the Lady of the Rose's household. He'd always maintained some level of spies there, but since the sole heir had taken command, he had increased the number. Lately, he'd been particularly interested in the lady's arrival for negotiations. He thought that distractions in games would confuse her, soften her, weaken her. After gathering all the information he could, he developed a ploy to have servants present the arriving carriage with trays filled with sweets and refreshments, as well as gifting the lady with a book of love poems. The informants had learned that the lady distanced herself from stereotypical feminine appearances. The bishop was giddy to enact his juvenile design.
"There will be 3 carriages. The first carries her advisors, the last some nobles, and the middle, gilded in gold, will be hers. It is nearly an identical construction to your own,"
Marinay whispered.
"Good,"
Granite said.
"Good."
It was only a few moments before the sound of hooves was heard.
"The lady arrives,"
Marinay said. The procession crested the hill. Before anything else came into sight, the banners of the lady could be clearly seen, snapping in the wind, regal and defiant. Each depicted a single rose growing amidst the carnage of a battlefield. Leading the procession was a formation of knights on horseback. They wore armor that was dinged, dulled, and well acquainted with combat. Their leader was dressed in dark gray armor and wore an impressive and imposing blade. Obviously of custom make and some cost, it sported a black scabbard and a strangely long black hilt. It was not ornate, but it was clearly the work of fine craftsmanship. As predicted, there were 3 carriages in total. The procession stopped, and Granite waddled towards the golden carriage. 3 of the knights who led the procession dismounted. Each of the Reapers took an imposing step forward. The knights did not waver, but they also did not stop Granite. Granite leered at the leader in dark gray, turned and signaled for his attendants carrying his false gifts to follow, and approached the middle carriage. He confidently flung open the door without waiting.
"Welcome, Lady of the Rose. I trust you will enjoy your time here. Please try some of these simple tarts. I must say that I have similar tastes."
The bishop stopped as he noticed something was wrong. There were only 2 people in the carriage, a man wearing a veil over their eyes, simple gold and white robes, and a look of surprise at the sudden intrusion. The other was a tall, balding man dressed in black robes and wearing a silver chain with silver dice at the end. He scowled at Granite. A slate and a mage of the die, not the Lady of the Rose. Granite stepped away from the carriage, confused, and was startled to find the knight in gray was standing right behind him.
"Where is she?"
he sneered. The knight removed their helmet and a tie from their hair, allowing a mess of red to spring free. "I'm right here, Granite," she said. "Forgive me for the confusion. I don't like being tucked away in carriages. I'd rather lead my people than be pampered by them."
"Ah, young Trian, the Lady of the Rose,"
Granite said.
"Look at these scars on your face. The years have not been kind."
Young Trian stared at Granite. Her eyes, once vibrant and full of questions, were now hardened and calculating. It had been 5 years since her family's murders. 5 years since she'd taken rule of South Lake Wall. She'd been only 20 at the time. Trian's survival had shocked everyone. It had taken 3 days for the realization to be made that the body found in her chambers was not her, but that of her faithful handmaiden, Yunmub. It had always been Yunmub who had loved to read, And so the two friends had formed a scheme. The traditional garb of the slate, the hood, the veil, and the shield, made it easy for Trian and Yidmub to switch places. No one, not even Trian's own family, had known. And so, when the assassinations were carried out, it was poor Yidmub who had been killed. Only a select group of people knew the true location of Trian. By some miracle or political design, Dumava Ironroot was notified, and Yelm had rode immediately to Hollow Throne to retrieve Trian. Hollow Throne, the prison mountain. I see my fellow rulers have already arrived, Trian said, turning to the Harvels, their faces now twisted into sneers of disdain as they realized the ploy. She beckoned to one of her knights and pointed to the tray of sweets. The knight approached and removed his helmet. He was an older man with a short white beard and the grizzled face of someone who had seen more combat than they'd seen life. He lifted a pastry, sniffed it, licked it, and finally tasted it. He nodded. Trian nodded back and took a pastry. She gestured casually in the weathered man's direction. I introduce my knight commander, the longest military advisor to the ladies of the Rose, Selud.
Excuse me for the confusion, Trian, Bishop Granite said. We simply expected that someone of your condition would simply ride in a carriage, unless the rumors of your good fortune are false.
Since taking the throne, rumors of her producing an heir had been as constant as the rumors about her interment in Hollow Throne. None were true. Trian picked up one of the small tarts and ate. False, she said between bites. It's difficult to get fucked when you are constantly on guard for assassins and treachery. She turned and looked at the Harvels and raised her eyebrows. Although, this lot have been trying to fuck me for years, and I dare say they would be quite disappointed were I to actually mother an heir. There was stunned silence. Dexton mumbled, You wish. His voice cracked and his face turned scarlet. Trian laughed a dry and biting laugh, turning back to Granite with a grin. The awkwardness of the young commander and the confidence of his opponent, the same age as him, made clear the gap between the two. That gaudy carriage may seem fit for a ruler, but it was simply a prize I won gambling at Chance Caldale. Our companion was eager to ride in it, so I allowed it. We will sell it soon, if anyone is willing to buy such a monstrosity. Bishop Granite furrowed his brow at this. Careful with gambling, Goln Harvel said in his gravelly voice. Last I heard, your grandmother's gambit didn't work out. Goln, the Lady of the Rose won every bet she ever made. The only time she ever lost was when you cheated. Allegations, Goln Harvel said. We mourn the death of your dear grandmother, despite our differences. But I digress. Cheating or not, a loss is a loss. Trian turned and stared at Goln. The others wilted under her gaze, but he stood firm. She turned to Granite. We convene tonight? She asked.
Yes, in the dining hall, Granite said, still clearly confused by the whole event.
Then I shall retire, Trian said, turning as she grabbed yet another tart.
Before you depart,
a gift, Granite said with a mischievous grin. He held forth the book of poems. Trian turned and smiled. Reflections on Passion Volume 4, she feigned surprise. Why, Granite, I've heard this volume is all the rage in Vocaster and Eskia, and rare. It must have cost a small fortune. I have long desired to read this, but could not spare the coin. Granite blinked, once, then twice, his mouth stupidly hanging open. The adjutant, Marinade, lowered his head into his hands, now clearly understanding the entire display. Many, including the bishop, had long wondered why the lady was coming herself instead of sending an emissary to these negotiations. It was now clear that she was not here for the negotiations. She was here to send a message. Every piece of intelligence that they had retrieved about the arrival had not only been false, but had clearly been planted. Trian had the upper hand the entire time. She was not riding into an ambush. She was the ambush. I thought, Bishop mumbled, clearly not able to hide his confusion and disappointment. Trian looked from him to the Harvels, to the book, to her knight commander Selud, and then said quietly, Well, you quite clearly have not. and left with Selud at her side. She had enjoyed the sweets, but the book, that was for Unmub. Oh, how she'd loved those books of poems. Soon, Unmub, Roshan, my mother, my brothers and my sisters, and Sirla, my grandmother, I will have revenge, Trian thought to herself. As Trian left, one set of eyes could not bear to look at her. Sayed's eyes darted to the ground, and he seemed almost panicked. But Marinay, the adjutant, watched her carefully. His eyes shone, and he licked his lips as he watched her disappear into Hamlet Corpica. The tension at the dinner was palpable. This was the second time the dining room had been used of late, and each guest had either been present or heard stories of the last time. The only person who seemed calm was Trian. Granite sat at the foot of the table with his adjutant Marinay beside him. While Bishop drank and ate, Marinay seemed to simply sip from his small cup, while his eyes carefully watched every inch of the room. On one side of the table sat the Harvels. Goln, Dexton, Okov, and Vanola sat in the center and were flanked by multiple Reapers who were all dressed in full plate mail. Dexton stood and watched them all. Trian's side was nearly empty. She brought only 3 guests, Selud, the Slate, and the Mage of the Die from the Golden Carriage. It was clear to all why the Mage of the Die was present. He was one of the reasons the Harvels didn't simply take it upon themselves to finish what they'd started 5 years ago and slit Trian's throat. No one wanted to mess with the mages. He was Trian's insurance. The first course was served, and negotiations began. As happened every time, they quickly fell apart. The supposed purpose of the meeting was to try and find peace between the two groups, but usually it was simply an opportunity for the two sides to insult each other. If anything, it fueled the conflict. Trian, in her 5 years of rule, had never attended, but instead had sent others in her stead. It became clear that her calm demeanor and short, witty retorts were only worsening the rage of the Harvels. The bishop called for silence.
Please, can we not for once try to work together? Bishop said, unable to keep a smirk off his face. I see a way forward. We must simply come to an understanding.
Work together? This woman's family has sought to destroy us for generations,
Okov hissed, standing and gesturing at Trian.
She does not deny it. Even now, she conspires against the hard-working laborers of our fields, simply working to provide for their family, church, and home. These Southerners despise us. These Southerners despise our way of life.
Be seated. Be silent,
Bishop growled. The Harvels obeyed. The bishop had been partnered with the Harvels since taking his position. He took a cut of their crops and was given access to their reapers. In return, they were given political influence through Granite to direct decisions back in Odros. They did not have the diplomatic skills to do this on their own. Bishop Granite, I come here seeking peace for my people, Trian said.
I understand that, Granite responded, nodding and sitting up straighter. This tension has gone on long enough. I have news that might interest both parties. Considering the feud between your people and constant bloodshed, I am bringing in a mediator.
Bishop paused and leaned back. He stared at Trian, but was disappointed to see that she did not squirm. And what would this mediator be? Trian asked, already knowing the answer. Her agents had informed her weeks ago.
5 hewn battalions and a portion of Odrossian military, Granite said, simply to ensure peace.
The Harvels made a show of nodding and agreeing to this, as though they were not involved in the plan. Such a simple ploy. With Granite and the Harvels' forces combined, they could overthrow Southern Lakewall and usurp the Lady of the Rose. All eyes turned to Trian. She sipped her wine and now also feigned thinking. An intriguing offer, but no. I have a counteroffer, though. Perhaps you should all crawl back to whatever holes you came out of and die.
It's happening with or without your approval, damn you,
Goln said, standing up with a grunt.
Your stranglehold on this fine land is done.
Even if Odrossian forces occupy Lakewall, Trian started.
Reinforce Lakewall,
Granite interjected. Trian tilted her head and hummed. Reinforce. Interesting. Revered slave of the law, Jilndurg, what might the law say about such a thing? I expect not much, but I am a little curious. The slate seated with the lady rose and cleared his throat. So it is written in the law of Odros, which are superseded only by the word of the Seydun and the Holy Shall. Any forces of Odrosian military to move through the cathedral gates and reinforce the existing military stationed therein are subject to a vote of the people of the land. If not in a time of emergency or a time of war, this vote must be called and the residents of the lands given a season to return home to cast their votes. This is decreed, and any breach of this subject is penalty to death and denial of being laid in the stone. Jilndurg nodded, as though reinforcing his point, and then sat back down. Oh, I guess that won't be happening then, Trian said. The Harvel side of the table exploded in confusion and anger. They stood and shouted. Trian stayed seated and sipped her drink.
Granite, you said this was done,
Goln said. Not even an attempt at conspiracy. Fools, each and every one of them. Granite ignored the shouting, his eyes still fastened to Trian. She noticed his gaze. He did not seem surprised. He did not seem upset. She got a chill. I understand. The law is the law, Granite said. Our Lord of Deepstone has given us such ways to govern ourselves on land, and they are not to be forsaken. He leaned back in his chair and shook his head. I thought it would be best to offer. I understand it would be dishonest, but I thought, given the lack of workers in your field, so many young workers who would have been a part of your workforce, all orphans of the deep, shipped off to Odros. And there is, of course, your military situation. Trian sat up straight, her right hand clenched around the hilt of her blade, her knuckles white. And what military situation is that? She asked. Her voice revealed nothing. The rumors may be wrong, Bishop continued, shaking his head, but I'd heard that you've begun farming settlements just outside the web, near the border to Eskia. I was of the understanding that you've moved a chunk of your forces in secret to these settlements. This leaves you vulnerable, no? Well, I am sure with your great military prowess, you would be fine with such a reduced force against whatever attack the Harvels might be able to muster. Only one person revealed anything on Trian's side. The Mage of the Dye's face went white, and he looked to Trian. Clearly, these allies had not been informed. Trian was silent. She pushed back her chair and stood, but as she did, a servant had been passing with a jug of wine. There was a shriek, a gasp, and suddenly Trian found herself covered in wine. It was a true accident, which was clear from the way the attendant groveled and apologized, constantly looking at Granite in absolute fear. Granite and the Harvel seemed more than overjoyed at such a juvenile display as someone accidentally getting soaked in liquid. Trian stayed silent. She looked down. Her vision stained red as wine dripped to the floor. She remained calm despite the pain of the collision. She looked up and met Granite's eyes. This was his true ambush, the reveal that he knew of her settlements. This she had not expected. She was unprepared. The only other person in the room who had not seemed shocked by this news was the adjutant Marinay. Trian wiped her eyes clean, and the diplomat in her reared its head. If someone flies my banner above the wilds, I will do my duty to Odros and investigate. They dishonor me. They dishonor the church. I appreciate all your patience in these discussions. I appreciate the Harvels coming despite the terrible deeds exchanged between our families. I depart now to clean myself of this wine, and I leave to investigate these rumors at sunrise. I will, of course, have my allies bolster my numbers inside the walls. Dome of Iron Root will be sending their finest within a few days. Bishop Granite, I take my leave. Good evening. Trian turned and left, not waiting for her entourage. When she was out of eyesight, she let her hands shake. She wanted to ride to the Rose Garden tonight. She wanted to be there and prepare the troops for whatever conflict was surely coming. But no, do not show your weakness. She proceeded to the baths. Marinay watched her leave and licked his lips. She thought she was so smart. She thought she was so much smarter than Bishop Granite. She may have escaped his first ambush, but she had fallen directly into his second. Well, on to the third. Trian had always found solace in the public bathhouses of Odros and Domova Ironroot. The practice had never taken hold in southern Lakewall. She had considered constructing one herself, but could not justify the expense. Hamlet Corpica housed what was probably the sole bathhouse of traditional Odrosian construction in all of Lakewall. The water trickled and reverberated through the massive, steamy room. The trickle of water, the stone. She'd hoped it would take her back to the days in Odros's capital, Ashenfall, sitting and joking with Inmub after a hard day's ride. Instead, it took her back to Hollow Throne. Hollow Throne is a mountain deep in Mountain Wall that serves as both the largest mine for node stones in the land and the main place Odros jails its criminals. Inside is only cruelty, treacherous winding tunnels, endless chasms, and the liturgical wails of the forgotten and wretched lawbreakers. In the depths of Hollow Throne, clothed with only rags, armed with only a pickaxe, Trian had seen the Pale Lady. Her grandmother had warned her of this spectral image for years. Cirla warned her that if she saw the Pale Lady, she should run. If she couldn't run, she should fight. She ran. Her squad had called for her to stop, but still she ran. She ran until she could run no more, and then she hid. The Pale Lady was there with each step, always around each corner, always watching. The Pale Lady isn't there to kill you. She's there to witness your death, her grandmother had warned. The assassin might not have been able to find Trian, but the Pale Lady did. And so Trian was there with the omen of her death, but no death to be found. It was nearly a week before Yelm found Trian in the depths of Hollow Throne. At this point, the Harvels had already publicly begun to take control of Southern Lakewall, thinking every heir dead. Who would ever stop them? When Rover and Yelm found her, she refused to leave. So he told her. He told her there, in the filth and the dark and the squalor of Hollow Throne, he told her of her family's massacre. He held her while she wept. He let her weep until there were no more tears left to fall. Trian opened her eyes and she was back in the bathhouse. She was hugging herself and realized the water running down her face was simply from the steam. She never should have been there. No one, not even her family, had known. To this day, only a handful of people in the world even know why. Such a small technicality that had saved her life. She remained, and they were gone. Even poor Mub. Oh, poor soul. She had always been the one more interested in the teaching of the slate. Trian had always enjoyed combat. She loved training with swords and Domova Ironroot, sparring with Yelm. When she had brought up the idea to Unmub that they trade places and she secretly be the one who trained with the slate, her dear friend had wept. She had not known that she wept for her own death. Trian had cried nearly as much for Unmub as she had for her whole family. She had been responsible for the death of Unmub. After Yelm had let Trian cry, he had whisked her away to Ironroot. The diadem of thorn, the brooch of the rose, and a switch cut from the ancient willow that grew at Rose Garden were all retrieved and brought to Domova Ironroot. This was done with the greatest of secrecy. Favors and debts that had accrued for generations were called in, and all the while the Harvels remained unaware that their plot had failed, that a single petal remained in the flower that they had decimated. Trian had worn a dress, though she couldn't remember whose. As the diadem was brought forward, she remembered her mother and those tapestries and paintings. She'd been 15th in line to the throne at the time, and had never once, not even at that age, considered that she would one day be one of those figures, bleeding, trapped in eternal torment and ecstasy. There was no artist here for the official portrait of the coronation, but Trian was now old enough to understand the symbolism in the painting for herself. She wasn't so sure about the ecstasy part, but she did know that she would be trapped in agony as the ruler of Southern Lakewall. The diadem itself was so simple. The thin metal depicted thorns and leaves twisting around one another in a circlet. It was adorned with small jewels and one large ruby. In the front, 2 cruel-looking thorns curled down and towards the wearer. Trian had stared at it, terrified. And then, the courage found her. They allowed Yelm to perform the ceremony. In the bathhouse, Trian now knelt, pulling a jug close to wash the wine from her hair. Trian, 7th of the Wilted Rose, kneel. She knelt. Trian, 7th of the Wilted Rose, will you rule over the people? I will. The diadem had been placed on her head. She felt the razor-sharp thorns pierce her. She did not wince. She was instructed to raise her hands, and she did. A silver bowl was placed in them. Hold it still, Yelm said quietly before continuing. Trian, 7th of the Rose, will you bleed for the people? I will. Yelm hit Trian's head with the switch cut from the willow. The metal thorns cut into her head with an excruciating jolt. Her hands, which now held the silver bowl, trembled only so slightly. Her vision stained red as blood ran into her eyes. She remained calm despite the pain of the thorns. She watched her blood drip, 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 as though it was a dream. The bowl caught the blood. Finally, Yelm took the bowl. A priest standing nearby bowed his head, and Trian felt the wounds on her head close. Healing magic was rare to use due to the cost to the priest, but it was customary for this event. Selud, the long-running commander of the ladies' armies, and an old man even then, had personally led a force to retrieve the brooch. He brought it forward and handed it to Yelm. Trian had seen the brooch pinned to her grandmother's chest her entire life. Even when she was in plate mail, it was attached via some mechanism she had engineered. Instead of its normal vibrant ruby red, it was clear. It appeared a simple glass trinket. Trian, 7th of the Rose, will you lead the people? Lead in the truth of the Church of Deepstone and in the battle for the protection for your lands. I will. Yelm poured the blood from the bowl into the small opening at the top of the brooch. The blood filled the glass petals and the vibrant red returned. Yelm handed the brooch to the priest and closed his eyes. There was an acrid smell of glass melting and blood burning. The brooch was sealed. All at once, Trian felt like she was suddenly weaker. A part of her strength was sequestered, reserved for something. But she also felt stronger, like she had gained something. Something forgotten, but long remembered by each of the Ladies of the Rose, was now hers. Trian stood, pulled abruptly from her reflection, pulled from her remembrance, and yet again back to the bathhouse. Gone was the diadem, though its weight remained. She was just a naked woman in some bathhouse. She stood and stretched. Rise, Lady of the Rose, she said to herself as she stretched, finishing the last part of the coronation. Her attention was now on the next chamber of the bathhouse, and gone was the remembrance. But what was to remember? Following her coronation, she'd ridden immediately for Lakewall. The trip that would normally take 2 days had been completed before the sun rose the next morning. She claimed her throne. News had already spread of her previous location. Trian, imprisoned in Holothron? Could a criminal become Lady of the Rose? The objections had been mild, though. The Harville's forces had already caused havoc in the land, and the people were glad for any protector. Shortly after the coronation, an official script had been delivered from Odros declaring Trian the rightful ruler. The issue had been officially handled, but the question had always remained. Why was Trian in Holothron? Trian had no time to deal with that. Since taking the throne, she had fought with the Harvilles and secretly with Bishop Granite constantly, and her conflict would be over soon. Trian looked in the direction of the noise. Hello? Trian called out. There was no reply. She walked carefully. Weaponless and naked, this was a less than ideal situation. Well, if the Harvilles wanted to ambush her, they were in for more than a surprise. Due to the hour, it was unlikely that any residents of the hamlet were here. She rounded the corner, and through the steam she could see a large man sitting with his head up. He sat surrounded by bouquets of flowers, and the room was filled with a sickly sweet odor. Her mind twitched. Hello? No response. A part of her wanted to flee, but the courage found her. The man remained still as she neared. The flowers also covered his body, a strange ritual. A tall man stood over the other, but was shrouded in the mist. He looked up, and even from here, Trian could see that his eyes were completely gray, nearly black. He gasped, turned, and fled. What was happening here? She was now directly behind the seated man. Flowers, vines, and leaves snaked around his body. He remained still. He said nothing. He did not even seem to breathe. Trian's mind twitched again, calling her to arm herself. She stepped in front of the man and gasped. Dexton Harville sat lifeless, fist clenching the stone bench, bloodshot eyes staring upward in terror. Stems, leaves, and flowers protruded from every orifice and also pierced through his skin. Trian staggered back in shock. What was this? Sire? A man, clearly Dexton's servant, came around the corner. Trian turned and their eyes met, but still in shock, she said nothing. The servant's eyes looked from his master's body, distorted in the steam, a fatal bouquet of wildflowers and thorns riddling his body, back to Trian. He stumbled back and held a hand up. Witch, he hissed and drew a blade. Seeing a woman, naked and unarmed, he charged with a hateful howl and no second thought. Trian instinctively reached her mind out to that small part of herself that was reserved, now bound to the brooch of the rose, bound to her rule. She made a request of that hidden strength she had called on so many times before now. She now held, blooming blood, the remembered blade. The sword manifested in Trian's hand, and she swiftly deflected the oncoming blow. The servant stumbled back, now staring in horror at the blade that had appeared from thin air. It was ornate and had a piece of metal that wrapped around the blade, shaped like a stem with thorns. It looked impressive, but it made the blade less effective in actual combat. The pommel was a ruby shaped like a rose. The servant attacked again, wild and erratic, driven by hatred and adrenaline. Trian sensed the danger in the combat, in her situation, and knew she must end it as soon as possible. The servant gurgled in shock as her blade found his throat, and he fell. As Trian stepped forward to ensure he was dead, she saw the gray-eyed man from earlier lurking in the mist. What in the abyss is happening here? She asked, closing the gap between them. She stopped when she noticed. It was not the gray-eyed man. She stood face to face yet again with the pale lady. You again, she mumbled. I'm sort of busy right now.
So, you can see her too. Most curious. Most curious.
Trian jumped back as another figure emerged from the steam. Marinay, the adjutant to Bishop Granite, grinned as he approached. He looked from the pale lady to Dexton's corpse to the servant on the ground to Trian. His eyes finally settled on blooming blood, and he licked his lips. A blade that knows true blood, he said quietly. How many people are in this bathhouse? Trian asked dryly. I didn't kill him, you know.
Dexton? No. I believe this is the work of that gray-eyed man Sayut, though I didn't think he had it in him. But I did see you run that poor sod through.
So it's a setup, a plan to jail me, try to send me back to Hollowthrone? I'd die first. And I'm sure you've heard, I don't die easily, Trian said.
You and I both know you were in Hollowthrone of your own volition.
Stop being dramatic, Marinay said. He seemed distracted by Dexton's corpse. He didn't look uncomfortable. He looked infatuated. Trian stopped herself from shuddering. How had he known that she had been in Hollowthrone of her own will? Something about this man was deeply unsettling. Did Bishop Granite send you? Marinay scoffed, and for the first time, his focus seemed to be on Trian.
I am here of my own volition. Here, cover up.
He tossed her a simple robe.
You're more distracting than the corpse.
It was clear by his glances at the corpse that this was not true. Trian stared at the man, sizing him up. Blooming blood vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "What do you want?" she asked. The pale lady had now also vanished into the mist. The witness of Dexton's death was complete, and Trian and Marinay were alone.
I have simple requests, and we have not much time. First, this is yours. Take it. It's the sum you paid for the assassination of Bishop Granite. This is a service that cannot be rendered, and I warn you, find a new path of revenge. Of late, it seems that Granite also does not die easily.
Trian took the bag of coins and looked back at Marinay. So he had been the assassin they had been told was close to the bishop. "I'm confused," Trian said, honestly.
And so you shall remain. You cannot discern me, Lady of the Rose. I am not of your molds. There are followers, he gestured to Dexton, and there are leaders, he gestured to Trian, and there is me, singular in my designs, formless in my intentions. I will not tell you what I want. I will use you as a tool before you flee.
And why would I flee?
I will give you a moment to consider, Marinay said, but only a moment. Time runs short.
Trian looked over to Dexton's body and then to the body of the servant, his blood now mingling with the water. The murder of Dexton was so bizarre. She remembered that there had long been rumors about the Ladies of the Rose using strange magics. Trian sighed. Can you at least tell me how framing me with murder lets them bring their troops in? Marinay frowned.
This is the right question. I, however, give no answers. Consider what has happened here and consider that although you are directly involved, this is not about you. Run. You must run. Oh, but to where? That is the key.
Excellent. Riddles instead of answers. You must be a sage of some sort, thank you, Trian replied, but the man's words did stick in her mind. Marinay smiled a thin smile.
I cannot read the stars in the sky, but I can see the pieces on the board, Lady of the Rose. Now, run.
And so Trian turned and left. She was quick in her departure, rousing only J-Lud to leave with her. For a moment, she thought of simply fleeing it all. But then the courage found her. Oh, mother. Oh, grandmother. Oh, dear and Mub. Vengeance. Vengeance for each of you. Trian and J-Lud rode hard for a secret place that only the Roses knew of. One of the secret places that had taken the children outside the wall all those years ago. Trian was unsure of what exactly Bishop's ill machinations were, but it was clear that they were well underway. They rode hard, and even in the dark, J-Lud could see Trian's face twisted into agony. The Lady of the Rose rode into the dark. The adjutant reached out and gently touched the face of Dexton Harville, now graying and stiff from death. A beautiful death, simple in design, but to such great effect. Whispers of the Ladies of the Rose possessing a sort of wild magic had long been a rumor in the land. Nonsense, of course. Very typical of Granite to desire a murder that would mirror these suspicions when he framed the lady. Marinay had expected something staged, but this was real. Oh, that devious gray-eyed bastard Sayut. He claimed innocence, and yet he cooked up something like this? The strange powers that man meddled with were truly magnificent. Something in the back of Marinay's mind twitched. Jealousy? Envy? Oh, he could do so much better than this. He licked his lips and his hand shook. Could he pull it off? One simple killing here in the hamlet would surely go unnoticed. No one would know except the bishop that Marinay had spun his web, satisfied his hunger. He looked down and realized he'd absent-mindedly drawn one of his many small, razor-sharp blades he wore hidden on his person. No, he would not kill here. But soon the spider would feast. The pale lady would watch. He smiled, reached up the blade, and carefully cut off a piece of flesh riddled with thorns and a few flowers. A memento. Not his kill, but one surely that should be remembered. And Sayut was probably currently drinking to forget. Marinay chuckled as he turned and disappeared into the mist. Chapter 7. The Seventh. The Web, 3 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. She was going to tell them. Eyfre wasn't sure when she decided. After Talee's accident, perhaps? After talking to Rikislar? Who could say? She had at first wrestled with the idea of telling them as little of the truth as possible, but finally had decided that she had taken them from what passed as their homes and brought them out here for her own purposes. That meant it was time for the truth. But something gnawed at her, some feeling of guilt. There was no time for that now. She had started them down this path. It was time for answers. She sat in her carriage, Whisper and Talee sitting across from her. I'm going to tell you 2 things, she said. The first is the secret reason I've brought you with me. And the second is a story of sorts. But it is also a secret story, something you must lock away in the back of your minds, something important, something special just between the 3 of us. She paused for a moment. She was about to continue when Talee blurted out, I know the first thing. We're going to steal from the slate. Her voice was monotone, but her eyes sparkled. Whisper gave a scoffing laugh and then looked at Eyfre. His face went white when Eyfre smiled. I was curious if you'd actually figured it out, Talee. Yes, we're stealing from the slate, and as such, from the Church of Deepstone. Whisper stood, his hands up in defiance. No, he said, shaking his head. No, no, and no. Do I even need to say this? You don't steal from the slate. I have some expertise in this field. Have you heard of the rules of the sacrosanct? Have you heard the stories about how they hunt you relentlessly to the edges of the earth? You might not have, because the people who steal from them always regret it. If you think you understand the power of Odros, Whisper, Eyfre said calmly. This is not a sudden decision. If you do not wish to participate, you do not need to. But first, listen to my story. Whisper seemed uncomfortable but sighed. I don't see what it will change, but fine, I'll listen. Eyfre sat up. She moved an upper flap of her robe, revealing 2 pockets directly above her heart. Each of them contained a small book. She lightly touched one and then pulled it out. Whisper's concern vanished and he seemed captivated. Wait, those are... You're a... Eyfre smiled. Yes, Whisper. I'm a Grey Eyes. I see you both have many questions. Please, let me read the story, and much will be answered. Whisper sat back down and seemed like he would burst with questions. Talee was sitting up straight and in a rare instance was paying attention. What's the story? She asked. Eyfre looked down at the book. It's mine, she said softly, and opened to the first page. My story begins and ends and is encapsulated by that night under the stars with my mother and father. I have no desire to speak of any other moment in my life. It's all there. I begin and end there. But yet, I am compelled to delve outside this moment. Every word herein I write with reluctance. If you must speak of me, speak of that night under the stars, and let them be just that, stars. They do not look down on me with prophecies or expectations. They are simply the blanket of the night, wrapped warmly around my parents and I as we laugh and tell stories. But it is here, I must admit, reluctantly, that they are not just stars. No. It would seem they speak of things. Despite the vast amount they seem to have to say, they are so strangely silent. And so I guess I should begin there. Silence. Standing there at the foot of the Path of Bonds, the air was strangely still. It is usually boisterous up there in the mountains, but it was calm that day. The silence of a snowfall is unique. Thick layers of snow had already fallen and swallowed most of the ambient noise, and I could actually hear the snow. Each small snowflake made a tiny noise as it joined the blanket on the ground. I'd never realized that you could hear snow before. Some love the silence. It is a time of peace, a time of reflection. Some fear it. It is the unspoken. It is the absence of God. It is the unknown. When my mother used to refer to us as the people of stolen stories, I was confused. How could our stories be stolen? We had so many to tell and such a zeal for telling them. Our village was a happy place, for the most part. We lived far enough upland that we were considered the more acceptable type of Grey Eyes, and Odros declared us a mission instead of an enemy. Other than the grating proselytization of the church, we were left to our own devices and shielded from the violence of the lower wilds. The village was a colorful place, filled with tall, narrow homes. The air smelled of fresh-cut wood, rich foods, and spicy herbs. The homes had a quaint crookedness to them. They seemed to lean on one another for support. No single building seemed to be able to stand on its own, but as a whole, the village stood firm in all its twisting beauty. It was there, in one of those crooked little homes, I would sit and drink my favorite tea as my mother and father recited stories, poems, and even some plays. I was constantly pestering my mother to take me behind the village to the big hill with the ruins. She enjoyed our little trek up that hill nearly as much as I did. We would climb that hill, and Mother would let me run around the ruins of the Eye of Man. The Church of Deepstone was proud of the 6 observatories of Odros, though only one currently remains. These observatories were one of the many ideas stolen from us millennia ago, right down to the belief in the prophecy of the stars. The Grey Eye's first observatories predated the churches by hundreds of years, but we had none remaining. Despite the large looking glass being long used for scrap metal, there were strong echoes of it still amongst the ruins. Namely, shards of glass the size of my head scattered the ground. There was an ancient phrase that had been carved into all of our observatories. It translates as, "The eyes of man seek the eyes of gods." So, we called our observatories the Eyes of Man. My mother often told me about how a sage would have lived in this Eye of Man and would have told me my future. I thought this was funny, and when I'd laugh, she would always chuckle along. The people of my village also used the stones. We had a large monolith hidden deep in a cellar at the heart of the village, and I was taught how to bond to it at a young age. It was difficult, but I had something of a knack for it. Many told me I was a natural, but I thought little of that. I was also eager to learn of our other arts. I studied alchemy with my father, though I learned at even a young age that this was an endeavor filled mostly with disappointment. Despite producing none of the desired results, I never once saw my father get upset. I feel I should point out that the Grey Eyes are not a united nor a single people. Our connecting thread is our dabbling in alchemy and potions, whose materials are thought to be the cause of our eyes turning gray. We were first called the Grey Eyes by the Church of Deepstone. Grouping us all together was a way to simplify their own understanding of the world. They took hundreds of different and varied groups and bunched them into one. Such a shame. Such a waste. These people had names, cultures, histories, all gone. Everything that could be locked in the slate's vaults was. Our stories, our inventions, our religions. The Church of Deepstone often laments the century-long silence of their god. They call it the Long Silence. As a child, I'd felt sad at the idea that they'd been abandoned by their god. Now, I scoff at it. What did they know of silence? Enough ruminations on things I cannot change. Let us return to that night with my family beneath the stars. That evening, there'd been another family there with us. We all sat around a fire on the outskirts of town and laughed and ate and drank and sang. The adults drank spirits, but us children had my favorite tea. We'd been visiting this family often, and I'd not been sure why at the time. I was young and naive. In retrospect, it's clear that our two families were planning a marriage, some years later, between myself and their eldest boy. I'm sure he was trying to catch my eye across the fire, but I was enraptured by the stories and songs. There was a moment of silence. My father stood awkwardly, cleared his throat, and reached into his robe. He pulled out a secret book that lived in a pocket above his heart. He'd read from this book when we were at home, but never outside it. The Grey Eyes have developed a tradition where a member of the family has a pocket inside their robe above their heart, where they keep what is called a namesake book. These books are special to the family, and should only ever be seen or read from by a member of the family. To take it out and read it in front of others is a very special thing. I had an inkling of an idea of this at the time, but did not grasp the full weight of it. I was simply excited to find out that this was a story I'd never heard before. My father cleared his throat again, took a draw on his pipe, and began. Look back 1,000 years, and 1,000 years again, and 1,000 years again, and 1,000 years again, and still you would not be far enough back. The land is shattered, destroyed. It smolders from birth and is ruled by those kindred of sorrow. The sovereigns. These sovereigns are not men, but great creatures. Some call them gods, other beasts. There is only one thing I will say of them. He paused. They are large, and they are glorious. He turned to my mother and winked, a joke lost on me at the time, but I still think of the way she laughed as she blushed and smacked his arm. I'd laugh too. My father continued. Most had a semblance of creatures we know, owls, badgers, wolves, turtles, but their visage and their colors were unique and strange. They stand as tall as a house and are as cunning as they are frightening. During the cooling of the land, people did not fight for kingdom or banner, but for these creatures. We named them the Sovereigns, for we could not understand the names they gave themselves. 3 of the sovereigns who dwelt in the land called Null kept, warred constantly. There was the winged serpent, Tarar, the bear with golden eyes and the shell of a tortoise, Malice, and the great wolf, Shesha. The serpent, Tarar, ruled over our ancestors and fought well for us, but the attacks were relentless, and Tarar tired. The sovereign realized, but it knew its enemies would take advantage of its slumber, for when a sovereign rests, it rests for years, or even ages. Now, there was a woman named Lamaka. Lamaka was not the smartest, strongest, nor wisest of her clan, but she was the bravest. She noticed that Tarar tired and asked what she could do to help. Tarar thought and said, Take of me a scale and make from it a shield. With this shield, my power will protect you. So Lamaka did. The serpent rested, and Lamaka practiced with the great shield every day. Her arms grew thick, and the shield became light. When the enemy attacked, she rode out with the shield, and the attacks were rebuffed. She fended off many armies, but after a time, the power of the shield waned, and Tarar was roused to fight. Tarar fought fiercely, but again wearied. This time the serpent instructed Lamaka to take 2 scales and fashion them into swords. She was to wield one and give the other to a companion. Lamaka brought the scales to the master smith of her settlement, Barlow, and he fashioned them as Tarar asked. But Lamaka did not do as she was told. Her arms were now strong from hoisting the great shield for so long, so she took both swords, one in each hand. With both blades, she fought many battles and won them all. After a while, she no longer fought to survive. She fought to conquer. When the serpent woke, it saw the expanse of Lamika's land, and it wept. "Why did you not listen?" Tarar asked. "You have shown us to be too strong. There is restraint in the accountability of two, but instead, you have made yourself a tyrant. Our enemies will crash upon us as a great wave, drowning our lands in blood." Lamika wept, for she saw now that the armies of the great wolf Shesha and the golden-eyed bear Malice marched together. "What can I do?" Lamika asked. "Take of me 3 scales," Tarar responded. "Place them on your pillars of stones. From them, draw on my power. To do this, I must ask of you your soul. For this you will surely perish in this form, but we shall become companions. You the lesser, but us the greater." And so Lamika did as she was told. When the armies arrived, she led the village in battle. With her swords, shield, and the power of Tarar, the battle was never lost. The opposing armies managed to sing a song of stone and trap the great serpent, but they then realized that through Lamika, the serpent's influence still protected the people. They captured Lamika and slew her, but somehow the protection remained. And so our people fight on against the armies of the sovereigns, but the power of Tarar and Lamika holds them at bay. He finished the story with a bow, and we all clapped. There were more songs and stories, and then the other family left. My father, my mother, and I stayed looking up at the stars, still telling stories and laughing. And that is where you still find me, under those stars, reflecting on that tale and enjoying the warmth of my mother's hand running through my hair and my father's baritone singing a song. But the stars silently deny this. Despite Lamika's alleged sacrifice, our enemies were not held at bay. Only a few weeks after that night, the Cardinal of War visited our village. Cardinals had visited our mission before, but the Cardinal of War was special. In terms of power and influence, he was second only to the Seidun. He listened to our performers, ate our food, and slept in our beds. Most villagers didn't even like the Church of Deepstone, but still felt honored by the visit. Shortly after his departure, the church's opinion of us changed. To this day, I can only speculate why, but we were declared dangerous and their forces descended on us. We knew of the constant warring in the lower wilds, but never had experienced it ourselves. When my father heard that only one more caravan would be departing from the lower wilds, he became despondent. A day later, he told me I was going to be a mage. My own excitement drowned out what I now realize was his mourning. He and my mother explained that they'd paid a mage to take me secretly to Eyfre. Apparently, my potential was greater than I'd known, and the mages were more than happy to accept me. In hindsight, I assume my parents used the coin saved for my marriage. The first thing they bought me was a nice fresh set of robes for my travels. They also gave me a large serving of my favorite tea, as well as some equipment to grow the plant myself out of small pots. I thought this silly, but did enjoy the idea of having a small slice of home there with me in the cold mountains of Eyfre. I couldn't understand why my parents cried so much when they loaded me onto that cart. "I'll be back," I kept saying. "I'll be back." When they hugged me, Mother slipped a large chunk of starred opal into one of my hands, and Father slipped our namesake book into the other. "This new robe has a pocket above your heart," Mother whispered. "Keep the book safe there," Father followed up. It was then I understood. They expected to die. I couldn't process the reality of this, and I wailed. I honestly cannot remember the words exchanged between us at the time. All I know is that after some time I was riding away towards the caravan, my eyes red, and my parents watching me leave. They did die, I assume. I went back, as promised. It was many years later, and there was nothing left of the village except the Eye of Man, which was now even more decrepit than before. I found no signs of their remains, nor could I find any sign of their survival. I know they are gone. But on that day of departure, riding away in that wagon, I would not accept their death. I swore I would go to Eyfre, become a great mage, return to see my family, and liberate my people from the oppressive grips of the church. I accomplished one of those. The second is now impossible. Perhaps I might accomplish the third. The journey was lonely, but it was far eclipsed by the loneliness I felt at Eyfre. The only thing that drew me through that dark trek across the land was a small spark of hope. I was truly excited to become a mage. You can see the mountains of Eyfre for miles before you actually arrive, but the basin sneaks up on you. Eyfre Basin sits nestled at the bottom of the mountain pass and appears as you crest a hill out of the forest of the web. Something felt familiar about it, like seeing a long-lost family member who bears similar features to your own. The wooden city was constructed around the water of the basin and stood on stilts. Each building seemed to tumble over one another like spiders fleeing a predator. Despite the stilts, they appeared sturdy, well-engineered, and they were incredibly busy. Eyfre Basin was the busiest city I'd ever seen. There were more merchants selling their wares than people in my entire village. Longboats glided across the still waters of the basin, and songs and shouts of merrymaking could be heard from them as you neared. We took a longboat across and began the trek up the mountain path. It was well engineered and well worn. It did not have the same impeccable designs as the roads of the church, but it was impressive. The campus of the school itself was sprawling in a mix of very ancient and very modern buildings. My first order of business was to plant the seeds my parents had given me. The second was to study. I stormed the library, asking for all sorts of books I thought would be connected to my classes. My requests were met with looks of confusion and wariness. I realized my terminology must be different from that of the mages. I relented and waited for my classes. I was filled with dread during my first class. It became abundantly clear that the issue was not simply terminology. I understood parts of what was being said and was picking up on concepts fast enough. The problem was that I was hearing things contrary to what I'd been taught my entire life. The whole of the power of the world is contained by stones within stones. I heard this over and over and over again. But what of alchemy? What of potions? What of the sovereigns? I would ask. And they would laugh. I hadn't realized I was stubborn until those first months at Eyfre. A normal person might have relented in their ramblings, allowing themselves to be taught, but I argued, bickered, and debated. During that first semester, I made a bad name for myself. Time and time again, I was told of stones within stones. The node stones presented a logical and nearly scientific answer for all strange happenings of the world. It honestly would have been easier were I simply religious. The consortium viewed members of the Church of Deepstone with sympathy, believing their faith misguided. They viewed my beliefs as a perversion of their own, a strange mix between the arcane and the spiritual, and it was not tolerated. And so I was alone. My comforts were few. My plants bloomed and I had my tea. Some nights, in fits of loneliness, I would pretend the plants were minstrels, performing the songs of our village. I also had our namesake book. I couldn't read whatever dialect it was written in, but I would still pore over the book every night. Some words were similar to Audrasian, of which I knew a smattering, and others were in Old Eskin dialects, which was my native tongue. I stumbled through the pages looking for anything I could recognize. Alast, Garcum, Morcoda Melcil. I didn't know what any of it meant, but I would repeat these words out loud to myself. My saving grace in that first year was that I truly was exceptional. The monolith known as the First Bond is contained in a central building at Eyfre. All students are required to bond to it. I outpaced my classmates in any applied use of the First Bond. Duels were a common practice, and I was known as a force to be reckoned with. I am sure this is where stories of my fiery side began. My excellence turned some heads, and I was lucky enough to have a few teachers take note of me. Some even offered guidance. A mage of the third named Rikislar taught me the laws of the natural world. A mage of the fifth and historian named Flyleaf filled in the patchier sections of my knowledge and helped me to see the world outside of fables and legends. As I learnt, my insistence on fighting for the beliefs of my people dwindled. The phrase, stones within stones, became a steady beat to which I marched. This new rhythm drowned out the songs of my strange minstrel plants. I stopped reading my namesake book. I stopped drinking my tea. I set the stories my father had told me aside and studied. And then suddenly, one day, they were no longer the beliefs of my people. They were the beliefs of the Grey Eyes. I was focused. The name I'd made for myself slowly changed from bad to good. Rumors began that I would take the second bond. I fueled these rumors by both spreading them and studying like mad. To take the second, you must prove yourself fully capable in both book and magic. I was proficient in magic, but in the books, I was lacking. I was in the archives almost more than the archivists. And so after only a year, I came to the foot of the Path of Bonds to take the second. If you make your way through the campus at Eyfre, walking up towards the mountain, you will find a large building which is home for many higher-ranked consortium mages. Its main floor is a hall filled with paintings, a large hearth, and a massive, heavy, iron-bound door leading into the mountains. Through this door, you will find an alcove shielded by the tall rocks on either side. Winding far, far up this alcove is a stone pathway. This pathway winds back and forth, each winding section leading to a stone building. There are 7 of these buildings on the pathway. These 7 buildings each hold a monolith. Along with the monolith contained inside the school, this consists of the 7 bonds, and the top one being the 8th bond, which is reserved only for the highest members of the consortium. Each of these monoliths has some sort of trial you must accomplish to be allowed to bond to it. Some are arbitrary, acquiring a rare feather from a bird in the farthest reaches of Eskia, and some are taxing ordeals, such as presenting your own schematics for a configuration of an entirely new spell. I was to ascend the path only a short way, enter the first building, and take the second bond. The requirement here was simply a recommendation from a professor, which I had received from Rikislar. I stared down at those orange stones in my hand. Staystone, they were commonly called. I'd known their name came from their utility in allowing mages to stay bonded to multiple monoliths at once, but I'd never known how. When I'd heard it was by cutting into your back and placing the stones there, I'd been scared. I'd seen it only a few times at Eyfre, small orange pieces of stone jutting out from people's bare backs, white scars surrounding the small orange object. These small stones had so many uses, but this was one of their more common purposes amongst the Mages Consortium. So small, and yet they granted you access to so much power. After a while, I stopped dreading this macabre grafting and craved it, craved to be connected to that second bond, to become stronger. A small crowd formed at the bottom of the Path of Bonds the day I was set to ascend to the second. I relished the claps and cheers as I began my ascent. I could still hear the clapping when they cut my back, but it was drowned out by the thrumming in my ears when the physician said I wouldn't stop bleeding. More bandages were brought, but the bleeding continued. I was rushed to the infirmary. Their healing magics were able to save me, but the exchange and number of mages it took was astounding. They kept me there and studied me. They saved samples of my blood. Eventually, they told me that my body lacked the ability to properly mend itself. When cut, the blood flowed freely and did not clot. They said this was rare, but something that they had seen before. Often the afflicted died young from simple cuts or scrapes. I knew I'd scraped my knees many times as a child, and that they'd always scabbed. Or so I'd thought. They told me I was wrong. it wasn't possible. As I'd learned to do, I reluctantly realized they spoke the truth, or at least a shape of it. This was a simple setback, I was sure of it. There had to be an answer provided by stones within stones that would quickly have me bonded to the first and second bond, but there was not. It is here I developed my obsession. I didn't search for answers, I crusaded for them. The great Mages Consortium claimed to know all things, and yet this simple condition stumped them? I stormed the libraries again, this time equipped with a base knowledge of magic and reinforced with a proper vocabulary. My thirst for knowledge was not quenched. I felt each book was salt water, and I grew parched and desperate. In my search, I became lost. I was no longer looking for answers to my condition, but for something else, and I could not say what. Where before I had seen the clean and logical reasoning of the consortium, I began to see something else. A barren land populated with many trees, but many more stumps. But what were those stumps? Where were the trees that were cut down? What was the knowledge lost? I found silence, but I could hear the echoes of past truths. One day, I realized that not only did I not understand the answers I was seeking, I didn't even know the questions. What was I searching for? A new truth? A cure to my condition? A simple reference to the world not being as it seemed or as the consortium told me it should be? I did not know. The trees that were missing were all locked away in the vaults of the slate. I knew it then, and I know it now. Whatever answers I seek are most likely deep in the belly of Holy Throne. But for some reason, I could not stop. I had a melody stuck in my head I'd never hummed. I craved the taste of a dish I'd never eaten. I yearned for stories I'd never heard. Somehow, I spent a year in that library. And then the money ran out. The school at Eyfre is not free. When you take the second bond, you can begin earning income. Without this, I was only spending. I often oscillate between shame and surety for this next part. I sold my family's namesake book. I was desperate, and at this point it served no purpose. It brought me no comfort, and I could not understand the contents. This bought me time, but not enough. I was both literally and figuratively woken from the stupor of my search when I was notified by the bursars that my account was bare. I'd been sleeping with my face in a book in a dark section of the archives. I was without a home. In a strange way, this felt fitting to me. Flyleaf offered me aid, but I refused. There was some feeling of truth in my leaving Eyfre. I'd always felt alone. Now, I was. There was no guise of belonging to any group. I was on my own. I didn't know where I'd go. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know why I left. But something drew me into the wilds. You would think I would have returned to my home and searched for my parents, but a part of me, even then, knew they were dead. I eventually joined a mercenary group. I'd stayed connected to the first bond, despite the taxing effect accrued by remaining bonded at this distance without the help of a staystone. This proved wise. It was in a moment of desperation when I used a configuration for protection that drew the attention of the mercenaries. They offered me work, and I balked at such an offer. A night of hunger changed my mind. I'm still shocked at how quickly I took their ways in exchange for a bit of coin. I cannot describe this transformation. This group was the opposite of welcoming. They were insular and allowed me to wallow in my isolation. We fought as a group, but survived as individuals. There was little trust to be found, and that was explicitly known amongst all the members. It is strangely one of the more honest relationships I've ever had. They had a monolith of their own in the traditional Grey Eyes fashion, meaning it seemed to have no god shard and used strange piping and supercooled or superheated water. I knew from my time at Eyfre that this method did not truly work, and there must be some other way, but I never investigated. I bonded to it, and the exchange of the second bond left me bedridden for days. But I did not relent. I held this second bond for months. I will admit that joining mercenaries with a blood condition was a mistake, but it was not fatal. It was close at times, but I managed to get myself mended. I protected myself well and went into combat with strategy. It was a gray morning when I found the book. The gray was offset by the hazy orange of the burning carriage, but I was not looking at either. I was staring at the contents of a lockbox, coins, a jeweled dagger, and a book. When the group asked me what I found, I said I'd found coins and a dagger. I secretly slipped the book into the pocket above my heart. I'd only peeked inside for a moment, but what I'd read gave rise to that thirst for knowledge. I again craved that melody, that meal, that story. I could not read the text. It was a similar dialect to my namesake book, but scribbled in the margins were notes in Odrasian. I saw only a few of these scribbled thoughts, but each grew my thirst. Shesha real. Great wolf, a vague description, but accounts seem trustworthy. Sovereign's not myth. Investigate connection to cataclysm. Alchemy strange effects seem to work here? Return with Roverin and investigate. Slate sensors seem to contain more than simply smoke. Who is the author of death? I left secretly the next day. I'd found no answers, but my search began again. I still could not be sure what I sought. I stayed connected to the mercenaries' monolith. Maintaining the bond was taxing, but the tax seemed to ease every day. They chased me, but I was wily. Was it months? Was it years? The timeline blends together for me. I was both aimless and relentless in my quest. I learned much in my travels. I made my way into Odros, but found information as scarce there as had been reported. I journeyed to snowy Vocaster, that shining free city, but found the mage houses and merchant generals more closed off than myself. There was information there, but I had not the coin to acquire it. I ended up in Nalkept, exploring the three great walls. I had never truly appreciated the expansiveness of the realms contained inside until I set foot inside them. The one part of this I am most proud of is that I retrieved my namesake book. When I returned to Eero, it was tucked away in the shop where I'd sold it. I paid much to get it back, but for sentimental reasons, it was worth it. The remaining money I had I spent on thread and needle. I sewed a second pocket so I could wear both books above my heart. I do not know why I did this, but I did. Of all the danger I'd encountered, I can most clearly remember the fear that one of my classmates would see me, the failed mage gone crazy and wandering the world. Most of them would have taken the third by then, and I was destitute. But my studies had continued. I learned much during my travels. I learned to live. I learned to lie. I learned to fight. Eventually, my wanderings drove me to those mountains. The mountain range where Eero sits stretches far into Eskia. They are ancient and treacherous places. I'd learned that the treachery worked to my advantage. These mountains did not know the all-consuming crusade of the Slate. If there were ancient civilizations that had lived in those mountains, their knowledge remained there and intact. Or so I hoped. The cold was piercing in a way you cannot understand. In only a week, I came closer to death than I'd ever been. I saw nothing abnormal, but I was plagued by a sense of dread, fear, and superstition that I cannot explain. I pray I never return to those mountains, and I wish them upon no one else. Despite the wind, snow, and cold, there were silent days. It was on one of those silent days when I knew I would die. A part of me had been glad when my feet went numb. It meant a respite from the cold. I looked down and noticed the trail of blood. I'd clearly stepped on something somewhere and sliced through my boot and into my foot. I reached out to the bonds I still maintained, but I was too far away to get a good exchange. I wrapped it in cloth, but the blood soaked through. So I sat there in the snow, watching my blood seep across the clear white and listening to the silence. The world grew dark despite the bright sun. I thought of my parents, of course, but found myself contemplating the long silence. All those years that the faithful of the Lord of Deepstone had no voice of their God, heard nothing of the divine. Was it like this? A sense of impending doom in the clear and calm. The dark found me, and the Lord of Deepstone remained silent. A familiar and cloying odor of herbs and poultices filled my nose and I gagged. I opened my heavy eyelids and searched for the source of the smell before realizing it was me. Bandages covered my hands, feet, and legs, each oozing a strange yellow and black liquid. I should have felt ecstatic to discover I was not dead, but instead I found myself shaking my head and reflecting on how misguided the teachings of the Grey Eyes were. Still believing in the powers of a simple plant rubbed on the skin. I knew I was among the Grey Eyes. The word felt foreign to me. "Oh, you're awake." I turned to see an old man dressed in furs and covered in small trinkets sitting several feet away from me at a desk. He had a jovial look, long gray hair, and a pair of looking glasses with strange modifications to them. Multiple lenses seemed to be attached to the frame and were tinted with various colors. It appeared he could quickly change the lenses at will by moving a small set of levers on the glasses. He was dressed in simple clothes, but wore a fur vest that was covered in a multitude of small vials and trinkets. He appeared like some sort of arcane peddler who might appear in a story. He was crushing up a sort of dried flower, and he jingled as he worked. He put the crushed petals into a black cloth and poured water from a kettle over them. The liquid that came out was purple. He brought it over, handed it to me, and I recoiled from the smell. "You've used a lot of exchange, and I haven't been able to get you to swallow more than a drop of this in your sleep. You need to replenish," he said. I almost laughed aloud at the typical Grey Eyes belief in herbs and alchemy, but I relented. I drank. I gagged. "Oi, my reaction as well," the man said with a chuckle and a grimace. "I find it works best if you do it in one big gulp." I nodded and downed the entire cup. I nearly vomited. He chuckled and walked back to his workplace, returning with a second cup. The odor of this one was familiar and nostalgic. It was my tea, the tea I drank with my parents and grown in my rooms at Eyfre. I reached up and accepted it. "This you drank some of, I assume simply from familiarity," he said. A strange man. This drink must have been a common treat that parents gave their children amongst the Grey Eyes. Or how else would he have known to make it? Him making me drink it in my sleep was strange, but I sensed no intent of malice from him. I sat up and took in my surroundings as I drank. A pile of furs enveloped me in warmth and beckoned me to lay back down and close my eyes for just a moment longer. I was tucked at the bottom of a large stone statue of some sort. The room was massive, domed and filled with a cavalcade of items and books. In the center of the room was a gargantuan device I'd never seen before, but recognized instantly. A looking glass pointed at the ceiling. There was a clear crack where the dome could be opened, allowing the looking glass to scan the night sky. Carved into the stone above it were words I knew well. "The eyes of man seek the eyes of gods." "An eye of man still stands," I said, stupefied. The old man chuckled. "Just barely. I am its ever-vigilant keeper, fitting as I am a sage, but just barely. I am Yon. Tell me, young woman of stolen stories, what is your name, and what brings you to this desolate, forsaken, and cursed shrine of the stars?" By instinct, I almost denied being a Grey Eyes. It had been so long since I'd thought of myself as such. "How did you know I was a Grey Eyes?" I asked. Yon nodded to my badly weathered robe sitting on a chair nearby.
I apologize for the situation, but I did need to get you into a state of undress. Your namesake fell out. I did not read it, I promise.
I chuckled. It was typical that a Grey Eyes would be more concerned about having read my namesake than about seeing me naked. I noticed I was now dressed in a simple pair of homespun clothes. They fit me loosely, but covered me. I thought for a moment of how to describe what had led me here. I decided to tell him the simplest form of my convoluted and confusing search. My name is Eyfre. I seek the truth. I seek answers for questions I don't even know.
Aye, well, you've come to the right place. I have much truth. I have some history, that which was not stolen, and I have many, many questions. I, however, have no answers. There are no more answers written for us sages. Only those that were there and have remained there. The age of stars is done. The church calls it the long silence. We call it Morcoda, Melcil.
I know that word, I said, now a bit stronger and able to sit up. I read it many times. What does it mean? Yon's face, which had been quite mischievous and jovial, went dark at this question.
It means the beginning of the death.
And what is dying? I asked.
Ah, Yon said with a dark chuckle. It seems you found your first question.
I didn't betray my confusion. Fatigue, injury, and such a sudden change in my locale had left me disoriented. The conversation was not helping. Yon got up and began to putter about the room, tidying here and there, glancing at notes strewn across his desk, changing the different lenses through which he viewed the world.
You've been in and out for 3 days, he said. I made sure you had water and your tea. I assume your supply ran out. I applied some remedies to your cuts and have treated your frostbite.
I knew that time was most likely what had sped my healing, not the Grey Eyes pseudo-medicine. Yon paused, seemed thoughtful, and turned to me.
5,
he said. I raised my eyebrows in confusion, and he smiled.
I will predict in my sagely wisdom that it will be 5 questions until you start finding answers. You found your first one. 4 to go.
He brought me a bowl of some sort of savory stew, and I quickly devoured it. When he bent over to take my bowl, his furs fell to the side, revealing his bare back. Embedded there were 3 orange stones, surrounded by small white scars. "You're a mage," I blurted out. He looked at me, grinned, and held up 3 fingers.
2 questions, 3 to go, he said. Yes and no. I have taken my bonds, sure. I studied at Eyfre. Well, I listened at Eyfre. Something never sat right with me. I felt I was forgetting as much as I was learning. Forgetting the things my Nan taught me in her kitchen. Forgetting the stories of our people. So I went out searching. But for what? I could not say. It was like trying to hum a tune stuck in your head.
But you don't know the melody, I finished quietly.
Yon nodded. I can't say I ever found that melody, but I found the stars, and the stars found you, and you are here.
This time, I did scoff, involuntarily. I blushed. I apologize, I said. It seems I still have some bad habits I formed during my time studying at Eyfre.
No offense taken, Yon replied. He stared at me thoughtfully. A fellow Grey Eyes and a fellow Mage. Peculiar. You have no staystone in your back. How do you maintain your bonds?
With great difficulty, I replied, and it is useless in the mountains. I cannot use even a single configuration. Thank goodness your mystical stars brought you to me. I realized my words sounded condescending. Yon looked off and chuckled quietly, shaking his head.
Mystical? No. Spiritual? No. But you must admit it is fortuitous.
He held up a page. A word written in the old tongue was in the middle, with scribbled phrases and lines filling the page, all of them leading to or pointing at that central word. He pointed to the word.
That there? That is you. It is a word I did not know, but now I know. It means Eyfre, he said.
I stood up and wobbled over to where he stood, nursing my tea. I looked at the other pages strewn across the large desk. Many words and lines filled the pages, seeming the ramblings of either a madman or a genius. I wrote these ages ago, and some of these messages drew me out there into the mountains the day I found you. Your name is splayed across the stars, he said, grinning. Do you truly believe the future is written in the stars? I asked. Jan held up 3 fingers. He then scratched his beard and seemed lost in thought. There are stories written in the stars. What we do with those stories is up to us. Some are likely to pass, some are warnings. It is hard to describe. These stories mirror our own, so deciphering them is difficult. I have something that might actually help on that front, I said. I walked over to my robe, stumbling slightly, and pulled out my 2 books. Jan blushed furiously. Your namesakes, we've only just met and it would be... You saved my life, I said, knowing that simply allowing another to see your namesake so soon after meeting would be considered an unseemly thing by most gray eyes. We are blood because I owe you mine. Read them. Jan hesitated, but his eyes shone with curiosity. I handed him the book I'd found in the wilds first. There are notes written in Odrasian in this one. It seems to speak mostly of the sovereigns. An interesting topic, Jan replied, taking the book and leafing through it. They largely are absent from the world now, but they are mentioned much in the writings I found on Morcoda Melcil. He paused, furrowing his brows as he read the notes. He hesitantly closed the book and looked at the cover. Where did you say you got this book? He asked. I stole it, I replied. He nodded, grimly. Well, we've had enough stories stolen from us. Only fair we should be allowed to steal some ourselves. This is not from the slate, though. A strange tome for a private collection. He fell silent as he read. I began to feel uncomfortable with the theft of the book still hanging in the air and tried to make conversation. I was not aware that the sovereigns had a connection to any sort of prophecy, I said. Jan looked up, peering at me above his strange spectacles. They are omens of Morcoda Melcil. Interesting, was all I could manage to say. The skepticism in me was not easily overpowered. So, you believe in the sovereigns? Jan looked up at me again. I do, he said. He then grinned, held up 4 fingers, and dove back into the book. I let him read for a moment and enjoyed my tea. The bitter yet floral taste brought back waves of memories. I felt those memories might envelop me and bring me sobbing to the floor of that observatory, and so instead, I decided to purposefully ask my 5th question as a distraction. It is common that Grey Eye's children drink this tea? I asked. Jan looked up at me and was clearly more confused than ever. He seemed to formulate his response, starting and stopping to talk a few times. Slowly, a look of realization washed over his face. You don't believe any of it, do you? The potions, the herbs, the alchemy, the sovereigns, the prophecies, he said. I sighed and shook my head. I'm sorry, I don't. I've searched the wide world and seen no evidence of any of these claims. I do not buy wholeheartedly into the Consortium's belief of the whole of the power of the world being contained by stones within stones. But I have never seen any truth to the claims of the Grey Eyes either. Jan began to laugh. He smacked his head and clutched a piece of paper to his chest like a cherished heirloom. Oh, glory! The blood! That's why so much spoke about the blood! I cocked my eyebrow. He pointed to my tea. You don't know. I was getting annoyed by his strange ways of dancing around topics. I guess not, I said hotly. Eyfre, dear Mage, dear Grey Eyes, I am about to change your whole life. How's your foot? I prepared a witty retort, but then paused. My foot? It had been gushing blood in the snow and I'd been dying. The memory returned, buffeting me with a reprise of fear. I scrambled to my knees and pulled off the bandage, expecting to see blood gushing forth. First, I was relieved. Then, I was shocked. Then I was confused. I found only a neatly stitched wound and a healthy, dark scab. I stared in amazement. How? I asked. Jan grinned and nodded to the tea in my hands, and it all fell into place. The tea. My parents had given me that tea since I was a child. Every day I drank it. I drank it at Eyfre, but stopped eventually, and then I'd done my bonding and had bled. I had scabbed as a child, but it was because I drank the tea. I'd always had the condition. Our people just knew the cure. Herblore provided an answer. That is why my parents were insistent on me growing the tea myself. They probably had attempted to describe my condition to me as I left, but I did not understand my grief. When Jan saw me bleeding in the snow and noticed I was not healing as normal, he'd given me the tea, knowing it would help my condition. That also explained his accurate but bizarre insistence that I'd had the tea before. It all made sense. My hands shook while I looked down. I felt like weeping, like jumping up and down, like singing, like screaming. For one thing, for one singular thing, I'd found an answer. Jan clearly noticed my realization and smiled. I told you you'd get an answer after 5 questions. Now, how about some answers of my own? He looked hungrily at the other book in my hand, the book my father had read from all those years ago. I stepped forward and gladly gave it to him. He opened the first page and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Tararanrar. He looked up and switched his spectacle settings as he grinned. You've seemed preoccupied, so I'm going to give you something close to an answer, but closer to a question. I cannot tell you that there is a great winged serpent that is trapped in stone somewheres, but I can tell you to look at the structure behind you a little more closely. I turned. Since I'd woken, I'd never truly looked at what was to my back in the room. My eyes started at the base and slowly lifted to the domed ceiling, taking in the construct I'd been nestled against. I drank in the details and fought off shock. I'd expected something like a statue, but instead, a monolith towered proudly above me. Its configurations foreign and unique. It was inscrutable, completely unlike anything I'd learned at Eyfre. And at the top were 3 giant scales that could only be described as having come from a massive serpent. My mind raced back to those words from the story. Take of me 3 scales, place them on your pillars of stone. From them, draw on my power. To do this, I must ask of your soul. My focus was broken by Yvonne's strangled shout from behind me. I turned and saw him holding my book open and staring white-faced at a page. He frantically began rummaging through the pages sprawled across his desk. What is it? I asked, stepping closer. He mumbled something to himself as he continued his search. Then he found it, the page he'd shown me earlier, which was allegedly my name. My skin went cold and I took a step back. The skeptic in me scoffed, but some part of me knew that this was nothing to scoff at. The page in the book was almost identical to his own scrawled notes. Even the lines were mirrored. Except where on his notes my name was scrawled, there was a different word in the book. His voice was so quiet, nearly silent, almost a prayer, a supplication to everything and nothing. He looked at me, his eyes filled with hope and terror, and he whispered, Morcoda Melcil. Morcoda Melcil. I stood at the foot of the path of bonds. It was years since I'd attended the school, and those at the university who remembered my name were abuzz about my return. I arrived and proceeded quietly to the path of bonds. In my time in the archives, I had also read the due process required for taking each bond. There was no crowd this time, just a very confused attendant. You're here to take the second? He asked me. I closed my eyes and drank in the silence. Some fear the silence, some love it. I have learned to listen to it. In the silence, I have learned much. The omissions speak to me. Our people's stories are silent. It is a silence of persecution and of perseverance. The Lord of Deepstone is silent, and the position of the mouth of God remains vacant. In that silence, there is a strange sort of compassion. There is always a glimmer of hope that he is there, still watching, still planning, still caring. I have never been partial to this silence, but I have seen the calming effect it has on others. And then there is the silence of the stones. Yes, they are silent too. The stones are uncaring, cruel, calculating. They care nothing for our lives, our desires, and there is no guise that they do. As I died on that mountain, all three silences surrounded me, but the silence of the stones was the worst. But it was the silence I needed. In my journeys, I'd learned much, but I'd also been slowly acquiring things, physical objects, a notebook to sketch my ideas for configurations, a feather from a rare bird in Eskia, a piece of blackroot from a tree in the lower wilds. I was there for more than just the second bond. I climbed that mountain, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. The Consortium were astounded that I completed all criteria, that I had acquired all the items they desired, and knew all the lore. It had never happened before, that someone had taken every single bond in one day. But it was not forbidden. I am now the highest rank you can achieve outside the Synod. Since taking those bonds, I've worked for the Consortium, but this has been so that I might pursue my own questions. The caravans are my new home, traveling around the lands. I again have made a name for myself, but this is one I have spoken into existence. None know my true purpose. I look for the melodies that others dare to hum, melodies of ancient beasts, strange powers, and cataclysms. I find mostly silence, but also echoes. And so I become what I am today, Eyfre of the Seventh Bond, Consortium Mage, Grey Eyes, a star in the sky that is connected to the beginning of the death, Morcoda Melcil. Or am I? Didn't I tell you? My story begins and ends and is encapsulated by that night under the stars with my father and mother. I've told you my tale with reluctance. The stars say they have plans for me, for others, but yet they are silent. So listen to me. The stars do not tell prophecies, not truly. They are a blanket in the night sky covering my family and I. When the story finished, Eyfre put the book down. She did not seem emotional, but pensive. Talee also seemed pensive. Whisper seemed flabbergasted, astounded. Talee broke the silence. "Why was it so poorly written?" she asked. Whisper nearly fell off his seat, but Eyfre chuckled and shook her head. Talee shrugged. "It just seemed, whiny." "Talee!" Whisper said, his eyes begging her to stop and avoid confrontation. Talee sighed. "Anyway, thank you for reading to us." She paused and then said, "So, does this make us family?" Eyfre smiled a thin smile. "As you may have noticed, I do not buy into all the tales and beliefs of my people, but there are shades of truth to them all. In a sense, yes, I am making you my family, something like a family, but I am doing so because I am also making you accomplices." "If we agree," Whisper said, his face firm. "You have to tell us this genius plan before we agree to help." Eyfre smiled. "Let us conclude the thoughts of my writing. There are shades of truth to many tales, many ideas thought strange in the world. There is knowledge about this, but it is ancient and largely lost. There was a great disaster at some point, and there are stories that one will happen again. I am not heroic. I am not out to save the world, but I seek answers about these things. Along with that, I simply look to find long-lost knowledge. There are prophecies that seem to strangely trace back to me. They speak of another cataclysm, of the beginning of the death, Morcoda Melcil, of sovereigns, and I believe none of them at face value. But there are shades of truth. The Slate are the final part of my search. The amount of knowledge they hoard is staggering. Eyfre paused and considered how to word her next part. And have the unique ability to lead to more information. Oh, Talee said quietly. Oh, the maps. We're stealing the maps. Eyfre smiled. Yes, we're stealing the maps. The Slate fear some parts of the world, but their roverin have mapped them. Take it from a person who has wandered these lands, who's been lost in the web. Without a map, they are impossible to traverse. But with those maps, I can find things long lost, things untouched by the Slate. There are ancient tombs in these woods, palaces long lost in mountains, even rumors of an entire ocean filled with islands underground. Those maps are key. Now, don't think I'm taking you with me to the most dangerous parts of the continent without proper training. But once you are done with your training at Eyfre, you may join me. Whisper shook his head, clearly still not convinced. I appreciate this and all, but it's still too dangerous. I know you know a lot, but I'm telling you, the rules of the sacrosanct are not to be trifled with. Eyfre was about to speak when Talee cut in. Don't you see? The whole point of this is we aren't going to get caught. Once they notice, we'll be caught, Whisper said firmly. Talee frowned. Why do you think I'm here? We aren't going to get caught because the Slate will never know they were stolen from. Whisper seemed confused, then lost in thought. And then his eyes lit up. Of course. It's simple. I steal from the rolling vault. The only time they ever open those is if they need to read the maps and find a new route, but they travel these routes so much, they never need to look at the maps. Talee reads the maps and what she can of the books, memorizing them. We break into the vaults a second time before arrival at Eyfre, replacing all the items, the information now safely in Talee's head. And the Slate never even know they were stolen from, Eyfre finished. And you are right. I've planned this much, and I have many pieces in place already. We will not be relying solely on Talee. I will, of course, be transcribing some of the works and copying others into my own books. But it is best to leave as few records as possible, so we will use Talee. Now, the execution, like the plan itself, is really quite simple. And so Eyfre laid out her plan. But in her head, she could not help but feel guilty. Something gnawed at her. Why had she brought Talee and Whisper into this? She did truly care for the two students, despite only their short time together. There was something special about the pair. She put little weight on many Grey Eyes practices, but reading from her namesake book, she'd meant that. She could have simply told them she was looking for ancient and eldritch knowledge instead of reading them that tale. But what she'd neglected to mention was that part of Morcoda Melcil hinged on her. She constantly reminded herself that she put little weight on these prophecies, but she could not help but search these mysteries. Something still drove her, something she could not explain, but there was also something she could. Like she'd written in the book, there in the mountains, she'd known she would die. It just wasn't then. According to the prophecy, it was 10 days from today. Morcoda Melcil. Morcoda Melcil. Chapter 8. The Profaned Hunter. Savin Fane's Swamp. The Web. 5 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The thing he'd wanted most was to open a candle shop. Yes, a nice little shop. In Vocaster, most likely. Others had such grand schemes for a scrip of Domova, but not him. A simple candle shop, the wonderful smells of his creations delighting himself and his customers. Yes, the thing he'd wanted most was to open a candle shop. But at the moment, the thing he wanted most was to get those damn keys and trap that fucking owl. Lacrimel sat up, gritting his teeth as the arrow in his side burst with agony. He couldn't scream. Thankfully, someone else did it for him. The scream drifted across the swamp. He heard flapping wings, and then the scream was silenced. Damn, another one gone. They thought they'd been prepared, but this was chaos. This was carnage. Lacrimel crawled slowly to Ramek. The massive slate's eyes were covered by his shield, and his carried vault was still fastened with chains to his back. Another scream swept across the swamp, and Lacrimel flinched. Ramek's shielded head turned, sensing his friend near. "I'm dead," Ramek said. "There are few of us left, and 3 entire cells are decimated trying to kill this thing. We do it for the Lord of Deepstone," Lacrimel said calmly. "For the people of Odros, for the glory of achievement. Glory the Church denies exists. Let this not be in vain," Ramek said. And he was gone. Lacrimel bowed his head and allowed himself a tear. He wished he could survive this to burn a candle for his dear friend, but alas, Lacrimel did not for the Lord of Deepstone. He'd done all this for that damn candle shop, but in this moment, he needed those damn keys and to trap that fucking owl. Lacrimel hadn't noticed the lad's return until he spoke. His silence is why he'd been selected for the task at hand. "Sorry about your shelf," the lad said, looking at Ramek. He wore simple leather armor with a cavalcade of small knives strapped to his chest, arms, and legs. "Your cell handles beasts?" he asked nervously. "We mostly focused on espionage. Simple work. I didn't even think that things like this." A screeching filled the night air, and the boy flinched. He recovered, his hand trembling. "I didn't think things like this existed, whatever the heck this is." "The keys, boy. Did you get the keys?" Lacrimel asked. The lad nodded. Lacrimel crawled over and extended his hand. The lad handed him the keys, and relief washed over the boy's face. Lacrimel felt the keys' effect take hold, compelling him to place them on the ground and abandon them. He fought it. He reached under his chainmail and retrieved his own key. He crawled back to where Ramek's body lay. "I'm sorry, old friend. I know you would have killed me for this." Lacrimel tore a strip of fabric from his shirt and held it to his eyes, testing the length. "Perfect. Help me roll him." He nodded to the body of the shelf. "We must be silent." The lad looked grimly at the massive frame of the dead shelf and the hulking metal vault chained to his back. He nodded. Lacrimel reached into one of the pockets of his dear companion and retrieved the remaining dried blooms and the final key. It took a while to roll Ramek. Whizzing arrows, massive wings, guttural shouts. This was the music to which they worked. Poor bastards. They'd all be dead. Let Ramek's wish come true and this not be in vain. When Ramek was face down, the door to the vault was exposed. Lacrimel felt his mind already beginning to spin, to yearn. He took one of the purple flowers he'd retrieved and ate it. He instantly felt the mind-numbing effects, and his vision swam. He held a flower out to the lad. "Gloom bloom," he said, his voice slurring. "Eat it." "Wait, you aren't going to. No, you can't," the lad hissed. Lacrimel wasn't listening. He slotted the 5 keys into their respective locks on the door of the vault. The lad protested, even drew his weapon. Lacrimel paid him no heed. He placed the last key into the vault. He turned to the lad. "Eat the flower, cover your eyes, and shut the..." It was so fast. A blur of feathers, a scream, a warm splash of blood, and then Lacrimel was alone. Sweat drenched his body and his heart pounded. Something in the swamp bellowed, and there was a terrible sloshing sound. Something heavy was moving through the swamp. Lacrimel stayed deathly still. The effects of the gloom bloom made it hard to know for how long he waited, but it was a while. When he was sure his position had not been betrayed, he returned to his task. Stupid. The boy had been shouting, he realized. Eating the flower so early was a mistake. Ironically, the effects had now mostly worn off, and his mind felt sharp again. There were no more flowers left. The blindfold would have to suffice. Lacrimel's hands shook as he tied the fabric over his eyes. He turned his key. The odor of bizarre herbs, flowers, and musty books wafted out. His mind jolted off in every direction, twisting and groping, begging Lacrimel to simply peek at the contents, begging him to consider the weight of knowledge, to consider the scale of the universe, to read even one book, to learn one thing. He grunted and shook his head. He knew the placement of most items in the vault. It should be dead center, right there, right in the middle. He just had to reach in. His hand wrapped around the familiar shaft of the spear. It felt so strange, like something grown, not made. He pulled it free, then, quickly and quietly, closed the vault. The smells dissipated. He sat, clutching the spear, breathing deeply, and stilling his mind. He counted. He made it to 10 and realized that he had not thought back to the contents of the vault. He sighed in relief. As he removed the blindfold, he chuckled. He'd smelled a bit of nectar horn he'd stored in there. Remick had decried the use of the sacred vault for such a menial thing. Lacrimel had wanted to keep it safe. It would have made a good candle. Whatever rover and cell they sent to retrieve the vault would surely be confused about why there was nectar horn stored in there. He looked down at the weapon in his hand. It was a twisting mess of vines, wood, and thorns that formed a long, solid shaft leading to a thorn-barbed tip, both a spear and a stalk of a plant. Lacrimel had never used it, but he knew what it could do. The weight was excruciating. The arrow in his side meant he didn't have long. The sound of combat had long stopped. He remained still. Everyone else was dead, but the thing would not relent. It would search. And it did. When it found Lacrimel, he was ready. He leapt up, his spear blocking the blow that had been directed for his head. He reached out to Scepter so far away and pulled on its power. A gust of wind knocked back his assailant. He was rebuffed by a gust of wind from the other direction, and he fell back. He spied the carcass of a giant beast slain and lying in the middle of the swamp. So there had been more than two sides to this fight. That explained the chaos. The distraction allowed a blow to be landed. A fire spread up his arm and he screamed. This was it. He called on Scepter, on that strange configuration so few had called upon. He felt a burst of energy, of zeal, and of strength. If the wound didn't kill him, this would. He felt every ounce of exchange he had burn away. Everything moved slowly, but him. He saw the owl swooping in. He shouted and thrust out with all his might. The weapon found its mark, piercing feathers and flesh. The spear now writhed in his grip, flowing apart into barbed tendrils and burrowing into its victim. Lacrimel collapsed. He felt his own hot blood juxtaposed with the cool water of the swamp. And he smelled pineapple. Ah, of course. Lily pads smelled of pineapple. He'd never thought of that. Now that would have made a nice exotic candle. The people of Vocaster would have loved that. Ramick would have hated it, of course. It was done. His brothers would retrieve the owl. The only thing Lacrimel wanted now was to smell those damn lily pads. The smell got stronger and stronger. Lacrimel relaxed and let himself sink into the fragrant and festering swamp. The Web. 4 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Drell was a caravan warden, and he was a good one. Well, he liked to think he was. Opinions amongst his superiors differed. He'd been obsessed with the caravans ever since childhood. It was rare that they'd travel to his home of Mission Bluff, but when they did, he'd pester his father to let him explore the sprawling expanse of carts and carriages. A caravan had everything. ice carts hauling fresh fruits and vegetables, two-storied carriages carrying Odrossian politicians, consortium mages, and merchants with obscure and foreign wares. Every time a caravan visited, his father would buy him a small trinket. He'd cherished every one. In fact, even now as an adult and warden, he kept one safely stashed in his surcoat. It was a small frog made out of what he suspected was actual frog skin. It wore a small hat and squeaked when you squeezed it. He sometimes rubbed it when he was nervous. At the moment, he was rubbing it furiously.
Even us slate are forbidden to open this vault, the slate in green Lyrian said sternly. If you are on guard duty, keep your distance. If you are feeding, pass the food through the small slot and return to your post. Lyrian spoke slowly, emphasizing her points. When asked what was being fed, Lyrian offered no reply. Drell nodded along as the slate spoke. He couldn't help but constantly switch his gaze from the slate to the vault. It was unlike any vault he'd seen. It was plain with no ornament to be found. It appeared a device of pure utility, and that utility was imprisonment. Whatever was inside, they did not want it getting out. The edges of it were strange, a bizarre geometry. They sloped, slanted, and spiked, overlapping into strangely solid structures. It had been added to the caravan unexpectedly, arriving mysteriously after the caravan had already departed Lakewall. Everything about it was unusual. I've never seen anything like this before, Drell whispered to the gray-bearded warden beside him. The old man grunted.
I've seen one, he said grimly, and I prayed to the Lord of Deepstone I'd never see one again.
Drell shuddered to think of what would make a grizzled veteran say something like that. Lyrian finished her speech and stood back. The warden shuffled uneasily. But what's in it? Someone asked again. Lyrian scowled, but Featherbound stepped forward.
It's not baked goods, I can assure you of that. Unless we at some point discover that it has strangely transformed into baked goods, it is advised you do not ask.
I heard it's the owl, someone said. An owl? Drell didn't know whether to laugh or cower. The rest of the warden seemed to have a similar reaction. Nervous chuckles punctuated the tension. The caravan head stepped forward and gestured for silence. His face was grim. Enough questions. Here's what I can say. I owe you that much. There have been certain complications of late. Several caravans that would have departed for Oceanwall were delayed. Drell had heard of the handful of church officials that had gone missing since a raucous party at Bishop Granite's hamlet. This caravan was chosen to transport this vault to a mission in the web. From there, it will travel back down to Oceanwall, its true destination. That is all we can say. None of this felt right to Drell. He'd do what was needed. He was a good warden after all. But he didn't like this one bit. Drell realized he'd accidentally squeezed his toy frog too hard. Lyrian scowled. Is there a question? The slate in green asked. Drell slowly raised his hand.
She can't see, you blazing idiot,
the old warden hissed. Drell's cheeks burned red. Yes, I have one, Drell said. Why are we moving it? Laughter shattered the tension, and the caravan head hid his face in his hands. Featherbound chuckled along, but Lyrian seemed furious.
That was just explained.
No, I see, yes, I see, Drell said, chuckling nervously to himself. I asked the wrong question. No caravans available, got it, but there will be at some point, right? So why are we taking this vault all the way into the web, only for it to come back down to Oceanwall? Couldn't it just stay in Lakewall until a caravan finally leaves for Oceanwall? Drell licked his lips. There were murmurs of agreement around him. He continued, It just feels like the key thing here is the vault needs to keep moving. Which is worrying because it feels like you don't want to leave it in any one place for long. Which makes me think, why are we moving it? The wardens fell deadly silent. The only one who was still chuckling was Featherband, who nudged his cohort.
He makes a fair point, Lyrian. Why the shell game with the wretched creature, It is a direct command from the Cardinal of the Hunt,
Lyrian said, unless you wish to question his eminence. Wasn't the Cardinal of the Hunt murdered years ago? Drell asked. Lyrian turned and left, clearly flustered.
They elected a new one, you buffoon,
the gray-bearded warden mumbled. Drell looked at the old warden. She did ask if we had questions, right? There was more laughter. Drell ascertained that it was at his expense. The Cardinal of the Hunt. Could there truly be an owl in the vault? Drell stared at the strange geometry, rubbing his little frog. He was glad to have the little trinket when the caravan head told him he'd be taking first watch. He was alone. There were other wardens nearby, sure, but they were assigned to the other two rolling vaults. Thankfully, the fear of nearing the Slate's vault made the task simple. No one dared approach. Drell simply stood, playing with the toy frog in his surcoat. His mind began to drift. He let his guard down for just a moment. Drell jumped when he noticed the girl kneeling beside the vault and fell painfully to one knee. He drew his sword and held it out, quivering. The girl barely even looked in his direction. Her hair was a mess, flecked with twigs and leaves. Drell mistook her for some strange storybook forest creature before the pale light of the lamp revealed her face. He recognized her, one of the Mage Eyfre's students, a known troublemaker but harmless. "You shouldn't draw a sword on a mage like that," the girl said. "I'm sorry," Drell said. He stood up and sheathed his sword, trying to convey a sense of authority through his wincing. You can't be here," he said stiffly. "He's singing in there." "What?" Drell asked. "At first I thought it was empty, but now I hear him. He's a bit pitchy." Are you joking?" Drell asked. "Like birdsong? Do you hear an owl?" His mind returned to the rumor he'd heard. Did owls sing? He stooped down and brought his ear near to the strange, jagged geometry of the vault. He did hear something. A human voice.
When shadows withdraw their veils, 'neath skies of azure vast, the hunt of the fourth sin rode out.
It stopped mid-line. Drell was so enraptured he nearly called out for the prisoner to continue. He realized he was kneeling, listening. As he went to stand, he noticed that the strange geometry of the vault allowed you to look up and inside. Curious, he leaned closer. A yellow eye stared out at him. He gasped and stumbled back, never breaking sight with that piercing yellow eye. "The owl!" he cried out. "The owl!" Two hands suddenly grasped the opening, and a face came into the light. Not an owl, but a man with yellow eyes. One of his hands was not flesh at all, but a twisted mess of vines and thorns, speckled with small orange stones.
"The owl," the voice said from inside. "They used to call me that. Then they called me the Profaned Hunter. Now they call me Thing. Berries. Bring me the red berries from..."
Drell scrambled away, his heart thundering in his chest. He turned around to look. He shrieked at the sound in the dark. So much was happening all at once. Why was there so much happening all at once? The culprit of the sound revealed itself. It was the girl who'd been beside the vault. She held his frog in her hands. She squeezed it, making it squeak again. "Stop that," Drell hissed. "Is this yours?" she asked. He blushed. It was probably wise to deny being a warden who carried around a toy, but he knew he could not bear to part with his trinket. "Yeah," he said, sticking his hand out. The girl frowned. "Oh, I thought you were going to lie and I could keep it." "Fine, here." She handed it back. "Thanks," Drell mumbled. "It just makes the days nicer, I guess." "Oh, I have one of those," the girl said with a smile. "It's a little black short sword I smithed while sneaking out of my orphanage in the evenings. I recently used it to blow up a beaker." "What?" "My name's Talee. I'll be seeing you around. I'll be back tomorrow to see if the owl sings any more songs." "No," Drell shouted after her. "Don't come back. You can't be here." "I know that. I just don't care. Let me know if he sings a new one when I'm gone." and then she disappeared into the night. Drell was reprimanded. The head of the caravan yelled until he seemed like he would collapse. Then Lyrian stepped in and did much the same. Drell hoped for a multitude of possible punishments. Cleaning wheels, cleaning pots and pans, Deepstone, he'd clean a noble's ass if he needed to. Anything to get away from those yellow eyes and that strange hand. He was, of course, sentenced to guarding the owl, the profaned hunter. He was sentenced for 2 weeks, night shifts, every time. A sentence of pure misery. The next night he simply stood there, rubbing his little toy frog. He was a good warden, but he constantly thought about simply fleeing. He caught glimpses of Talee and shooed her away, but as the night grew darker and the moon paler, he almost wished she was there. He would have taken any distraction he could get. The vault was, for the most part, silent, but sometimes he'd hear that infernal singing, slow, morose, and vengeful. And every now and then he would catch a glimpse of a yellow eye, a thorny hand, and would hear a faint request for red berries. Drell stood there each night, trying to remember his love of the caravans and rubbing his little toy frog. Seven Fane Swamp, the Web, 5 years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Killer of cardinals, slayer of beasts, heretic to the church and heretic to his people, the owl, the profaned hunter. The owl stumbled forward, splashing the green water of the swamp. He gasped and struggled as he felt the eldritch spear burrow itself into the flesh of his arm. It had caught on the gray feathers that lined the whole of his cloak and ripped it from his back. He fell to the ground, trying to keep the grip on his sword. The strange thorny vines dug deeper. He screamed as it burrowed into his arm. He could see small orange stones poking out of the vines. Stay stone, of course. The man who'd stabbed him lay in the water, his face poking up. He still breathed and mumbled. How long had he waited for this moment to strike? His face was just barely visible in the festering swamp, but it had a small smile. The owl could not hate this man. He was a tool, a weapon, used by the church. Roverin or not, he was just a man. The man mumbled something. The owl stepped closer. Lilypad. The owl nodded, called on his monolith, bringing a breeze to blow one of the lily pads nearer to the dying man. He was shocked at the amount of exchange it took. This cursed spear. They called him the profaned hunter. They called him a heretic. They called him a thing. They sought him relentlessly for killing their cardinal, the cardinal of the hunt. What had he known of the hunt? The owl looked at the massive corpse of the beast that now lay in the middle of the swamp. Well, at least he'd accomplished what he'd set out to do before the Church of Deepstone had gotten him. They'd been as confused as he had by the three-sided battle, each group attacking and attempting to kill the other. The bodies of all of them now littered the swamp. He regretted their deaths, but he did not regret killing them. They would all join him on the shores of the abyss to fight with the Lord of Deepstone. Let their journeys be swift and the fountains of the deep bountiful. He knelt, his entire body now stiff. The call of his monolith was completely choked out, and he cried as he realized he was alone. He looked up at the moon and sang. He stopped midline as the vines overtook him. The profaned hunter went rigid, trapped there in Seven Fane Swamp, surrounded by bodies. The bodies of fellow devout of the Lord of Deepstone, the bodies of beasts, all slain by his own hand. And one day, he would slay again. Chapter 9. To Steal a Book. Reprise. Caldale, the Scar's hideout. one season before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan.
Who don't we steal from?
Jal snarled. Whisper cowered, his face stung.
The mages, the slate, he said.
Who? Jal bellowed.
The mages, the slate.
And which did you steal from?
Whisper shrunk down, his eyes on the ground.
I didn't steal,
Whisper said. Hot tears ran down his face.
No, you did something worse. Freeing a consortium prisoner. What were you thinking?
Whisper looked up. Jal's gaze seared into him, burning through hair, flesh, and blood, devouring his soul in an inferno. And there was a strange calmness to the fury.
Get out of my sight,
Jal said. Whisper ran. He thought often of the anger behind that calmness. The Web, 6 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. Whisper sat on the outskirts of the caravan, shielded by 2 carts and staring out into the woods. He held his wooden box. Sometimes he liked to open it and inspect its contents. But there was one item he'd avoided since gaining it. He now held it in his hand. A small metal medallion depicting a bird with ruby eyes. He sighed and clutched it in his fist. A baby bird floundered nearby. Whisper, concerned, crept closer. But Mother swooped in, chirping furiously and flapping its bright red and black wings. It stood, extending its wings over its child. It stared out at Whisper and the world defiantly. It would protect at any cost, and it made that clear. Whisper held up his hands, chuckled, and took a step back.
Okay, Mama, okay, he said. I thought thieves were supposed to be tough. You're soft.
Whisper turned, replacing his box into his robe. Talee's eyes followed it the entire way.
You know, there's a lot riding on you, she said. Please tell me you're actually a good thief.
Whisper grinned. I may be a softie, but I'm good.
Prove it,
Talee said. Whisper cocked an eyebrow and frowned. I don't need to prove anything, he said, brushing past Talee.
A point to me, I guess,
Talee said. Whisper turned, now brandishing Talee's sword leaf in his hand. Or is it?
Okay, that's pretty good,
Talee responded.
Do you trust her?
Whisper asked quietly.
I always trust a bird,
Talee responded.
No, Eyfre. It's just, we've only known her for a little while now, and we're risking a lot for her.
Talee paused and thought. Finally, she said,
I don't trust anyone. I might start trusting you. If you trust Eyfre, I'll trust Eyfre.
Should we do this? Whisper asked.
Talee shrugged. We've got to do something. The trip would be boring otherwise.
She then disappeared back into the caravan. Whisper turned and took one last look at Mama and her baby. The baby bird chirped and was already resuming its attempt at flight. The Mama ignored Whisper and focused on its little one, watching it prepare to fly off into the wide world. Whisper smiled and followed Talee. The sun set in a beautiful purple and orange haze, silhouetting the ancient trees. The night was calm, a night for singing, dancing, and drinking. A night for stealing books. The plan was simple. Break in, steal the books, read the books, put them back. Easy. Easy in concept, at least. The execution was not truly straightforward. For example, the break-in should have been the hardest task. It was not. The locks on the vaults are complex. Cracking them is considered nearly impossible. Unfortunately for the slate, nearly impossible was taken as a challenge by some ambitious and less than honest members of the House of the Hammer. Commissioning a mage right to create the device they were using to break in had surely cost Eyfre a small fortune, and Eyfre had bought 2. Whisper held one of these devices in the palm of his hand. They called it a lock trick. Beside it were 2 small dried purple flowers. The purple flowers were going to make what should have been the easiest part, possibly one of the hardest. Whisper put the items and the lock trick into his pocket and looked to where Talee hid. "Stay," Talee signaled from her post. Eyfre sat at a fire in the caravan tail, making herself visible, all the while using her powers to influence the area of the theft. Even now, Whisper could see mist and darkness slowly encroaching. It was subtle, but it would obscure him for his task. Sound was also dampened. Talee crouched near the rolling vaults. She was already known amongst the caravan wardens as a nuisance, but harmless. This was not part of the plan, just a happy coincidence. They were annoyed she was skulking about, but they were not suspicious as to why. Whisper was glad he'd taught her working signs. She would be his lookout. "Go, go, go," Talee signaled. Whisper sprinted and hopped onto the back of one of the vaults. The darkness and mist shielded him. He was shocked by the intricate details that covered every inch of the rolling vault. They were perfectly engineered devices of beauty and containment. The vaults were always guarded, but it was more of a formality. Of all the outlandish stories Whisper had heard criminals tell, he'd never once heard one about breaking into a vault. This was telling, considering a majority of these stories were lies. And now here he was. Whisper brandished the lock trick. It was a smooth cylinder marbled by strands of pink and orange. There was a single silver button. The instructions were simple. Take it out, hold it up, press the button. But first, Whisper pulled out the 2 purple flowers. This part had confounded him. He'd gone in circles arguing with Eyfre, but she would not budge. He had to eat them. He knew this flower well. It was called Gloom Bloom by most, and it left you in a strange, lethargic, disoriented, and sedated state, accompanied by a pretty severe crash. He'd seen people fail to accomplish even basic tasks after having taken a single bloom, and he had to eat 2. Eyfre had not had a good answer as to why he had to do this. She didn't seem sure herself. She simply said in her research she'd found that most Slate consumed this flower before interacting with their vaults. And so here he stood, 2 blooms in hand. He took a deep breath and pushed the button on the lock trick. It sprang to life, clicking and whirring. The device split apart into dozens of tiny arms. Clockwork gears turned and whirred while the arms whizzed out. There were dull thuds inside the vault. Whisper assumed this was the sound of the locking mechanism being deactivated. The device slowed. Whisper popped the first Gloom Bloom into his mouth and chewed as he reached up to the door. Something didn't feel right. He pulled. It didn't budge. Oh, Abyss, no. He pulled harder, but it remained fast. He began to panic when he noticed that 2 of the lock trick's tiny arms had tangled and seemed to strain against one another. He carefully detached them, and the contraption whirred back to life. As it did, one of the tiny arms spun around and knocked the second bloom out of his hand. It went flying out into the dark. Whisper watched in shock. Then there was a click, and the door swung open. Whisper looked from the door to the void where the Gloom Bloom had disappeared. Did he have to go after it? Maybe? It was so hard to think. The Abyss with Eyfre. She wanted him to take these blasted things, and they were only going to make his life harder. He grinned. He couldn't wait a second longer. He was about to tread where possibly no modern thief had tread before. Surely 1 bloom was good enough. He quietly slipped into the vault. The interior was meticulous. Carefully constructed shelves, drawers, and lock boxes lined the whole vault. Every item was wrapped in strange silver threads, each held firm by its own metal sigil. These devices were called deterrents, and they were a problem for tomorrow. A black lockbox and 2 books with blue covers and gold lettering marked Volume 1 and Volume 2 sat on a wooden table in the midst of the vault. Volume 1 had its deterrent removed. Whisper pulled out the list. The Gloom Bloom blurred his vision. There were 7 items, 3 books, 3 maps, and the Caravan Manifest. Easy. His mind wandered. Who'd opened that lockbox? Was the gold lettering real gold? No, stay focused. He read the list again. 3 books, 3 maps, and the Caravan Manifest. He began his search. The maps were easy, being in a lockbox marked maps. He deposited them into his satchel. He quickly found the first 2 books, but the third required some searching. It was in another lockbox. And then there was the manifest. Where in the abyss was the manifest? Whisper searched and searched again. He searched behind shelves. He searched in lockboxes. Perhaps they were in the lockbox on the table? No. Hidden in a shelf? No. Maybe the books on the table? They couldn't be a manifest, could they? He picked up volume 1 of the blue and gold books. He opened the book. Whisper looked up and blinked. Abyss, how long had he been here? He looked down. He'd remembered opening to the first page and starting to read, but he was now well in the middle of the book. He stared at the page. It was both familiar and foreign. Words and numbers and patterns and mysteries and truths filled his mind, all shouting over one another in perfect harmony and flawless cacophony. He began flipping through the pages. What was in this book? What truths? What knowledge? Surely... That was Talee. That was the sign. Oh, Abyss, he needed to leave, and he needed to leave now. He slammed the book closed and scrambled for the door. He slipped out, closing the heavy metal door behind him. He stared at it. So complex. Who had built this? No time for that. Flee. He must flee. But he couldn't. He couldn't run. The door. So simple, yet so complex. He'd used the lock trick, but perhaps he could try his own hand at it. See if he could... Someone grabbed the back of his collar. That's definitely a point for me, Talee said as she pulled him back. Whisper blinked. Once, twice. Run. He had to run. Eyfre's powers still shielded Talee and Whisper as they slipped away into the darkness together. They darted through the woods, heading to the caravan tail. As they neared, they smelled delicious sizzling meats and heard music and laughter. They slipped slowly into the ring of lights. Like most nights, the tail was abuzz. Vendors had little stalls set up. Some had tapped kegs of ale which flowed freely. The travelers milled about laughing, eating, singing, and fighting. Talee and Whisper found a seat at a campfire. Whisper's chest was tight. His head spun. His breath was short. He sat, clutching his satchel of illicit books to his chest. They were coming for him. Even now, he'd taken too long. He'd ruined it all. He waited. But no one came. The gloom bloom began to wear off, and Whisper was able to think clearly again. Talee watched the singers beside him. He touched the sack and felt 7 items. 3 books, 3 maps, and the caravan manifest. He grinned and tried to relax. He leaned back and listened to the minstrels with Talee. A man and 2 women played a variety of instruments and sang in perfect harmony, their voices weaving in and out, picking up melodies where another dropped off. It was a thing of beauty. His mind did not rest on the music, though. It constantly drifted back to the books. He wanted to take them out and examine them right here, right now. He had to force himself not to take one out and read it right there. Now, of course, before opening them, he would need to take on one of the most challenging parts of all of this. Opening the books. The trio convened early the next day. Whisper was annoyed they did not immediately dive into attempting to open the books. They simply talked. He slowly came around and eventually found himself laughing along with Talee at a story Eyfre was telling. You didn't, he said, wiping his eye. I did, Eyfre said, a small smirk on her face. I knew I understood it better than the professor, and what better way to demonstrate it than to light it on fire right there in the lecture hall? But did they get mad? Talee asked. Furious. Absolutely furious. I don't think I've ever seen Rikislar turn that red. It was Rikislar, Whisper said, jumping up and throwing his hands in the air at the reveal. The 3 laughed again, and then eventually fell silent. With the silence returned Whisper's impulse to open the books. The plan was for the 3 of them to spend time in Eyfre's carriage during the day's ride. Eyfre assured them there were protections in place so the driver could not hear what they were up to. Everything went smoothly, Eyfre asked. She addressed Talee and Whisper, but her eyes never moved from the satchel in Whisper's hand.
You tell me, Whisper said, opening the bag and placing each of the items on the table. 3 books, 3 maps, and the Caravan Manifest. As he set down the Caravan Manifest, his mind twitched. It was blue and gold. Eyfre picked up a book and looked it over. The silver deterrent twinkled in the sunlight. She looked over each item. She frowned. She looked at them again. Her frown deepened. And then Whisper started to remember. Everything had not gone smoothly. He'd forgotten. Recalling the events of the previous night was like trying to see a painting through a foggy window. Wait, he said quietly. The book in blue and gold. That wasn't the manifest. He hadn't been able to find the manifest. That was volume 2 of the book that had been sitting open and, oh, abyss. He'd read one of the books and apparently grabbed the other in his haste. This book is not the manifest, Eyfre said. There was a calmness in her eyes. Whisper's skin went cold. Strange, he said. It was in a drawer clearly labeled as manifest, so I just assumed. He lied. Eyfre stared at him. He swore he could see that inferno building. His heart pounded. Should he admit his mistake now? Just get it over with? No. Does it matter what books we stole? Talee asked, sounding bored. Did we need the manifest? If anything, this may have some secret info we did not know we needed. Yeah, Whisper said. Let's open the books. Eyfre's eyes stayed on Whisper. Finally, she said, Yes, let us open the books. Relief washed over Whisper. I could take a crack at that, Talee said. No, Whisper and Eyfre said in unison. Whisper stepped forward and Eyfre handed him one of the maps. His pulse was back to normal, but he felt lightheaded from the adrenaline. He turned the map over in his hands, tracing the thin silver lines of the deterrent. The metal sigil that held the threads in place was cool to the touch. Whisper had learned long ago that there was more to a deterrent than met the eye. The key tenet of them was, if I can't have this book, neither can you. It protected the book by making it useless to steal. Unless you removed the threads in a very specific way, the item they protected would be destroyed, often by flames. The simple version of this was achieved with a small cylinder of oil and a flint that would be triggered, but the good ones were more complex. Whisper had cracked some made by the House of the Hammer. They had been strange, and he'd required help from an expert, but he figured he could do it on his own now. He'd expected the church deterrents to be similar to the ones made by the House of the Hammer. They were very different. He looked up and saw Eyfre looking at him expectantly. She had a hunger, an excitement in her eyes. Whisper looked back down. They'd gotten this far, but he'd never seen deterrents like this before. Deepstone, he couldn't let her down. I need a minute, he said. He pored over the device, looking for any clues. The silver strands were tangled and confusing. He began to fear that moving even one might simply ignite the document. He realized he was sweating and set the document down. Anything? Eyfre asked. He needs a moment, Talee said sternly. Whisper was glad he had Talee there with him. He picked up a different book. The patterns were totally different and just as confusing. Is there anything I can do? Eyfre started. Whisper cut her off. Stop, okay? Stop. He set the book down. I know you want to see what is in these books, but this takes time, okay? And normally I have access to a full workshop. Any tools you need. What I need is quiet, Whisper snapped. He looked at Eyfre and she raised her eyebrows. A strange look was in her eyes. The hairs on his arms stood up. I'm sorry, it's just... You have money. You're a mage of the 7th bond. Talee's an orphan of the deep, and I'm a street rat. The risk is not evenly distributed here. An awkward silence hung between the three. Eyfre's lips tightened. Can I try? Talee asked. No, Eyfre and Whisper said simultaneously. Eyfre stood and nodded. Her hands seemed to shake. It's late. Let's adjourn. We will try again tomorrow. As they were leaving, Eyfre put her hand on Whisper's shoulder. Whisper, she said. Everything did go according to plan, right? You followed what I asked when you broke in? Whisper looked up at Eyfre's eyes.
They were so calm, her lips drawn taut like a bowstring, threatening to snap. Yes, Whisper lied. Eyfre nodded. Good night, Whisper, she said. He couldn't sleep. Those silver strands danced behind his eyes, binding tight the secret of the books. Silver lines. He jolted awake, gasping for breath. He dreamt his face was covered by silver strands, a sigil over his mouth. Eyfre and Talee had attempted to remove it as he choked. He cradled his head in his hands. He walked in the cool night air, trying to distract himself. He was at Eyfre's carriage. He didn't remember slipping past the wardens in the caravan head. He was so tired. Silver strands, gold and blue. He stood outside her door. She was probably sound asleep. What would be the harm in trying? He couldn't sleep anyways. He was in Eyfre's carriage. He fiddled with the silver strands. The moon moved across the night sky, and Eyfre snored. A yell echoed outside the carriage. Eyfre woke, her eyes shot open and locked with Whispers. They were calm, and Whisper cowered. Deepstone. Why had he broken into her carriage? She held out her hand. Whisper felt like he was being bitten by 1,000 ants, and he fell over, gasping. He realized what he must look like. His black hood up, crouching in her carriage as she slept. He just looked like another thief. Perhaps he was. It's me, he gasped. It's me. Eyfre lowered her hand and rushed over to him. He avoided her eyes. I'm sorry, he said. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted to work. I thought... There was more yelling outside, this time more frantic. Whisper heard the sounds of wardens running past Eyfre's carriage. Eyfre stood. Her face was pale in the moonlight. She looked at Whisper and then stepped outside her carriage. Whisper followed. I saw it. We're dead. We're all dead. Let me out of here or we'll be dead sooner. I can kill it. I can fight it. Oh, Deepstone, they followed us here. Can you hear me? The wolf is in the woods. A sovereign, you cretins. You've drawn it here. A crowd had formed, even this late at night. The wardens attempted to disperse the people, but it was impossible. The yelling continued. That's the owl. Whisper jumped at Talee's sudden appearance. Her face was pale. He's saying he saw a sovereign. Eyfre's eyes widened. Did you say the owl? She asked. Talee nodded. Eyfre stared at the vault. Her hand began to tremble. Eyfre? Talee said, lightly touching the mage's arm. Ignore him, Eyfre said, not looking away from the eldritch vault. Return to sleep. It'll stalk us to the edges of the oceans and beyond, you fools! You fools! The owl continued to yell. Should we be worried? Talee asked. He's normally so quiet. Do you actually think he saw a sovereign? When I've talked to him, he's never seemed like a liar. Eyfre slowly turned to Talee. You've talked to him? Yes, when I was scouting the vaults. Did that seem wise? Eyfre asked. Her voice shook. No, Talee admitted, but he seemed lonely and angry. It was dumb to speak to a man called the Profaned Hunter. I call him the Owl. Eyfre turned and stormed away. Talee chased after, and Whisper was close behind. Wait, what's wrong? Talee asked. Speak to him no more, Eyfre growled. Why? Talee asked, seeming hurt. Eyfre turned. Do you know why they call him the Profaned Hunter? No, Talee said. He worked for a wretched fellow in the Church of Deepstone called the Cardinal of the Hunt. The position is antiquated from millennia ago when the sovereigns were much more bountiful. The Cardinal of the Hunt is charged with hunting the sovereigns, and as such, the owl was charged with hunting the sovereigns. But you made it sound like there are no more sovereigns, Whisper said. That's not what he seems to say, Talee said quietly. He's delusional, insane. I'm literally hunting for knowledge of the sovereigns, and even I know the man is a lunatic. That doesn't mean we need to hate him, Talee said. Eyfre's nostrils flared. If he was tasked with hunting the sovereigns, and there are none to be found, what do you think he hunted instead? the people with a connection to them. He hunted the Grey Eyes. He hunted us. He hunted us. He was our demise, our scourge, until he went crazy enough to kill his own master. Let him rot in that prison. Talee's face was white.
I don't know. He seems nice.
We'll stay away from him, Whisper said. We'll just keep trying to open the books and... Eyfre's eyes swiveled to Whisper, and he cowered. Whisper, tomorrow, we need to talk. And then she was gone. At first, Whisper went to see Eyfre as early as possible. He wanted to get it out of the way. If she was going to berate and yell at him, or worse, so be it. Let it be done. Then he could get back to finally opening those damn books. Those silver threads still plagued his thoughts. The sun has barely risen, Whisper, Eyfre said sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Return when the caravan departs. But that day, the caravan did not depart. It seemed likely that the owl's tirade the night before had spooked both the wardens and the travelers, and as such, a few parties were sent to investigate the surrounding area before departure. Whisper and Talee spent much of the day together, talking and laughing, when they could. But Whisper's heart was not in it, which Talee pointed out often. He just wanted to open those books. Eyfre was nowhere to be found during the day. Towards the evening, when it was clear that the caravan would not depart at all that day, Eyfre found Whisper and Talee. She asked Whisper to walk with her. Where are you going? Talee asked. We will be in the tail for a while, Talee, near the vendors. Give us some privacy, Eyfre said calmly. And they left. Eyfre was quiet as they walked through the caravan. Eventually, they reached the vendor section. Stalls served dinner to the restless caravan travelers. Eyfre seemed so at home, bartering with a vendor for a meal. She got both herself and Whisper something to eat, a delicious, flaky but savory pastry with duck in it. They sat to the side and ate it. Well, Whisper tried to eat. His stomach was in knots. Tell me what you see here, Eyfre said, licking her fingers. As a thief. Okay, Whisper said. I see 3 different cut purses, obviously working together. Unorganized, though. I see a man in black that is clearly guarding a smuggler's carriage. I see an old lady dressed in white robes that's been up to something this whole trip. A scam of some sort, I assume. And I see some of Granite's men. Eyfre nodded. And these people, do they seem happy? Do they seem content? No, Whisper said. And do they seem like dishonest people? Yes, Whisper said. Do you think there is a connection between the two? Whisper frowned. You can't really lecture me about being honest, he said. Eyfre sighed and looked up at the sky. Whisper, she said, you are with me now. If something happens, you must tell me. Whisper's heart pounded. He thought back to his lie. He thought of a new lie. He thought of a way to dig himself out of this, but realized he would only dig himself deeper. He took a ragged breath and bowed his head. He couldn't look her in the eyes. I dropped one of the flowers. It felt like such a minor thing. So I went into the vault after having eaten only one. But I was so woozy even from just one, and I suddenly realized that a book was open, and I just took a peek and I read some. And then I stole the second volume. And I couldn't find the manifest. Everything didn't go exactly as planned, and I lied, and I'm sorry. But it doesn't matter, does it? I did a good job. Those errors they're meaningless. We could just go back now, open the books we found. Eyfre looked down, her face contorted. I failed, she whispered. I'm sorry, Whisper said. Eyfre looked at him, a strange look in her eyes. You'd better come with me, she said. They returned to the carriage. Whisper ran over countless scenarios about what exactly would happen when they reached Eyfre's carriage. Should he just run, or should he simply face the consequences? They arrived, and Eyfre opened the door. She gasped. No, she said quietly. Talee knelt on the floor of Eyfre's carriage, her face dark from soot, except for stark lines where tears had fallen. She held a pile of ash in her trembling hands, and in the midst, clear as day, was the glinting silver of a deterrent, its silver threads now detached and the item it had protected destroyed.
I'm sorry, Talee sobbed. I wanted to help. The lines made sense. I took them off. I opened the map. I read it, and then...
Whisper's head spun. They'd failed. One of the documents was destroyed. The whole point of the plan was returning all the items, and the map was gone. What had been on the map? He shook his head. It was so hard to think over Talee's crying. They'd stolen from the slate, and now they were going to be caught. Eyfre stared down at Talee, her face white and her lips a thin line. She stepped forward. Whisper could see a calmness in her eyes and the grim look on her face. This time, Whisper would not cower. He drew his dagger and moved to block her. He was too slow. Eyfre's arms swept wide and her red cloak flared out. She swooped down and embraced Talee, hugging her tight. Talee wrapped her arms around Eyfre, her sooty hand leaving black splotches on the cloak.
I'm sorry,
Talee sobbed again. It's all right, Talee, Eyfre said. It was an accident. There's nothing to be done now. Eyfre stared out at the world defiantly. She held Talee tight, letting her know that she would be protected at any cost. One of Giles' rules flashed through Whisper's mind. Protect to be protected. It was funny that the first time he'd seen this embodied was in Eyfre. He no longer had to ask himself if he trusted this woman. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around both of them. If I'd known more, we wouldn't be in this mess, he said. I'm sorry we put you in danger, Eyfre. Eyfre leaned back. She was also crying. She wiped tears from her eyes and gave a scoffing laugh. I am the one who should be apologizing. I failed you both. Oh, of all my failures, this is the worst. She shook her head as she dug in her robes and retrieved a bundle of freshly picked tiny pink leaves. She handed it to Whisper. It took me longer than expected to find these today. Put some of this under your tongue and think of a favorite memory. Whisper did so without questioning. His heart calmed. His mind calmed. A part of him had never shut off since being in that vault. It was like a sound you grow accustomed to suddenly stopping and the void being disorienting. It was like a splinter stuck under the skin. It was like a song stuck in your head, but you don't know the melody. What in Deepstone? Whisper said, dizzied by the realization. I should have trusted you with the whole truth, Eyfre said, shaking her head. I am unsure if it is a sort of defense mechanism or unintended consequence. Sometimes the knowledge of those books, when they're in proximity with one another, can take a hold on you and slowly drive you mad. The gloom bloom sedates the mind, numbs you to the call of knowledge. I had hoped, too, would keep you extra safe. But you read one of the books, and it took its hold, driving your mind to desire more knowledge. I had my suspicion when you were acting strange, always asking for the books. The leaf is an old Grey Eyes remedy. I don't think even the slate know about it. Why didn't you tell me? Whisper asked. Eyfre gave a dark, dry chuckle. Because I'm a dishonest person. Her lesson from earlier suddenly took on a new meaning. Giles' rule came to mind again, and Whisper suddenly felt incredibly protective of Eyfre. To think that just today, he'd feared her so much. Eyfre gasped. Talee, your hands, she said. Shining in the middle of Talee's palms were two large purple symbols. It was Odrossian text. Sacrosanct. Map bearer. Whisper read aloud. This is a problem, Eyfre said grimly. We can get through this, Whisper said confidently, sitting back and looking at Talee and Eyfre. We got into this. We can get out of this. Yeah, Talee said. Yeah. Eyfre sat back and wiped her eyes. She shook her head and seemed to search for words. Allow me to start being, for once, an honest person, she said. In the prophecy of Morcoda Melcil, it says I will die.
We all die eventually, Talee said dismissively.
In 6 days' time. I'd hoped that those books might, I don't know, give me answers or a solution.
Talee's face went white. Whisper's stomach dissolved into his gut. We can get through this, Talee said firmly. Morcoda Melcil, the stars, they're nothing. They are a blanket in the night sky covering you and your family. Remember? You told us that. Eyfre smiled.
Yes, she said, looking out the window. Yes, they are.
So, Talee said, say you aren't dying.
I'm not dying,
Eyfre said. There. And as a newly professed honest person, you have to mean it. Eyfre smiled. Whisper began to think of solutions. A replica of the map, perhaps? Or somehow engineer a fire so that they would never know what had been lost. They all sat in silence as they thought. Talee broke the silence. Well, it's late. We aren't going to solve this problem now. Having read one of the maps, I can say that there is a very interesting bridge close to here. Perhaps if the caravan doesn't move tomorrow, we all go to investigate. I mean, what else are we going to do? If we are going to be captured by the Church of Deepstone, we might as well have a day of fun beforehand. So, shall we go investigate an interesting bridge?
Yes, Whisper and Talee said in unison. The knight stepped into the tent. He shuffled uncomfortably as he watched Trian, Selud, and Roverin Yelm confer.
My queen, the knight said. There's something...
Not now, Trian said dismissively. We have bigger problems. We're sitting ducks out here. The wilds are impossible to navigate, especially without any maps. Her hand shook as she placed it to her temple. We need a way to move our troops. I need this to crush granite! She slammed her fist down, shattering a goblet. The knight lowered his eyes.
My lady, he said.
Selud stepped forward and placed his hands on Trian's shoulder. Yelm addressed the knight.
What do you have to report?
He asked.
It would be easier to show you, the knight said,
stepping outside the tent. Yelm stepped out of the tent and into the evening air of the ladies' camp in the wilds. Even in the fading sunlight, he could see from their vantage on this elevated plateau, a bridge where the Lake Wall caravan would normally travel was destroyed. Smoke rose from the rubble.
What in Deepstone?
Yelm swore as he stared at the smoking gaps where the once great bridge had stood.
Whoever did that, the knight said, has malicious intents for that caravan.
Chapter 10. 3 Faces. Every light was extinguished in Hamlet Corpica. Every fire, every lamp, every candle. Even the glimmer of the stars and moon seemed to be dulled by the enveloping black. Each resident was refined to their quarters. Every window had been boarded over that day. Not even the glinting white of eyes could be seen. Bishop Granite, Goln Harvel, and Sayut stood outside in the hamlet's open gardens. Marinay had been tasked that night with ensuring the curfew was kept. And so, 3 pale faces stared beneath a sky deadened by the darkness of the land below. But the stars still watched. The Web. 7 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. The trio's plan to set out and see this interesting bridge came to fruition. The caravan was stopped for another day, and the reason was now known. The Lady of the Rose had been accused of murdering a political opponent, and in the bishop's own hamlet no less. Her capture was ordered by the Seydun himself. Eyfre had never seen such a strong military presence in a caravan. Reinforcements had clearly ridden from the wall. I can't believe the Lady of the Rose murdered a Harvel in cold blood, Whisper mumbled. Historically, they've had issues, but they usually let their serfs duke it out, not assassinate one another at negotiations.
I believe it, Eyfre said grimly. I've done contracts for Trian before. She is a decent ruler, but a haunted person.
You've done contracts for the Lady of the Rose? Whisper asked. Whoa, who else? Anyone interesting? Eyfre gave a sly grin. Who is the worst? Talee asked. And remember, you're an honest person now. Eyfre shivered. A vile man. Everything he touches is corrupted. Even his writing was off-putting, cramped, slanted, and maniacal. Eyfre grimaced and shook her head. She turned to Talee. Now, back to the task at hand. Talee, we will cover your hands in dirt. The dark loam of the web should obscure those symbols. Talee, why are your hands red and sticky? Do you actually want to know? Talee asked. Eyfre paused. No, she said. Talee nodded, took the dirt from Eyfre, and scrubbed it on her palms. She held up her hands, the glowing purple symbols now hidden. Let's get going, she said, turning and leading the way. The trio talked as they walked. The stroll through the web was actually quite pleasant. It was a beautiful day, and the falsetto bird song was accompanied by the deep baritones of the massive ancient trees creaking in the cool wind. Whisper complimented this song of nature with a rapid-fire regurgitation of what he'd heard about the road network of the Odrasian Empire and their staggering economy. Eyfre poked holes in his theories, and Whisper became defensive. He then began discussing the construction of the roads, which Eyfre pointed out was mostly conjecture. Was it slaves? There was no way to know. It could have been one of the powers of Scepter. It could have been some other mystical ability. When he then began to explain the idea being popularized that the road network of the web was not as expansive as previously thought, Talee cut him off. No, it's massive, Talee said. I was shocked to see all the roads. Fine, Whisper huffed. If you want to be difficult, you can forget about me discussing the concept of economic heresy and its rise on how goods travel. He meant this as a threat. Thank you, Talee said. She walked off the roadway, running her hands along the bark of the ancient trees. She turned to Eyfre. How does it feel to have a prophecy say you're going to die? She asked. Whisper seemed flabbergasted, but Eyfre chuckled. Vexing. How exactly is it I'm supposed to die? That part keeps me up at night. And the idea of my destiny not being my own is also frustrating. If this all is even true, that is. Talee nodded, thoughtfully, looking up at the sky. She shrugged. You could always trick destiny. Die a little sooner. Really say fuck you to the gods. Eyfre gave a wholehearted laugh and Whisper tripped over his own feet. I'd rather not, Eyfre said. I have you two to look after. Unless there is a particularly appealing reason, I think I'll stay living. Smart, Whisper said. What exactly is the prophecy anyways? Talee asked. It isn't easy to explain, Eyfre said. When we set camp tonight, I will try to explain what I understand of it. Both Talee and Whisper were satisfied with this answer, and the trio continued to walk. Odrasian roads were truly a marvel. Large sections of solid stone allow carts to ride smoothly, with interspersed trails of dirt and grass for easy walking. They were wide, allowing multiple carts astride, and the main roads were strangely well maintained. This was not the case for the branching roads. Most were overgrown and in disarray. The section the trio walked on now had trees growing up from shattered stone. Entire sections were missing. The stone disappeared and only a void of dirt to show where it had once been. At other sections, massive slabs of stone jutted up from the ground, displaced by the roots of the trees growing over hundreds of years. There was a break in the forest, and they stepped out onto a massive plateau. Holy shit, Whisper said. And that would be the bridge, Talee said. It's better than I anticipated. Unlike the roads leading to it, the bridge was immaculate, beautiful and perfectly preserved. It was massive, a seemingly impossible structure, but yet it stood, and stood firm. The distinctive characteristic was that it did not connect two plateaus. but three. The three roads lifted up into the air and met in a trifecta above the gaping chasm, 3 sections meeting in the middle. It was covered in intricate pictographs, which Whisper aptly identified as scenes from the Book of the Shale. Eyfre noticed Talee walking slowly up the bridge. She looked up and saw what had transfixed the girl. A massive statue stood in the center of the bridge. It depicted a figure wearing loose robes over an impressive set of plate mail. It had 3 arms and 3 faces, each pointing out towards a different plateau.
What is this?
Talee asked in awe.
I have no idea, Whisper said.
Eyfre also did not recognize the depictions. The face pointing towards them was disfigured and blackened, as though it had melted. Its hand was outstretched with its finger jutting out accusingly. The face to the east was young, handsome and stoic, its arm holding out a large hammer. And the third face was a mask of sorrow. Its hands were raised in supplication.
An ancient church statue, perhaps, Eyfre murmured. Something long lost.
Talee nodded, but stayed staring, enraptured. Eyfre and Whisper poked around the bridge. Eyfre couldn't help but look off to the western plateau, the plateau leading the farthest away from the caravan, the way that led deeper into the web, deeper into the strange, dangerous land, away from the profaned hunter, away from the slate, away from the Church of Deepstone. The wind blew and the earthy smell of the web filled Eyfre's nose. She called Talee and Whisper to her and told them to sit.
This isn't a history lesson, is it?
Talee asked.
Not exactly,
Eyfre said.
She looked at Talee. You found this bridge quite easily, she said.
Talee shrugged and tapped her head.
It's all up here.
Eyfre nodded. She looked off the south end of the bridge again.
I think the slate know we stole from them, she said.
Why? Whisper asked, panic creeping into his voice.
Because we've stopped, Eyfre said. Even if it's for the ongoing search, they may have opened the vault now to find a faster route.
Eyfre paused, her eyes still on the west side of the bridge. She turned back to Talee and Whisper.
I want us to run. It makes sense. While the caravan is stopped, we bring supplies here. When the caravan departs, we pretend we are in my carriage, but we are disappearing into the web. And if they chase us, they're going to have a hard time without their maps, Whisper said.
It's an edge. This is an edge. I know an edge when I see one, and Talee knows the maps.
Right. Now this is not a decision just for me, Eyfre said. There was a sternness in her voice. Consider what I have gotten you into. Do you both want to do this?
I think we have to, Whisper said.
It is risky to stay, Eyfre said, shaking her head.
No, Whisper said with a grin. We have to because now that you've suggested it, Talee is going to drive us both crazy if we don't. The 3 laughed and looked off to the western plateau.
So, it's into the wilds then, Eyfre said.
Ashenfall, the Odrossian capital, many years before the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. As a child, Keller Kun's pastimes fluctuated between dull and cruel. Tricking other children out of toys and foods was a favorite. Staring at the charred crater on the side of Holy Throne, where the Ashenfall Observatory had once sat, was another, an easy sight from his home atop the obsidian towers. These balconies were also perfect for throwing items into the streets far below and watching to see if they struck a passerby. To the relief of his caretakers, however, Keller Kun's favorite hobby was sitting on the gold marbled floor and staring at the family star tapestry. A star tapestry is a bit of a misnomer, as it is not quite a tapestry, but simply a weave of thread held in place with hooks. The hooks are held by a massive slab of stone, and the whole thing is hung on a wall. The art form is ancient and is not common. But it is said that these creations were maps of a family's destiny as portrayed in the stars. Star tapestries were common amongst the elite of Odros. Substantial funds were required to do the archival research to create one. Each thread represented either people, events, or ideas. They twisted in and around one another, showing paths, possibilities, destinies. Keller Kun would sit and stare at his thread, a thin black strand. It wove with no others. It started, disappeared beneath the weave, and reemerged onto another spike. The boy was starless, and it bothered the cruel and egotistical child even then. As he grew, Keller Kun was drawn to politics. He didn't enjoy it, but he was good at it. Having no sympathy, no empathy, no modicum of moral compass, he found the game of politicking easy. Kill, cheat, steal, and lie about it all. Strategy was simply not required if you broke every rule. He used any leverage possible against his opponents, their insecurities, their secrets, their families. Nothing was off limits. And so he climbed. And so he was feared. Those in the upper echelons, the ones who used the rules to keep their power, wanted Keller gone. But this was no easy task. He'd already created enough meaningful alliances that killing him was impossible. So, he was sent to take up the role of the head of the West Shore Observatory. Keller Kun saw this as his deserved post of authority, an advancement. He did not realize it was an exile. The observatory was in shambles, of course. The place had not been used in nearly a century, but Keller was quick to order repairs. Using his normal tactics, he pushed this through. His enemies, satisfied with his removal from their immediate lives, thought nothing of this. Eventually, the massive looking glass used to map the stars was back in operation, and the observatory staffed with scholars and slate. Then, Keller ordered the mapping of the stars to begin anew. He sent many requests to the slate, asking for books of old, anything to do with the stars. Almost all were denied, but the few he did get, he cherished, poring over them. Why was a man, absent of any scholastic ability, so keen on learning the incredibly complex way in which the scholars of old had mapped fate in the stars? Keller retraced old steps, remapping the stars and scribbling his findings in volumes of books, his writing cramped, slanted, and maniacal. Aside from being confusing, there was nothing wrong with his current occupation. It was what he had been told to do, and what could possibly be the harm in redoing work that had been done hundreds of years ago. So, the Odrosian elite left Keller Kun to search the stars. And search the stars he did. But the reason for his search was selfishness. He searched for that black thread that had baffled and vexed him as a child. His thread. Where was his destiny, his foretold greatness? In his search, he learned of the Lakewall caravan. His threads did not intertwine with it, but it came so near. He requested books regarding this, books that had long been lost in the archives. And then there were whispers in the halls of holy thrones, and words that had not been uttered in decades were uttered. The cult of the guiding stars had lived in the shadows for a long time now. Their numbers were few, but this gave them a renewed hope. And so, the stars visited the priest. Keller Kun was startled by the tall man standing in the entryway of the observatory. He wore red armor and stood erect and intent. His hand rested casually on the hilt of his sword. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, meandered across the room, but seemed to glean every detail. His gaze finally landed on Keller Kun, and his lips tightened into resolve and a smile. Keller was about to shout at this pompous man before noticing the crest on his breastplate. This was a man Keller had never had the pleasure of meeting in person before, but did consider a worthy adversary.
Cardinal of War, Keller said, standing and smiling widely. What can I do for you?
The Cardinal of War did not look at Keller when he spoke, but instead examined the looking glass. I've heard you're mapping the stars anew. I'm doing a stupendous job of it, Keller responded. And futile, the Cardinal said, raising an eyebrow. Wasn't the whole of the sky mapped before the long silence? Those records are all in Holy Throne. And impossible to access, griped Keller Kun. The Cardinal stared at Keller, a faint smile still on his lips. Yes, they are, Keller. Some things found in the stars are so important, so crucial to the survival of this empire, that they are given special treatment. The Cardinal squinted and continued slowly. Keller, have you heard of the guiding stars? Keller frowned. An old cult. They were called rats by Cessamara during the Inquisition, before he burned them all, that is. I used to stare at their observatory as a child. I must admit I found their mission admirable, using the old prophecies of the stars to ensure the proper paths were chosen. Yes, Cessamara was not fond. But even old Cessamara should have known that if you want to kill a nest of rats, you have to kill us all. We are not a myth, Keller, and not a cult. Keller Kun's eyes widened. He had only just met the second most powerful person in Odros, and they were already confessing to him their involvement in a secret society, long thought dead. The Cardinal continued, We are a necessary force to ensure Odros remains secure. The stars tell us much about ourselves. I wouldn't know about that, Keller said bitterly. The Cardinal stepped forward, putting his large hand on Keller's shoulder. Do not despair, young priest. Do you know what it means to be starless? I am destined for nothing, Keller mumbled. No, you are destined for anything, the Cardinal said. Your destiny is your own. Keller looked up. His eyes shone greedily. The Cardinal patted his hand on Keller's shoulder again. This is why I come to you, Keller. The guiding stars remain strong. We work in the shadows, using our knowledge to direct the course of history. But we are in need of help, Keller. Can we count on you? What do you need me to do? Keller asked. You will need to join us. Become a member of the Guiding Stars, the Cardinal said. He paused. And we will need you to take the position of Bishop of Lakewall. Hamlet Corpica, 3 days after the departure of the fateful Lakewall caravan. In the pitch black of Hamlet Corpica, something stirred. Granite, Sayut, and Goln stood beside a pile of bags in the self-inflicted dark. No accidents this time, right? The job will be done completely, Bishop Granite said. Goln frowned. They'll do the job. Granite leered at Goln, now turning to fully face the ruler of Northern Lakewall. Are you scared, Goln? Bishop asked with a grin. Goln stood up straighter, his face twisting in anger and indignation. He had the look of a man who has seen death and knows he can never explain it to another. Coincidentally, it was the same look on Sayut's face. You don't know the forces you're dealing with, Granite. They aren't normal. Once this is done, it's done. If you drown in regret when your head hits the pillow, there is no surfacing from what you have plunged into. I regret nothing, Granite said, and the only forces underestimated are my own. Goln looked uneasily at Sayut. The gray eyes dropped his eyes and shivered in the cold. In the pitch black of Hamlet Corpica, something stirred. A sweet fragrance and the feeling of static electricity filled the air. They're here, Sayut whispered. The darkness swirled, at first imperceptible, but then what seemed to be the dull glinting of stars off of surfaces became a tempest of gold and silver and dark blue. The colors intensified, and then stilled. The five stood in the darkness, the gold of their previous payments gleaming in the pale moon. They were clothed head to toe in dark blue robes, the blue of the crushing depths of the ocean, and they were adorned with elaborate golden trim, chains, and ornaments. One of the five stepped forward and raised its head. A golden mask of indescribable shape stared out at Granite. For the first time, Granite seemed nervous.
The five have come to complete your contract. First payment, then the names.
Granite was frozen, his eyes widening. Goln, his face paler than the moon, poked him in the ribs.
Bishop,
he said. Granite snapped out of his daze and looked around. Yes, the payment, the bags. Granite, Goln, and Sayut began their task. The bags were piled in the midst of the five. Golden masks watched from beneath Stygian hoods. Goln set the last one down, pulled out a small dagger, and sliced it open. Riches poured out, gold, silver, jewels, and coins.
Would you like an accounting?
Goln said, bowing his head.
No.
Well,
Granite said,
there's the payment. Now, which of you needs the names?
He now held out a slim book. One of the five stepped forward. They held an unlit censer in one hand and wore a metal box on their back. They took the book from Granite and opened it. The interior looked like a strange spiderweb of raised lines. They swirled through each page. The being touched its fingers to the lines. Its hands were incorporeal, a starless sky in coherent form. They seemed to flicker in and out of reality. Its fingers traced through the lines, making sharp, jarring turns as it read them.
All these names?
It asked.
All of them,
Granite responded. Another of the five now stepped forward. In one hand, it held a piece of parchment. In the other, it held a black quill that came to a razor-sharp edge. Granite took the quill and looked at it nervously. Goln had told him repeatedly what he would need to do next, but he still hesitated. Finally, he brought it down and pricked his own finger, letting the blood well up, filling the quill. He scribbled his name on the sheet, cramped, slanting, and maniacal. He handed the parchment back. The being took it and retreated into its group.
It's done?
Granite asked, sucking his finger.
It's done,
the leader replied.
That wasn't so bad, and so convenient. If I'd known there were assassins like this, I would have never used those rabble.
The other four figures now circled around the bags containing the payment. The leader stayed facing Granite, its eyeless face lingering. Granite stepped forward, defiantly jutting his chin out. This attempt at resolve was undercut by the fact he was sucking his pricked finger like a child.
Speak no ill of our flock. We are no assassins, but priests. We are the emissaries of contracted death. Do you not fear death, Killer Kun?
It so happens I do not,
Granite said, grinning. The leader lingered on Granite for a moment longer before turning its back on him. It joined hands with the others, completing the circle around the payment.
You should, Killer Kun. You should. There is much you do not know, so there is much you do not fear. I pray for all our sakes you learn soon. You must teach him, Chaos Walker. If you demand to serve our sanctuary, you must play your part.
The darkness swirled anew, and the gold and dark of the five intertwined together, a renewed vortex that spun, grew faint, and then was gone. Only the inky blackness of the night remained. Granite turned. Sayut now seemed on the verge of tears. Granite leered at him.
Don't worry, Grey Eyes. There is nothing you can teach me. Come, let us drink. We have dealt with the gods, and stage 1 is almost complete.
Eyfre, Whisper, and Talee found themselves strangely upbeat despite their situation. They took turns returning to the caravan, gathering specific supplies and returning it to the bridge. The three-faced statue watched them passively as they executed their plan, and it watched them when they decided to open the other stolen items. What was the worst that could happen? They'd ruined their first plan, so why not open the items, take their chances? The worst-case scenario was that Talee got to glean some of the information. Talee explained how she'd opened the first map, explained the code she'd seen in the threads. Whisper listened, nodding along. Finally, he said, "Oh," and picked up one of the maps. He had the deterrent off in minutes. They unfurled the map. Whisper whistled and patted Talee on the back. "You were right. That is expansive." "Quickly now," Eyfre said. They all looked over the map, taking in as much as they could, in fear that it would ignite the same as the previous had. There was no ignition this time. Whisper looked at his palms and then held them up. They were bare. "I don't understand why Talee was cursed with those symbols, nor why that map combusted," Eyfre said grimly. "Hubris," Talee responded. They now opened a book. Eyfre leafed through it, seeming satisfied with the contents. "This will take time to read. I shall return to it during the rests on our journey," she said. They made the decision to leave the other books and the final map for later. They were almost ready to disappear into the wilds. There was the final book, the one stolen by accident, which was still in Eyfre's carriage, and a few supplies that Eyfre had to retrieve. Eyfre stood and stretched. "There is a final task," she said. "I, of course, have other students to attend to. Almost all are traveling with servants sent by their parents to ease their passage, but they are still under my purview. Thankfully, I believe Rikislar could be persuaded to take this role, if the price is right." Eyfre looked from Talee and Whisper to the three-faced statue to the dark woods. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but stopped. She smiled at the children. "I'll be back," she said, and headed towards the caravan. Rikislar drove a hard bargain. His immaculate powers of observation were at work, and it was clear he'd figured out that something was amiss. He did not seem to know exactly what, though. Eyfre was willing to pay for his silence. He gladly accepted the chunk of starred opal. "I will take great care of these burgeoning young minds," Rikislar said with a grin. As Eyfre was walking away, he called out her name. She turned. He tipped his wide-brimmed hat. "Remember what I taught you, and forget it all," he said. Eyfre smiled and set out on her final task. The smells of the caravan wafted gently. Manure, spices, forest, food. A strange mix, but now so familiar to her. A hollow feeling gripped her chest as she realized she would miss them. She'd spent so much of her adult life in these caravans, and this was probably the last. So she took her time. She avoided the many wardens milling about, while trying not to look suspicious, and got herself a simple skewer of spiced fish and fermented herbs, a popular dish in Odros. She watched the various lowlifes she'd watched with Whisper just the day before, the cut purses, the strange lady wandering around dressed all in white, and the various men who were clearly working for Bishop Granite. She chuckled. Mages and church officials who also traveled often nodded at Eyfre as she passed, and she nodded back. Finally, she arrived at her carriage, the sky red from the setting sun. She opened the door and stepped inside for the last time. She gathered the remaining supplies. She paused, looked around, and sighed. She closed her eyes and prepared for the final task. She picked up the last stolen book, the book Whisper had taken by accident. She was not being dishonest. She would tell them what she'd done, but intuition told her she had to open this book in private. She knew this type of book. It was called a thread study. Before the long silence, when it was common that star tapestries were made, these were the books used to record the study of the stars, to record the information that would be laid out in this tapestry, to record a specific series of fates. Eyfre had a strange suspicion that this volume being in the rolling vault was no mistake. She could feel it. It felt purposeful. It felt like the gods themselves knew something. She removed the deterrent, carefully moving each silver thread like Talee had explained until the book was freed from the tangle. She opened the book and was greeted by a familiar, stomach-churning phrase, Morcoda Melcil. She smiled grimly to herself. Of course. But her smile faded. The writing was familiar. It was cramped, slanting, and maniacal. She urgently flipped through the whole book. Every margin was filled with notes from Bishop Granite. The notes were rambling. Many were about the Lakewall caravan, and multiple diatribes about being starless. Nothing seemed directly malicious, but Eyfre felt nauseous. Then she noticed the names. There were so many names, seemingly prophecies for various people in the caravan. She didn't need to look at what it said about her. But what did it say about Whisper and Talee? Sure enough, she found Whisper's name. She sighed a sigh of relief. Normal threads, theoretical directions in life, occupations, love interests, minor events, nothing set in stone. She was also relieved when she could not immediately find Talee's name, but her heart sank when she found it on the last page. It was underlined, and beside it were only 3 notes. Eyfre read, Orphan. She leaves the wall and they all die. She leaves the wall and lives in captivity and sorrow. The book ignited in Eyfre's hand and she stumbled back. She felt dizzy. She grasped at the handle of her carriage door, now feeling claustrophobic. Had she read right? Had those words been about Talee? She leaves the wall and lives in captivity and sorrow? Eyfre stumbled out of the carriage, the supplies forgotten. She began to run. She had to get back. There were so many wardens. There were so many people all around. There was so much happening. She had to get to Talee. It was her sole focus. Everything else faded in her mind and in reality. Normally, she would have noticed. Had it not been for this small lapse, they never would have stood a chance, not against Eyfre of the 7th Bond. They never would have stood a chance. I could not tell you if the gods had known, but I can tell you that the stars watched. Talee and Whisper sat in the cool night air of the web. Whisper had made a small fire, but Talee sat in the cold beneath the 3-faced statue. She sat at its feet, above her the burnt and disfigured face pointing in the direction of the caravan. She sat with her chin on her knees, staring in the direction Eyfre had left. The melted and blackened face stared with her. The other 2 faces turned away. The sun had long set, and the moon had long risen. We should get some rest, Whisper said, putting his hand on Talee's shoulder. She'll be back. We have to trust her. I know, Talee said. She'll be back, even if I have to drag her back myself. Talee and Whisper sat beneath the 3-faced statue, staring out into the dark of the web and waiting for Eyfre. And the stars waited for them. Aside, Rikislar's lecture. I sat quietly in the lecture hall, waiting for Rikislar's infamous lecture. It was said to drive people insane, himself included. It was something of legends, whispered about in dorms late at night, in the mess hall in midday, and in the chill breeze of a cool morning. The frequency of these discussions increased the closer it came to the annual holding of this class. Most dared not describe it. Some tried, but fell short. All feared it. Some said it changed their lives. Some for the better, some for the worse. Its name was simply Chaos reductionism. Although I did not have the prerequisites, I decided to sit in the back and witness this wonder. I was in the midst of my feverish search through the archives, and it was honestly an oasis from my quest. I learned that there were things in life more frustrating than what I was going through. And that is probably the only thing I learned. We will have to see. I think of that class often. I thought a day would come, sometime when I was older and wiser, when everything would fall into place. I would suddenly grasp what Rikislar had taught. That day has yet to come. I remember some parts with perfect clarity, others are strange days. I do remember Rikislar walking into class. He wore all black and his wide-brimmed hat. He stumbled into the lecture hall, caught himself, and then walked up to the chalkboard. His gait signaled a man who held his liquor a little too well. He took a piece of chalk and returned to the center of the room. He knelt and drew a large circle on the floor. He returned to the chalkboard. He wrote numbers from 1 to 10, then numbers in random sequence, then letters, then strange symbols, and finally simply spat a large gob on the chalkboard. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to face the students. He scrutinized the attendees. I thought he may call me out for attending. Instead, he bowed his head, held his large hat to his chest, and said, "I'm sorry." He began his lecture.
It is a prerequisite that you've taken my other classes to be here. It is crucial you've learned all the other mathematical disciplines I have to offer, because in this class, you'll need to forget them all. If you have not done so, leave.
And so the chaos began. Well, technically, never having attended your classes and forgetting them is the same result, said a smug student in the front.
What?
Rikislar asked. You said we need to forget everything. It's the same.
I know what you said,
Rikislar interrupted. He addressed the room once again.
If anyone here is so daft they cannot understand the difference between forgetting something and never having known it in the first place, leave.
Rikislar paused and stared at the student in the front who had dared question him. The boy, after a moment of shock, finally stood, red-faced, and stormed out of the room. None followed him. Most would regret this decision. Rikislar now pointed at the circle on the floor. He swayed as he spoke.
Imagine, if you will, that this is a barrier. It is a wall. It goes infinitely down into the earth and also stretches infinitely up into the sky. This is important. Despite anything I say, you must believe this to be a fundamental and unfallible truth. No matter what I say during this lecture, you must maintain that I cannot pass through this barrier. Now,
he stepped inside the circle.
How do I escape this circle?
It was an interesting puzzle. Brainstorming began. Concepts of magic, philosophy, the natural world. He shot them all down. He entertained the ideas of infinities not all being equal for a moment, as someone tried to describe an infinite ladder that was somehow more infinite than the infinite barrier.
I don't have infinite time to climb that ladder, he said finally, waving his hand dismissively. Or listen to this bullshit for that matter, so I'm going to stop you there.
He turned to the room.
Is chaos bad?
Silence. He repeated the question.
Is chaos bad?
The class discussed. How do you define chaos? Is chaos needed to define order? Rikislar was not satisfied.
Is chaos evil?
He now asked. The conversation that ensued also seemed to anger him. He began calling on various students in the lecture hall with outlandish questions.
You. Is the enemy of your enemy your friend?
Well, using logic.
Wrong. You. Is it better to be rich or poor?
Well, I mean, given we are bound by the economic.
Wrong. You. What's the recipe for a perfect pumpkin pie?
What?
Wrong. You. If an old woman lived her whole life and erroneously believed that there was some deity called the Lord of Deepstone, she believed in him, had faith in him, loved him, and then she died. And a scholar who was all-wise and knew all this to be hokum lived only a short time but plumbed the knowledge of the universe. Who had a better life?
Well, the women may have seemed happier.
Did I say happier?
No. So perhaps the man...
Wrong! Rikislar shouted. You, a scorpion and a frog, are deeply in love, but can never touch one another, as the scorpion would accidentally kill the frog with its poison. What would you propose to them to aid this matrimony?
Divorce? The student said, barely giving it any thought. Rikislar actually nodded thoughtfully at this, but then chewed the boy out when he seemed proud to have given a satisfactory answer. The situation only devolved over the next hour. Students began to leave at this point. Those that stayed were simply baffled or on the verge of a breakdown. Finally, when the tension in the room felt like it would manifest itself as a true ball of anxiety in our midst, we took a break. Half the students did not return following the break. When Rikislar returned, he had a new stagger to his step. He picked up right where he had left off, completing a verbal assault on a girl who had said that there was no proof that the Lord of Deepstone was real. After a few more rounds of questions, he finally stopped. And then he smiled.
All right, so how do I get out of this circle?
The class went deadly silent. Rikislar frowned.
Come on. That is why we are here. Why do you think I've been talking about all this shit for the past few hours? For fun? How do I get out of this circle?
You can't, a boy said. Rikislar's face went red. He threw his hat on the ground.
Hours wasted. You all are so obsessed with your lines. The Church of Deepstone, the Mages Consortium, knights, noble, peasant. What are they? They are lines. Lines in the sand. We draw them and we tell ourselves to step inside them. And then we imagine their walls. We draw lines in the sand and we call them walls. We say we can't tear them down, but even the slightest breeze could destroy them forever. Who are our enemies? Who are our allies? We decide this based on these lines, but we can so simply step over them. We didn't even draw most of them. Others did for us generations ago, and we think them to be of the highest caliber when they're chalk on the floor. It's all chaos, and we attempt to reduce it. And in our reduction, we complicate things so much. So, how do I escape this circle?
I guess just step outside, she said hesitantly. Rikislar's face turned redder.
What did I tell you right at the beginning? What was the one thing I told you you must not forget?
The girl sank into her seat. The line is a barrier, and we must know this to be a fundamental, infallible truth, she said, shaking her head. Despite anything you say, we must believe that. Rikislar snapped his finger and picked up his hat, nodding.
Exactly. Now, we let ourselves be bound by these things. Rules. We are told stories and fables by our parents and caretakers, and then suddenly things that were once anecdotes are facts. Feuds are immortalized, and uncrossable rifts created. How can the mages and the Church of Deepstone work together? How can a cat befriend a mouse? How can a frog marry a scorpion? How can fire put out water? How do I get out of this circle? How the fuck do I get out of this circle? Because I'll tell you this, you bunch of sorry ingrates who think yourselves academics but would be better off as farmers. We are not leaving until someone tells me how to get out of this circle.
Step outside. Just step outside it, the same girl shouted, exasperated. Rikislar looked at her, his face slack. It tightened into a wry smile. Very good, he said, and stepped outside the circle. The girl burst into tears. A boy near her had pulled out a small clump of his own hair. But you said we couldn't. Rikislar shrugged.
What does it matter what I said? Sometimes you have to break a few rules.
Well, because you just said. The girl paused, fearing a reprimand. Wait, why didn't her first suggestion work? A boy asked from the back. If we can break the rules, her first answer would have been right. Rikislar's smile faded, like a sandcastle buffeted by crushing waves. What? At this point, everyone in the room knew to cower and tremble when Rikislar asked that question. I'm just saying, the boy mumbled. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Not this again. Her first answer was logical and methodical, a calculated answer. Logical and methodical will kill mages. Write that down. She thought those little gears twirling around in her head would come up with something clever. Wrong. But the second time, she felt that answer. She knew, she just knew, and she was right. Intuition, instinct. This is something you must learn.
Mumbles spread across the room like wildfires. Students sat up straighter. For the first time, the room felt like something had actually been said that made sense. Rikislar again went around the room, asking questions of each of the students.
You have to join forces with your mortal enemy to save another of your mortal enemies. Do you do it?
Yes, but I kill him after, the boy said firmly.
Are the gods real?
Yes, but they were created by our own imaginations.
What is love?
It's the force of all nature trying to draw us forward in innovation and art. Rikislar grabbed his hat, pulled it down over his ears, and let out a tortured yell. The air left the room.
What in Deepstone are you all doing? These questions are all so stupid, gibberish, chaos.
I thought you wanted us to answer with intuition, someone said.
Why in the abyssal flame would I want you to do that?
Rikislar asked. Because you said that.
Why do you care what I say?
Rikislar asked. Because you're the teacher.
How did the girl get out of the circle?
By breaking your rules.
Right, but that is contradictory, no? I set the rule to get out of the circle, so if you ignore my instructions, my command to get out is equally void. So this whole thing was pointless.
You can fucking say that again, a boy said. He left the room. A few followed behind him. What had started as nearly 70 students was now down to only 5, excluding myself hiding in the back. What is the point of all this? Someone finally asked. Why are we even doing this? What are you trying to teach us? Rikislar looked around the room as though broken from a daze.
Yes, right.
He now turned to the chalkboard behind him and pointed at the long-forgotten numbers, symbols, and spit on the board. He pointed first to the sequence of 0 to 10.
So some of the math we will be doing in this course will be using stuff other than what you're used to. You'll need to understand that numbers can be thought of a bit more abstractly, and sometimes a number is not a number at all. Going from 0 to 10 doesn't cut it. So, yeah. You need to think outside the box, is what I'm saying. Think outside the confines of 1 to 10.
What? A girl stood, snot and tears streaming from her face. We went through all that abuse, that torture, because you were trying to teach us that we will be using math outside the base 10 system? Rikislar stepped back, seeming stunned. He seemed upset, like he hadn't realized the toll he'd taken.
I'm so sorry, he mumbled. But is that what you thought I was saying just now? Have I taught you nothing?
I don't think so, no. Rikislar tipped his hat towards her and grinned.
Now you're getting the hang of it. All right, for next week, everyone bring in your favorite rock. I will not be accepting minerals.
A week passed and 4 rocks were brought in. They were never used. They simply sat on the desks while Rikislar went through complex but not exactly mind-bending math. The contents of the first class were never discussed again. I eagerly await the day when it all will become clear, when I will understand this bizarre class. Is there even any sense to be made? Some grand revelation that would clarify Rikislar's enigmatic teaching? I admit I frequently contemplate the distinctions between my allies and my enemies. I ask myself what my lines are. I can attest that it has changed me, though I cannot say it has been for the better or for the worse. It has, of course, led me to question rules. This has had some unintended consequences. A few years later, I heard a student brought a short sword to class and intended to use that as an answer. The class was cancelled. Rikislar's only comment on the whole ordeal was that if anyone had truly been paying attention, then they would know that the class had never truly existed. And so, despite being cancelled, it continued on as strong as ever. We draw lines, and we call them walls. Chapter 11. Lines of Red. The Web, 8 days after the departure of the fateful Lake Wall caravan. The caravan goers milled about, calm water before the stone of terror is cast. There was a sense of restlessness, but the entertainment provided numbed that sense. The delay was forgiven, and no one noticed when the first words were uttered openly. Words taboo and largely forgotten, now so common. Stars guide you. One warden speaks to another. The other warden looks and shifts uneasily. His eyes widen. He knew the words would come soon enough, but is still shocked to hear them. He nods and scurries away. He approaches a thief leaning against a cart. Stars guide you. The thief hesitates, nods, and slinks into the shadows. The thief approaches a mage. Stars guide you. The mage's face pales. His nod is hesitant and stilted. He hobbles through the caravan to the head. He looks around nervously. He approaches the slate in grain. Stars guide you? He stammers. Lyrian frowns. She turns coolly and leaves, saying nothing. The mage lets out a ragged sigh. All the while, the prisoner of the third vault, the profaned hunter, babbles to himself. In frenzied monotone, he speaks of a wolf, a sovereign, a god, stalking the caravan. But surely, such things are myth. The slate in red stands beside the rolling vaults and hears it all. He hears the words of the stars and the words of the owl. And so, things are set in motion. And so, fate is set. Stars guide you. Eyfre opened her eyes. It was dark. She was in pain. She was bound. Staystone glimmered in the chain that restrained her despite the dark. A strange material staystone, a conduit and a damper. In this application, the staystone made calling her bonds as difficult as swimming with a boulder bound to her legs and arms. She could easily wade into the water, but would surely drown. And so, Eyfre of the seventh bond was trapped. She attempted to gain her composure. She attempted to plan. All felt vain. Stupid. She should have never allowed this to happen. If she hadn't, a sick feeling crept into her stomach as she thought of those words. She leaves the wall and lives in captivity and sorrow. Eyfre hung her head. All these years, only vaguely considering these prophecies, only taking them with a grain of salt. Even a warning of her own death only worked well enough to make her moderately more interested. She now found herself taking these mystical words with the utmost of gravity. She sat up straight despite the constriction of the chains. She gritted her teeth. She was getting out of here. She attempted again to call on any of her 7 bonds and concluded it was impossible. The exchange needed would drain her. Draining her exchange like this would either leave her dead or close to it. She focused, delving deep into her memories, looking for anything she could use. As she explored the confines of her knowledge, she stumbled upon something forgotten. Perhaps not forgotten, avoided. In a long hallway of gleaming brass doors often entered and exited, this was heavy oak far in the back, covered in cobwebs and dust. She approached this memory. This was something she treated with skepticism and fear. The 8th bond. This bond was not marked by any staystone in her back. She had never used it. She reached out to it now, hesitantly. She felt a foreign and yet familiar call, much to her surprise. She'd made this bond many years ago and maintained it despite never being willing to use it. Had the time come? She did not know the depth, breadth, nor even effect of its powers, but she knew its warnings. This bond was that of the monolith in Yon's Eye of Man. Thousands of miles away, 3 serpent scales sat atop the monolith, powering those arcane configurations. She did not understand it. Its configurations were strange, totally unlike anything ever taught by the mages at Eyfre. But yet, she could not deny that its call was still powerful. Despite being such a distance away, she felt she could easily draw upon its power. But to what end? The words from her namesake book crept back into her head, the words her father had read her so long ago. Take of me 3 scales, place them on your pillars of stone, from them draw on my power. To do this, I must ask of your soul. She shuddered. This was an option she dreaded. She was unsure what effect it would even have. But she sensed a might just beyond that call. Power. It asked for her, and she denied it. There had to be another way. Now was no time to experiment with strange powers. She spit and felt the dribble of saliva run down her face. A gift from her first interaction with her captors, the spit left a trail of blood, sticky and smelling of iron. The door to the carriage opened and quickly closed. 2 gruff men stood before her. One was a warden, the other was clearly a hired sword.
Gentlemen, welcome back, Eyfre said. Last chance. Where are they?
The warden rumbled. Eyfre shook her head.
Your books and maps are gone. I told you, I destroyed them while trying to open them.
She'd repeated this lie many times now. It was not very effective. She grunted from the blow.
We need what you stole, thief. We need them. Give them to us now. They're gone. They're gone,
Eyfre gasped in a pained staccato.
They burst into flames when I took off the silver threads.
You're telling us you took off every single deterrent, one after another. Although each book burst into flames, you went ahead and opened them all, letting each burn. That's what you're saying? Eyfre looked up with no small effort.
Yes,
she said. The warden stared at Eyfre, his blue eyes delving into hers, searching for any slivers of truth or slivers of deceit. He leaned back with a scowl. Then we have no use for you. It will be a simple matter of disposing of you.
You can't kill a mage, Eyfre said quietly. The treaties forbid it. I'm sacrosanct, sure, but I cannot be killed. And let's say you do try something foolish. I am not overly concerned about how I die. And trust me, I will be able to call down terrors you cannot even fathom before a single blade makes a mark. These chains only work on someone who is concerned about staying alive.
The 2 men stared, their search for truth now a bit more hesitant. For once, they seemed to believe what she was saying.
This is going nowhere, the warden spat. We're running out of time. I'm going to get her.
The 2 men departed. Eyfre sighed and relaxed. She again tasted iron in her mouth and spit. Blood and saliva sloshed onto the ground. More than Eyfre had expected. Her stomach churned as she thought. How long had she been captive? How long had it been since she drank her tea? She realized now with abject terror that the small wounds they'd inflicted could still be fatal. Without having drank her tea, that strange Grey Eyes remedy, her wounds would not heal on their own. She was slowly bleeding to death. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It couldn't be this simple, could it? Morcoda Melcil, the beginning of the death. Was she going to become a dried husk here in this dank prison of wood? No, she would not resign herself to death. Not when a new fate had been brought to her attention. Talee. A chill crossed her scalp and embraced the whole of her body as she thought. What will Talee and Whisper do when they realize I'm gone? When they deduce I've been captured? She'd hoped they'd flee, make it out into the wilds, but of course they wouldn't. They would come looking for her. They were going to try and rescue her. Yes, leave it to them to do something foolish. And what could be more foolish than trying to rescue her?
It's agreed, Talee said. I'm turning myself over.
She unattached Leaf, which had been strapped to her side, and handed it over to Whisper.
It's the only way, Whisper said grimly.
Whisper and Talee had returned to the caravan early in the morning. Eyfre's carriage was deserted. It seemed almost serene, no signs of anything amiss. Talee was prepared to simply storm in, but Whisper was able to inspire patience. His intuition had been correct, of course. A group of wardens arrived and began carrying items away from the carriage. And so Talee and Whisper tried to answer the apparent question: where was Eyfre? This is when Whisper brought up a topic Talee had thought of often. Where do the caravans keep their lawbreakers? With this many travelers, it is inevitable that some will need to be detained. But where? Something similar to a brig in a ship was required. If prisoners were kept in the caravan head, it would cause a disturbance amongst the wealthy travelers, as the Profaned hunter demonstrated. But if they were kept in the open, it would bring up questions of security. So where? They must be hidden. Secret. A smuggler's carriage, Whisper suggested. A smuggler's carriage was a common term in the underworld. They appeared to be nothing more than a large cart carrying an assortment of luggage and cargo. But a secret door would reveal the interior to be hollow, perfect for the storage of items or people you wish to ferry undetected. So, they began their search for any signs of a concealed prison amongst the normal carriages. They searched, they questioned, they spied. Talee even asked the owl, but the enigmatic man mumbled only of wolves and death. Despite it being a good idea, their search was fruitless. Dejected, they sat on the grass to think. Whisper buried his head in his hands and Talee stared off into the distance, plucking petals off a flower. When she removed the last petal, she made her suggestion. I think I need to turn yourself in, I know, Whisper said, not looking up. Are you going to let me do it? Talee asked. Whisper looked up and sighed. It was clear he rebelled against the idea in theory, but had arrived to the same conclusion as Talee. If Talee was imprisoned, but able to guarantee Eyfre's release, her own interment would not be long-lived. There was no way Eyfre would let Talee remain in the custody of the slate. So, who stood a better chance at jailbreak? An orphan and a thief with no idea what they were doing? Or an incredibly powerful and clever mage of the seventh bond? I can't let you do anything, Whisper said with a grin. Correct, Talee said. The muscles in her jaw twitched and her nose wrinkled. Besides, this is my fault. If not for my stupid mistakes. Whisper put his hand on her shoulder. Nothing about this is on you. We are all in this together. We all made mistakes. Eyfre would say the same if she were here. Talee nodded, but she was not convinced. They took the time to brainstorm other ideas, but the sun rapidly moving across the sky reminded them that time was of the essence. They agreed. Surrender, jailbreak, and then into the wilds. The sights and sounds of the caravan that normally buffeted Talee were dulled. She did not wander. She did not waver. She marched, resolute in her choice. Eyebrows raised when she marched into the caravan head, ignoring the protests of the wardens. I need to talk to the slate, she proclaimed. Her request was ignored. I need to talk to the slate, she pressed. She was told to leave. More anger. More wardens approached. What was the fuss? Talee had never expected it to be this hard to get herself arrested. She began to raise her palms to show the glowing purple symbols marking her a thief. Surely that would speed the process. Talee, what are you doing here? Talee turned to see Drell, the warden tasked with guarding the owl. I need to speak to the slate. I need you to release my... Talee was interrupted by a warden slapping Drell on the shoulder. Stars guide you, the warden said. Drell turned to him, confused. The man's face flushed.
Apologies, I thought you were climbing.
His face strangely changed from scarlet to white. It's fine, Drell responded, but the warden had already hurried off. Drell shrugged and returned his focus to Talee. What exactly do you want? He asked. You need to free your prisoner, Talee responded.
I know that voice. Child, explain your presence.
Talee turned to see Lyrian striding towards her, her hands clasped in front of her and her green robes billowing. I need you to release your prisoner, Talee repeated. Lyrian loomed over Talee.
A bold request, girl. And why would we do such a thing?
Because, Talee started.
Because this young one will pester us till we do.
Featherbound appeared behind Lyrian, hobbling along, his hands clasped nonchalantly behind his back.
A coy tactic, young child, but there will be no release of prisoners. Here, let me walk you back to your carriage.
Featherbound firmly gripped Talee's shoulder and whispered,
You'll have to lead the way. I can't see a damn thing. Stay quiet. We'll talk when we're out of ear range.
Talee obeyed. She did not look back, but she could feel the furious gaze of Lyrian burning her neck. They walked silently until they were out of the caravan head. Featherbound gave Talee directions that sent them winding through the caravan. They arrived in a mess of carts hauling supplies and crates. The area would seem innocuous had it not been for the dozen wardens scattered throughout. They all seemed on edge. A tall warden with his hand on the hilt of his sword and an imposing air of authority approached.
I need some privacies, lads, Featherbound said.
The warden stared at Featherbound and did not move.
Slate business. You know the rules.
Featherbound sounded almost goofy wielding such a sense of authority. When the warden's posture made it clear the authority had no effect on them, Featherbound sighed. He stood on his tiptoes and whispered something to the warden. A threat, it would seem, as the warden's face paled. He whispered something back angrily and gestured for the others to follow. He departed, the other wardens behind him. As they passed, a menacing warden who bore a scar from his chin to his left ear glowered at Talee and Featherbound. His eyes, for just a moment, moved to Talee's hands. His eyes widened. Talee looked down and then instinctively grasped her hands shut, hiding the shining purple symbols. But it was too late. What did it matter? She would soon be confessing to Featherbound. The warden with the long and jagged scar looked away and followed his comrades. Talee and Featherbound were alone. Featherbound turned to Talee.
Now, what seems to be the problem?
He asked.
You imprisoned the wrong person. I broke into the vault and stole the maps. I have the marks to prove it. Sacrosanct, map bearer. That's me. Take me instead. Release your prisoner.
Despite the obscuring veil, Talee saw Featherbound's mouth go slack and his face pale.
The books that were stolen. It was you? Yes. And you read them.
Should she lie and say she'd read them all? Should she reveal some were still stowed safely with the rest of their supplies by the three-faced statue? She chose to lie by omission.
I read what I could, she responded.
A map with purple lines. Did you see it?
Featherbound pressed.
I did,
Talee said. Her stomach was in knots, but she did not regret her decision.
And it's destroyed. The map is gone?
Yes, Talee responded. She clenched her teeth as she thought of her costly mistake. Featherbound stumbled backwards. He recovered, stepped to Talee, and reached out.
Give me your hands,
he said. She placed her hands in his. They were frail and white, and still had small, colorful splotches of pigment on them. He held her hands up to his face, pressing them against the metal shield that obscured his vision. The glowing purple marks refracted off the metal and danced across his red robes in abstract shapes. He let out a strangled sound.
I see them, the glow of accusing marks. I can see them through the cracks in my shield.
He put her hands down. His voice quivered.
Sacrosanct. Map bearer. The map.
He raised his head and turned. He walked further into the circle of carts, groping in the self-inflicted dark. As he stumbled forward, he touched different carts until seeming to find a specific one. It was tall and stacked with luggage and cargo. but something wasn't right. Talee grinned as she realized. It would seem Whisper would take a lead in points. He'd been right. They'd locked Eyfre in a smuggler's carriage. Eyfre sat in silence. The rumbling of voices, the clinking of swords, all stilled. She did not care why. She set to work attempting to free herself. Blood pooled in her mouth and she quickened her pace. For her own sake, for Whisper's, for Talee's. Each moment she was trapped gave Talee an opportunity to do something stupid. Eyfre wriggled and squirmed against the chains. Nothing. Take of me 3 scales. Eyfre gritted her teeth. Was it time? She hesitantly reached her mind out towards that power. It was open, raw, welcoming, almost intoxicating to be so near it. It was truly unique. From them, draw on my power. The fact the power seemed immune to the stifling effects of the Staystone was alarming, but she did not have time to consider. She breathed, closed her eyes, and gave a final attempt to loosen her chains. The call of her 7 bonds, the ones she knew she trusted, grew stronger. The exchange would currently still pull her to crushing depths and decimate her exchange, but it was a start. She shimmied again, and more chains loosed. Footsteps approached. No, the call was still too difficult. She gritted her teeth. To do this, I must ask of your soul. Only a few months ago, and she would have scoffed at the request for her soul. Now, whatever entity wanted it, it could have it. Good riddance. No one was getting Talee. Eyfre focused her energy and prepared to call on her 8th bond. The door to the carriage opened. Talee heard Featherbound shriek. She rushed to the carriage he'd entered. Eyfre, Featherbound, she yelled. She came to the entrance of the carriage and froze. No. Featherbound was down on one knee, groaning in pain. Inside the cart was a pedestal on which little candles burned merrily. They surrounded a large piece of canvas that held a chaotic but beautiful painting. It was somehow formless but contained by bold lines of red. And that was it. Only lines of red. Eyfre was not there. Featherbound's head snapped up as he realized Talee's presence. He stumbled out of the smuggler's cart and closed the door behind him. Talee blinked. Eyfre was not there. So sorry, Featherbound said. I tripped and fell as I entered. This damn shield does have its downfalls. Now, here, these are for you. Talee looked down. Featherbound held out 2 worn leather gloves. Where is she? Talee asked. Put these on now, Featherbound said, ignoring the question. Don't remove them. There are some, especially those of my order, who take the rule of the sacrosanct incredibly seriously. There are other ways they can find you, but not displaying those blasted purple symbols will buy you some time. Where's Eyfre? Talee repeated. Eyfre? Your teacher? I thought the prisoner whose release you were demanding was the owl. Why would I? Talee stopped. Of course. Everyone knew she spent time speaking to the owl. They thought she'd been demanding the release of the profaned hunter when she said prisoner. But that's why I told you about the maps. Featherbound groaned with realization and buried his head in his hands. Yes, I see now. I am sorry, child. I did not mean to mislead. I thought your confession was because... I don't know what I thought. Where is Eyfre? Talee repeated hopelessly. I'm sorry, Talee. I do not know where your teacher is. If she has been taken, it was not by the slate. Eyfre stopped the call to her 8th bond as she processed the scene unfolding beyond the now opened door of her prison. A procession of knights knelt. Someone approached, striding through a makeshift war camp. Red hair, pale face, paler scars. A banner flapped in the wind, showing a single rose growing in the carnage of a battlefield. Eyfre stared at her captor in shock as the woman stepped inside. Trian. Eyfre of the Seventh Bond, Trian responded. Something resembling a smile touched her lips. It was overshadowed by sunken eyes and pallid features. She was dressed plainly, except for a broadsword with a black hilt strapped to her waist. Why? Eyfre asked, spitting out another mouthful of blood. My apologies. I'm sure you heard the news, but I find myself forced to be selective of my enemies and allies of late. Tell me, Eyfre, are you my ally? Historically, yes, Eyfre responded. Trian smiled. Good. Let us speak plainly. You've stolen something. It is something I need. I am not speaking as a devout of the Church of Deepstone, as you may fear, but as a commander and ruler of South Lakewall. I am not looking to throw you in a dank room to copy scrolls. I am looking to save countless lives. I need those maps. Will you aid me, Eyfre? Eyfre breathed. She tasted iron. She saw lines. I'm sure you've heard the news by now, but recent events have left me a little wary of trusting you. Prove yourself, Trian. I'm in desperate need of a specific herb, brewed as a tea. Without it, I will... Trian snapped her fingers, and a knight approached with a steaming mug. Eyfre's bindings were removed, and the mug placed in her hands. The smell was nostalgic. Home. Ero. Answers. She gulped it down. The effects were immediate. She felt the flow of blood slow. Eyfre lowered her mug and stopped herself from giving a dark chuckle as she processed. They'd known. She'd heard of the far-reaching spy network of the Lady of the Rose, but here was the proof. They knew of her blood condition. They knew of her theft. But if they cared so much about these books, did they know about Talee? If they did not, she planned to keep it that way. So you're looking for maps? Trian nodded. The ruler stepped further into the carriage and again snapped her fingers. A priest entered. They bowed their head, and Eyfre felt the healing effects of scepter grasp her. Her wounds closed. Trian stared intently at Eyfre. I will not bore you with a history lesson you do not need. Granite's power grows, as does his influence and stupidity. He is erratic, dangerous. He is a rabid dog in a town square. Eyfre, you and I, we are not enemies. We know of your theft. Let us aid you, offer you protection. We need those maps, and you need our help and protection. Things are afoot you cannot understand. Try me, Eyfre said. Trian paused, a wry smile touching her lips. Ever the tactician, she had secrets to keep. This was a game. This was war. Despite her entreaties, a figurative line was currently drawn between Trian and Eyfre. But was it chalk, or was it a wall? Trian spoke. I will make you an official advisor, Eyfre. Swear allegiance to me, and I will tell you all. Eyfre looked at the dried blood on the floor. Trian's gaze followed Eyfre's. She sighed. Walk with me, Eyfre, she said. Eyfre rose unsteadily and followed Trian out into the fresh air. Eyfre squinted at the now bright sun. She could see the scrappiness of the encampment. They'd been rushed. They were short on supplies. They were on edge. Trian walked confidently, but fidgeted as she strode. 500 Fingers is plotting, scheming. He gains power that no man should have. What will we do when the fool finally amasses an army? The maps you stole would give those who oppose Granite an advantage long thought impossible. The information contained therein is crucial to any conflicts that may come. We have it on good authority that there was a specific one that is of particular interest to Granite, which is now in your possession. It is unique, and my informants will know it when they see it. I will sacrifice anything to get the contents of that map. Eyfre smiled to hide the ice-cold blood that ran through her veins. This was surely the map that Talee had opened. The map that had burned. When Trian said she'd sacrifice anything, Eyfre believed her. She lives in sorrow and captivity. It was not that far of a stretch to assume that Talee would be forced into servitude of the lady due to the knowledge now exclusively in the girl's head. Knowledge that was apparently critical to Trian's campaign. But surely Talee could simply help sketch out the map? Or could she? Eyfre did not want to take risks. Trian said she'd sacrifice anything. What was a single orphan of the deep for the good of the entire land? Eyfre shook her head. She repeated what she'd told the wardens. The maps were destroyed. Trian stared at Eyfre. It is inconceivable that a person clever enough to break into a rolling vault accidentally destroyed the item they stole. Eyfre shrugged. Sorry to disappoint. You seek books, no? You seek answers? They can be yours. You want things long locked in vaults. You want volumes, but I can give you collections. The archives of Rose Garden are at your disposal. Everything. The stories of your people. Books long locked away. Hidden eldritch knowledge. Volumes of histories that have been so long forgotten they are not even considered a myth. They are yours if you give me the map. Eyfre was sure some of her involuntary reactions revealed this offer was tempting. She tried to keep her composure. She again found herself shocked by the breadth of the intelligence Trian held. The Lady of the Rose stared hungrily at Eyfre, awaiting her response. Eyfre slowly shook her head. No. Trian's face fell. Eyfre hadn't even allowed the logical part of her mind to weigh the options. There is nothing I can do. The maps were destroyed. She would not give up Talee. So many lives hinge on such a small thing, Trian said. I've faced death, and it has proven itself a lesser adversary than you, Eyfre. I bleed for my people. It would not kill you to bleed a little bit too. Actually, it could, Eyfre said, nodding her head towards the empty cup. Besides, it wasn't Eyfre whom she was asking to bleed. Trian looked back at her small war camp, her eyes hopeless. When she looked back at Eyfre, they were cold, calculating, and resolved. I will serve my people, Eyfre of the Seventh Bond. I will pay any price for them. Others say they would die for their people. I cheated death for mine. Try doing that sometime. I plan to, Eyfre responded with a wry grin. Am I your prisoner then, Lady of the Rose? Trian shook her head. You are not, but I cannot let you return to the caravan. Eyfre looked around the war camp. Banners snapped in the wind. Soldiers dressed for combat stood at attention. Martial discipline dripped from every crack of the thrown-together camp. The sidelong glances the soldiers gave Trian showed their respect for their commander. Eyfre's stomach churned at the enemy she'd just chosen. Then she noticed a small breach in the regimented camp. The old woman in white who'd been wandering around the caravan now wandered into the Lady of the Rose's camp. Eyfre chuckled. Trian looked at her. Eyfre pointed. Trian turned. She surveyed the twisted woods and her war camp, but her gaze seemed to drift over the aged intruder. But she could see her. Eyfre could tell. Trian's eyes would pause on the lady for just a heartbeat, and then seemingly ignore her, pass over her like she wasn't there. Was the woman perhaps not an accidental intruder? A spy for the lady, perhaps? I see no one, Trian said. Eyfre looked to see if Trian was making an odd jest. She was not. Her, Eyfre said. Her chest got tight. The woman in white, the one you keep looking at. She is not a part of your camp, I assume? Trian's eyes again fell on the old woman. They rested in contemplation and then stirred in horror. Trian's hand trembled. You can see her? Trian, who is she? Eyfre asked. Is this the first time? Trian asked. No, it is not. Who is she? Eyfre asked again. She'd noticed her with Whisper. She'd seen many vendors in the caravan shooing her away. She'd seen Rikislar attempting to sell her something. A blade materialized in Trian's hand. Eyfre stepped back, shocked at the appearance of a remembered blade. Yelm and Selud were already at Trian's side. The war camp spun into frenzied activity. Swords were drawn and shields raised, all for an old woman in white. Trian turned and her eyes scoured the woods. She held her blade aloft. Eyfre also scanned the perimeter. Was there something else of threat other than this old woman? She noticed the smoke, billowing black and white. It was some distance away. Trian, what is happening? Eyfre asked, grabbing the ruler's arm. Trian gestured towards the lady in white. Your time to cheat death has come sooner than you may have thought, Mage. That is the Pale Lady, harbinger of contracted death. Someone has paid for your demise, Mage, the same as they paid for the murder of my whole family so many years ago. The Pale Lady stepped forward. She stared at Eyfre. Folk tales regurgitated in Eyfre's mind and bile in her throat. But I've been seeing her for days, Eyfre stammered, and so has everyone else in the caravan. A look passed between Selud and Trian. All this to attack a caravan, Selud mumbled. Why? This must have cost them a small fortune, Trian said. A haze filled Eyfre's vision and mind. Her heart crashed in her chest. Trian, why wouldn't you let me return to the caravan? The Pale Lady watched. Trian turned. The Lakewall caravan is being attacked, she said quite plainly. Trian's face made it clear she had no intentions of going to the caravan's aid. You may choose your secrecy and greater good, Trian, but do not think for a second you can stop me from going to the aid of those people. Trian lifted her chin and sized Eyfre up. She sighed, unbuckled the large sword around her waist, and handed it to Eyfre. The blade was a masterwork. Eyfre knew one when she saw one. Its hilt was black with small flecks of orange. Not a remembered blade, but surely enchanted. Eyfre looked at Trian, confused. As I said, I'm not your enemy, Eyfre. You'll need a weapon. I pray you know how to use one of these. I shall reclaim it from you the next time I see you. I pray you are living at this encounter. Eyfre turned to leave. Trian grabbed her arm. I will get those maps, Eyfre. Eyfre had a cavalcade of things she wanted to spit back at Trian, but there was no time. The smoke rising from the caravan grew thicker and blacker. Eyfre let her eyes linger on the Lady of the Rose for a moment longer before turning and running towards the caravan. Talee took Leaf back from Whisper and strapped the blade to her side. So if she wasn't in there, where the fuck is she? Whisper asked. What the fuck is going on here? He coughed as he finished. I don't know, Talee said, looking down to her gloved hands and then back up to the world around. But I don't like it. It was all off. Everything was wrong. They began to walk. So how do we find Eyfre? Whisper asked. He coughed again. A mist was rolling in. I don't know, Talee responded. She coughed as well, and then she coughed harder. This was not mist. There was a scream. She coughed harder and smoke filled her lungs and stung her eyes. She stumbled and nearly fell. She called for Whisper, but realized her words were lost in a cacophony of screams and combat that now surrounded her. She called for Whisper again. She saw the glint of his dagger in the smoke. Whisper, she repeated. The glint was joined by a second. Furious eyes rose high in the smoke, piercing the black, piercing her soul. Lips parted, drool and razor-sharp teeth revealed. Its growl reverberated through her chest. In the distance, she heard the owl yelling from his cage. His voice rang out above the cries and carnage, but then was drowned out by the snarling of a massive wolf. Eyfre ran. Her hair snagged in branches and leaves whipped her face, but she felt no pain. The plume of smoke blotted out the sun as she got closer. Screams carried through the forest in a dissonant choir. She plunged into the smoke. Someone suddenly blocked her path. She stumbled painfully to the ground. She rolled and was back up on her feet instantly, the sword given to her by Trian drawn and raised. The impressive blade glowed in the dark, revealing the specter before her. The pale lady stared at Eyfre, her face passive. An omen her death had been paid for. An omen that many deaths had been paid for this day. The pale lady looked down, and Eyfre hesitantly dropped her gaze. Lines of red streaked across the dark earth and green moss as blood trickled away from the caravan. The pale lady turned towards the caravan and disappeared into the billowing smoke. Her departure was accented by a howl. It was disturbing, unearthly, unnameable. Eyfre did not recognize it, but she knew it. Her search was over. In the end, it was the sovereigns that had found her. The ground shook ever so slightly, the reverberation of massive paws on loamy earth. What powers had granite called on for this attack? All of this was methodical, orchestrated. A new sound tore through the cacophony. The sound of earth rending was followed by the guttural snarling of the wolf. Swords clashed and voices screamed. Eyfre thought she heard Talee's voice calling out. It was followed by Featherbound's pleading for help. She then heard the slate scream, "The girl! The girl!" Eyfre stumbled forward, her pace frenzied. She found herself in a massive clearing. She hefted her sword, prepared for combat. She lowered the blade in shock. There was no giant wolf, no Talee, no assailants. In this clearing, nothing lived. There was only slaughter. Blood and bodies littered the ground. Bodies of hewn, bodies of priests, bodies of mages. Amongst the carnage were massive stones jutting up from the ground as though the earth itself had joined the fight. Her mind twitched, and despite the cloud of everything happening, one thing cut through. What had torn the earth like this? Someone moaned. Eyfre waded into the surrounding death. In the midst of the viscera and barbed stones knelt a speck of green. There was something living. Lyrian, the slate, was doubled over, grasping her side. Something was lodged there. Her head was bowed and she mumbled to herself. "Slate Lyrian," Eyfre said. She did not respond. Eyfre came closer. "Slate Lyrian, are you—" Eyfre stopped. Her hand trembled. The item pierced through the slate's side was Leaf, Talee's short sword. Eyfre's heart spasmed in her chest. She reached out to grab the slate, but as she approached, she heard the words the slate was repeating to herself over and over. "Morcoda Melcil, Morcoda Melcil, Morcoda Melcil." Eyfre reached out and grasped the jagged stone that perforated the ground. She tried to anchor herself both physically and mentally. Lyrian stopped mumbling. She lifted her head. She gasped as she wrenched Leaf from her side. She turned her sightless visage to Eyfre. "You're too late. The girl is gone," she said. Eyfre lost her grip on the stone and crumpled to the ground. Had the gods known? Morcoda Melcil. Morcoda Melcil. The warden stumbled into the Lady of the Roses camp, already on the edge of death. He limped forward, his head lolling back and his tongue hanging from his mouth. "Get the healer," Selud shouted, running forward to catch the man as he stumbled forward. Trian exited her tent and came to where Selud cradled the man. The warden was still conscious and babbling. Trian recognized him by the large scar that ran from his chin up to his left ear. An informant they'd planted ages ago, and a reliable one at that. He seemed delirious, his eyes rolling back, but still he babbled. "Healer!" Trian yelled. The warden reached up and grabbed her. He pulled her close, spoke his last words, and then went slack. Trian looked up at Selud. "What did he say?" Selud asked. Trian repeated the dying man's words. "Orphan. Sacrosanct. Map bearer." She turned to Rover and Yelm. "Get the spy master. We need all information about any of the students traveling with the mage Eyfre." She looked in the direction of the smoke from the burning caravan. "I think we may have found our map." The nameless wolf crouched, formed iron burning flesh. Pain. It snarled and protested. Still, it knelt. It had been commanded to. It had been forced to return to the clearing. Foul battle. Here it was assailed with jagged metal and stone. The stones. They still jutted from the ground, fierce, serrated, abhorrent. The warriors buzzed in the nameless wolf's ears. Buzzing, always buzzing. Insects, useless guts and noise. The nameless wolf growled as the metal dug further into its flesh. The slate in green lay on the ground in the midst of the jagged stone. They needed to take the slate in green with them. But the insects feared the wolf. This was one of its few grim pleasures. "I ain't going near that thing." "I'll do it. Lower, beast, lower." The nameless wolf growled. It wanted nothing more than to snap its jaws and end this foul insect, to end the woman in green. Oh, she was weak, feeble. It could end them all. But these chains, these abyssal chains. "You know, this would be so much easier if we do not take those off," one of the insects said. "Our instructions were explicit. All right, all of you, spread out. You know what we seek. Stars guide you." The nameless wolf howled at the moon. Anger and sorrow spilled out, deluging the wretched souls near. And now, to return to the hunt. Its nostrils flared. It knew the scent it was commanded to follow. Ah, yes. There it is. Soon its task would be complete. Soon they would let it rest. Then perhaps they would give it a name. Death looms for Eyfre of the Seventh Bond, but that is not what holds her focus. New prophecy fills her mind. She leaves the wall and they all die. She leaves the wall and lives in captivity and sorrow. Tomb, voice, north, windmill, king, stone. Chapter 12. Morcoda, Melcil. How long had she fought? How long had she searched for Talee, swinging her sword, claiming the lives of wardens, mages, and others? So many dead. The day had long stretched into night. Carnage. Chaos. Eyfre let out a ragged breath as she knelt. The man in black she'd been fighting crumpled beside her. The travelers left alive who hadn't fled into the web cowered behind overturned carts, choking in billowing smoke, screaming for help. Wardens struggled to understand where the enemies were coming from. They seemed just as likely to be attacked by one of their own as they were to be attacked by a random person. It had to be Granite behind this attack, this senseless slaughter. Eyfre now believed the rumor she'd heard about the foul man's feast. But to what end did he plan this? What did Bishop Granite hope to gain from decimating an entire caravan's worth of people? Eyfre shook her head. That was not her focus. She had to find Talee. She'd heard the sounds of the wolf but had been unable to track it. There was always something, a new obstacle, a new attacker. She tried to stand and stumbled back to her knees. A bad sign. She could only run on adrenaline for so long. She scrambled for cover as two forms approached. Two wardens were rushing towards one another, swords raised, bloodlust apparent. One of them shouted, "Stars guide you!" And they both stopped. "And stars guide you," the second said. They nodded, turned, and went off to seek new prey. Stars guide you. Eyfre's skin crawled. She'd heard others muttering this phrase. She thought back to her cryptic warning from Hodge before leaving the wall. Beware the stars. It seemed the warning was valid. A hand clasped her shoulder. She raised her sword. "Now there's a weapon," Whisper said. He hefted his short dagger. "This thing can only do so much," he said. "I should trade it in for..." He was cut off as Eyfre wrapped her arms around him. He returned the embrace. His eyes wandered and he noticed Leaf clipped to Eyfre's belt. His brow furrowed. "Where's Talee?" he asked. "Gone," Eyfre responded. "Taken. The wolf. Have you seen it?" "No," Whisper responded. "No. She was taken by..." Eyfre simply nodded. "We must scour the area. I assumed it would be a simple task to find, given it's a massive fucking wolf, but it has proven strangely elusive. All right, let's split up." No. We stick together." Eyfre's hand shook. Whisper reached out and lightly placed his hand on Eyfre's. A simple gesture, one that might be forgotten were the hands not stained with soot and blood. "I promise you, I'll be okay and we'll find Talee. What do you know?" Eyfre smiled faintly and shook her head. "An interesting question. I have so much to tell you." Back! The words cut through the night and bright flashes of green and blue lit up the surrounding forest. A cart nearby tipped over, and the chorus of 100 bottles of steeply discounted brewed goods smashing echoed through the woods. A warden crumpled to the ground, and Rikislar stood above him. "You bastards! My best batch! Gone!" he shouted. He got down on his hands and knees and mumbled as he rummaged through the wrecked cart. He came back up with a bottle in hand, already drinking from it. He lowered it. His eyes snapped to Eyfre's. He held a silver pocket watch, which he clicked shut and stowed in his robe. His hair was disheveled, but his hat was immaculate. "Eyfre," he said, trotting over and waving his bottle in the air in greeting. As he neared, he gestured, waving his hands around vaguely at the unfurling tragedy. "Gruesome," was all he said. Eyfre tightened her grip on her sword and pushed Whisper behind her. Eyfre had seen mages fighting in this mess too. Rikislar noticed this and his face darkened. "I assure you, I'm an ally," he said, sounding wounded. "You taught me to question who my allies were. Now, didn't I ask you to guard my other students?" Eyfre responded. Rikislar's face paled as he stammered. You did? But there was no finite rules to the arrangement. I may have, perhaps, subcontracted out. They are safe, I assure you." Eyfre glowered at Rikislar. He slunk back. Eyfre sighed. The others would be fine. They were not defenseless. Talee and Whisper were her focuses now, and for the task at hand, Eyfre would take any help she could get. "It's Talee. She's been captured by something strange." Rikislar's eyes became distant, and they drifted over the surrounding woods. "So that's what has the Sovereign in a frenzy," he mumbled. "You knew of the Sovereign's existence?" Eyfre asked, shocked. Rikislar's eyes focused again. He frowned, shrugged, and took another swig from his bottle. "An easy deduction. When you hear a giant wolf, it's probably a giant wolf. Besides, I long expected that there were reasons that the ancient Odrasian Empire built walls expansive enough to surround entire countries, possibly to keep something massive out, no? When you stop to think about it, it all adds up. Eyfre nodded. Such a simple thought. How had she never... Leave it to Rikislar to piece things together this quickly. Well, a sovereign has Talee. Help us get her back, and you will be greatly rewarded. Rikislar squinted and took a sip. How much money is greatly exactly? Rikislar asked. More than you can imagine, Eyfre responded. I'm quite imaginative, Rikislar said, his eyes glinting. Good. Then let those pleasant thoughts carry you through this battle. When Whisper and Talee are safely at Ero, you will be paid. Rikislar seemed hesitant. Eyfre sighed, reached into her robe, and pulled out a small piece of paper. She handed it to Rikislar. His eyes bulged out of his head. He licked his lips greedily and put it in his robe. He bowed deeply. Lead the way, Commander, he said. Whisper was looking into the woods. He flinched as the wolf howled again. He looked back at Eyfre. We're gonna need more help, he said quietly, and held out his hand. Eyfre looked down. She took the item he was holding, processing. If we're going to hunt a sovereign, we can use all the help we can get, right? I know he killed your people, but if we have access to someone named the Profaned Hunter, we might as well use him. The gleaming metal of the last remaining lock trick sparkled in the light of the nearby burning carriages. And what makes you think he'll help? Eyfre said. Whisper blushed. I know that he kept asking for red berries, and I don't know if you noticed lately, but Talee's hands were always... Eyfre chuckled. Red and sticky. Only Talee would feed a dangerous prisoner the berries he'd been asking for. Eyfre clasped her hand around the lock trick and ruffled Whisper's hair. Seriously? That's the plan? Release some lunatic who killed a cardinal in hopes he helps us find a girl who has been secretly feeding him red berries. Eyfre nodded. Rikislar grinned. I taught you well. The head of the caravan was devastated. Tall, gaudy carriages used by the rich were tipped over and aflame. Bodies of the rich and protector alike littered the ground. Eyfre stepped around the strewn corpses. Amongst the flame and the smoke and the blood, the 3 rolling vaults remained, unscathed and shining silver. She eyed that strange geometry, that foul cell she dare not even look at the past couple days. Eyfre noticed, to her amazement, that a sole warden still guarded them. He had sandy brown hair and held a spear aloft. She gestured for Whisper and Rikislar to stop and walked slowly forward. He pointed his spear at her. Stop, he yelled. Stop. I don't have the keys. I can't release him. I'm just trying to make sure he's okay in all this, Stand aside, Eyfre said calmly. No, he's defenseless in there, and... Eyfre had to let herself grin. This warden didn't seem to be here to ensure the owl didn't escape. He was here to ensure he didn't get hurt. Eyfre raised her hands. She held up the lock trick. See this, she said. I can free him. Once he's out, he can protect himself. Warden, what's your name? Drell, the warden said uneasily. The owl loosed a primal roar from inside his cage. Drell, let me be clear. I am Eyfre of the 7th Bond. A student of mine has been taken by that wolf you keep hearing. I need the owl to get her back. Drell's face changed. Talee? That thing has Talee? He said, stepping forward. His demeanor changed from one of a man terrified to one willing to fight an army. Yes, Eyfre responded. Drell stepped aside. Do what you need to do, he said. He was as white as snow, and Eyfre noted with some amusement he seemed to be rubbing a small toy frog. She stood in front of the gleaming vault. He hunted us. Eyfre clenched her jaw, stepped forward, and held up the lock trick. Rage, augmented by confusion, bellowed from the owl's throat. He sprang from his cage. His hands were already around Eyfre's throat before she could raise her sword. He wore rags. His white hair and beard were wild and unkempt. The corners of his mouth were the colors of rust. His yellow eyes locked on hers. He squeezed her throat and yelled incoherently. Eyfre could see Drell trying to pull the man off, but to no avail. "The girl!" Eyfre rasped. "Talee, a sovereign! It took her! The wolf you saw! It has the girl!" His grip tightened, and then faltered. He released her and stumbled back just as Rikislar and Whisper arrived to aid. Eyfre held her hand up, signaling them to stay away. He was dazed, angry, confused. His yellow eyes darted from gore to flames. He fell to his knees and pulled his hair. He seemed lost. His eyes were wide in abject terror, confusion, and sorrow. Eyfre stepped forward. "Help us. Help us save the girl. Help us stop the ones who did this," Eyfre said. The owl looked at her. His eyes now narrowed. He stood up uneasily. He took a step back. He turned, and with surprising speed, was gone into the dark. This took Eyfre by surprise. She began to chase him, but stumbled and fell to the ground. She heard him disappear. In a puddle of blood, she could see the reflection of the night sky, the stars shining. "Oh shit," Drell said. "Oh shit." He ran and followed the owl into the woods. Eyfre sighed and allowed herself to collapse into the filth around her. She was so tired. Again, she looked at the stars. They twinkled down at her, mocking her. She leaves the wall, and they all die. She lives in captivity and sorrow. Morcoda Melcil. "Have anything useful to say for once?" Eyfre said, directing her words to the stars. "I'd take any advice you have on killing gods or hunting massive wolves." "I may be able to help you there," a muffled voice replied. Eyfre sat up. The voice was not from the stars, but from inside one of the rolling vaults. The vault door swung open, and the slate, featherbound, stepped warily out. He clutched a wooden box to his chest. "I think I may have figured out some mysteries. I know why the wolf took the girl. I can help you." Rikislar frowned. "I don't like him," he said, taking a swig from his bottle. He's a friend," Whisper responded. "Talee went to him to try and bargain for Eyfre's release, and he gave her gloves." Eyfre looked down wide-eyed at Whisper, but she had no time for questioning. She returned her focus to the slate. The fact that the man seemed to be cowering in a rolling vault actually relieved Eyfre. "I heard some of them talking while I also heard snippets in the days leading up to this tragedy. The girl read our maps, yes? She told me as much. Whoever is doing all this, they need those maps. So they sent the beast for her. The map Talee read that burnt, the contents of it are important for whatever foul plans are ongoing. Find those maps. Find the wolf. Find the girl." "And how did the wolf track her?" Featherbound sighed. "One of my own order must be aiding them. There are powers placed on all our items that allow them to be tracked if stolen or destroyed. I do not fully understand the mechanisms, but I think it is our best chance." Featherbound paused and steepled his fingers anxiously. "This may be our chance, dear mage, if you wish to incriminate yourself further." "What do I need to do?" Eyfre asked. Featherbound nodded. "Take me to the maps you stole, and I can help you retrieve Talee." The three-sided bridge stood strong and regal, its pathways as barren as they'd ever been, and the three-faced statue in the middle looking out at the lonely causeway. The melted and blackened face watched Eyfre, Rikislar, Whisper, and Featherbound approach. The stoic face, brandishing its hammer, watched them go to the other side. Eyfre revealed the stash of supplies that they'd made, hidden in the hollow of a tree. She pulled out the map and handed it to Featherbound. Featherbound took it, his other hand still firmly gripping his wooden box to his chest. This map was the one not opened. He ran his fingers over it in a strange, jolting manner, each finger tracing over a spiderweb of lines on the metal seal. "Oh, thank you, formless one," he said. He began to slowly undo the threads of the map. They came free. The map unfurled, showing the expanse of the wilds. He tore it in two. "What are you doing?" Eyfre said. "The destruction will bring the beast," Featherbound said. "The other map! Give me the other map!" Eyfre hesitantly handed over the other map. He tore this one as well. The wind blew, and Featherbound flung the pieces of the map into the air. He laughed as they fluttered away. Rikislar raised an eyebrow. "How exactly do you know that Talee will be with the wolf?" Whisper asked. "She'll be there," Featherbound replied. "Now, there is the matter of the other books. I hate to be a pain, but I'm going to ask for them back." Eyfre had predicted this. She retrieved the last books and gave them to Featherbound. They were no use now. "Okay, now what?" Rikislar asked. The bridge shook. They all turned, facing the same direction as the black and melted face of the statue. Together, they watched. "I must admit I will be unable to help here," Featherbound said nervously. "You won't be needed," Eyfre said. She looked at Whisper. "That goes for you too," she said firmly. "Actually, we're going to need the thief," Featherbound said. "I regret to say that his job may be the most dangerous of all." Eyfre shook her head. "No, I can fight this thing without him." The statue visibly shook. Chains rattled. "Unless you are particularly good with lockpicks or have another one of the contraptions I saw you using, we need the boy. He's the only one who is going to be able to get the girl down." Eyfre turned to Featherbound. His face was grim. "Down from where?" "Iron of hammers, iron of gods, iron of man." The nameless wolf despised them all. They burned its flesh, cut its skin. Unnatural, foreign, draining. Subservience hung heavy around its waist. Rage boiled in its chest. It growled, low and guttural, saliva frothing and vindictful. If only, if only. And then there was the warm flesh pushed into its belly. Useless human flesh writhing against its fur. The young girl, the old woman, they were trapped by the chains as well. Foul insects, so powerless, so small. Even in its weakness, it could destroy all these pitiful insects. Foul beings, robbing it of a name. It was unwhole, incomplete, and yet they weakened it more. Someday it might be strong, and when it was strong, it would have its vengeance. It might even be strong enough to kill its master. The slate and green stirred on its belly, moaning. The girl was quiet. The nameless wolf marched onward, compelled to obey, forced to ignore the burning of chains. Onward, onward, onward. The nameless wolf marched, the iron of hammers burning, that eldritch ore draining. The sovereign crested the bridge. Its eyes burned red. Its fur was singed and arrows protruded from its hide. Massive chains clung to its body. A wicked harness glinted in the pale moon. They were silver except for a large link in the middle of its throat that was so black it seemed to suck in light itself. The wolf bristled and the chains clanged and rattled. Eyfre saw now. The chains were for utility, a special apparatus specifically for transporting people using the large beast. Locked in that apparatus, Eyfre saw Talee and the slate in green Lyrian. "It's time," Featherbound said hurriedly. "The boy can get on top and loose the chains. Then it's up to us to distract it." "I can help Whisper get up there," Eyfre mumbled, "but I've never been particularly good at distractions. Not my style." "Swinging your sword in its general direction should suffice, I think," Rikislar said. He glanced down at his pocket watch and scowled. "And it must be Whisper?" Eyfre asked. "There is no other way to free those chains." Featherbound shrugged nervously. Who's to say? I heard sayings of chains with complex locks by the wardens leading that thing. It's as good a plan as any." "And after the chains are off?" Whisper asked. "Flee," Featherbound said, "and pray to the Lord of Deepstone." The wolf reached the crest of the bridge and raised its head. It howled, a note of ragged challenge and scorn. Below the wolf, a group of the guiding stars came armed. 2 wardens, 2 mages, and a man robed in black. Blood coated their weapons and their bodies. The wolf stopped at the base of the bridge, allowing the group to proceed before it. They were tired, but they brimmed with confidence as they approached. How could they not, with an alleged god on their side? And just look at their prey. A street urchin, a slate with their shield still on, a mage holding a bottle and a pocket watch, and a mage holding a weird sword. Eyfre grinned and hefted her sword. For the most part, their confidence was earned. How could they have known they were facing possibly one of the greatest mages ever to live? She let some of her exchange flow into the sword. The blade flickered to life, glowing ominously in the drifting tendrils of smoke. She turned to Whisper. "Ready?" "I could ask you the same," Whisper said, attempting to smile. Eyfre turned towards the wolf. "I should be fine. According to prophecy, I have at least 4 more days to live." Eyfre charged up the bridge. The 2 mages were the first to attack. They weren't used to battle, it would seem. They took an unnecessary risk in attacking first. This was good news. They howled and charged. Eyfre recognized them as house mages, but could not tell which house. That would complicate things. She did not know what powers they may be able to draw on. One held out his hand and huge shards of ice spit towards her, glaring and fierce. She swung her blade in an arc. It ignited in flames as it made contact, easily vaporizing the ice. A handy enchantment. Eyfre strode forward, blade raised and ready. The second mage retreated and raised her hands high above her head. The moon and stars were blotted out by dark forms swimming through the night sky. Vague shapes of indiscernible form began to blot out all light. Now that was more worrying. This mage would have to be dealt with first. Eyfre took a step forward, but a blinding pain rippled through her side. She gasped, dove forward, rolling and getting back on her feet. She could not see who attacked her. She walked carefully, holding out her blade in the magical darkness. She heard someone in armor behind her. She ducked. A mace swung harmlessly above her head. The darkness faltered, but for a moment, and Eyfre memorized the scene. The wolf still stood at the bottom of the bridge. Eyfre had a warden and a mage behind her, and a warden and a mage in front of her. She'd leave the 2 behind for Rikislar. The darkness returned, and Eyfre darted up the bridge. The mage who had hung back must have heard her footsteps as they gasped and began to flee. Not fast enough, though. Eyfre was on them in a heartbeat. The mage cried out in surprise as Eyfre swung the blade, relying on the noise of the mage's breath to find her mark. The sword found flesh, blood, and bone, and the darkness fled. Eyfre withdrew the blade and spun. She deflected the oncoming blow of a mace. The warden, surprised their cover of darkness had been dispersed, stumbled back. Eyfre directed a gust of wind at their chest. The sloping of the bridge caused them to lose their footing. They tumbled backwards. Eyfre watched them tumble past where Rikislar was currently engaged. Rikislar seemed to be mostly running in circles. The mage and warden were having a difficult time catching him, despite his odd passiveness. He was looking at his pocket watch while he dodged around. Eyfre was about to help, but suddenly he spun, raised his arms, and what seemed to be tiny needles of nothing but air pierced the mage. They stumbled back, already dead. The warden stared in shock, turned, and ran into the wilds. Rikislar shrugged and took a swig from his bottle. 3 down. Eyfre turned on instinct. Her sword just barely caught the razor-sharp teeth of the wolf. The beast roared as its teeth tangled with the blade. Eyfre dislodged the sword and leapt into the air. She contacted her 6th bond, calling a stream of wind to carry her away. "Now!" she shouted. Whisper, who'd been waiting anxiously at the bottom of the bridge, ran up as fast as he could. As he passed Eyfre, he leapt in the air. Eyfre called another gust of wind and sent Whisper catapulting for the Sovereign. The wolf snapped at Whisper as he soared above its head, but he landed safely on the beast's back. He held on with one hand and gave Eyfre a thumbs up with the other. The wolf growled and snapped at him. Eyfre cracked her neck. Time for the distraction. She stepped forward and held up her hand. A pillar of flame flared in the wolf's face. It recoiled, snarling as it leapt back. Whisper kept his grip and began to work at the chains from his difficult position. He dropped one of his tools. The remaining warden and man in black walked carefully towards Eyfre. They seemed cautious but desperate. One turned to Eyfre, one turned to Rikislar. Rikislar, yet again, pulled out his pocket watch. The glint of silver caught the wolf's eye, and it lunged at Rikislar. Eyfre sent up a burst of air directly between Rikislar and the wolf. It knocked them both back. As Rikislar tumbled back, his hat fell off. He gritted his teeth and his brow furrowed. He glanced down at his pocket watch for only a moment. He looked up and grinned. Ice formed around the beast's paws. It howled and strained as glaciers formed, holding it in place. A common combination to use, pulling water from the air and surrounding items, concentrating it and freezing it. To do it this quickly and drawing on this much water from the area was impressive. The wolf strained and the ice cracked, tiny spiderwebs shooting out in every direction. Whisper had a moment to work, however. Hopefully this moment of solace was enough for him to complete his task. Eyfre sensed movement and turned just in time to dodge a wicked blade slicing through the air. The man in the dark cloak who had been trailing behind leapt back after his failed attack. His face was masked. He stayed close to the ground. He held a curved sword and he swapped it from hand to hand. He was dexterous and trained. More ice cracked. Eyfre touched a configuration on the 3rd bond and held out her hand. This was the same configuration she'd used to change old Father Jurgen's mind about giving her Talee just weeks before. This time, she used the full potential of the configuration. She focused on the man in the cloak. He readied his sword, but before he could make a move, yelped and stumbled back. He clawed at his clothes as he felt the heat roar through his body. Eyfre's exchange drained rapidly. Using your powers on something living like this always took a toll. To affect something living required far more exchange. This was a dangerous configuration to use as an attack, but she had bigger things to deal with. The man crumpled to the ground, whimpering. Eyfre heard the ice blocks shatter and scatter across the stones of the bridge. "A little help?" Whisper yelled as the Sovereign again flailed, trying to dislodge him. Eyfre whistled, a single, piercing note. The Sovereign turned. She sprinted towards it. It lunged for her, maw gaping, hungry for blood. She dropped to the ground, calling on the same combination of powers Rikislar had just used. She made a thin coating of ice on the bridge beneath the beast. It served to both unsettle it and allow Eyfre to slide between its legs, past the others and to the bottom of the bridge. It roared in frustration and turned to follow her. She dropped her sword and grabbed 2 handfuls of dirt. She backed up slowly, letting the wolf approach. It bore its teeth and stepped hesitantly forward. Whisper continued to work at the chains. Lyrian moaned from hers. "That's right, you stupid wolf," Eyfre said. The wolf stepped off the bridge. Eyfre threw the 2 fistfuls of dirt at the wolf. It splattered harmlessly on its fur. The beast paused, confused, and stepped forward again. Eyfre reached out to the 7th bond. This was an experimental configuration, not one that was recommended for use. Greenstone's main use was crop health. The exchange required to actually make something grow could be extreme. Eyfre had designed this configuration herself. She called on that greenstone configuration of the seventh bond. She called it again and again. Vines, wood, and thorns exploded from the ground. The soil on the wolf's fur spasmed, growth protruding from there as well. Plants sprouted and sprawled, covering the howling beast and rooting deep into the ground. Vines wrapped around its four limbs, and a small disfigured tree formed around one of its haunches. Roots dug deep into the earth. Eyfre's exchange drained in but a moment. She focused, willing this unnatural act on. A growl was cut short from the wolf's mouth as vines wrapped themselves around its snout. The wolf struggled, but was held firm. Eyfre fell to one knee, her exchange drained. She heard a click, then another, then another. Oh shit, catch her! Whisper shouted. Eyfre darted forward, the chains now loose. Talee and Lyrian plummeted to the ground. Eyfre was below Talee in an instant, roughly catching the girl's body. Eyfre brushed her hair out of her eyes. Her color looked strong, and she was still breathing. Her eyes opened.
Found a sovereign,
she said through cracked lips. I saw that, Eyfre said, choking down tears. I'm sorry.
Me too,
Talee rasped.
I got to ride on the flank of a giant wolf, and I wasn't even awake for it.
Eyfre laughed a true, heartfelt laugh. A part of me wants to say that there will be other times, but I truly hope there is not, Eyfre said. Featherbound emerged from the trees. The slate was beaming at the successful release of Talee, though he stayed out of sight for the time being, allowing Eyfre to hold the girl. He held his wooden box to his chest. He approached his companion, Lyrian, and knelt beside her. She was conscious. Eyfre could not hear what they were saying, but could see that it was heated. Featherbound reached down and retrieved something from Lyrian's robes. It was a ring of keys. He put them into his robe. Something seemed to catch his attention, and he turned. Eyfre followed his line of sight. More wardens approached, their armor dull and dinged, their weapons bloodied. The leader descended the bridge and pointed his halberd towards the group huddled at the base beside the vine-muzzled massive wolf. Name yourselves, he shouted. His voice did not waver. It's me, Featherbound called out. The stance of the newcomers changed from tense to relaxed. Eyfre sighed in relief. She reflected. This time it was allies, but there was surely more combat in the future. She remembered. Talee would need to arm herself. Eyfre unclipped the small blade attached to her belt. She handed Leaf to Talee. Talee smiled, seeming to almost come out of a daze.
I never thought I'd see this again after that fight. I don't know if I should have it. I wasn't particularly good at using it.
Eyfre began to ask Talee about the events that had led to her capture when Featherbound carefully reached down and took Leaf from Talee's hands. He lifted it and carefully ran a finger along the blade.
An interesting blade. It has a shape to it, but yet there is something right about it. I will keep this for now.
Featherbound clipped Leaf to his belt. Eyfre furrowed her brow and stood to scold Featherbound, but one of the newly arrived wardens pushed her back to her knees. The wardens had formed a circle around them, their stances no longer relaxed. Eyfre noticed that they were all looking at Featherbound.
Stars guide you,
Featherbound said.
And stars guide you, guiding star,
the warden leader responded, bowing to Featherbound.
You bitch,
Talee growled. Wardens held her back as well. I wish I'd stabbed you properly. Featherbound chuckled and clasped his hands behind his back.
You bastard,
Eyfre said, straining to stand. She was held firm. She put all the pieces together. She'd heard Featherbound yelling, The girl! The girl! He was not trying to save her, but capture her.
Why even go through all this? Why chain her up only to release her?
Featherbound chuckled.
I needed to find those other books, dear mage. I don't think you realize quite what an issue you caused when you stole the blue and gold volumes, he said with a shrug. I needed them, and you led me right to them. A terrible plan, yes, but some of us do not find our powers in formed things. Featherbound knelt beside the wolf and pet its head. It snarled, its massive jaws fighting against the vines and wood that held it in place. You all want to form things. Your metals, your stones, your plans. Where have plans gotten you so far, No, to plan, to talk, to think, to shape, all vain. When I say stars guide you, you think you know who I am. Draw your little lines. Go ahead. The wolf snarled and again tried desperately to break free, to consume Featherbound. Featherbound chuckled and stepped back. He raised his hands. They crackled with energy, red, chaotic, and formless. The energy swirled and eddied. He laughed a deep, piercing laugh. He shifted his hands to the vines, holding back the wolf. The vines ignited, the strange energy consuming and blackening them. Eyfre watched in horror as the strange crackling energy crawled across the vines. It leapt off and began to consume some of Featherbound's own allies nearby. He only laughed at their shock and cries of pain and fear. The wolf now snapped and snarled and strained against the vines. The large warden who had led the others stepped nervously to Featherbound and spoke in a low, reverential voice. Was it wise to free the beast? We were told explicitly that the chains must not be removed. It isn't a particular fan of you. With the chains off, Featherbound gave a howl of rage and pointed his hands at the warden. The large man fell, shrieking, crackling energy creeping up his arm. Fool, fool, have I taught you not? Learn to live with the chaos. Learn to love the formless. Who cares if the wolf will attempt to slay me? Let us loose it and see what happens. Featherbound dismissively gestured towards Talee. Two wardens quickly stepped forward and grabbed her. They were terrified. They stared at their dying commander, but were silent. Let's be going, Talee. You are an interesting one. She leaves the wall and they all die. Oh, I didn't believe it at first, but so far so good. Oh, glory. Shapeless, formless things. I was so afraid your foolish teacher had scared you away, but again, formless machinations allowed me to draw you back. Talee attempted to kick Featherbound. The slate seemed to relish it. He pointed to Eyfre. Her and the others, make sure they are detained until the wolf is free. Then do what you wish, I guess. But do not release them until the wolf is free. I don't want to see them ruining the fun early. I'm interested to see how fast it catches up with us with those chains off. It will tear us all limb from limb. Oh, so interesting. Featherbound left. Talee kicked and screamed as he dragged her along. The wardens now brought Rikislar and Whisper into the circle. Rikislar was still, but his eyes darted around, looking for escape. Eyfre struggled against her captors. The crackling energy continued its slow burn, freeing the wolf. She had to break free instantly to retrieve Talee, but she had no exchange left. A ring of at least a dozen wardens stood watching them. She began to call her eighth bond. She stopped the call. The hands holding her went slack. The other wardens looked about, confused. Eyfre dove for her sword and grabbed it. She rolled and crouched, holding the blade out. She stood up in shock. Half the wardens were already dead. The remaining wardens fell, arrows sticking out of each of their backs. Eyfre turned and looked up the bridge. Striding down was a large man wearing a tattered gray cloak. It was made entirely of feathers and had a gaping hole in the center. He had long gray hair pulled back into a ponytail and a long white beard, both blew in the breeze. A hand of flesh held a bow, and a hand of wood and thorn and stone nocked an arrow. He had swords and knives attached to his simple clothes. His yellow eyes met Eyfre's. I needed to get my things, the owl said. His voice was hoarse. He looked at the wolf, now nearly free. He cracked his neck. Needed to go fast. I needed to get my things, he repeated. Drell trailed behind him, looking incredibly worried and holding his spear. "Sorry," Drell said, jogging behind the owl, flustered and out of breath. "It took time to find his weapons. We saw the whole thing." The owl grunted, spit, and looked around. He then looked back at Eyfre, but pointed in the direction Featherbound had taken Talee. "We saved the girl," he said sternly. Eyfre nodded her head. "We saved the girl." He then turned his attention back to the wolf, whose front legs and maw were now totally free. It was starting to stand, growling and snarling. "You kill the slate. I distract the beast," he said. Eyfre couldn't help but notice with some fear that he did not say, "Kill the beast." "Why are you helping?" Eyfre asked. The owl grunted. "Berries," he said. Eyfre nodded. "I'll be back for you." The owl was not listening, but now focusing his whole attention on the wolf. Eyfre turned and ran to Whisper. Featherbound had spoken so ill of her plans, but that was exactly what she was going to use to defeat him. Whatever powers he was using, they were strange, unlike any configuration Eyfre had ever seen. Either they were a unique power of Scepter or something different. Plans would work just fine for Eyfre. "You," she said, pointing to Rikislar, "help the owl." The owl took one look at Rikislar and scoffed. "Don't need it," he said, raising his blade, "and take the kid with you." Rikislar shrugged and looked at Eyfre. "You heard the man," he said. "I'm 30, Drell said. His frog squeaked. "What are we going to do?" Whisper asked. Eyfre walked to the hollow tree where she'd hidden their supplies for the trip. She dug through a pack for only a moment before finding what she wanted. She smiled. "I need your help again," she said. "Anything," Whisper said. "Anything. Kill, steal, lie. I'll do anything." Eyfre smiled. "It's actually something simpler. I need you to make a delivery." "I can hear them," Featherbound chortled, relentless, clumping through the woods. "Something seems to have distracted the wolf. No matter. I do not fear Eyfre of the seventh bond." He stopped and watched Eyfre approach. Her hair blew in the wind. She held the blade given to her by Trian. It was a dull gray. Her exchange was depleted. The group of wardens surrounding Featherbound swarmed. Eyfre did not need her powers to defeat them. She sidestepped one, letting his sword swoosh by her and clank harmlessly into the dirt. She stepped on the blade, pushing it farther into the ground. He released the weapon as he realized it was stuck, and Eyfre used the opportunity to swing around, kicking him against a companion. They both stumbled back. Two more stepped forward. They were careful and pushed Eyfre back. Seems she is taken care of," Featherbound said. "Let's keep moving, Talee." "You forgot me," Whisper said, rolling out from the bushes where he'd hidden. He stabbed Featherbound in one of his legs. The slate grunted in pain and fell to one knee. He lashed out with his powers. Whisper was quick, dodging to the side and disappearing back into the brush. Two wardens pursued him. Talee used this opportunity to break free. She ran back towards the bridge. Featherbound chased her and was finally able to grab her by the hair. Eyfre was now struggling in the distance. "I honestly was looking forward to seeing the powers of the Mage of the Seventh Bond in action, but this is a pathetic display, truly nothing to fear." "It's not her you should fear," Talee said. Featherbound wrinkled his brow in confusion. He tried to understand what could possibly happen next. Which useless plan could the mage have employed as an attack? It was a small thing. Easy to miss. It isn't natural to assume that your own prisoner is your greatest threat. Talee pressed two fingers against the sacrum that Whisper had secretly slipped to her when he'd stabbed Featherbound's leg. This had been the true purpose of his attack. She focused. Featherbound knew the smell of smoke, but he was too late to react. Talee's sword he had so absently fastened to his own belt grew red hot, and his robes burst into flames. He screeched as his ornate robes turned from red to blazing orange. He released Talee and stumbled away, swatting at his own clothes, but the flames had already consumed almost every inch of him. He gave a strangled scream. "Flee! I must flee!" he cried. "I give you an offering! Get me out of here!" Power crackled and a wave of energy resonated through the forest. Energy, purple and red and swollen, formed around him, lifting his body in a formless and chaotic whirlwind. He seemed to shrink. And then he vanished. Something silver glinted on the ground where he'd been. Talee stepped forward. Amongst the burnt remain of the man's robes, there were 2 items: his strange wooden box and a ring of keys. She picked up the box, pocketed the keys, and turned to find Eyfre. Eyfre rushed over.
Did I kill him? Talee asked, her voice shaking. I hated him, but I didn't want to kill him.
Eyfre shook her head. No, I don't know what powers he's using, but I do not think he is dead. He appears to have vanished. Talee, how's your exchange? She asked.
Good, Talee responded. I just did 2 bonds this time.
Eyfre nodded thoughtfully. She looked back at the bridge. The combat had brought them back far enough in the woods to see the whole scene. Eyfre could see the owl fighting the wolf on the bridge. She could see Drell and Rikislar watching anxiously from a distance. She could see the slate in green crumpled halfway up, and she could see the north and east side of the bridge.
It was there in the silence,
she said quietly. Whisper cocked an eyebrow. Talee tilted her head. Eyfre chuckled and clarified.
Talee had just woken up, her exchange completely drained after her little experiment during the exchange test, and we sat in silence in my carriage. It was the first time I'd felt comfortable around others in a while. It was the first time I'd felt comfortable around myself in a while. And it was there, in that silence, that I knew you were both special.
Eyfre stood and smiled.
I regret getting you involved in this, but I cannot regret the time we have spent together.
It has been interesting, Talee said.
Interesting is an understatement, Whisper responded with a grin.
I have so much to tell you, Eyfre said, but there is a final task to complete. I promised the owl I would return to aid him. Being a newly honest person, I'd best go.
Can't you tell us apart now?
Talee said curiously. Eyfre smiled.
Those who say they are our allies are not always our allies, and those who seem our enemies are not always our enemies. Talee, let no one give you a title and call you their own. Whisper, be confident, you are stupendous, and both of you trust each other.
Whoa, Talee said. That was overly vague, and a bit sentimental. I think you've taken some blows to the head during these fights.
Were you reading Bellstrom while you were gone or something? Whisper asked. You have 4 more days before you get to start talking like that.
I shall expound later, Eyfre said with a chuckle. While I'm gone, Talee, patience. Whisper, trust. Here, this should help you both with the task at hand.
Eyfre bent over and wrapped her arms around Talee and Whisper. Her embrace was warm and smelled faintly of iron and herbs. She placed something in Talee's hand. She leaned back, groaned, and limped away. Whisper watched her go. She patted Rikislar on the shoulder as she passed him. Something on the north side of the bridge caught Whisper's eye. Banners. Banners flapping in the wind. A single rose in the carnage of a battlefield. The Lady of the Rose rode to their aid. He heard Talee gasp behind him. I know, he said in agreement. Finally, some good news. Talee did not respond. Whisper turned. She was not looking across the bridge. Her hands trembled as she stared at the tiny book she held. Eyfre's namesake book. A secret book. An heirloom passed from family member to family member. Eyfre's father had passed it to her before his death. And now Talee clutched it in her hands, tears streaming from her face. Eyfre's head had been swimming. Watching Featherbound disappear reawakened something in her. No configuration could do anything like that. No configuration could make someone move through space like that. Questions flooded every inch of her mind. Questions of her death. Questions of power. Questions of life. Questions of how to protect Talee. And then she'd seen the Lady of the Rose, seen those banners snapping in the wind, riding for the bridge. She knew the Lady of the Rose would do anything to get the map of the wilds. And then there was Featherbound, who also wanted so badly to get to Talee. What should she do? What could she do? Take of me 3 scales. And suddenly, she knew many answers. Every question had an answer, every melody a song. She looked at Talee and Whisper. She had so much to tell them, so much to teach them. That was the worst of it. There was no time. She'd professed to be a more honest person, but this last simple dishonesty was a final kindness to herself. She wanted this to be their last moments, together. Smiles, laughter, and hope. For Whisper and Talee, there would be other moments, but for Eyfre, this was her last. As she hugged Talee, she slipped her namesake book into the girl's hands. She walked away, forcing herself not to look back as tears streamed down her face. She patted Rikislar on the shoulder and he turned. He looked up, ready to make a quip, but froze when he saw her face. Eyfre? He said quietly. I'm going to erase some lines, Eyfre said quietly. She nodded back towards Talee and Whisper. You're probably going to need to hold them. Rikislar looked back and nodded grimly. Eyfre stepped forward. She stooped and grabbed Trian's sword from the base of the bridge. It shone no light because her exchange was gone, but she didn't need exchange. She knew that now. She was going to use a special bond, one that she now, somehow, beyond her comprehension, understood. Featherbound had mocked plans, but one stood out so clearly in her mind, so bright, a single star, a single chance. Draw on my power, for this I must ask of your soul. And Eyfre gave this willingly. She was filled with power. She touched her 8th bond. She was filled with power, with more knowledge. Ancient things swam in her head, names and words and ages. Her wounds stopped their ache. The world seemed to move slower around her. Eyfre of the 8th bond sprinted forward, sword raised. Wardens had begun to stream onto the bridge, the remaining of the guiding stars. Eyfre could see on the other side the stooped and wounded form of Featherbound, aided by 2 wardens. A warden noticed Eyfre and ran for her with a howl. Eyfre stepped forward and firmly kicked the attacker. He was shocked at the speed, shocked at the strength. His shock disappeared over the edge of the bridge. He screamed as he fell. A hand grabbed Eyfre's robe. Morcoda Melcil, Lyrian mumbled. Morcoda Melcil, Eyfre responded quietly. I need you to do something. The face of the stoic builder watched the 2 talk, its hammer aloft, pointing to Mage and Slate. The owl spun. The owl dodged and swung. More wardens joined the wolf. The owl fought fiercely, blades spinning, arrows loosing, but he was not invincible. His defenses faltered for just a moment. Furious jaws snapped at their bane. But a sword caught those jaws for the 2nd time that night. The mage Eyfre stood, straining against the wolf. The warden surged forward, but as the owl stepped forward to defend, a force rippled across the bridge and knocked them all back. The owl stared in disbelief. He turned to Eyfre, his exhausted face ponderous. Take the slate Lyrian, the one in green, to the other side, Eyfre said, straining against the sovereign. No, the owl said. Eyfre looked at him. It's for the girl, Eyfre said. The owl hesitated, nodded, and obeyed. Eyfre returned her attention to the wolf. She stepped back, dodging the claws of the wolf as it surged forward. The wolf howled. Eyfre used a power she did not know possible. Her body felt strong, her mind felt strong, and there was still something she held back. She ducked, swung, and fought. The wolf brought its paw down and Eyfre raised her hand. Scaled tendrils rose from the surface of the bridge and wrapped themselves around the wolf's paws. The wolf's eyes flickered in terror and recognition. It turned to flee, but Eyfre raised her hand further. The tendrils writhed, tightened, and dragged the wolf back. It yelped and clawed as it was pulled to Eyfre. But Eyfre was not watching the wolf. She stared at Trian as the Lady of the Rose rode up the bridge, Selud and Yelm at her flank. Trian gestured to the Sovereign, and it was circled by her knights. They hesitated at the sight of the strange, scaly flesh that held the beast in place, but they followed orders. They raised their spears. Eyfre now felt pity looking at the massive beast. All her adult life, she'd sought to find the Sovereigns, not to kill them, not to fight them, but to study them. Up close, the wolf was truly beautiful, even after being wounded and weakened. She reached out and touched its head. It growled. She jerked her hand back. Spears plunged and the wolf howled. Trian's troops now split, a portion facing Featherbound's assault and a portion looking down the bridge towards where Talee and Whisper hid. Eyfre threw Trian's sword. It clattered at the ruler's feet. "I guess you lived," Trian said, stooping to recover the blade. "Now, the map." "The map is destroyed," Eyfre said, again stretching the truth. "Even so, I believe I still have access." Trian nodded. Yelm and Selud nodded back, drew their swords, and headed down the bridge. They were going to try and find Talee. The troops followed. Eyfre stepped forward to stop them. Trian held blooming blood to Eyfre's throat. "When this is over, Mage, you will thank me," Trian said. "We cannot allow Granite to progress any further." In the distance, Eyfre saw the Pale Lady. "Wait," Eyfre called out. "Wait. I can give you information you'll need." Selud and Yelm looked back, and Trian raised her hand. They halted. Featherbound and his troops drew closer. The wolf whimpered. "Speak," Trian said. "Pay close attention," Eyfre responded. "A scorpion and a frog are deeply in love, but can never touch one another, as the scorpion would accidentally kill the frog with its poison. What would you propose to them to aid in this matrimony?" Trian stared at Eyfre. "I have no idea what any of that means," she said. "Nor do I," Eyfre responded. "I thought I would someday, but it seems questions and answers follow me even to my death. It's simply the only thing I could think of. I've never been good at distractions." Eyfre raised her hand. This was all a pretty fair trade for a soul. Trian's eyes widened. The three-faced statue watched, and the bridge cracked. Had they known? Talee and Whisper sobbed and struggled against Rikislar as he held them in place. Tendrils coiled around the stone and squeezed. Eyfre found herself, for the second time that day, baffled by powers she had thought impossible, and this one was being controlled by her. The bridge cracked again. "Retreat!" Trian screamed. Eyfre stepped forward to grab the ruler and hold her in place, but Selud's sword found Eyfre's side. Power was already streaming from Eyfre's hand, the last use of her 8th bond. Yelm jumped in front of Trian. He raised his arms and used some power of his own. A gust of wind knocked Trian from her feet and sent her tumbling back down the bridge, landing safely on the north side from where she'd ridden. Featherbound laughed. The wolf howled. And the bridge collapsed. Tomb. Voice. North. Windmill. King. Stone. Had the gods known? They thought they had. Eyfre was supposed to die in 4 days' time. Why would she die sooner? How could they have ever known that she would sacrifice herself for an orphan of the deep she'd known for only a short time? But the sign was there. Stars in the sky, lines on the floor. Since the long silence, the stars have been fixed in the sky, a stagnant prophecy, absolute, unchanging. This is the key tenet of the guiding stars. This the gods accepted, but none of them had paid attention. None of them except one. Perhaps Eyfre saw it in those final moments as she plunged into the chasm, as Sayut had only a few weeks ago. A single star moved in the night sky. What had it cost to move but a single thread of prophecy? What power to move that one star from one constellation to another? And to what end was it moved? Eyfre was glad the destruction was deafening. She could not hear them cry. As she fell, she could see the stars. And let them be just that, stars. Whisper and Talee would weep tonight. They may weep for many nights, but they would be able to look at the stars many more times. She'd made sure of that. They would not understand. Few would, but Eyfre did. On impact, her vision went dark, but she could still see. The pale lady stood above her. She nodded in satisfaction and disappeared. Eyfre marveled that she was still alive, though death was close at hand. Her body rose and fell from a ragged breath that was not her own. The body of the wolf had broken her fall. It whimpered and twitched. Nearby, the three-faced statue lay in ruins. A fragment of the melted face stared at Eyfre and the wolf. Eyfre ran her hand through its fur, smearing blood. It whimpered. One last answer. She crawled up to the wolf's ear and whispered a name. The wolf stilled. Eyfre smiled. She could not see the stars anymore, but they could see her. Let them remain a blanket in the night sky, covering her family. The mage Eyfre rolled over and breathed in. A mixed aroma of loamy earth, blood, and wolf filled her nose. And then she was gone.
Book 1, Epilogue, Blood and Black Iron. Hamlet Corpica, 3 days before the attack on the fateful Lakewall caravan. Bishop Granite collects broken things, shattered little game pieces in his opulent pile of shit. Broken and filthy though they are, they do not simply lie in the squalor and resign themselves. No, they squabble for position, attempt to climb their way up said pile of shit. Shit though it may be, someone still has to be on top. Marinay has held this position for many years now. He'd once been a master of his craft. No, his art. Death. He'd served with the military in the lower wilds as a slate, a harmless little slate. None of those soldiers had ever suspected it was him who butchered them at night. Oh, how he'd got to know those little knives he kept. He'd studied the marriage of blade and flesh and scream. And now he was here. He'd accumulated quite a few deaths to his name. His choice of targeting the powerful, though it had been a thrill at the time, proved detrimental when he was caught. It turns out he'd killed just a few too many high-ranking officials. As such, his capture was something that the Odrossian military had not forgotten, nor did it seem they ever would. Despite his scholarly pursuit of death, when faced with it, he found he feared it. Yes, he'd rather stay alive. And so here he was, in a symbiotic relationship with Bishop Granite. His knives were tucked safely away, just collecting dust, except for one he kept on his person for protection. He and Granite are in a meeting with a third today. The attack on the caravan is scheduled for 2 days' time. The guiding stars think they have a plan in place, but much of it has been left to Granite. They are fools to trust the bishop, though. Oh, they'll get their attack all right. Granite had requested one of the guiding stars come directly to the hamlet so he could discuss his plans. An intermediary was sent, a low-level member. Granite was not pleased. Marinay always attended these meetings. He is the adjutant to the bishop and has had a place of confidence here for many years. Until very recently, he had been the only person privy to all of Granite's plans. Marinay's mind shifted to that bastard Grey Eyes, Sayut, the newest piece. When Granite had brought him here, he'd been nearly a prisoner. Now the bishop and Sayut conversed secretly. These were conversations Marinay was not privy to, and that annoyed him. He felt his spot atop this pile of shit slipping. It was embarrassing that he should care, but he did. The emissary attempted to convey information from the guiding stars and attempted to dispel Granite's concerns. Granite again demanded to speak to the leader. Of course, Marinay knew long ago that this argument was always in bad faith. This was no emissary. A bringer of death always knows another on sight. Marinay watched as the emissary carefully poured poison into Granite's drink. It was pristine. This man knew his art. It was clear. The stars were done with this foul bishop. They'd used him, now they were to dispose of him. Granite gulped down the poisoned drink. The emissary fidgeted. He looked around the room. He looked at Marinay. Marinay smiled and nodded. Ah yes, poor fool. Marinay watched as the assassin waited more and more anxiously for a death that would never come. Hamlet Corpica, 1 year prior.
A festering presence, Marinay. She calls me a festering presence. And you didn't know? How is that possible?
Marinay flinched. He sat at the far end of the table in the hall of Martyr Marie as he often did. This is how he gave account to Granite of all the information held exclusively in his head. Money owed, money stored, deaths required, deaths completed. Granite loved these recountings, but tonight only one thing occupied his attention: gossip. Marinay had long ago learned to play Granite like a skilled musician plays their instrument, but this instrument called the Bishop was far from a masterpiece. It was temperamental, warped, out of tune, unpredictable. Even a prodigal musician can only do so much with an instrument. Tonight was one of the nights that the instrument was getting the better of the musician.
A festering presence, Marinay. She said I haunt the gardens. And why? Because I simply watch her work? It is no fault of mine that...
Marinay seethed.
The gardener, that stupid bastard, had blabbed to Sayut about how the bishop was leering at his daughter. Sayut, attempting to gain some favor of his own, recounted this to Bishop. And he'd done it all wrong, and now Marinee was to pay. A nuisance. He'd hoped to keep the gardener in his good graces. The old man heard and saw much. He was a good resource. Curses. Why had the man gone to the Grey Eyes? Marinee's foothold on this mountain of shit was slipping, and he realized now how much he dreaded tumbling down. It was no secret that the bishop haunted the garden like a bloated red spirit of ill intent, staring slack-jawed at the poor girl. It was so bad that the girl had stopped tending the gardens during the day. Marinee chose his response carefully.
You forget, Bishop Granite, your own regalness. Is it not reasonable for the father of a poor girl to try and protect his daughter from delusions? To dissuade her from thinking she is worthy to be with, nay, wed, a bishop? It is a selfish request on his part, yes. But you can surely understand that the man wishes to protect his girl from such disappointments. It is hard for the common man to look at one such as yourself and think logically. You demonstrate the pinnacle of these people's lives. He is trying to set expectations for his daughter, that she is truly not worthy of you. Do not the mountains appear closer than they truly are? And so some forget how far you tower above us.
The bishop nodded slowly. He mumbled into his cup. He had no rebuttal and seemed melancholic. Marinee had not expected this. A silence hung while Granite continued to eat. He downed an entire goblet, stared into the empty cup, and brought up one of his favorite topics of conversation with Marinee. You need me. Marinee gritted his teeth. Granite's eyes were vacant, cold and gray. They looked but did not see. Such a fool. But his words pierced. If not for the bishop's strange protections, Marinee would have been caught many years ago, would have learned true death. Of course. Marinee bows his head. Granite pointed his knife in the adjutant's direction. You think you're safe from me too. You think that info in your head will save you. No, I don't need you. You are a convenience. But if I were gone, how long would it be, Marinee? How long before the Cardinal or that woman have their fun with you? How many of their men did you kill again? I hold them at bay. The bishop now set down his knife and stared at the table. Marinee expected another verbal beating, but strangely, Granite just sat there, staring. A serving girl knocked over a goblet, something that would usually send Granite into a rage, but the bishop did not even notice. Marinee took a risk. What troubles you, Bishop? He asked. She truly finds me a festering presence. This was new. Marinee sometimes forgot about emotions, which was easy around Granite as he seemed to share in Marinee's blessing of having none. But this, it was what Marinee had come to classify as longing. Granite was lonely. He wasn't ogling the woman for no reason. The bumbling fool truly thought there was something there. Marinee leaned back and smiled. The musician prepared. The instrument was tuned and ready for a song. Keller. Marinee used Granite's true name for some extra gravitas. Tact is in order. Forgive me, but you do appear a spirit as you loiter in those gardens. Why? You are a powerful man. Keep your distance. Learn her interests. When the time is right, strike up a true conversation. I know you are smart enough to already think of all these things on your own. You surely just need reminding. It is difficult to manage an entire realm and to manage love. The last part was to stroke Granite's ego, implying the idea was his own, increased the likelihood it would stick.
Yes, wait, and then talk, Granite said. Yes. Yes.
A smile bloomed on his face.
I am wise to have thought of such things.
Marinette took an imaginary bow, a flawless performance on a very flawed instrument. Perhaps Marinette would hold his throne atop this pile of shit, after all. Hamlet Corpica, the day after the attack on the fateful Lakewall caravan. The smoke in the web still smelled of flesh and hair. The common people would never know that word had arrived at Hamlet Corpica suspiciously quickly after the attack. The timeline of the attack and the actions that would follow did not add up. But the guiding stars did not care. They did not need to care. All was in place. They were in control. Surely they were in control. Marinette did not know fear as most do. He had a sense of self-preservation, but this was more akin to what animals do when they gnaw their legs off to avoid a trap than an emotion. This being said, he'd encountered what he would classify as true fear 3 times. The night he'd been caught practicing his art. The night he'd been approached by the 5. And that night, a little less than a year ago, that he did not let himself think about. Tonight, he added a 4th time to that list. Marinette stood in the door of the Hall of the Martyr Marie, staring at the Cardinal of War. The Cardinal turned, and their eyes met. He was an unremarkable man, ugly even. His hair was white with memories of red, and his face was pockmarked. Despite his appearance, he had an air of authority and gravitas that sucked oxygen and hope from the room. He stared at Marinette. His face fell in anger. Marinette reached for the only knife he kept on his person, the one he kept for situations like this. "We do not need another person here for this conversation," the Cardinal growled. Relief washed over Marinette. The Cardinal did not know who he was.
"He is a trusted confidant," Granite replied. "He is loyal. He is proven. He passed my test."
Marinette entered the room and sat. The Cardinal of War grimaced and glowered at the bishop. So, the Cardinal of War was one of the true guiding stars. The guiding stars wanted Granite as a tool, not an equal. Unfortunately for them, they were still expecting their master musicians to produce a wonderful sound out of a very flawed instrument. And they were about to realize the cacophony they had created. 2 slates sat beside the Cardinal. One was unshielded and writing. These were witnesses. "What has happened?" Marinette asked. He knew full well what had happened. He'd helped plan it. His and Goln's involvement were the only reason the 5 had accepted such a bizarre contract. But part of this treacherous plot was the theatrics of it all, of course. The Cardinal described the gruesome attack on the Lakewall caravan, and Marinette put on a perfect performance of dismay. The Cardinal returned his gaze to Granite. "I hastened to Lakewall as soon as I heard the news of this treacherous attack. A tragedy. These bandits grow in boldness. These attacks increase in frequency, intensity, and cruelty. They must be stopped. Once we know the numbers of the dead and have safely brought the survivors back into the wall, I propose we take extreme measures. We call a vote, a historic vote, to allow Odros to increase its military presence inside Lakewall. I dread saying this. We have avoided such a thing for so long, and I know it may be seen as an occupation by the misguided." The slightest smile touched the Cardinal's perfectly composed mask of sorrow. "But it is the best thing for the protection of the people."
"No vote needed," Granite said, licking his fingers and waving his hand. "Bring them in now, like we discussed. Bring in my army."
Granite, As I'm sure you recalled in our previous discussions, only in a case of great emergency, a dire and immediate threat to the people, can we bring our forces in without such a vote. Granite, not grasping the theatrics, looked around, confused. One of the slates shifted uncomfortably. So it is written in the laws of Odros, which are superseded only by the words of the Seidun and the Holy Shell. Any forces of Odrosian military to move through the cathedral gates and reinforce the existing military stationed therein are subject to a vote of the people of the land. If not in a time of emergency or a time of war, this vote must be called. Are you saying every soul in a caravan being slaughtered and torn apart by a massive wolf, a sovereign, doesn't qualify as an emergency? What you'd orchestrated was too weak. This is a real tragedy. There is no need to wait. There are no survivors. Give me my army. The Cardinal of War's mask cracked. His face, his calm, scripted demeanor, tumbled and shattered to the floor. What? Was all he could stammer. Dead, all of them. Granite only now realized the need for some level of secrecy, and with an unenthusiastic shrug added, a tragedy. He took a large bite out of the skewer of meat he was holding. Leave, both of you, the Cardinal said. The two slates stood and scurried out. You fucking idiot, the Cardinal said. His face was red. His lips quivered, drool dripped from his chin. First your stupid fucking feast, which I'm still cleaning up. Then your fucking wolf. You were told not to use that thing. How you even got control of it? Granite leaned and groaned in exasperation. I told you what was needed. You are too slow. Your little stage attack was nothing, and you can't even guarantee the vote you wanted would pass. Stupid. It is set in stone now. Granite, patience, and planning. As I've said many times, patience and planning. Everything is set in the stars. We cannot rush. We? Granite interjected. You cannot rush. Or do you forget? I am starless, unbound, free to follow my own will. You think in years, not days. I want this now. Marinay hid his grin as the Cardinal of War, master musician he thought he was, had his instrument implode in his hands, strings, wood, and pegs flying about the room. The instrument stared defiantly at the musician, and the Cardinal realized it was hopeless. The guiding stars thought they were the wolf, but it seemed they had become the flock. Granite, discretion, I beg you. Our plan is set. We will give you what you want, Granite sneered. Think of this the next time I summon you and you send an emissary. Why such a long face, Cardinal? I gave you what you wanted. The Cardinal looked down at his dish and regained his composure. Yes, you did. But in the future, much is dependent on us following the threads. If we stray from them, if we follow threads other than those we've chosen to follow, the consequences will be dire for all. Granite picked up his goblet and drank. He grinned and said nothing. The Cardinal watched helplessly. He spoke slowly, his voice still strong, but his spirit breaking. The forces will arrive in the next season. We will move them in slowly. News of this attack will have spread tomorrow. Goln has done his part on softening the north. They will be mostly welcoming. The disappearance of the Lady of the Rose will ease our difficulty in the south. The Cardinal raised an eyebrow. You said the forces. It's my forces, Granite said, pointing his fork in the Cardinal's direction. I control Lake Wall. I control armies stationed therein. Bring your little slate in here, and they will confirm. Rightly so. I take my leave, Bishop. It is late, the Cardinal said, and turned to leave. Wait, Cardinal. Stars guide you, Granite leered. The Cardinal did not return the phrase, turned and left, his head held high, pretending he had a scrap of dignity remaining. Hamlet Corpica, 1 year prior. To Marinet's relief, the bishop took his advice. He haunted the gardens no longer. He was cordial to both the girl and her father. At first, Marinet found this humorous. With only a word of advice, Marinet had made the bishop avert course completely. Back then, Marinet had felt like he had perfectly tuned an instrument for a flawless performance. Granite had been taking all Marinet's advice. He had been requesting books on botany be sent to him in the evenings while staying in the hamlet's archive and reading with Sayut nonetheless. This annoyed Marinet, but he thought little of it. What could be the harm? It was a clear night, and the rock blossom lilies were in season. Marigold, the woman he'd been leering at, had been working in the evenings when no one was around. There was a special blade her father had commissioned just for working with the rock blossom. Shortly after the lily bloomed, it would send out strong, vine-like growths into the water. This would lengthen the life of the pad, but kill the blossom sooner. You were able to extend the life of the beautiful blossom by removing most of these growths. Marigold truly enjoyed this work and was at ease working in the evening without fear of being disturbed or watched. But disturbed she was, a specter summoned by ill fate. Granite was leaving the archives, where he'd coincidentally just finished his readings on botany for the night. He noticed the strange shape of the woman knee-deep in the pond minding her task. Their eyes met. He froze, shocked at her presence. Neither had expected this encounter. Something about catching her there, humming in the moonlight and working without fear of observation. Even to the bishop, it had seemed such a pure act that it was as though he'd caught her bathing. He stammered, "I'm so sorry, I shall leave you." It was almost cute, a charming, juvenile display. And Marigold pitied the man. "It is all right, Bishop. They are your gardens, after all." Granite mumbled something and kept his eyes on the ground. This was a characteristic Marigold had never seen in the bishop before. Something tender in her was engaged, and so when he inquired what she was doing, a question that was sincere, she explained the task. To strengthen the blossom, similar to the pruning of the whisperwood branches, taking off the useless to let the beautiful grow. Marigold tilted her head and smiled. "Yes, precisely." Like when old Duke Wintrow died and that bride he'd taken used his fortune on her clothing and hosting events, Bishop said. Marigold laughed a sincere laugh, and the bishop's eyes twinkled. And so they talked. For several minutes they talked. And then there was silence. Granite tried to kiss her, and she screamed. He stepped back, confused, embarrassed, and suddenly every ounce of charm and decorum was gone. His disappointment was a drop of water in an inferno of embarrassment. It dissipated, and only something feral remained. He was the bishop. This was his Hamlet. This girl was his. He snarled and grabbed at her. Compared to the vines of the rock blossom, Granite's flesh was so weak. Marigold barely asserted any effort to bury the blade in Granite's chest the first time. It was an honest accident. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped. It was his turn to scream as he fell. Eyes peeked from windows. Sleeping minds wondered why they woke. Marigold stood above Granite, shocked. She tried to summon reason, to think logically, but all she got was hundreds of memories of this man looming in her gardens, his eyes always on her, the requests he'd made to her father, the pain her father had endured to protect her. She looked at the blade. This simple stab wound had already all but doomed her. Marigold, knowing her fate was already sealed, made her choice. She stood over Granite and plunged the blade back into her tormentor. Again and again, the bishop screamed, and again and again and again. The bishop squealed like a pig and blood saturated his robes. The stench of urine joined with iron. Residents poured from their homes toward the commotion. Marinay was the first to arrive. He pulled Marigold off. Granite let out a ragged gasp. He stared wide-eyed at the sky, his face white and his mouth twitching. Now it was Marinay's turn to stare at the bishop in shock. Marinay did mental calculations. This man was his tormentor, but also his savior. Marinay had dreamed of seeing such a sight as this, but Granite was his fortress, his defense from those who sought revenge. His chest tightened as he processed the amount of blood. It was too late. Granite was as good as dead. In a few more moments, the man would be gone, and Marinay's fortress would crumble. Oh, Deepstone. Marinay turned to see the wretched gray eyes also staring at the bishop. Marinay noted vaguely that the man's eyes were now a deep gray, grayer than he'd seen before. He's going to die if I don't, Sayut said. Marinay turned. If you don't, what? We found something in one of the vaults, Sayut stammered. I don't understand it all. I barely read any, but it's clear in the text that was translated. It can save a man from dying. Perhaps Marinay's fortress could be saved. Marinay quickly waved over the largest attendants he could. He turned to Sayut. Take us there. They carried Granite down through the cellar to the strange laboratory where Sayut worked. Vials of bright liquids, beakers of ooze, herbs, flames, and a sense of something being not right filled the laboratory. Tomes of strange construction littered shelves. Most were wrapped in devices that seemed designed to prevent the reading of these books at all costs. Some had these devices removed. A tome of pitch black and thin silver lettering lay open. Next to it were 3 large rings of black iron. One of these rings, we need to put it in the bishop's chest, Sayut said. He moved quickly. He procured a knife and began to cut Granite's flesh. The cuts were jagged and sloppy. Amateur. Marinay stepped forward and swiftly and professionally cut a perfect incision for the ring to be inserted. Sayut asked no questions. He placed the iron ring in the bishop's chest. He then poured a foul-looking concoction through the bishop's lips, and they all waited anxiously. But Marinay already knew. You don't need to be a student of death to know its signs. Marinay began to think of his next steps as he mumbled the words. Bishop Granite is dead. Hamlet, Corpica, a year later, the day after the attack on the Lakewall caravan. It was another clear night. Marinay let himself consider for just a moment if that fortress he'd craved was even needed. The Cardinal of War had not seemed to recognize him. Perhaps this was all for naught. This is why Marinay did not have his blade ready when the Cardinal found him in the gardens. The Cardinal simply stood there, a monumental force there to impose his will on the world around him. The hewn soldiers in the shadows grabbed Marinay. They were fast, trained, and strong. This was it. Of course the Cardinal had recognized him. Of course. Marinay simply prayed that tonight he would learn true death instead of true pain. His hopes were dashed when the Cardinal stepped forward and reached into his robe. I can tell you secrets. I hold much information, Marinay shrieked. It sounded pitiful even to him. He realized he'd closed his eyes. Coward, open them. He found he could not face the reality of his own studies. Look at me, the Cardinal commanded. Marinay opened his eyes. He saw not blade, but wax. The Cardinal held a parchment with the wax seal of the Seydun, the highest office of Odros. The hewn men released Marinay and shoved him forward. The Cardinal did not move except to hold out the scroll. A trap? No.
There was no malice in the cardinal's eyes. Marinay saw only determination. "What is this?" Marinay asked. "A full pardon for your crimes," the cardinal said, "which are numerous, as you are well aware." The cardinal's grip tightened and his lips curled. "And personal. I do not offer this trade lightly. I will need some of that information you offer." Marinay's mouth was dry. "What do you need?" he said. "My request is twofold. How did the bishop avoid my assassins? And how are you going to circumvent those protections? How will you kill Bishop Granite for me?" Marinay looked down at the scroll. Here it was, his absolution incarnate, and yet it may as well have been the incorporeal souls of those poor sods he'd sent wandering through the deep stone. Worthless. He tore it, and tore it again, and again, and again. He threw the scraps of paper in the cardinal's shocked face. The hewn tried to grab him, but he was swift. He nicked one of their hands with his now drawn blade and stomped on the toes of the other. The cardinal stepped back, sword in hand, but Marinay was already behind him. Blood trickled down the cardinal's throat. But just a trickle. Marinay did not deliver a killing blow. His hands shook. He laughed. Strange thoughts danced on the outskirts of his mind as that night he'd feared came crashing into his memories. That terrible night. 3 days after he'd watched Bishop Granite bleed out. "How will I kill him? How will I kill him? You don't seem to understand what you're dealing with. I've tried. I've even seen it done. It just doesn't take. I've seen some of the greatest mages alive try to burn the man to a crisp, and it has no effect. How will I kill him? I'm a delinquent, a murderer. You're the fucking Cardinal of War. How the fuck are you going to kill the monster? You made him. You kill him." The cardinal stepped away from Marinay. The hewn now grabbed Marinay again, and he let them. "How is this possible?" the cardinal whispered, his face pale. "What powers does he draw on?" Marinay laughed harder. "It's here I realize the man I feared for so long will have to be my greatest ally. I do not know what quickens him. I watched him bleed to death. The Grey Eye said I could save him. I acted fast. I did not ask. A ring of black iron found in one of your slate's lost vaults was placed in his chest, and then I watched him breathe his last. He was dead. In that moment I rejoiced and realized that was the greatest path forward. I began my foolish task of taking over this decrepit corner of the earth. I went through the rituals of having the now dead bishop laid in the stone. He'd been in the stone for 2 days. We were preparing to notify Odros after the customary 3rd day. When in the night, he was just sitting there in the dark of the hall of Marta Marie here. He was naked, covered in the rags, balms, and grave dirt from the ritual. The black ring was still there, the flesh angry and swollen, but almost iridescent. His eyes were vacant yet terrified. He mumbled to himself of various accounts and tasks needed to be taken care of. I couldn't believe my eyes. He began to speak to me as though nothing had happened, asked for the latest news of his accounts. He was pallid, but as sure as you are before me now, he was alive. He fell asleep there, at the table, and from there he only recovered. The festering flesh around the black ring healed. He regained his color. After 5 days, it was not only as though nothing had happened. He was impervious to all attacks. I do not know what his power is, and that is why I need you to find out. Find out the power, and I will work my art to figure out how to kill him. Then I will take that pardon. It is a trick, the cardinal stammered, searching for the logic in this strange tale.
This is not possible. He is not a god. He will run out of these tricks soon enough. His precious wolf is dead. Curse that thing and its soul to the abyss. What else can the Bishop Granite possibly do?
And Marinette laughed. He fell to the ground and rolled and laughed there beneath the pale moon. Fools. 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 Epilogue. Pale moon. The same pale moon sat above the chasm, a phantom drifting to dawn of day. The three-sided bridge was gone, as were the sounds of combat. Why? Talee cried, punching Rikislar in the arm over and over again. Why did you hold us back? Calm down, Rikislar hissed. Calm down. His face was pale, and only a fraction of his attention was on Talee's fist pummeling him. He was processing, calculating. This was bad, but how bad? He felt for the children, but there were more pressing matters. The barrage of blows continued.
Whisper, a little help if you wouldn't mind.
Rikislar grunted, fending off the increasing blows. Whisper sat against a tree, staring at the void where the bridge had once been. His mouth hung slack, and tears flowed down his face. Talee's fists increased to a fevered pitch, and Rikislar stumbled back. The assault stopped hitting Rikislar, at least. The owl blocked the blows and knelt in front of Talee. Save your strength. It's gonna get worse. Talee nodded, and then buried her head into the prisoner's chest and sobbed. The owl allowed her for just a moment before pushing her back. He crawled over to Whisper.
Is he hurt?
Rikislar asked. The owl did not respond. Is he hurt? Drell echoed. The warden seemed like he would be the next to break into tears. Stunned, the owl responded. Warden, are you bound to Scepter? Drell nodded. The owl pointed towards Lyrian. Use what exchange you have. Heal the woman. Drell nodded.
Now, is that wise?
Rikislar asked, scratching his beard.
The Slate is probably in cahoots with whoever did this. Besides, she's old and badly wounded. Probably best to just let her, drift off?
If she dies, we have to lay her in the stone, Drell said. Especially a revered Slate. Rikislar groaned.
I forgot about all that. Well, that's fine. You handle that, and I'm going to leave.
No. All eyes turned to Whisper. No, he repeated. We have to stay together. All of us. Unadvised, the owl growled. Advice has nothing to do with it, Whisper said, standing shakily. What any of us wants has nothing to do with this. It's the only option. Rikislar squatted and furrowed his brow. I'll be fine on my own, the owl said.
Me too,
Rikislar chimed in. Whisper pointed to Rikislar. You're obligated to take us to Ero. I was there, remember? Eyfre gave you that note? I assume it's something that will give you access to her vault at Ero, no? But you have to get us to Ero. Rikislar's face turned scarlet.
Well, I didn't say I was going to abandon all of you. I just don't want to travel with him. Or the Slate.
He gestured towards the owl and Lyrian. He turned to Drell.
And honestly, I'm still unsure about who exactly this is.
Drell said with a smile. It faded as Rikislar stared at him absently. Great, and how are you going to eat? Whisper asked. Rikislar opened his mouth to speak and then clamped it shut. I hadn't thought of that. I assume you can hunt? Whisper asked, turning to the owl. I can hunt, but not for him. And how do you plan to navigate the many esoteric and strange phenomena of the web, You're going to need a mage. I'll try my luck, the owl said. He did not sound convinced by his own words.
Me too,
Rikislar said.
Wise choices. We are all dead. Let us separate and speed the process.
All eyes turned to the slate in green. She slowly lifted herself up.
Care to expound? Perhaps you can show us a stolen book about the subject, Rikislar said.
Lyrian scoffed.
You all think you understand the web. You do not. They are treacherous beyond comprehension. A twisting maze. Their natural forms seem designed to confound and trap. Things you wish you'd never even encountered in dreams or nightmares are manifest here. Besides, to travel through the old growth without a map is impossible. A map is our only hope. The mage was right. Leave me to die. You all will follow soon. Enough.
No, Talee said. We stick together. All of us. That's my rule. No one dies. No one left behind.
And why do you have any say in this matter?
Lyrian asked. You said it. I'm our only hope. I read the maps. I know the way. I can lead us through. The owl closed his eyes and his face sank into grim contemplation. Drell gasped. Rikislar groaned, and Lyrian's lips curved into a smile.
What did you say, girl?
She asked. I read the maps, Talee repeated. I will lead us through the wilds.
Sacrosanct,
Lyrian hissed. An accusation. A declaration. All in the group knew the words. To read the writing of the church is to subjugate yourself to their rules of the sacrosanct.
You belong to the Church of Deepstone. You belong to me.
No, the owl said. I can speak for myself, Talee said. But the owl was not looking at her. He walked towards the chasm, then ran, and then fell to his knees. No, no, no. The group followed. Deepstone, what is he doing? Drell asked. 5 stood on the edge of the destroyed bridge and stared. The 6th rose from her spot on the ground, her green robes covered in blood. Is it featherbound? She asked. Yes, Drell responded. He's on the other side of the chasm. He's standing there. And all the wardens that were with him there. Dead, Lyrian said. I do not need to see him to know what he's doing. He's painting. He surely used one of his offerings. He's making another. Featherbound stood on the other side of the bridge. In front of him was an easel, a canvas sitting atop it. With his shield still on, Featherbound was painting wildly. He gains power from creating disorder. He captures this power through his art, I have discerned. Whatever power he gathered from Granite's feast is spent. This event has been chaotic enough that he can more than replenish. He's going to need it. Need it for what? Rikislar asked. To hunt the girl.
Oh no, I'm so scared. A slate with his shield still on is going to chase us through these wilds that are so impossible to navigate. Without those maps that you just said are so important, might I remind you, Rikislar said.
He turned to leave, but the owl clasped his hand on Rikislar's shoulder. Rikislar looked up, and the owl pointed across the chasm. The pale moon shifted, and the veil of shadows retreated, and the beasts that only the owl's yellow eyes had spotted emerged from the dark of the web. Bright eyes stared fiercely across the chasm. 2 more wolves stood beside Featherbound. 2 more sovereigns. Deepstone, Whisper said.
Oh, yes.
Featherbound's lilting voice carried sing-song across the chasm.
2 more, subservient and bound. I will not need my eyes, nor your maps. These ancient beasts are native to this land. You will find we have little trouble tracking you. Do not worry, though. It's going to take me a while to find a proper passage after the inconvenience your teacher has wrought. A head start. Try not to waste it. Stars guide you. Stars guide you, dear comrade Lyrian. Stars guide you, Lady of the Rose. And Talee, don't kill them all just yet. Leave some for me.
Featherbound picked up his painting, the capture of power complete.
Talee,
the owl said, kneeling.
Talee, can you find us a path through these woods? We need to go. We need to go. Now.
Yes, child. If we do not want to die a painful death in a few days' time, we need to move,
Lyrian said. I can do it, Talee said. Her voice shook. And so the group of 6 conferred. Trapped in the depths of the web, they talked. The Lady of the Rose watched. And Featherbound and 2 sovereigns slipped from the pale moon into the eldritch black of the web. Let the hunt begin. And so ends Book 1 of the Stonesinger Chronicles. Thank you for listening. Everything you hear in this show is created by me, Adam Ganong. Every word written, every note played. If the work I am doing here has brought you some joy, some comfort, some entertainment, please consider supporting a solo creator on Patreon. Link to that is in the show notes down below. The Stonesinger Chronicles art is by Peter Bartel. Thank you, Peter. There is a link to his website in the show notes. A special thanks to my wife, Jenna Knorr, and my friend, Destructobot. Join the Stonesinger Chronicles Discord to get extra information about the show and officially earn your rank as the Mage of the Third Bond. Again, link to that in the show notes down below. All right, and until next time.